Chapter 1: Awakening the Life-Borrowing Talent. At the start, kill me, and your whole family will be sacrificed. A protagonist who grows and matures. Put your mind at ease and enjoy the story. Kangling Continent, Yunqing Kingdom. Spring of the 4th year of the Qingli era. Where the hell did I end up? Is this still in the country? In the grass, Gu Ming sat up, bewildered. He looked around, the mountains rose and fell endlessly, the sky hung low, and a vast sea of clouds surged. Looking up, he saw two figures moving like streaks of light, locked in combat, exactly like the battle between cultivators he had imagined. In the dim light, he could see glimpses of spring beneath the white-clad woman's skirt, more alluring than the landscape itself. So white, so long, so smooth. Lost in thought, Gu Ming suddenly froze, his pupils contracting, letting out a surprised exclamation. Wait, a glowing sword? Flying people? No wire work? Did I accidentally stumble upon a film set? Such realistic special effects, such dedicated actors. Who said the Chinese entertainment industry is finished? This is amazing. Isn't this great? Clang! Suddenly, a sword aura visibly sliced past Gu Ming's ear, leaving a trench several meters long in the ground, still steaming. Gu Ming was stunned. He reached out and picked up the severed hair, his whole body trembling with fear, cold sweat pouring down his back. Something seems wrong with the plot. In his panic, Gu Ming pondered what was happening. He vividly remembered yesterday, the Akina Mountain Racing Championship had entered its thrilling final stage, a truly exhilarating moment. The second-place racer, in an attempt to overtake the leader, instead of slowing down through the drainage ditch corner, accelerated. He launched himself hundreds of meters into the air, crashing into the mountainside with a deafening explosion. Just then, Gu Ming was squatting in a rapeseed field, defecating, and hadn't even had time to wipe himself. When he woke up again, he looked up to see two figures locked in a fierce battle in the sky, their swords flashing coldly. Thinking of this, Gu Ming's face filled with rage, and he cursed under his breath. What the hell did I do to deserve this? Wait, something's not right. I think I've transmigrated? As a beast of burden, transmigration is easy to accept. Looking up, he saw the aerial battle had ended. The white-clad female swordsman was slightly stronger, her aura chilling, her sword pointed at the man opposite her. From their conversation, he learned that the man's name was Lin Tian, and the woman's name was Shangguan Ling, and they were entangled in some old, unresolved affair. One was a lovelorn flower, the other an indifferent stream. Unrequited love turned to hatred, leading to the battle. Gu Ming, though a beast of burden, was kind. Alright, it's not easy for either of us. Let's each take a step back and stop fighting. Dark lines appeared on their brows as they ignored Gu Ming. Lin Tian, you've lost. According to the agreement, you mustn't bother me anymore. I'm single-mindedly focused on the Dao and won't consider personal feelings. Forget about it. Lin Tian's face darkened, and he coldly snorted. Shangguan Ling, you think you can get rid of me? I'll have my mother propose marriage to your Shangguan family. The Shangguan family can't afford to offend my Lin family. You'll become my woman sooner or later. Shangguan Ling coldly stared at Lin Tian, sheathing her sword and speaking in a cold voice. Wishful thinking. I've already joined the Wengzhen sect. No matter how powerful your Lin family is, they can't control the Wengzhen sect. Forget about it. Then, Shangguan Ling glared at Gu Ming. Ugh, you little rascal. With that, Shangguan Ling flew away on her sword, disappearing into the horizon. Gu Ming, what scoundrel! I'm just appreciating it. I'm just a worldly person. Shaking his head, Gu Ming prepared to begin his transmigration journey and was about to leave when Lin Tian appeared, blocking his path with a hostile gaze. Gu Ming was slightly taken aback, looking at the seemingly respectable Lin Tian, and said in a low voice, "You wouldn't be taking your unrequited love for me out of spite, would you?" Lin Tian smiled coldly, his entire body radiating a fierce killing intent, causing vegetation to bend and dust to fly as he locked onto Gu Ming. You guessed right. Your reward is death. A sharp sword light shot towards him, and Gu Ming froze. Wait, something was wrong with the script. He was terrified and turned to run. Big brother, new account, don't mess this up. Golden finger, old man, system, demon sword. Splat! Gu Ming felt his vision spin, his head fell to the ground, his consciousness blurred, as if he were trapped in a swamp, the world plunged into darkness. It's over. Gu Ming was dead. Having vented his anger by killing Gu Ming, Lin Tian felt much better and sheathed his spirit sword. That feels much better now. Shangguan Ling, you wait, I'll make you kneel before me and groan sooner or later. Just as Lin Tian was about to leave after crushing Gu Ming's head with a stump, the communication talisman suddenly lit up. Puzzled, Lin Tian picked up the talisman. A flash of light appeared, followed by an anxious voice. Big brother, wah. Hurry back to the Lin family. Mother, she. Lin Tian was shocked and panicked. What happened to mother? Mother suddenly exploded. My mom exploded? Lin Tian was dumbfounded, feeling like the sky had fallen. His mother was a core formation realm expert. How could she explode? Wah-ah. Mother was telling me funny stories about you when you were little, and suddenly it exploded, splattering me with blood. Please come back quickly. Lin Tian was stunned. Without thinking, he rushed to the Lin family home. After he left, Gu Ming's corpse vanished mysteriously, as if it had never existed. One day later, in Luohua town, at the old temple. The old temple was dilapidated, covered in dust and cobwebs, the statues cracked from years of neglect. On the grass, Gu Ming, dressed in coarse linen clothes and with disheveled hair, slowly awoke, looking bewildered. Sitting up, Gu Ming patted his head, feeling a sharp pain. I'm not dead. Looking around at his surroundings, Gu Ming muttered to himself, his face full of confusion. Something's wrong. Did I restart? Is this a new account? What's going on? At least let me grind some monsters and accumulate some experience points. Just as he was muttering to himself, a shimmering panel appeared in his mind, flooding him with information. Name, Gu Ming. Race, human. Cultivation, none. Physique, mortal. Technique, none. Supernatural power, none. Lifespan, infinity. Talent, borrowing life. Note, if killed by an enemy, one can randomly sacrifice one of their closest relatives to revive oneself and gain one card draw opportunity. Card content originates from the sacrificed person. Gu Ming was overjoyed. The golden finger, though late, had finally arrived. Endless lifespan, immortality? This start is in the bag. Just then, the panel information updated. Killed by Lin Tian, sacrificed his mother to revive the host and gain one card draw opportunity. 8 black cards appeared before Gu Ming's eyes, shimmering faintly in the void, visible only to him. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, and randomly selected a card. Lin Tian is a cultivator, and his mother is most likely a cultivator too. Even with the worst luck, she couldn't possibly draw a useless skill, could she? Muttering to himself, the card vibrated slightly, and sparks of light flickered around it, revealing words. High-grade yellow rank cultivation technique, falling wind palm, proficiency, mastery. Note, ranked cultivation technique, requires spiritual energy. Gu Ming remained silent, glancing at his filthy hands, and sighed softly. I don't have any spiritual energy. What good is a cultivation technique to me? It felt like being able to have sex 18 times a night, but having no girlfriend. Getting up and dusting himself off, Gu Ming went to the entrance of the city god temple, flicking his sleeves. With a sense of triumph, like a hermit, he slowly spoke. The cultivation world, your nightmare has arrived. The future number 1 in the world has arrived here. An old man passing by looked at Gu Ming, dressed as a beggar, shook his head, and sighed softly. Poor beggar, still dreaming in broad daylight, he's almost gone mad. Gu Ming. With a sneer, Gu Ming couldn't be bothered to argue with this mortal. He was the future number 1 in the world, a prodigy fought tooth and nail by various sects, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Arguing with a mortal? What a joke, it would lower his status. 3 days later, a sallow-faced and emaciated Gu Ming slumped on the street, his lips cracked, his breath weak, his eyes glazed. Damn it, this isn't the script. I'm a transmigrator, I'm the protagonist with a cheat system, how could I starve to death? A transmigrator starving to death, the first in history. Gu Ming collapsed to the ground with a thud, tears of grievance streaming from his eyes. He discovered that being a transmigrator wasn't like in novels at all. No opportunities, no powerful figures, no confidants, no master, not even a laborer would hire you. Robbery? He couldn't win. Steal? He didn't have the ability. Besides courting death, he couldn't think of any way out of this predicament. But the taste of death was truly unpleasant, and he didn't want to accept the death experience card unless absolutely necessary. Wah, I don't want to transmigrate. I want to go home and eat steamed buns. Just as Gu Ming was feeling aggrieved, an elderly figure with gray hair and a hunched back approached. The old man squatted down and handed him the only 2 meat buns he had, along with a 10-tael silver ingot. Gu Ming looked up and felt that the person before him was his angel, but something was wrong. The old man's face was ashen, the kind of face that showed utter despair. Ignoring everything else, Gu Ming grabbed the meat buns and flaunted them wildly. Watching the old man get up and leave, he called out to him indistinctly. Hey, old angel, are you in some trouble? Could you tell me? If it's within my power, I'll do everything I can to help. In these 3 days, the old man was the first person willing to feed Gu Ming. Whatever the reason, in a sense, he was his savior. The old man paused slightly, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Forget it, you're almost starving yourself. What can you do to help me? They are the powerful figures of Luohua town, not people ordinary people can afford to offend. Gu Ming wolfed down 2 meat buns in a few bites, nearly choking. Seeing this, the old man handed Gu Ming his only leather water pouch. Alas, we're all pitiful people. I, old man Joe, have done good all my life, why is there no good reward? Seeing the old man about to leave, Gu Ming, regaining his composure, grabbed his arm. You're going to die anyway, tell me, maybe I can really help you. Gu Ming wasn't a good person, but gratitude was a fundamental principle for him. Hearing this, old Joe, sitting against the wall with a bitter expression, began to recount his story. The gist was that his son had worked hard under a local bully and died from overwork. The bully felt it was unlucky for his son to die on his territory and demanded 10 taels of silver in compensation. Old Joe had no money, so he took his only granddaughter to the brothel to work as a prostitute to pay off the debt. To redeem his granddaughter, old Joe scrimped and saved, working day and night, accumulating 10 taels of silver over 3 years. However, the bully said that old Joe's granddaughter, Josiah Wah, had been eating and drinking at his expense for 3 years, and the total cost was 100 taels of silver. Old Joe understood that he could not redeem Josiah Wah. Heartbroken, Joe Huar gave Gu Ming the 2 meat buns and 10 taels of silver he had prepared for her, intending to find a place to commit suicide. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming flew into a rage. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Old Joe shook his head, bitterly replying, no. With corrupt officials colluding, ordinary people have no right to talk about law and justice. Gu Ming felt the cruelty of this world for the first time. His brows furrowed, and after a moment of contemplation, he looked at old Joe. I have a way to help you rescue your granddaughter. Old Joe was stunned, his numb eyes looking at Gu Ming, clearly disbelieving. Since you've run out of ideas, why not give it a try? Gu Ming grinned, bringing a ray of sunshine to old Joe's desolate world. Really, can it be done? Gu Ming stood up, regaining some strength, dusted himself off, and gave an okay sign. Here's 10 taels of silver as payment. Tell me your granddaughter's name and appearance. Wait outside the Manhwa Lu. I guarantee her safe return. But after you pick her up, leave Luo Hua town immediately and don't come back. Old Joe nodded hurriedly, thanking him profusely before leaving. Watching old Joe's frail, hunched back, Gu Ming sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. I still have to die again. That feeling. I really don't want to experience it again. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming walked towards the clothing store. In his beggar state, he couldn't even get into the Wanhua Lu. Chapter 2 Listening to Music in Brothels, a Suicide Sentence. Wanhua Lu, the only brothel in Luo Hua town, was a favorite haunt of literati and scholars for enjoying music and entertainment. Unlike the brothels one might imagine, Wanhua Lu in Luo Hua town was rather simple, lacking the high-end opulence. At the vermilion wooden railings facing the street, scantily clad, exquisitely dressed courtesans leaned against the railings, their allure strong. This attracted passers-by to linger, hesitate for a moment, then grit their teeth and, surrounded by the flamboyant courtesans, enter Wanhua Lu. Gu Ming spent 10 taels of silver to buy 2 decent sets of clothes, one in his own size and the other in Josiah Wah's. Besides the clothes, he also bought a bamboo hat, a tinderbox, fuel, glass bottles, a dagger, and other items, using them to make 5 simple Molotov cocktails. As a transmigrator, knowing how to make Molotov cocktails is quite reasonable, isn't it? At this moment, Gu Ming, dressed in black, stood outside the brothel. Tall and slender, though thin and pale, he possessed a certain charm. With a little grooming, he could easily be considered a handsome young man. Carrying a black bundle and wearing a bamboo hat, Gu Ming strode into the brothel. The madam, seeing him, hurriedly greeted him, scrutinizing his attire with a teasing smile. Sir, your attire is quite distinctive. Gu Ming lowered his voice, his tone icy. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. A superior room, the best food and wine. The madam was a seasoned woman. What kind of person hadn't she seen? Gu Ming was definitely someone of high status and power, someone who didn't want to show his face. These kinds of customers had one characteristic, difficult to please, but incredibly generous. All right, sir, please follow me. The madam personally led the way, taking Gu Ming to the top-tier room and instructing her subordinates to prepare a table laden with fine wine and food. Gu Ming, looking at the table full of delicacies, suppressed his drooling and feigned composure. The madam instantly understood and ordered 10 women to be brought in. Gu Ming glanced at them but remained silent. The madam was taken aback, slightly surprised. 10 women to choose from, and he couldn't find one? These 10 were top-tier beauties and figures at the Wanhua Lu. What, are you afraid I can't afford it? The madam chuckled. Of course not, we'll change them until you're satisfied, sir. One batch after another, but Gu Ming still didn't nod. The madam looked utterly bewildered. If it weren't for Gu Ming's extraordinary demeanor, she would have almost thought he was there to cause trouble. Sir, what kind of woman do you want? Perhaps you could give me a hint? The madam smiled helplessly and asked. Gu Ming remained motionless and slowly replied. Around 16 or 17 years old, with some experience. The madam was taken aback, then waved for her thugs to bring in another group. This time, Josiah Wah appeared among the 10 men. Gu Ming's gaze swept over them, finally settling on Josiah Wah. She's the one. The madam had no doubts. After keeping Zhou Ziyawa, she led the others out of the room. Gu Ming stood up, locked the door, and, to Zhou Ziyawa's astonishment, removed his straw hat and swept away the men in a whirlwind of activity, looking like a starving ghost reincarnated, not at all like someone who had come to a brothel to listen to music. Zhou Ziyawa's appearance was decent, like a girl next door, with a standard figure, not particularly sexy or alluring. She hesitated for a moment, then gently loosened her skirt, revealing her fair skin and a pink bodice and underpants. Gu Ming didn't look up, taking out prepared men's clothing and some black charcoal powder from his bundle. Change into these. Do you know how to do makeup? Make yourself look as manly as possible. Zhou Ziyawa hesitated, her eyes filled with doubt, then took the clothes and charcoal powder and spoke softly. Young master, if you have homosexual inclinations, there are handsome young men in the Manhwa Lu. Would you like to? Gu Ming paused, looking up at Zhou Ziyawa's strange expression, a few black lines appearing on his forehead. Zhou Ziyawa hurriedly waved her hands, saying anxiously, "Young master, I didn't mean that. It's all right. Your grandfather, Old Man Zhou, sent me to rescue you. If you want to leave Wanhua Lu, listen to my instructions." Zhou Ziyawa froze, staring blankly at Gu Ming, seemingly unable to believe it. Gu Ming gulped down a mouthful of water, wiped his mouth, and briefly recounted his encounter with Old Man Zhou. Upon hearing that her elderly grandfather was contemplating suicide, Zhou Ziyawa panicked, falling to her knees with a thud, her delicate body trembling. "My lord, please, save me, save my grandfather. I'm not afraid of being trapped here forever, but I'm terrified of my grandfather." Gu Ming sighed softly and helped Zhou Ziyawa to her feet. "I owe your grandfather a debt of gratitude, and I've come here to repay it. Listen to my instructions. Whatever I do later, don't interfere. Just leave the Wanhua Lu, understand?" Zhou Ziyawa nodded vigorously. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that Gu Ming's eyes seemed to be staring at her budding chest. Though not large, it was just right, white and smooth as snow. "Young master, there's still time, perhaps." Okay, damn it, what are you saying? I'm a gentleman, is this the time to talk about this? Hurry up and change your clothes, put on makeup. Gu Ming pushed Zhou Ziyawa away, inwardly crying out in apology. She was a minor. You beast. To suppress his filthy thoughts, Gu Ming continued to feast. Even if he died, he wanted to die with a full stomach. Zhou Ziyawa gave Gu Ming a deep look, then changed into black clothes, tightly binding her protruding chest, draping a loose robe over her shoulders, and applying black charcoal powder, looking like a delicate, dark-skinned physical education student. She waited quietly until Gu Ming was full. Standing up, Gu Ming patted his round belly, quite satisfied. After so many days, finally a full meal, too bad it's my last meal. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming slung his pack over his shoulder and turned to look at Zhou Ziyawa. It'll be chaotic outside soon. Take the opportunity to leave. Make sure you time it right. Your grandfather is waiting for you in the alley to the left outside the Wanhua brothel. Zhou Ziyawa showed a hint of worry. My benefactor, you won't be in danger, will you? Gu Ming grinned. Don't worry, I'm safe. Zhou Ziyawa. Just kidding. Remember, no matter what happens, don't worry about it. Just leave the Wanhua brothel. Otherwise, you'll get me and your grandfather killed. Got it. Zhou Ziyawa's expression turned serious, and she nodded earnestly. Understood. All right, see you again someday. With a wave of his hand, Gu Ming left the room. At the top of the stairs, the madam was entertaining guests. Seeing Gu Ming appear, she immediately smiled and swayed her plump waist as she approached. Oh my sir, so fast, Tui, so amazing. I could hear the girl's moans from all this way. Gu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he approached the madam, gesturing for her to come closer. The madam was overjoyed, leaning in, a sharp dagger appearing against her neck. Ahem, sorry, I was in a rush and didn't bring any money. Madam. The next moment, her expression changed drastically, and she snapped coldly. All show and no substance, all you wanted was to freeload. You dare kill me? Even if you do, you won't escape. Besides, I have dozens of thugs here. Kid, obediently put down your knife, stay and be a prostitute, and you might live. Gu Ming remained silent, raising his dagger and plunging it into the man's fat arm with a soft thud. When blood splattered on Gu Ming's face, he froze for a moment, quickly suppressing his discomfort. A pig-like scream echoed throughout the entire Wanhua Lu, drawing everyone's attention. Dozens of thugs swarmed in, blocking the stairs completely. Among the thugs, a naked, burly man with a ferocious face strode in, carrying a large knife, exuding a chilling aura. He sneered. Where did this little brat come from, daring to draw a knife in my Wanhua Lu? You're courting death. Chapter 3. His father died? Then he must not have a mother. Gu Ming smiled faintly. A man who wasn't afraid of death, why would he fear a bully? Was this some kind of joke? Guess where I'll stab next. Thud. Gu Ming pulled out his dagger, blood splattering. the madam wailed, and everyone's expression changed. The bully frowned slightly, approaching step by step with his large knife. He was betting that Gu Ming valued his life and was afraid of death. Looks like he wants you dead, to take over the brothel for himself. In that case, I'll send you on your way. Seeing Gu Ming raise his knife again to strike, the madam panicked. Yellow fluid gushed from her genitals as she roared at the bully. Zhu Kuei, are you trying to kill me? Step back and let this little brother leave. Zhu Kuei stopped. They were business partners with heavily intertwined interests, and the madam had powerful backers. He didn't dare act recklessly. Step back. Seeing the thugs descending the stairs, Gu Ming leaned down and spoke gently. Do me a favor, light a fire for me. Seeing the tinder Gu Ming offered, the madam dared not resist and hurriedly lit it. Young man, don't be reckless. I can guarantee your safe departure and give you 100, no, 1,000 taels of silver. Gu Ming held a dagger in one hand and took a Molotov cocktail from his backpack with the other, chuckling lightly. Do you think I'm a child? Letting you go, I'm dead. Zhu Kuei swung his broadsword, unleashing his full-body tempering skills. The terrifying power shattered tables and chairs as he coldly stared at Gu Ming. Kid, you can't escape. Surrender obediently, and I'll let you die a quick death. Gu Ming ignored him. His goal was to create chaos so Zhou Xiahua could leave safely. Not bad, quite skilled. With a word of praise, Gu Ming lit the Molotov cocktail and threw it at Zhu Kuei. Zhu Kuei sneered, slashing with his blade. Fuel spilled, instantly igniting the tables and chairs on the first floor, sending flames raging. Zhu Kuei himself was also engulfed in flames. Shocked and furious, he rushed towards the artificial hill and pond, leaping into the water and splashing everywhere. Emerging from the pond, Zhu Kuei was enveloped in white steam, his skin faintly glowing red. Gu Ming was slightly surprised. This Zhu Kuei was actually a body tempering expert. Heh, is that all you've got? I am a 5th-level body tempering expert. Unorthodox methods can't break my defenses. Zhu Kuei, wielding his 9-ringed broadsword, stared intently at Gu Ming, wishing he could tear him to pieces. The Wanhua Lu was on fire. Thugs scrambled to extinguish the flames, while customers and prostitutes fled in panic. Gu Ming's outburst had cost the Wanhua Lu at least 1,000 taels of silver. Tisk tisk tisk, impressive. When Gu Ming took out another Molotov cocktail from his package, everyone's expression changed drastically. One person avoided it like the plague. Even Zhu Kuei couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Although he wasn't afraid of Molotov cocktails, the feeling was definitely unpleasant. Bang! He lit another Molotov cocktail and threw it. The crowd scattered in a panic. No one dared to stop Gu Ming from taking the madam hostage and leaving the brothel, taking her to the street. This commotion drew a crowd of onlookers. No one paid any attention to Zhou Xiahua. A black figure secretly left the brothel, turned left into an alley, and met Old Man Zhou. Old Man Zhou stared blankly at Zhou Xiahua, dressed as a man, his trembling, aged hands hesitant to touch her. Xiahua, is that you? Grandpa. The grandfather and granddaughter embraced and wept. A moment later, both looked at Gu Ming, who was surrounded by thugs, their faces filled with worry. Grandpa, can our benefactor leave? Old Zhou remained silent, his face filled with sorrow. He hadn't expected Gu Ming's method to be a matter of life for life. Looking up at the sky, Old Zhou's eyes welled with tears as he murmured, "In this world, there are still such good people. In this world, there are still such benevolent individuals." Thump! Old Zhou pulled Zhou Xiahua to kneel down and count out 3 times. Xiahua, we can't help our benefactor. If we don't leave, everything he's done will be in vain. Let's go. From now on, my Zhou family will not worship the gods of heaven and earth, but only our benefactor. Old Zhou, holding the reluctant Zhou Xiahua's hand, turned back every 3 steps and left. At this moment, Gu Ming was surrounded on the riverbank, with nowhere to retreat. Even if he could escape, Gu Ming had no intention of doing so, as he was unable to swim. He needed to rely on his talent to quickly acquire some means of survival, otherwise he would starve to death sooner or later. Gu Ming quickly used up the Molotov cocktails in his bag, and the entire Wanhua Lu, 10,000 Flowers brothel, was engulfed in flames. Almost all the brothel women who could escape fled. Wanhua Lu is destroyed, what a pity. Upon hearing this, the ordinary people who had suffered under Zhu Kuei and the madam cheered. Outnumbered, they were no longer afraid of Zhu Kuei. Zhu Kuei, consumed by rage, disregarded the madam and suddenly hurled his 9-ringed broadsword at the two. The madam was terrified, her shrill voice blaring. Zhu Kuei, I will haunt you even as a ghost. The Wang family will not let you go. The terrifying power of a 5th-level body tempering expert pierced through their bodies, sending them both tumbling into the river. On the verge of death, Gu Ming grimaced in pain. The agony was truly unbearable. Bang! Plunging into the river, Gu Ming's consciousness gradually blurred. In his dazed state, he saw arrows piercing the water. Killing him alone wouldn't quell Zhu Kui's rage. It really hurts. I swear, next time, I'll cultivate immortality. Using his last ounce of strength, he pushed aside the madam's corpse. Gu Ming didn't want to die alongside her, it was too unlucky. On the riverbank, Zhu Kui's face was grim. He unleashed a punch, snapping a thick willow tree in half. The terrifying force sent the onlookers scattering in all directions, not daring to linger. You all saw it. That man used Wang Rufang as a shield for him. I killed her by mistake while trying to save him. The thugs quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, it was that thief who killed the proprietress. The boss was injured trying to save the proprietress, but he ultimately killed the thief and avenged her. Zhu Kui nodded in satisfaction and ordered his men to retrieve the two bodies. He intended to tear Gu Ming to pieces. Just then, a servant rushed in, panting and terrified. Master, something's happened to the master. Zhu Kui grabbed the servant and said viciously, my father is an 8th level body tempering expert. What could possibly happen to him? The servant stammered in terror. The master, he was having sex when he suddenly exploded, completely obliterated, leaving only a pile of blood and flesh. Zhu Kui's pupils dilated, and he flew into a rage, smashing the servant's head with a single slap. My father was a body tempering 8th level expert. How could he have exploded? Nonsense, you're asking for death. Zhu Kui hurriedly left the scene, rushing home. His face gradually turned panicked. How dare the servants play tricks on him? It was probably true. My Manhwa Lu is destroyed, my father exploded, that damned plague god. One day later, in the mortuary, Gu Ming slowly woke up, looking at his blood-stained clothes, and said regretfully, my new clothes. His eyes darted around, and he borrowed a set of black clothes, similar in style, except for a slight odor. I wonder what ability I'll draw this time. Hopefully, I'll get one I can use. Gu Ming sat on the coffin, muttering to himself, and checked the panel in his mind. Killed by Zhu Kui, sacrificed his father, resurrected the host, and gained 1 card draw opportunity. His father? He probably didn't have a mother, otherwise it should have been his mother who died. A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and 3 cards appeared. Gu Ming paused, muttering to himself. Is it because of my weak cultivation? The weaker the cultivation, the fewer cards you have. Randomly selecting a card, Gu Ming prayed for a useful skill. Basic theories and outline of cultivation. Chapter 4 Resurrect, My Love. After about 3 hours, feeling as if he'd had 18 rounds in one night, Gu Ming lay exhausted on the coffin. Sitting up, Gu Ming pondered for a moment, then grinned. Finally, I know how to begin cultivating immortality. I guess I've entered the gate? The first step in cultivation is body tempering. As the name suggests, it refines the mortal body, strengthening it layer by layer from the inside out. Reaching a certain threshold allows one to draw spiritual energy into the body, unlocking the next level of cultivation. Body tempering has 9 levels, generally requiring medicinal assistance. Relying solely on oneself is impossible to temper the body and enter cultivation. But right now, Gu Ming is struggling to even get enough to eat, let alone temper his body. Sigh, I know how to cultivate, but how to cultivate is another question. The theoretical outline says it requires a body forging technique and medicinal tempering. I seem to have neither. Shaking his head, Gu Ming leaped off the coffin. The road is long and arduous, but perseverance will lead to the destination. There's always a way. But big cities offer more opportunities. I'll try my luck in a big city. Gu Ming left the mortuary and began to seriously study and understand this world. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Ming gradually learned how to survive in this world, relying on hard labor, begging, and swindling and cheating. Although he hadn't saved any money, at least he wasn't starving anymore. He had gained about 10 pounds and looked energetic and vibrant. Through 3 months of study, Gu Ming learned that the world he was in was called the Kangling continent, a world of cultivation, where cultivation sects were superior to mortal empires. His country was called Yunqing Kingdom, an insignificant one among the countless mortal empires on the Kangling continent. Mortal empires, of course, also had cultivators, and quite a few at that. Especially in the big cities, there existed legendary Golden Core Realm experts, capable of traversing heaven and earth, and living to be 500 years old. The nearest big city was called Qingyun City. One day, Gu Ming finally encountered a merchant caravan heading to Qingyun City. After some negotiation, the caravan leader agreed to let Gu Ming accompany him, on the condition that he help with the hard labor along the way, without pay, but with 2 meals a day. Gu Ming was naturally delighted. He firmly believed that as long as he reached Qingyun City, he would definitely encounter an opportunity and truly embark on the path of cultivation. This caravan belonged to the Wang family of Qingyun City. The head of the Wang family was a powerful cultivator at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, renowned throughout the surrounding major cities. The caravan was transporting a mixed bag of goods, including spiritual herbs and silks. The caravan leader was at the 3rd level of the qi condensation stage, considered a master in the mortal world. Besides the leader, there were dozens of guards, all skilled in the body tempering stage. People like Zhu Kui were no match for them here. The journey was relatively safe. After half a month of bumpy travel, the caravan finally arrived in Qingyun City. Separated from the caravan, Gu Ming stood before Qingyun City, gazing up at its imposing, ancient grandeur, and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Truly a grand city, it's different. On the main road, vehicles and pedestrians thronged, and sword cultivators occasionally flashed across the sky. It was exactly like the cultivation world Gu Ming had imagined. Hands on his hips, Gu Ming couldn't help but smile, once again speaking to himself with a sense of triumph. Big cities offer more opportunities. After months of systematic learning, I believe I've fully integrated into this world, and I have the rules firmly in my grasp. With my modern mindset, thriving is only a matter of time. First, I'll do business, build connections, buy medicine, and temper my body. This vast world will be my domain. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, thunder raged across the sky, rumbling and roaring, the might of heaven awe-inspiring and unsettling. Gu Ming was startled, looking up at the lightning that resembled a raging dragon in the sky. He paused, then exclaimed in amazement again. The world of cultivation is truly different, even thunder feels incredibly powerful. The thunder dragon roared, echoing through heaven and earth, distorting the void and creating numerous black cracks. The thunderclouds gradually descended, covering the entire Qingyun city. The immense thunderbolts transformed into a dark red, a hurricane raged, whipping up a blood-red storm, sweeping away dust and sand, turning the sky upside down, and snapping vegetation in half. Gu Ming swallowed hard, his expression gradually turning unnatural. This thunder, isn't it too loud? Is this what thunder is like in the cultivation world? Destroying the heavens and earth? I feel a tiny bit uneasy. Boom! The thunder dragon roared, and hundreds of cultivators in Qingyun City transformed into streaks of light, frantically fleeing the city. The next moment, all the cultivators were swallowed by the crimson lightning, turning into a sky full of blood mist, utterly dead. Gu Ming's smile froze, and he struggled to turn around. It's raining. I'll go home and collect the laundry. I'll come back to Qingyun City next time. Clang! The void twisted, and billions of crimson clouds descended from the sky, like divine might, directly pressing Gu Ming to the ground, rendering him unable to move. Amidst the rolling crimson lightning, a figure in blood-red robes, white hair wildly dancing, exuding an arrogant and cool aura, rode a blood dragon through the void. The terrifying aura emanating from him was indescribable. A single glance nearly sent him into a frenzy. Behind the blood-clad man floated the body of a stunningly beautiful woman, her breath extinguished, seemingly dead. The blood-clad man's eyes swirled with azure power, flames surging, and a monstrous demonic energy surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire Qingyun city. From his mouth came a chilling voice, like that of a god or demon. I have no father, no mother, no relatives, only my beloved Xiao. But heaven has decreed to separate us, and I refuse to accept fate. Damn you, heaven! You want to take Xiao away? I will defy heaven. Even if I fall into the netherworld, even if I become a demon hated by all, an outcast of heaven and earth, I will resurrect Xiao today. His blood-red eyes lowered, and billions of rays of blood-red light erupted, engulfing the entire Qingyun city, as he began a blood sacrifice, attempting to resurrect his beloved. You fiend, you will surely be purged by the righteous alliance. I, the city lord, will fight you to the death. Even the powerful Qingyun city lord, a core formation realm expert, merely shouted this slogan before turning into a cloud of blood mist and merging into the body of the woman behind him. Gu Ming was speechless. He wanted to roar to the heavens, but he felt as if he were about to explode, unable to utter a sound. Big cities offer more opportunities, but why are there so many fiends too? Nobody told me that playing it safe would lead to this kind of bad luck. Big brother, don't do this. If I die, your wife will die too. Puffed. Gu Ming died instantly. The blood-clad demon sacrificed millions of lives in Qingyun City, gathering them into the body of his beloved. A terrifying surge of life force erupted, soaring into the sky. A ferocious smile appeared on the blood-clad demon's face. He channeled the spiritual power of the heavens into his body, letting out a low, guttural laugh. Resurrect, my love. His voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. His beloved seemed to sense his call, her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Xiao Wu. Tears of blood streamed from the blood-clad demon's eyes as he gently stroked Xiao Wu's cheek. Only he knew the countless hardships he had endured to resurrect her. Xiao Wu sat up, grasping the blood-clad demon's broad hands with tender, gentle words. Third brother, I'm back. The blood-clad demon, this all feels so unreal. I'm so afraid that you'll disappear again in the next moment. Puffed. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The blood-clad demon froze, his Xiao Wu exploded. My Xiao Wu, damn it all. You damned god, how dare you kill my beloved, taking her away from me once more. I will fight you to the death. The blood-clad demon went completely mad, charging into the heavens to fight the very heavens and reclaim his beloved heavenly Deo. Seriously, are you crazy? Chapter 5 Cultivation License? Spirit Plant Master. Maple Forest City, street corner, beggar's den. Ming awoke again, his face full of helplessness and a hint of anger. Damn it, what's going on? It restarted again. But that demon's beloved, she's still a pastry maker, right? Ming's frustration was quickly replaced by joy. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. After all, with his status, he wasn't even qualified to be killed by a powerful figure. Killed by Wang San, his wife was sacrificed to resurrect the host, granting one card draw opportunity. Looking at the 17 shimmering cards before him, Ming grinned, quite satisfied. He randomly drew one card. Low-grade Profound Spirit Plant Master. Spirit Plant Master specializes in cultivating and planting various spiritual herbs and medicines. Note, corresponds to the cultivation technique level, divided into heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and mortal. Ming's smile froze, he clicked his tongue, and muttered helplessly to himself. Well, at least it's a skill. If all else fails, cultivating spiritual herbs and tempering my body won't be bad either. Then, Ming checked his interface. Name, Ming. Race, human. Cultivation, none. Physique, mortal. Technique, falling wind palm, mastery. Supernatural abilities, none. Occupation, low-grade profound spiritual plant master. Lifespan, infinity. Talent, life borrowing. Looking at the beggars lying in the beggar's hut, Ming shook his head. He wasn't a beggar. From today onwards, he would never accept any begging. A passing old woman glanced at Ming, saw that he looked alright, reached out and pinched his cheek, then stuffed 2 copper coins into his hand. Ming, looking at the old woman with a face full of confusion, what do you mean? What do you take me for? A young man? What are you looking at? You're only worth this much. The old woman scoffed and turned to leave. Ming flew into a rage. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated, he thought. Amidst the expectant gazes of the beggars, Ming suddenly remembered, he was penniless. Fortunes change, don't underestimate a young man's poverty. He went to a roadside stall, ordered a steaming bowl of bean rice, and devoured it. Satiated, Ming patted his belly and strode into the city. Arriving in the bustling city center, Ming squatted in a corner, pondering his next move. He couldn't possibly live on begging forever, could he? Relying on courting death? That didn't seem feasible either. Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums echoed through the street. At the head of the long procession, the man banging the gongs announced in a booming voice, "The political review for cultivation sects has begun. Those who wish to participate, hurry up. 3 days are all it takes. No exceptions." Ming abruptly stood up, hands behind his back, chest puffed out, head held high, a smirk playing on his lips. "I know what to do next. Heaven is on my side. Joining a sect, with my Shen-level spirit plant mastery, I should at least be able to become a herb garden manager, right?" Half an hour later, Ming arrived at the assessment area, a rather luxurious courtyard built specifically for the assessment, guarded by guards everywhere. "What are you looking at? Line up." A guard wielding a sharp weapon coldly reprimanded. Ming paused, then obediently joined the queue. There were at least 100 people ahead of him. At this rate, when would it ever end? Less than an hour later, Ming was surprised to find that it was already his turn. The assessment is so fast? Shouldn't it be more rigorous? Is something fishy going on? Muttering to himself, Ming strode into the courtyard. 3 tables were set up in the courtyard, one directly in front, one to the left, and one to the right. There were 3 people in total. The middle-aged man in the middle was the examiner, the one on the left was in charge of registration, and the one on the right was his assistant. Seeing Ming enter, the young man on the right waved and handed Ming an information form. Ming took the form. It contained his name, age, home address, and the occupations of his ancestors for 3 generations. Political review? They've skipped the written test and interview. Cultivating immortality is so convenient. Muttering to himself, Ming scribbled furiously, making everything up except for his name and age. Slightly worried, he handed the form to the examiner, but the examiner didn't even glance at it. The examiner stared at Ming, and Ming stared back at the examiner, wide-eyed. After a moment, the examiner, slightly exasperated, spoke in a cold voice. "The resources in the cultivation world are limited. Every additional cultivator reduces the resources. Therefore, the number of cultivation licenses available in each city each year is fixed. This year, Maple Forest City only has 300. Little one, do you understand what I mean? Only with a cultivation license are you qualified to participate in the cultivation sect's assessment, become a disciple of a major sect, and receive instruction from a proper immortal master. Do you understand?" Ming was stunned. This guy's meaning was obvious bribery. "Ahem, sir, please give me a hint." The man on the right snorted coldly, slightly dissatisfied. 100 spirit stones per spot. Gu Ming turned and left immediately. What nonsense! 100 spirit stones? He couldn't even afford food. After Gu Ming left, his documents were left on the ground, not even glanced at. Leaving the assessment area, Gu Ming wandered aimlessly through the streets. How shady! In broad daylight, they openly accept bribes, refusing to let a chosen one like me in. Ha! Shaking his head, Gu Ming squatted back down in the corner, feeling utterly hopeless. Until the sun set, and confirming no patron had appeared, Gu Ming wandered aimlessly through the streets. Suddenly, Gu Ming stopped and looked up at the unremarkable sign. Spirit Plant Garden. In the cultivation world, aside from sects and some cultivation worlds, spirit plant gardens generally don't exist. Not to mention that cultivating spirit herbs requires spirit soil, an environment rich in spiritual energy, and spirit seeds. Their growth cycle is very long, ranging from 1 or 2 years to, who knows how many years. Moreover, artificial cultivation is prone to death, and the sunk costs are too high, so ordinary people or rogue cultivators wouldn't waste their time cultivating spirit herbs. Isn't digging wild ones more convenient? Who in their right mind would cultivate them artificially? So when Gu Ming saw the sign for the spirit plant garden, he was quite shocked. As expected, things will work out in the end. After the darkest hour comes the dawn. Heaven hasn't forsaken my path of cultivation. He pushed open the door. The room was dimly lit, barely enough to see. Hello, is anyone home? Get out. A deep, aged voice came from the backyard. Gu Ming hesitated slightly, but still chose to enter. He wasn't afraid of death anyway. Upon entering the backyard, a faint fragrance of spiritual energy wafted towards him. Many spiritual herbs were planted there, shimmering with a soft starlight, extremely alluring. A stern-looking old man was squatting down, studying a withered, malnourished spiritual herb. Gu Ming leaned over and looked at the herb. This is a heartflame grass, containing fire attribute spiritual energy, which is quite beneficial to fire attribute cultivators. This heartflame grass is an attribute type spiritual herb. It needs to be watered with the spiritual energy of a fire attribute cultivator or planted in a fire vein, otherwise, it's difficult for it to survive. The old man stood up, his eyes flashing with a cold, eerie light as he stared at Gu Ming. You know how to cultivate spiritual herbs? A little, a little. Gu Ming replied modestly. The old man looked Gu Ming up and down, and seeing that there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy on him, and that he hadn't even undergone body tempering, his vigilance relaxed considerably. But his voice remained cold and emotionless. You want to stay? Yes. Sure, but there will be no payment, just food and lodging. Gu Ming frowned slightly. Wasn't this exploitation? There's always exploitation of laborers everywhere. Just as he was about to bargain, the old man continued. However, I can give you a commission. For every 10 spiritual herbs you cultivate to maturity, you can receive one, whichever you choose. Deal. Pleasant cooperation. My name is Gu Ming, Gu is in Gu Ming, and Ming is in Gu Ming. Gu Ming accepted the offer without hesitation. The old man ignored Gu Ming's strange gesture and spoke indifferently. From now on, call me Old Man Zhao. The room on the left side of the first floor is yours. Aside from your room in the backyard, you are not allowed to enter any other place without permission. Otherwise, you'll have to go back to where you came from. Also, don't embezzle the spiritual herbs. No problem. Gu Ming readily accepted. This was his first proper job and his first place to stay since his transmigration. Although Old Man Zhao didn't seem easy to get along with, he was content, at least he had a place to stay. Chapter 6 Body Tempering Cultivation, not to be taken lightly. Gu Ming temporarily settled in Old Zhao's spirit plant garden, his daily life revolving around 2 points. Tending to the spirit herbs, cleaning, eating, and sleeping. His daily exchanges with Old Zhao rarely exceeded 3 sentences. Since Gu Ming's arrival, Old Zhao had become much more relaxed, as Gu Ming took over almost all the cooking and cleaning. Discovering Gu Ming's considerable skill in cultivating spirit plants, Old Zhao entrusted all the management of the herbs to him, spending his days lounging in his rocking chair, looking half dead. Gu Ming didn't feel tired, on the contrary, he enjoyed it. He found this kind of life quite interesting. Time, like a man's hair, cannot withstand the ravages of age, disappearing unnoticed. A year later, the first batch of spirit herbs Gu Ming cultivated matured, a total of 28 plants. Old Zhao was astonished, he hadn't expected such a high survival rate for this batch of herbs. The old man's gaze shifted as he looked at Gu Ming. Tell me the truth, how much do you know? Gu Ming, his eyes gleaming with the light of the spiritual herbs, replied. Not high, a Xian-level spiritual plant master. The old man was slightly surprised and asked doubtfully. A Xian-level spiritual plant master? You're just a mortal, you have no right to even touch spiritual plants. How could you possibly become a Xian-level spiritual plant master? Moreover, the profession of spiritual plant master isn't very useful. To become a true high-level spiritual plant master, you need to consume a lot of spiritual resources and time. Only through practice can you gain true knowledge. Therefore, spiritual plant masters are generally support professions, or family members without cultivation talent. You don't seem to belong to either. Gu Ming wasn't afraid of the old man probing his secrets. He wasn't going to die anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? Besides, after a month of getting to know each other, he roughly understood the old man's personality. Although he was rude and cold, his character was decent, which was quite rare. It's a secret. As long as I complete the task you assigned, isn't that enough? Hearing this, old Zhao nodded, not pressing further. He was somewhat interested in Gu Ming's secret, but not much. Alright, as agreed, you can choose any 3 spiritual herbs. Gu Ming was startled, looking at the stern-faced old Zhao with surprise. Just choose when I tell you to. Stop dawdling. What kind of behavior is this? Let me remind you, if you want to cultivate, it's best to choose body-tempering herbs. Old Zhao turned and left, leaving Gu Ming alone. Gu Ming watched his departing figure, smiled, and bowed respectfully. Thank you. Looking at the dazzling array of spiritual herbs, Gu Ming couldn't help but grin. Who says there's no reward for effort? Then, Gu Ming selected 3 spiritual herbs from the 28 newly matured mortal grade herbs. Note, newly matured, possessing spirituality and effects, belonging to the mortal grade. But if they continue to grow, breaking through 100 years, they become yellow grade spiritual herbs, something like that. 1 blood-melting grass, 1 bone spirit flower, and 1 mysterious nether grass. Both the blood-melting grass and bone spirit flower are body-tempering herbs, while the mysterious nether grass is a more common herb, but its value is higher than the blood-melting grass and bone spirit flower. He uprooted the mysterious nether grass and placed it in a specially made wooden box. Gu Ming went to the pharmacy to sell the herbs. The shopkeeper looked Gu Ming up and down, sensing no spiritual energy fluctuations, and his attitude turned cold. He opened the wooden box, looked at the mysterious nether grass, and spoke indifferently. A 1-year-old mortal grade Xianyu grass, of medium quality, estimated at 6 spirit stones. Gu Ming paused, remembering old Zhao's reminder before his departure that he could mention his name, and spoke up. I am from old Zhao's spirit plant garden. The shopkeeper was slightly surprised, a hint of respect flashing in his eyes. He coughed, his attitude changing completely, and smiled. Young brother, why didn't you say you were old Zhao's man earlier? How about this? This Xianyu grass is 12 spirit stones, the rest is a small gift for you. Gu Ming was slightly pleased, thanked the shopkeeper, accepted the spirit stones, and left, taking the wooden box with him as well. This was where he kept his spirit herbs, he couldn't lose it. As for old Zhao's identity, he wasn't interested. His only thought was to quickly temper his body and enter the body-tempering realm. He went to a shop selling spirit artifacts, looking at the various items used by cultivators, his eyes dazzled. But even the most ordinary mortal-grade spirit sword cost 100 spirit stones, which Gu Ming simply couldn't afford. His purpose was to buy a storage bag for carrying things. Upon seeing the description of the storage bag, Gu Ming left the shop without waiting for the waiter to approach. He sighed, shook his head, and left, intending to buy some medicinal powder, flint, silver needles, and other tools needed for body tempering. As for the storage bag, he dared not hope for it for now. Not to mention that even the most ordinary low-grade storage bag cost 50 spirit stones, he wasn't qualified to use it. Using a storage bag required divine sense assistance, and he had no spiritual power or divine sense whatsoever. An hour later, Gu Ming spent 5 spirit stones to purchase the necessary items and returned to the spirit plant garden. He hurriedly went to the kitchen to prepare a bucket and a large amount of cold water. According to the basic theory outline of cultivation, a bucket filled with cold water was needed, mixed with body tempering powder, and then a flint was added, gradually heated, similar to boiling a frog in lukewarm water. Grind the elixir into a liquid, dissolve it in water, and then use silver needles to stimulate acupoints and open the meridians to temper the body. This is an option without body tempering techniques. Although the effect is not as good, it is also dangerous. Watching Gu Ming grinning happily as he bustled around, old Zhao deliberately paced back and forth outside the kitchen. Gu Ming thought to himself, couldn't he stay a little further away? This old guy is usually nowhere to be seen, but today is a crucial moment for me, and he's causing trouble here. Bang! Gu Ming slammed the door shut, making old Zhao's veins bulge with anger, and he kicked the wooden door away. Gu Ming looked at old Zhao in bewilderment, wanting to ask, what's wrong with you, old man? Old man, what's going on? Old Zhao took a deep breath and slowly spoke. You want to temper your body? Do you know how to open acupoints with silver needles? Gu Ming shook his head. I don't know, I'm learning as I go. Old Zhao, do you know the optimal heating speed for the flint? I don't know, who cares, as long as it tempers my body. Gu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Anyway, he won't die, what's there to be afraid of? Old Zhao was speechless, a few black lines appearing on his brows, and he scoffed coldly. Nonsense. Cultivation isn't child's play, how can you act so recklessly? Tell me, where did you learn these body tempering methods? Gu Ming scratched his head and asked. A book on the basic theories and outlines of cultivation. Old Zhao chuckled in exasperation. He had never imagined anyone would act so recklessly. Let's make a deal. 10 spirit herbs, and I'll help you temper your body. Gu Ming frowned slightly. 10 spirit herbs were at least several years' worth of his salary. It didn't seem like a good deal. Seeing Gu Ming's hesitation, old Zhao laughed in exasperation. In the past, countless people had begged him to temper their descendants' bodies, and he wouldn't have accepted. This guy, 10 spirit herbs, his own, and he was hesitating. Seeing old Zhao's impending outburst, and fearing being kicked out of the spirit plant garden, Gu Ming hurriedly agreed. Deal, I agree. But we agree, if I fail, I won't give you the spirit herbs. Old Zhao suppressed his anger, afraid he might slap Gu Ming to death. Chapter 7 5 years, 5th level of body tempering. Strip naked, get in the tub, close your eyes. No matter how much it hurts, you have to endure it and not move. Gu Ming turned around, slightly embarrassed, stripping down to only a pair of white shorts. Entering the tub, he quickly closed his eyes under old Zhao's watchful gaze. Old Zhao raised his hand, a faint spiritual light appearing. He made a grasping motion in the air, and the blood-melting grass and bone spirit flower appeared in his hand. With the fusion of spiritual power, they transformed into a wisp of spiritual liquid, which dissipated into the tub. After a moment's pause, old Zhao took out 10 wooden boxes from his storage ring, which floated in midair. With a flick of his sleeve, the wooden boxes opened, revealing 10 fragrant spiritual herbs that transformed into spiritual liquid and dissolved into the water. Gu Ming was startled and was about to open his eyes when old Zhao scolded him. Don't move. Hearing this, Gu Ming could only obediently sit in the tub. Old Zhao took a deep breath, extending both palms simultaneously. His left hand, shimmering with red spiritual light, poured into the water, gradually increasing the temperature. His right hand, holding silver needles, used a special body tempering technique to move along the 360 acupoints, opening them and allowing the body to absorb the power of the spiritual liquid. As his hand speed increased, beads of sweat appeared on old Zhao's forehead. Hold your breath, concentrate, observe your body, guide the spiritual liquid, and temper your body according to my spiritual power. It will hurt a lot, bear it. Gu Ming was slightly startled, feeling as if his skin had gained breath, absorbing the spiritual liquid into his body. His bones and flesh felt numb and tingling, as if millions of ants were gnawing at him. This feeling, compared to the feeling after death, it didn't seem so bad. Time passed second by second. The spiritual liquid in the bucket was absorbed into Gu Ming's body, black liquid seeping from his skin, and impurities seeping from his body. An hour later, old Zhao's face turned deathly pale, and he cursed angrily. What kind of lousy physique do you have? Why are there so many impurities and filth? As he spoke, he condensed 10 more spiritual herbs and infused them into Gu Ming's body to temper him. Gu Ming looked slightly helpless. How would he know? Another hour later, old Zhao slowly withdrew his power, almost collapsing to the ground. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he muttered to himself. Is I already this weak? Time is running out. Gu Ming opened his eyes. His body was covered in black filth, but he felt light and refreshed, as if he had been reborn. Seeing old Zhao's near collapse, Gu Ming was shocked and was about to help him up. Old Zhao stood up, stopping him with a hint of disgust. You're all filthy, go wash up quickly. Good willpower, able to endure such pain. Even if your constitution isn't great, you'll still achieve something in the future. Oh, by the way, you owe me 20 spiritual herbs. With that, old Zhao turned and left, appearing much older. Gu Ming stared blankly at old Zhao's retreating figure, sighing softly, his gaze complex. Thank you. He bowed respectfully, knowing he owed old Zhao a tremendous debt of gratitude. Although he was carefree and didn't care about old Zhao's status, he seemed to have paid a heavy price for tempering his body. After washing away the filth, Gu Ming went to a restaurant to buy fine wine and various ingredients, preparing a table full of delicacies. Old Zhao looked at the table laden with food and wine, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. If Gu Ming hadn't been of good character, he would never have tempered someone's body again. You've now reached the first level of body tempering, and all the impurities in your body have been expelled. From now on, you mustn't be extravagant. Each level requires a considerable amount of spiritual herbs. Gu Ming scratched his head, smiling as he poured wine for old Zhao. I know, I will. This feast is to thank you. I'll remember this kindness and repay it many times over if I have the chance. Just the first level of body tempering, quite the boast. Old Zhao didn't forget to mock him, downing his wine in one gulp, a look of enjoyment on his face. Not bad, you do have some conscience. Gu Ming handed the remaining 5 spirit stones to old Zhao, explaining to the old man's puzzled look. Well, I know these spirit stones aren't enough, but this is all I have. I'll work to pay it back later. There's a saying in my hometown, paying back debts is a matter of course. Gu Ming had his own principles, repaying kindness, repaying debts, and of course, avenging wrongs. Old Zhao stared at the spirit stone, lost in thought. After a long while, he suddenly smiled and put the spirit stone away. We're even now. You owe me nothing anymore, and the payment will be as agreed. Gu Ming, no, that's not what I meant. If you keep beating around the bush, go back to where you came from. Seeing old Zhao about to lose his temper, Gu Ming sighed inwardly, resolving to remember this kindness and repay it in the future. Afterward, old Zhao was no longer as cold and unsmiling as before, showing more warmth. After a pleasant meal, old Zhao returned to his residence and forbade Gu Ming from approaching. Gu Ming pursed his lips, obediently cleaning up the mess and tending to the spirit herbs. As dusk fell, back in his room, Gu Ming examined himself internally and felt a terrifying strength within him. On Earth, I should be considered a minor expert, right? He tested his strength. It was about 300 jin, approximately 150 kilograms, stronger than the average body-tempering realm cultivator. Is this what it feels like to be a prodigy? I'm terrifyingly strong now. Gu Ming returned to his mundane life, sleeping, tending to his spiritual herbs, eating, and now, cultivating. He cultivated the Gale Sword technique, a basic sword technique given to him by old Zhao, a technique that didn't require spiritual power and had no rank. Originally, Gu Ming practiced with bamboo as a sword, but old Zhao, seeing this, carved a wooden sword for him. Every morning, at sunrise, he swung the sword 1,000 times, at noon, 1,000 times, and at sunset, 1,000 times. Day after day, tirelessly. After 5 years of cultivation, Gu Ming had already mastered the sword technique to perfection, but he still practiced it repeatedly without ceasing. Old Zhao, puzzled, couldn't help but speak. You can beg me to give you a different basic cultivation technique. Gu Ming refused. I think the sword is cool, that's it. Besides, don't bite off more than you can chew. One sword technique is enough. No matter how fancy your moves are, one strike will break them all. Old Zhao fell silent, finding Gu Ming's words surprisingly reasonable. Over the past 5 years, old Zhao's health had deteriorated day by day, visibly aging. Gu Ming had asked him about it many times, but old Zhao avoided the topic, leaving him helpless. On the other hand, Gu Ming had progressed rapidly. In just 5 years, he had become a 5th-level body-tempering realm expert, his arm strength exceeding 2,000 jin, frighteningly strong. Looking at Gu Ming's proud demeanor, old Zhao, reclining in his rocking chair with his gray hair, couldn't help but mock him. 5 years and you're still stuck at the 5th level of body tempering? You're truly a genius. Gu Ming chuckled, a little embarrassed by the sudden praise. You flatter me, you flatter me. Old Zhao laughed in exasperation, muttering under his breath. You think I'm praising you? Even a street dog could break through to the body-tempering realm and enter the chi condensation realm in 5 years. But you cultivate steadily, tempering your body without relying on external aids, relying on drawing spiritual energy into your body for tempering, slower than a tortoise. Gu Ming scratched his head, gave a fawning smile, and said nothing. Actually, it was because he wanted to pay off a debt, albeit a small one, but at least he could settle some of it. Anyway, his lifespan was endless, even 100 years of body tempering wouldn't affect him. Chapter 8, Walking the Great Road Alone. Old Zhao frowned slightly, then suddenly spoke. You don't mean to return my elixir, do you? Definitely not. Looking at old Zhao's sharp gaze, Gu Ming said in a low voice. A little. Heh, nonsense. This time, old Zhao didn't harshly criticize Gu Ming, instead, he fell silent. Gu Ming lowered his head. Facing this old man who was both his teacher and father, his mentor in cultivation, the only one in this world who truly cared for him, he didn't want to argue. After a long while, old Zhao sighed softly. Gu Ming, this old man, don't have much time left. Gu Ming was shocked, a strange emptiness washing over him, a flicker of panic in his eyes. How could that be? You're a master, capable of living for hundreds or even thousands of years. Old Zhao shook his head, sighing with complex emotions. My foundation is damaged, I won't live much longer. Gu Ming, promise me, in my remaining years, cultivate diligently, at least to the point of being able to protect yourself. That way, this old man will have no regrets. Having spent several years together, old man Zhao had long since regarded Gu Ming as his own child. Gu Ming felt a deep sadness. Although he possessed endless lifespan and couldn't die, he had no power to change old man Zhao's fate. He was weak as a chicken. I promise you, I will cultivate diligently and take good care of your spirit plant garden. Old man Zhao smiled, saying nothing more, closing his eyes and rocking back in his recliner, pointing to the spirit herb garden, his meaning clear. In the days that followed, Gu Ming used spirit herbs to temper his body, practice swordsmanship, cultivate spirit herbs, and stroll around Maple Forest City. 3 years later, Gu Ming finally reached the 9th level of body tempering, completing his body tempering cultivation, and his arm strength reached 6,000 jin. His cultivation began, and in 8 years, Gu Ming swung his sword 9.72 million times, greatly improving his basic techniques. Day after day, he persevered tirelessly, never slacking off regardless of wind or rain. Spring turned to autumn, and on this day, Gu Ming, having broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering realm, joyfully approached Old Man Zhao. "Old man, I've broken through to the 9th level of body tempering. Can I start condensing qi now?" Old Man Zhao looked at Gu Ming, slightly speechless. 8 years to reach the 9th level of body tempering. He had to admit, this talent was truly unsuitable for cultivation. But Gu Ming's perseverance pleased Old Man Zhao, and he didn't want to discourage him. "Not bad, not bad. With the aid of spiritual herbs, it's indeed much faster." Next is qi condensation, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, guiding it through breathing and intention, drawing it into the body and condensing it in the lower dantian to open specific acupoints, thus promoting the circulation of spiritual energy. By using spiritual energy to complete a grand cycle of qi circulation within the body, one can break through to the first level of qi condensation. This is related to physique. If one is a cultivation prodigy, perhaps they can complete the first grand cycle of qi circulation in 3 to 5 days. Gu Ming was silent for a moment, then looked at Old Man Zhao. What if one's talent is relatively poor? Old Man Zhao was taken aback. Even with poor talent, one can definitely reach the first level of qi condensation within half a year for the first grand cycle of qi circulation. Hearing this, Gu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Reaching the first level of qi condensation within half a year wouldn't be difficult. 6 months later, Old Man Zhao looked at Gu Ming, who was still in the stage of guiding the grand cycle of qi circulation, and fell silent. Sensing Gu Ming's slightly resentful gaze, Old Man Zhao coughed and comforted him. "I deliberately shortened the time frame to encourage you. Even for a prodigy, completing the first great cycle takes about a month. For those with slightly less talent, a year or 2 is normal. Gu Ming, don't be discouraged, keep striving." "Yes, I understand. Thank you, old man." Gu Ming was full of confidence, vowing to reach the first level of qi condensation within a year. 2.5 years later, the white-haired Old Man Zhao looked at Gu Ming's 9th level of body tempering cultivation and couldn't bear to discourage him. "Gu Ming, actually, I lied to you again. Breaking through to the first level of qi condensation in 10 or 8 years is normal. You have to believe in yourself." Old Man Zhao vaguely guessed that Gu Ming probably lacked cultivation talent, possessing a mixed spiritual root, and the worst kind at that, a rare find throughout the ages. Gu Ming didn't give up. He still firmly believed that if 2.5 years wasn't enough, then 10, 100, 1,000 years he would eventually reach the qi condensation realm and truly embark on the path of cultivation. "I understand, old man. I will cultivate diligently and live up to your expectations." Watching Gu Ming's departing figure, Old Man Zhao coughed, a trace of blood appearing on his hand, and gave a bitter smile. "Time is truly running out, young man, hurry up. Time flies like an arrow." 10 years later, Gu Ming squatted by the bedside, looking at the dying, decaying Old Man Zhao, his heart filled with sorrow. His cultivation was still at the 9th level of body tempering. Old Man Zhao's eyes were cloudy as he looked at Gu Ming and sighed softly. "Young man, I only had one regret in this life, but now I have one more." Gu Ming smiled awkwardly. 13 years without breaking through to the first level of qi condensation was indeed quite absurd. "Old man, don't worry, one day, I will break through to the qi condensation realm." Old Man Zhao remained silent. A dying man's words are often kind. He offered his advice. "You shouldn't be so persistent, it's easy to go astray in your cultivation. Perhaps you're truly not suited for cultivation. With your ability to cultivate spiritual herbs, you can ensure a life of wealth and comfort. My path has come to an end. From now on, you'll have to walk the road alone." Gu Ming's face showed sorrow and reluctance. They had been together for 22 years, their relationship was more than that of father and son. "Old man, is there anything you regret? I'll fulfill it for you." Gu Ming had pressed him about who had damaged his foundation and inquired about his past, but Old Zhao remained silent. He shook his head, his expression stern. "They are not people you can afford to offend. This is an old man's grudge, there's no need to drag you into it. Remember, after I die, leave this place, leave Maple Forest City, go far away, and never return. My things are tainted with my aura, I cannot give them to you, otherwise you'll be in trouble. Besides, with your strength, giving these things to you will not only fail to help you but will also bring you death. I'm leaving you some things, enough for you to live a life of comfort. Listen to me, the cultivation world is not a good place. Find a secluded place and live out your remaining years in peace." Gu Ming's talent was too extraordinary. Old Man Zhao did not want him to enter the cultivation world. Gu Ming nodded, not refuting. A person facing death should follow their own will. "Old man, I have only one request. What is your unfulfilled regret?" Perhaps one day in the future, I will be able to help you fulfill your last wish, otherwise, it will become my obsession, my regret. Old Zhao remained silent for a long time, then sighed with complex emotions and murmured, I have a daughter named Zhao Ning'ai. She is cultivating at the Ice Cloud sect. If you have time, go and see her for me. I owe her far too much. Gradually, old Zhao's gaze became cloudy and unfocused. In this life, because of my stubbornness and arrogance, I have lost too much and missed too many opportunities. This is my retribution. After I die, there is no need to bury me. Let the heavens and earth corrode my body and fester here. Ning'ai has been intelligent since childhood, with extremely high talent and her own opinions. I am not worried about her, I am worried about you, Minger. Remember, never force anything. Perhaps you are truly not suited for cultivation. Gu Ming got up, wiped his eyes, cleaned old Zhao's body, and dressed him in the prepared burial clothes. He buried him in the herb garden, erected a tombstone, and planted herb seeds all around his grave. Gu Ming sat before old Zhao's grave, having personally prepared 22 dishes and 2 jugs of fine wine. Old Zhao, let's drink until dawn, until we're both drunk. Grinning, Gu Ming drank a cup and poured one for old Zhao. Is that all right? No fish allowed. Come on, I'll drink this, you drink too as punishment. Old Zhao, I'll teach you a drinking game, 2 heads, 666. I am alone again. Gu Ming downed the wine in the jug in one gulp, staring blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Chapter 9 Revenge is a dish best served cold, though late. The following afternoon, Gu Ming finally awoke at old Zhao's grave. Kneeling and kowtowing 3 times, Gu Ming rose, turning back every 3 steps, and said softly, Old Zhao, I'm leaving. Don't worry, I'll go see Zhao Ning'ai. You get some rest. While packing, Gu Ming found a cloth bag under his pillow. Upon picking it up, he discovered it was a storage bag. Fearing Gu Ming wouldn't be able to use it, old Zhao had specially extracted a wisp of his own energy and integrated it into the storage bag. Although he lacked divine sense, he could retrieve and store items from the storage bag with a slight thought. The storage bag was neither too large nor too small, about 10 cubic meters. Inside were 1,000 spirit stones, 100 low-grade spiritual herbs, 1,000 taels of gold, some loose silver, and so on. There were also 2 cultivation manuals, both yellow-grade, one on the cloud wind step, and the other on the earth dragon shield. One ran away, the other defended. How afraid was this old man Zhao of dying? Gu Ming smiled and put the items back into his storage bag. Gu Ming couldn't understand high-level cultivation techniques, giving them to him would be useless, as they wouldn't allow him to cultivate them, making them rather pointless. Besides these, there were 2 sets of black clothes and a letter for Zhao Ning'ai. Gu Ming put his personal belongings into his storage bag, glanced back at the place he had spent 22 years in, and turned to leave. Gu Ming didn't touch the old man Zhao's storage ring, spiritual herbs, or various other items, he buried them all in his grave. A wooden sword clad his waist, and his storage bag was in his bosom. After leaving the spirit plant garden, following the old man Zhao's instructions, Gu Ming left Maple Forest City. 3 days after Gu Ming's departure, 4 mysterious cultivators appeared in the spirit plant garden. After confirming that the old man Zhao was dead, the 4 had complex expressions. The former strongest man in Yunqing Kingdom has fallen to this state. How pitiful, how lamentable. The strongest man? What is the strongest man in Immortal Empire? In the eyes of sects, he's nothing more than a slightly larger ant. His peaceful death is already a blessing from the immortals. It's a pity his star cave tempering technique wasn't passed down. I heard that 22 years after his death, a young man appeared beside him. Could he be his successor? Should we eliminate him completely? Forget it, we shouldn't go too far. Let's take him away and report back to our superiors. The rest is none of our business. The 4 of them put old man Zhao's body into their storage bags and then left Maple Forest City. Zhu Kui of Falling Flower Town, the old grudge of his murder must be settled. Gu Ming always seeks revenge, though late, he will arrive. He boarded a merchant caravan. This time, Gu Ming didn't do hard labor to pay off his debts, instead, he paid 10 taels of silver for the journey. He's rich and capricious. 10 days later, Gu Ming returned to Luohua Town. 22 years was but a fleeting moment in Gu Ming's long life. But for a small, ordinary town, everything had changed, like the passing of seasons. The young boy had grown up, started a family, and had children to feed. In Luohua Town, apart from old man Zhou, Gu Ming knew no one. He went straight to the former Wanhua Lu, 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, its splendor unchanged, even more prosperous than before. Zhu Kui had reached the 8th level of body tempering, his strength formidable, and he was even more domineering and arrogant, still oppressing the common people, forcibly taking women, and seizing fertile land, making everyone live in fear. With officials and villains colluding, the common people suffered terribly, living in dire straits. Inside the Wanhua Lu, Zhu Kui, who was huffing and puffing in his room, was suddenly interrupted by his subordinates knocking on the door, nearly causing him to lose his erection. "Fuck your mother, are you trying to get yourself killed? Can't you see I'm doing my business?" Zhu Kuei cursed as he stood up, slapping his underling away. The underling, covering his flushed face, hurriedly explained, "Boss, someone's causing trouble. Judging by his build, he seems to be a master. We wouldn't dare to act rashly." Zhu Kuei frowned slightly and coldly shouted, "Bring me a knife. I want to see which damned bastard dares to cause trouble on my turf." Zhu Kuei walked in, wielding a 9-ringed broadsword. The thugs and brothel women quickly stepped aside, making way. The new-faced madam pointed angrily at the figure in black in the room, accusing him. "Brother Kuei, it's him. He's looked all the girls in this brothel up and even said they weren't good enough, and called you a fatherless bastard." Zhu Kuei flew into a rage, his face contorted with rage, a terrifying power surging within him. He strode into the room, wielding his 9-ringed broadsword, and shouted coldly, "Where did this little bastard come from, daring to cause trouble in my Manhwa brothel? He's courting death." Gu Ming, his back to Zhu Kuei, chuckled lightly, slowly turning around and removing his bamboo hat. "Zhu Kuei, long time no see." Looking at Gu Ming's familiar yet unfamiliar face, Zhu Kuei froze, his pupils contracting in disbelief. This face, even if it turned to ashes, Zhu Kuei would never forget. Because of him, his years of hard work had vanished, and he'd had to pay a large sum of money in compensation. His father had died that day, how could he forget? Zhu Kuei instinctively took 2 steps back, as if he'd seen a ghost. Realizing what was happening, Zhu Kuei flew into a rage, his hair standing on end, and spoke coldly, each word dripping with rage. "You're still alive. You even dared to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Fine, fine. This time, I'll tear you to pieces. Let's see how you come back to life." Zhu Kuei swung his 9-ringed broadsword, slashing at Gu Ming with all his might, the terrifying force creating a sonic boom. The crowd smugly smirked. In this small place, Zhu Kuei had no problem that couldn't be solved. Clang! Splat! Blood dripped down, staining the floor red, making a dripping sound. Zhu Kuei's pupils contracted infinitely, his 9-ringed broadsword clattering to the ground, his hands clutching his neck tightly. "How is this possible?" Gu Ming slowly wiped the blood from his wooden sword with a handkerchief, tucked it back into his belt, put on his bamboo hat, and slowly walked outside. Bang! As Zhu Kuei fell and became a corpse, the entire Wanhua Lu, 10,000 Flowers brothel, descended into chaos. The thugs fled in terror, none daring to avenge Zhu Kuei. Looking at the terrified and bewildered women, Gu Ming spoke calmly. "Take your things, leave Luo Hua town, and go as far away as possible. Those who remain within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn will die." Gu Ming slashed with his sword, leaving a deep gash on the stairs. The poor women, realizing what was happening, hastily gathered their belongings and fled Wanhua Lu as if their lives depended on it. Some who had shown gratitude bowed deeply to Gu Ming from afar, offering a word of thanks before departing. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the once bustling Wanhua Lu was completely empty. Gu Ming picked up a kerosene lamp and set the Wanhua Lu ablaze once more. A brothel can exist, but not in this form. After the Wanhua Lu was burned down, Gu Ming also disappeared without a trace, and no one ever saw him again. Legends about Gu Ming circulate in Luo Hua town. Some say he's a celestial master descended from the immortal sect, upholding justice and eliminating evil. Some say he's a vengeful ghost from the 9 netherworlds, his spirit lingering for 22 years, returning for revenge. Some say he's a chivalrous knight-errant, sent to right injustices in the world. 1 month later, Gu Ming participated in the Moonflame City Cultivation Political Review examination, spending 120 spirit stones. The price had increased, and was approved, passing the review and obtaining a cultivation license. According to the examiner, with this license, he could join any sect he wanted. Gu Ming didn't believe it, but he harbored a dream of becoming the senior disciple of a cultivation sect. Imagine becoming the senior disciple of a cultivation sect, with countless geniuses bowing before him. That feeling, even more exhilarating than being an elder. With this expectation, Gu Ming embarked on the path to joining a section. The cultivation sect closest to Moonflame City is called the Heart-Seeking Sect. That name sounds familiar. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming didn't think much of it. Who could remember something from 22 years ago? Chapter 10 The City of Inquiry. A country bumpkin enters the city. Following the map he had purchased, Gu Ming embarked on his journey to seek the Dao and cultivate his section. This journey took half a year. The world was vast and immense. Outside of cities, it was almost entirely desolate, a ghost town, let alone inhabited by humans. Gu Ming could only follow the map's directions, burying his head in his work. He rested when tired, hunted wild game when hungry, and drank from mountain springs when thirsty. Although he was constantly on the move, his cultivation never faltered. His daily practice was indispensable. Unlike when he first set out, Gu Ming now looked like a vagrant, his hair disheveled and slightly haggard. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky, startling Gu Ming. Flying on a sword, at least a chi condensation realm expert. Judging by the speed, they must be above the chi condensation realm. These cultivators kill indiscriminately. Luckily, they left. Suddenly, the sword light swirled, and the figure made a sharp turn, hovering in front of Gu Ming. A female sword cultivator, with a high ponytail and a red, form-fitting outfit that accentuated her perfect curves. Her heroic bearing perfectly matched Gu Ming's image of a bold and valiant female sword cultivator. Nangang Yan, hands behind her back, looked down at Gu Ming, sizing him up. Body tempering cultivator, where are you going? If it's on my way, I can give you a ride. A kind-hearted cultivator? Gu Ming hesitated for a moment, then replied. The inquiry heart sect. Nangang Yan, not on my way. See you again if fate allows. As she finished speaking, Nangang Yan's sword drew a perfect arc in the air, turning and disappearing into the distant horizon. By the way, you're going the wrong way. The Inquiry Heart Sect is in the southeast, you're heading northwest. Gu Ming, damn it, what a piece of junk this map is. Gu Ming cursed, crumpled the map, threw it away, and turned to walk northwest. Along the way, Gu Ming encountered all sorts of people. Working farmers, children playing and laughing, scholars on their way to the capital for the imperial examinations, impoverished scions of noble families, and even quite a few cultivators. However, these cultivators were rather indifferent, unlike Nangang Yan's warm heart. Unbeknownst to him, 2.5 years had passed. Gu Ming was still at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, his strength had increased considerably, but he still couldn't break through. If it weren't for the spirit stones and silver left to him by old Zhao, Gu Ming would have starved to death halfway through the journey. After 3 months of walking through desolate wilderness, Gu Ming finally saw an inn. Though dilapidated, at least there were living people there. Entering the inn, Gu Ming shook off the dust and called out loudly, "Is anyone here?" Suddenly, Gu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, his nose twitched, and he smelled a faint scent of blood. Oh my, a distinguished guest. Tisk tisk tisk, a handsome young master, sure to be delicious, no, definitely a good person. Gu Ming sat down, tossed the disguised package onto the table with a wave of his hand, and removed his wooden sword. Boss lady, bring me all the best wine and meat, money's no object. The boss lady smiled seductively, her large breasts jiggling, and giggled. A swordsman, huh? Please wait a moment, sir, he'll be right there. In the kitchen, 2 corpses lay on the floor. A bald butcher looked at the approaching boss lady, licked his lips, and grinned greasily. You're so sexy, I'm starting to lose control. You rascal, what's the rush? This guy outside probably has a lot of good stuff. Kill him first, then you can do whatever you want with him. The proprietress winked, sending a chill down the butcher's spine. Awesome. Hurry up, give him a feast for everyone, hee hee hee. Understood, hee hee, making use of waste, no waste. The butcher swung his cleaver, brutally chopping the ribs and tossing them into the boiling iron pot. Suddenly, a disdainful voice came from the doorway. Hey, 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 at least blanch them, have you no professional ethics? The 2 men's expressions changed drastically as they looked towards the doorway. Gu Ming was grinning and sizing them up. Hee hee, since you found out, don't blame us. Old butcher, kill him. The butcher cackled coldly, his fat jiggling, and swung his cleaver at Gu Ming. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, dodged to the side, and kicked the butcher in the knee. The powerful kick broke the butcher's kneecap, causing him to lose his balance and crash into the wall. The cleaver struck the wall, and the butcher's head slammed into the back of the blade. With a sickening thud, blood splattered everywhere, he was dead. That's too easy for you. Gu Ming looked at the landlady, who trembled with fear, her face pitiful. He forced me to do this. I'm just a weak woman, how could I dare resist? Fortunately, you rescued me, young master, and slew the villain. This humble woman is willing to repay you with my body. Thud! A flash of sword light, and the landlady's head fell to the ground, bouncing and rolling at Gu Ming's feet. Shaking his head, Gu Ming curled his lip. Too smelly, too filthy, disgusting. After rummaging around the inn, he found some sweet potatoes, cabbage, and cheap wine. Gu Ming made do with 2 dishes as snacks and wine. After eating and drinking his fill, he set off again, leaving the inn. 6 months later, according to Gu Ming's estimate, they should arrive at the Wengzhen sect in at most another month. Suddenly, a sword light flashed across the sky, abruptly changing direction before hovering in front of Gu Ming. The 2 stared at each other, Gu Ming slightly speechless. In this vast world, he had unexpectedly encountered Nangang Yan again. What a coincidence, to meet you again, mortal. Nangang Yan looked Gu Ming up and down, surprised. I've already broken through from the mid-foundation establishment stage to the late stage, how come you're still only at the 9th level of body tempering? Gu Ming blushed slightly, coughed, and explained. In cultivation, the foundation is paramount. I'm refining my foundation so I can go further in the future. Besides, I only broke through to the 9th level of body tempering the day you met me. No rush, no rush. Nang Dongyan's eyes brightened slightly, revealing admiration, and she cupped her hands in greeting. You deserve to be called a fellow deist, I admire you. Back then, it took me a whole month to break through to the chi condensation realm. I thought I had made a solid enough progress, but compared to you, I was indeed lacking. With your mindset, you will surely achieve great things in the future. Farewell, I hope we meet again, fellow deist. With that, Nang Dongyan vanished into the horizon in a flash, her speed increasing. Gu Ming, wait, we were going the same way this time, why didn't you give me a ride? Gu Ming sighed and had no choice but to continue on his way. Finally, half a month later, Gu Ming successfully arrived at Wengzhen City, the large city at the foot of Wengzhen Sect Mountain. A city directly under the Wengzhen Sect is definitely not comparable to cities like Maple Forest City. On the main road, everyone you randomly encounter is a body-tempering cultivator, with many also at the chi condensation and foundation establishment stages. If you're lucky, you might even bump into a core formation expert. The goods sold on the streets of the city are mostly spiritual herbs, spiritual weapons, pills, and cultivation techniques, a dazzling array that makes your eyes spin. Gu Ming exclaimed in genuine amazement. This is the true world of cultivation. Watching the cultivators riding demonic beasts down the street, Gu Ming was repeatedly startled, like a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time. Chapter 11, The road ahead is long and arduous, see you in the future. I am Yun Qingyu, greetings, fellow deist. Gu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young man holding a folding fan, performing a deist-style cupped hand salute. Gu Ming was slightly taken aback, then returned the salute. I am Gu Ming, greetings, fellow deist. Yun Qingyu explained politely with a smile. Brother Gu, are you here to join the Wengzhen sect? Yes. We hit it off immediately, fellow deist. How about we travel together? Gu Ming was slightly taken aback. He felt he had heard this phrase somewhere before. It didn't sound like a friendly conversation. That's fine, but I'm not very familiar with the process of joining the Wengzhen sect. I hope you can enlighten me. Of course, come on, it's my treat. Let's eat and chat. The two went to a restaurant and ordered some ordinary dishes and fine wine. Yun Qingyu smiled elegantly and poured wine for Gu Ming. Fellow deist, please don't be offended. Neither of us has yet reached the chi condensation realm, and we cannot withstand the power of spiritual meat and wine. We can only eat ordinary food. However, this spiritual rice is edible. You're too kind, too kind. Let's eat and chat. The food won't taste good if it gets cold. Alright, please, fellow deist, no need to be so polite. Looking at the delicious food and wine before him, Gu Ming dropped the pretense, picked up the spiritual rice, and devoured the food with the speed of a whirlwind. Yun Qingyu stared, his hand hovering in midair, unable to fall for a long time. Eat up, don't be shy. Gu Ming gulped down the wine in his cup and continued to eat heartily. These years of eating in humble circumstances have been too bitter for him. As for face, what use is it? Yun Qingyu smiled, his eating manners refined. Fellow deist is quite a man of character. Rude is rude, no need to give me face. Gu Ming wiped his mouth contentedly. Only those who have nearly starved to death know how blissful it is to be able to eat their fill, especially when it comes to such delicious food. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Yun Qingyu looked at Gu Ming and asked, Brother Gu, do you know what your spiritual root is? Gu Ming was taken aback. Spiritual root? What does that have to do with joining a sect? Isn't a cultivation license all you need? Yun Qingyu was slightly surprised, scrutinizing Gu Ming. What Brother Gu said makes some sense. But if Brother Gu possessed a superior spiritual root, perhaps he could save some spirit stones. Gu Ming's mind went blank. What did he know about cultivation? He was just a country bumpkin. Yun Qingyu finally realized that Gu Ming truly knew nothing. He didn't look down on Gu Ming's ignorance and patiently explained. Brother Gu must come from a rather remote place and be unfamiliar with the rules of cultivation sections. The first requirement for entering a sect is a cultivation license. It's simple, anyone who isn't a demonic cultivator, an evil cultivator, or someone wanted by the righteous path can obtain one. But this is only the entry level. From the selection of disciples onward, they are categorized based on their cultivation physique, mixed spiritual roots, low-grade spiritual roots, mid-grade spiritual roots, high-grade spiritual roots, top-grade spiritual roots, and special physiques. The fees vary depending on the physique. Wait, fees? Gu Ming's eyes widened. What? Paid cultivation? Did they think he was in school? Yun Qingyu, unfazed, nodded and continued explaining. The fees vary depending on the section. Take the Wengzhen sect as an example. A low-grade spiritual root costs 10,000 spirit stones a year, a mid-grade spiritual root costs 1,000 spirit stones a year, a high-grade spiritual root is free, and a top-grade spiritual root is not only free but also comes with various subsidies. Special physiques are amazing. Besides the various benefits of top-grade spiritual roots, they can even have a protector, bring blessings to their family, and directly become a core elder of the sect after completing their cultivation. Gu Ming's eyes twitched. This pattern felt strangely familiar, a strong sense of nostalgia. After a moment of silence, Gu Ming spoke softly. What about mixed spiritual roots? Yun Qingyu was stunned, then shook his head with a chuckle. A person who can reach the 9th level of body tempering, no matter how bad their physique, couldn't possibly have a mixed spiritual root. With the aid of spiritual herbs for body tempering, it would take at least 3 years for a mixed spiritual root to reach the 9th level of body tempering. 3 years to reach the 9th level of body tempering? Even a dog wouldn't cultivate immortality. Gu Ming fell silent. He felt offended by Yun Qingyu, but had no reason to lash out. 3 years to reach the 9th level of body tempering, is that really so bad? At least I've never seen it. If it's solely based on one's own cultivation, then naturally it wouldn't be within that time frame. Does the Wengzhen sect require mixed spiritual roots? Gu Ming knew he was poor and most likely wouldn't be able to enter the sect, but he still wanted to ask, to put his hopes behind. Yun Qingyu's gaze towards Gu Ming grew increasingly strange, but he still explained. Yes, but it's very expensive. 10 years ago, there was a person with mixed spiritual roots who refused to believe he couldn't cultivate immortality, spending his entire fortune, paying a high price of 30,000 spirit stones per year, to enter the Wengzhen sect. It said that after 3 years, he ran out of spirit stones and was expelled from the Wengzhen sect. He remained stuck at the 2nd level of qi condensation for 3 years. Alas! Some things really can't be forced. Gu Ming's inner voice cried out in despair. Was he really incapable of cultivating immortality? Of all the paths to immortality, was there not a single one he could choose? Ahem, Brother Yun, may I ask what your constitution is? Yun Qingyu puffed out his chest and raised his chin. I'm not very talented, just a mere high-grade water spirit root, nothing to brag about. You bastard! Yun Qingyu, seeing Gu Ming's worried expression, noticed something amiss and asked in a low voice. Brother Gu, how long did it take you to reach the 9th level of body tempering, starting from the initial stage? I apologize for my intrusion, Brother Yun. Yun Qingyu smiled awkwardly, took a crystal ball from his storage bag, and handed it to Gu Ming. Why don't you test your constitution, Brother Gu? Perhaps it's just a misunderstanding. Gu Ming was eager to try, but he was proud and didn't want to be ridiculed. They found a room and sat facing each other. Under Yun Qingyu's curious gaze, Gu Ming's hand fell, and the next moment, the entire room was filled with vibrant colors, appearing from the outside like a nightclub. Finally, the lights collided and vanished without a trace with a bang. Yun Qingyu was astonished, his eyes widening as he looked at the testing stone, then at Gu Ming. Gu Ming's face was full of anticipation. How was it? That light almost blinded me, wasn't it incredibly awesome? Yun Qingyu was silent for a moment, then exclaimed in amazement. Indeed, it's very powerful, a once-in-a-millennium event. I've seen it in ancient texts. Brother Gu's physique should be an extremely rare, top-grade mixed spiritual root. Gu Ming, wait, a mixed spiritual root is a mixed spiritual root, why add top-grade? Don't I have any dignity? Yun Qingyu explained. Even mixed spiritual roots are graded, though it's meaningless, but it's very meaningful to Brother Gu. Those with 2 or 3 attribute spiritual roots are common mixed spiritual roots, quite prevalent. For attribute spiritual roots are quite rare, comparable to top-grade spiritual roots. His gaze turned strangely to Gu Ming. Someone like Brother Gu, who gathers all 5 elemental spiritual roots, with balanced attribute values, and who vanishes without a trace after colliding with them, how to put it, extremely rare, even rarer than a prodigy, even rarer than a chosen one of heaven, even more. Stop, are you praising me or insulting me? Gu Ming, leaning on the table, looked at the testing stone and asked, is it broken? Should we try it again? Sure. A dazzling, chaotic dance party. Gu Ming stood up, slung his pack over his shoulder, and bowed to Yun Qingyu with a cultivation salute. Brother Yun, though our acquaintance has been brief, it feels like we've known each other for years. After today's parting, who knows when we'll meet again? Yun Qingyu rose, sighed softly, and returned the greeting with a cupped hand. Brother Gu, some things cannot be forced, but, are you really not going to give it a try? You're already here? Gu Ming was taken aback, those words sounded so familiar. He shook his head, decisively refusing. The path of cultivation was complex. With his physique, wouldn't he be captured and studied by some powerful figures? He didn't want to become a gorilla. Never mind, being able to come here and witness the grandeur of cultivation, and to meet Brother Yun, is already a great fortune enough. Brother Yun, the path of cultivation is long, we will meet again someday. The mountains are high and the road is long, we'll meet again in the future. Gu Ming was not discouraged. If he couldn't enter a sect, he would rely on himself to slowly cultivate. There are countless paths to enlightenment, surely one will belong to him. The mountains are high and the road is long, we'll meet again in the future. Perhaps this parting will be the last, Brother Gu, take care. Yun Qingyu arrived at the foot of the restaurant, watching Gu Ming leave, and sighed softly. Body tempering cultivators only live for about 150 years, while the lifespan of immortal cultivators is limitless. On this long path of cultivation, he would most likely never see Gu Ming again. What an interesting person, what a pity. Shaking his head, Yun Qingyu turned and left. Chapter 12 Apricot Blossom Village, Planting Spiritual Herbs. Gu Ming left Wengzhen City, wandering aimlessly along the main road. For a moment, he felt lost and didn't know where to go. The world is vast, I can make my home anywhere, why worry about so much? The old man left me quite a few spiritual seeds. Since my lifespan is endless, I might as well plant some spiritual herbs first, and then break through to the Qi condensation realm. No sooner said than done, Gu Ming randomly chose a direction and strode forward. He decided that the 100th village he encountered would be his final resting place. Spring came and went, then another spring came and went. Gu Ming stopped, looking at Xinghua village ahead, filled with peach trees, and took a deep breath. Beautiful mountains and clear waters, a place of outstanding people and abundant resources, this is the place. Arriving at Xinghua village, he greeted the village chief and donated 100 taels of silver to the village, successfully acquiring a piece of land for himself. The land was by a stream at the east end of the village, its banks lined with peach trees. Magpies chattered, cicadas sang, and dogs barked a lively scene. Gu Ming planted his wooden sword in the ground and hung the package on it. He rolled up his sleeves and roughly drew a construction plan on the ground. According to his design, Gu Ming prepared to begin building the house. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Looking in the direction of the sound, Gu Ming froze. He saw the old village chief leading villagers, along with various tools and timber, arriving at the site. Village chief, what are you doing? The village chief's granddaughter, Li Qiaoer, a 4-year-old girl, only as tall as Gu Ming's thigh, snotty-nosed and giggling. Big brother, we've come to help you build your house. Now that you've joined Xinghua village, you're a villager. We're all neighbors, and grandpa says we should help each other. Wang Ergu, shirtless, carrying over 100 pounds of timber, walked over, speaking in a boisterous manner. Don't be so fussy, we're just roughnecks, we don't know any tricks. From now on, you're my neighbor, Wang Ergu's neighbor. Helping each other is only right. Don't refuse if I need your help in the future. Of course, thank you all. With the enthusiastic help of men, women, and children of Xinghua village, Gu Ming's house was quickly built. A master bedroom, a kitchen, a toilet, and a courtyard simple and unpretentious. The villagers brought some food and originally intended to bring some livestock, but Gu Ming quickly refused, he couldn't raise livestock. As the sun set, the villagers said goodbye and left. Gu Ming originally intended to give them some silver, but they refused. Li Qiaoer waved her little hand and skipped away. Big brother, I'll play with you again tomorrow. Okay. As dusk fell, Gu Ming cooked a pot of medicinal porridge and served it with some pickled vegetables. Although simple, he was content. After eating and drinking his fill, Gu Ming stretched, smiled, and looked up at the moon, talking to himself. Finally, I have a house of my own. What I couldn't accomplish in my past life, I've done in this one. The next morning, after completing his daily cultivation, Gu Ming carried a hoe and cleared a plot of land behind the yard to plant medicinal herbs. With his current physique, at the 9th level of body tempering, his strength reached an astonishing 10,000 jin, defying the heavens. In less than half an hour, a fertile field appeared. He planted the medicinal herb seeds and asked Wang Ergu for some rice and fertile soil to irrigate them. Wang Ergu frowned and said disdainfully as he watched this, "Can we eat what grows from this? It should be. Isn't this just making use of waste?" Wang Ergu was startled and, remaining skeptical, left the area. Afterwards, Gu Ming continued clearing the land, planting some vegetable seeds. After all, he was currently at the body tempering realm, a far cry from the Qi refining realm. 3 months later, looking at the various spiritual herbs growing vigorously, Gu Ming was quite satisfied. His hard work in choosing such a beautiful and spiritually rich place hadn't been in vain. Li Qiaoer, wearing a long floral dress, squatted beside a blue spiritual flower, her little face filled with anticipation for something new. "Brother Gu, what kind of flower is this? It's so pretty. It's called blue cloud seed. Do you like it? I'll give it to you." Li Qiaoer was delighted, her bright eyes fixed on Gu Ming. "Really?" Gu Ming smiled, not stingy at all. He pulled the blue cloud seed, soil and all, out, placed it in a box, and covered it with soil. "Go back, dig a hole, plant it, and remember to water it every day." "Thank you, Brother Gu." Li Qiaoer carefully left, holding the blue cloud seed. Soon after, rumors spread throughout Xinghua village that Gu Ming was an immortal. The village chief ordered everyone to treat Gu Ming with utmost respect and not to offend him, especially Wang Ergu. The village chief was knowledgeable and experienced. He had seen spiritual herbs before and knew that the flower Gu Ming gave Li Qiao was a spiritual flower. After learning that Gu Ming had planted a patch of spiritual herbs in his backyard, the village chief became even more certain that Gu Ming was a reclusive immortal who had come here to experience the mortal world. The matter of immortal Gu must not be revealed. Immortals dislike having their identities exposed and being disturbed by mortals, understand? The residents of Xinghua village remembered this, and except for Li Qiao, everyone else's attitude towards him completely changed. Gu Ming naturally knew this but did not explain. After all, the more you explain, the more difficult it becomes. It's better not to explain at all. A year later, the spiritual herb matured, emitting a rich fragrance that made everything around it grow even more vigorously. Gu Ming didn't harvest it, continuing to cultivate it. My inability to break through to the qi condensation realm isn't due to my physique, it must be because the medicinal power isn't strong enough. I'll keep trying, keep going. Secretly encouraging himself, Gu Ming continued his daily routine of cultivating the spiritual herb. Of course, he never missed his daily cultivation. Although his strength hadn't improved much, having something to do gave him peace of mind. Day after day, and then another. Unbeknownst to him, 10 years had passed since Gu Ming arrived in Xinghua village. The former Wang Erga now had white hair, and a new generation of children had emerged, infusing Xinghua village with new blood. They loved playing around Gu Ming's yard, but they never touched his things, especially the spiritual herb. Li Qiao had just turned 18, blossoming into a graceful and charming girl next door. Watching the spiritual herbs swaying in the spring breeze, Gu Ming was delighted. He picked some, intending to refine them into a medicinal liquid to temper his body, expand his meridians, and continue drawing spiritual energy into his body. Just as he was picking the herbs, a silvery voice came from behind him. "Brother Gu, fiddling with your spiritual herbs again?" Gu Ming turned his head, looking at Li Qiao, who was already showing signs of becoming a beauty, and smiled. "It's Qiao. Please sit down. I'll come after I finish picking these herbs." Li Qiao lowered her brows, looking at her toes, and spoke softly. "Brother Gu, I'm getting married. Grandpa's health is deteriorating, and his only wish is to witness my wedding." Gu Ming paused, then smiled, and stood up. He selected a decent-looking medicinal herb, placed it in a box, and handed it to the dazed Li Qiao. "Congratulations! That little girl who always followed me around has grown up. This is my wedding gift. I hope you'll always be safe, happy, and that all your wishes come true." Li Qiao pouted, her eyes welling up with tears, and whispered, "Brother Gu, I want to always follow behind you." Gu Ming smiled, patted Li Qiao's head, and flicked it lightly, teasingly. "What, are you planning to be my free laborer? I don't need that. Alright, you have your path to walk, and so do I. The future is bright, don't always look back. Go, move forward, don't look back." Gu Ming stuffed the medicinal herb into Li Qiao's hand, waved, and said with a smile. Li Qiao sighed softly, said take care, and turned to leave. Gu Ming shook his head, not taking it to heart. It was just a young girl experiencing her first stirrings of love, it was normal. With time, she wouldn't mind. Chapter 13 The Principle of Qi Condensation Pill. Having finished harvesting the spiritual herbs, Gu Ming returned to his courtyard and, following old Zhao's instructions, continued refining the spiritual liquid for internal use and infusion. 10 years' worth of spiritual herbs should be enough. Gu Ming was full of confidence, firmly believing that this time he would definitely complete the great cycle and step into the first level of the qi condensation realm. A month later, Gu Ming smashed a boulder with a single punch, looking at his fist, harder than stone, and sighed. Still not enough. Logically speaking, the medicinal power is sufficient, but something is still missing. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming suddenly realized. Pills, yes, that must be it. Only by refining them into pills can they exert their maximum effect. I wonder if there are any pills for qi condensation. I need to learn some new things. Having made up his mind, Gu Ming prepared to leave Xinghua village and head to a nearby town to buy some books on pill refining and learn how to refine them. Looking at the unprotected spiritual herb garden in his house, Gu Ming was troubled. Even if it's not stolen, some small demons and wild beasts will be attracted by the fragrance of the spiritual herbs. Troublesome. I also need to learn some formations, otherwise it won't be enough. There's so much to learn. Heavens, why not die again and inherit it perfectly? Gu Ming quickly dismissed the idea, it wasn't realistic. Even if he died continuously for a year, he might not be able to draw any skills related to alchemy formations. It was better to learn them himself. Looking at the little stones and manzi playing in the courtyard, Gu Ming raised his hand and called them over. "Sir, what do you want?" In the village, from top to bottom, everyone called Gu Ming sir. Gu Ming wasn't used to it at first, after all, he wasn't qualified to be called sir. But over time, he thickened his skin and accepted it. Patting Manzi, the leader of the children, Gu Ming took out a box full of candy from behind him. Watch over the herb field for me. If any wild beasts approach, scare them away with stones. If that doesn't work, then leave them alone, understand? Ermanzin nodded vigorously, his eyes fixed on the candy, drool dripping from his mouth. Understood, sir, don't worry. Patting Ermanz's head, Gu Ming handed him the candy to distribute among the children, then left Xinghua village for Jianmo town. Upon arriving in town, Gu Ming went straight to the herb shop. In this small town, few people bought or sold herbs, the shops were usually deserted. Wearing a bamboo hat, Gu Ming entered the shop. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he greeted him with a smile. Sir, are you looking for herbs, or are you selling some? Selling them? Give me an estimate. Gu Ming took out 10 wooden boxes from his bundle and placed them on the table, concealing his storage bag. The shopkeeper, seeing this, understood that Gu Ming was an expert, otherwise, he wouldn't have used specially made wooden boxes to store the herbs. After inspecting them, the shopkeeper's expression turned slightly surprised. They're all 10-year-old spiritual herbs, of excellent quality, but they don't seem to be wild. That's none of your business. Gu Ming lowered his voice, a hint of coldness in it. The shopkeeper's expression changed slightly, then he realized, his attitude towards Gu Ming becoming more respectful. These spiritual herbs were clearly cultivated at a glance, befitting someone with a spiritual plant garden, at least a cultivation family. Gu Ming wore a bamboo hat, unwilling to reveal his true face, yet possessed an extraordinary air. Based on the available information, Gu Ming was likely a member of a powerful family, stealing and selling their family's spiritual herbs. Moreover, he was a member of a family from a major city, who, fearing discovery, had come to this small town to sell his goods. The shopkeeper was smug, thinking himself incredibly clever for instantly seeing through Gu Ming's identity. Ahem, how about this? One herb will cost you 110 spirit stones. There are 10 here, so I'll round it up to 1,000 spirit stones, how about that? Gu Ming. The shopkeeper chuckled, arms crossed, speaking with unwavering confidence. Your herbs are of questionable origin, too risky to sell in a major city, so you have to come to my. Gu Ming put away the herbs and got up to leave. This shopkeeper is insane. Why is he indulging in such wishful thinking? This is a top-quality, 10-year-old spiritual herb, worth at least 150 spirit stones per herb, Gu Ming's bottom line. Seeing Gu Ming about to leave, the shopkeeper's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly stepped in front of him, fawning and obsequious. Sir, I was just joking. 120, no, 150 spirit stones per herb. That's the market price. Any higher and I won't make a profit. Gu Ming stopped and took out the spirit herb again. Hurry up. Also, don't make wild guesses. You're crazy. The shopkeeper smiled awkwardly, accepted the spirit herb, and then handed Gu Ming a wooden box. Sir, please check. It'll be 1,500 spirit stones in total. Gu Ming checked the box, put it in his bag, and left the shop. The shopkeeper sighed softly, muttering to himself. That's not right. How could I have guessed wrong? He must have been bluffing me. I wasn't wrong. Afterwards, Gu Ming bought a large number of books on formations and pills, as well as materials needed for refining and daily necessities, before leaving Jianmo town and returning to Xinghua village. The monotonous days continued. Gu Ming secluded himself in his courtyard, his daily routine consisting of 7 things: eating, sleeping, cultivating, reading, refining pills, practicing formations, and tending to spiritual herbs. 7 years later, Gu Ming finally succeeded in refining his first pill. That's right, without a pill formula or a refining furnace, relying solely on his basic knowledge of alchemy, he produced a pitch-black pill. Looking at this unsightly pill, Gu Ming grinned, quite satisfied. What should I call it? How about qi condensation pill, hee hee. Gu Ming muttered to himself, meticulously recording his insights. This was a pill he had invented after 7 years of experimentation, and he held the patent rights to it. Some might ask, since there's a foundation establishment pill, why not a qi condensation pill? Because the qi condensation process, as long as one's meridians are normal, even those with mixed spiritual roots can successfully condense qi, it doesn't require a pill at all. Gu Ming looked at the pitch-black pill, hesitated for a moment, and swallowed it in one gulp. The next moment, his face flushed crimson, and he rushed into the toilet, his body overflowing with fluids. For 3 whole days, Gu Ming lay exhausted, listless on his bed, staring at the ceiling. What went wrong? My problem isn't with my meridians, it seems to be a conflict in my spiritual root attributes. The perfect balance caused my spiritual energy to be completely depleted, preventing me from completing the great circulation. Therefore, the qi condensation pill should break this balance, or allow all the attributes of spiritual energy to fuse together. Gu Ming suddenly realized and sat up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm a fucking genius. My qi condensation pill is a success. Ha 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 ha. Just as he was laughing wildly, a child's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Uncle Gu, are you home? Gu Ming was slightly taken aback. He got up and went into the courtyard, looking at the little girl. His pupils dilated slightly. Xiao Qiao, how come you've become so young? Chapter 14 The Five Elements Unite, Qi Condensation Realm Achieved. The little girl shook her head, her childish voice ringing out. Uncle Gu, are you getting senile? My mother is Xiao Qiao, my name is Lan Yun. Gu Ming smiled awkwardly, only then realizing that the girl before him, who looked exactly like Li Xiao Qiao, was his daughter. Only 2 years, and she's grown so much. Li Lanyun said wryly. Uncle Gu, I'm 7 years old. Gu Ming. These past few years, he had been focused on studying pills and formations, completely forgetting about time, even letting his spiritual herbs grow wildly, neglecting them for a long time. Ahem, excuse me, Lanyun, what do you need me for? Did your mother send you to find me? Wow. Li Lanyun suddenly burst into tears, throwing herself into Gu Ming's arms, sobbing. My mother passed away last night. Gu Ming froze, standing there stunned, unable to believe it. The little girl who used to always follow him around, asking all sorts of questions, was gone? His expression changed slightly. He knelt down, gently wiping away Lanyun's tears, and asked tenderly, what happened? What exactly happened? Li Lanyun recounted the story haltingly, but in detail. It seemed that 3 years ago, Li Lanyun's father was seduced by a vixen and abandoned her and her mother. To raise Li Lanyun, Li Xiaoqiao worked day and night, developing chronic illnesses. Only then did Gu Ming understand why he hadn't seen Li Xiaoqiao for so many years. Why didn't she come looking for me? Where's Grandpa Village Chief? Li Lanyun stared at Gu Ming with her bright, watery eyes. Grandpa passed away 5 years ago. My mother said. Uncle Gu, you once said that everyone has their own path to walk. Your paths are different. This is her path, and she didn't want to involve you. Gu Ming fell silent, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes, and he sighed deeply. He understood the principle that everyone has their own destiny, but he never imagined that Li Xiaoqiao would pass away in just a few years. Human life is as fragile as paper. Gu Ming put down his work and first handled Li Xiaoqiao's funeral arrangements, personally attending to her funeral, burying her, and erecting her tombstone. Having experienced what happened with old man Zhao, Gu Ming was experienced and handled everything with ease. After burying Li Xiaoqiao by the river, Gu Ming sighed softly and gently stroked Li Lanyun's little head. Li Lanyun cried uncontrollably until she fell asleep, finally calming down. Gu Ming held her in his arms, gazing at Li Xiaoqiao's tombstone, and spoke softly. Are you blaming me? Yes, how could you not blame me? Otherwise, you wouldn't have borne everything alone, wouldn't have left me no last words, wouldn't have died without ever seeing me again. Gu Ming smiled bitterly, shook his head, and left with Li Lanyun in his arms. He was immortal, even unkillable, in other words, he was immortal, truly indestructible. But Li Xiaoqiao, a mortal's lifespan is no more than 100 years. How could he possibly become a partner with a mortal, watching his beloved grow old and die? It was too cruel for Gu Ming. So be it, perhaps it's all fate, Xiaoqiao. If there is an afterlife, don't be so attached. Gu Ming left, intending to raise Li Lanyun. In the days that followed, a figure appeared in Gu Ming's courtyard, the rarely smiling Li Lanyun. No matter how Gu Ming tried to amuse her, she wouldn't smile. Despite his young age, he has a compassionate and sympathetic demeanor. Gu Ming was helpless and had no choice but to let things take their course. Aside from attending to Li Lanyun, Gu Ming devoted most of his time to researching qi condensation pills. Over the years, his research on qi condensation pills had nearly ruined his entire medicinal field. Finally, 10 years later, Gu Ming succeeded. A 7-colored pill emerged from the pot. Ha 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 ha, I did it. I finally did it. Gu Ming threw his head back and laughed wildly, his hair disheveled, almost insane. Li Lanyun, now grown up, walked in from outside the courtyard carrying a vegetable basket. Seeing Gu Ming's appearance, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Uncle Gu, what's wrong? Gu Ming coughed, quickly suppressing his smile, one hand behind his back, and said calmly, nothing, just a breakthrough in my cultivation. Li Lanyun glanced at Gu Ming suspiciously, but said nothing more, and went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Seeing Li Lanyun's expression, Gu Ming put away the pills, wiped his smudged face, and went to the kitchen, smiling as he asked, Little Lanyun, you really don't plan to cultivate immortality? Li Lanyun didn't turn her head, no. Li Lanyun had refused Gu Ming with the same words countless times. Gu Ming sighed softly, why? Do you want to be mediocre your whole life, a mere mortal? Li Lanyun turned around, looking at Gu Ming expressionlessly. Uncle Gu, are you making me cultivate immortality because of your guilt towards my mother, or because you're afraid of loneliness? Gu Ming's expression hardened slightly, and he remained silent, unsure how to answer. Li Lanyun sighed softly. I won't cultivate immortality. I don't want to be like you, watching the people around me die one by one. By the way, Uncle Wang next door is dying. Uncle Gu, will you attend his funeral? Gu Ming frowned slightly, recalling Wang Ergu's youthful strength, carrying 100 pounds of timber with incredible speed, as if it were yesterday. How could this happen? He's only in his 50s. For ordinary people, 60 or 70 is considered a long life. Uncle Gu, do you really think ordinary people can live to be 100? Gu Ming silently left, departing the courtyard and heading towards Wang Ergu's house. He wanted to see him off on his final journey. After Gu Ming left, Li Lanyan finally dropped her pretense, revealing a trace of sorrow, and murmured softly, Uncle Gu, why didn't you look at mother more closely back then? Why, as she lay dying, did she still call your name? She asked me to tell you that she never blamed you. This was her choice, and it had nothing to do with you, but I couldn't do it. Li Lanyan took out a letter from her bosom, hesitated for a moment, and then put it back. Immortality, cultivating immortality, are they really good things? Uncle Gu, are you truly happy living? I don't want to be like you, watching those around me die one by one. I'd rather be like them, dust to dust, ashes to ashes. 3 days later, another mound of yellow earth, a new grave, appeared in Xinghua village. Gu Ming was in charge of Wang Ergu's funeral, and the villagers of Xinghua village naturally didn't refuse. They felt that having an immortal attend their funeral was a blessing. The village elders were all eager to die sooner, hoping that Gu Ming would attend their funerals and bring good fortune to their descendants. Gu Ming was speechless, too lazy to pay attention to these old fogies. No, little guy, judging by age, he seemed to be older than them. Back in his room, Gu Ming set up a simple warning array according to the formations he had learned. He sat cross-legged on the bed, took out a multicolored chi condensation pill, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Chi condensation realm, ha ha ha, I'm here. After all these years, I'm finally about to break through to the chi condensation realm. Gu Ming swallowed his self-created chi condensation pill, held his breath, and focused his mind, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to begin the great circulation. At that moment, his body shone with a dazzling array of colors, like a radiant rainbow, like the colorful sunset, like the myriad forms of life, vibrant and colorful. Under the combined influence of the chi condensation pill, his 5 elemental roots merged into one. Within his body, a lotus of spiritual roots bloomed, seemingly evolving all things from its source. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. Today, I, Gu Ming, too can use the 5 elements spiritual roots to evolve all things. As his voice fell, 5 colors enveloped his body, spiritual energy circulating, echoing each other, merging into one, like a 5-colored halo merging into his body. First level of chi condensation, accomplished. The spiritual energy dissipated. Gu Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, opened his eyes, and looked at the dazzling spiritual light on his palm, filled with excitement. Chapter 15 Cultivating Immortality? Even dogs don't cultivate it. After the initial excitement, Gu Ming's expression grew complex, and he murmured softly, Old Zhao, I've done it. I've finally entered the chi condensation realm. My path is correct. Stabilizing his aura, Gu Ming understood that every cultivation session from now on would require the assistance of chi condensation pills, otherwise, it would be difficult to fuse the 5 elemental attributes and complete the great cycle. And the required quantity was naturally terrifying. Having entered the chi condensation realm, Gu Ming no longer obsessed over breaking through realms. With an endless lifespan, he didn't need to rush. Getting up, looking at Li Lanyan feeding the chickens and ducks in the courtyard, Gu Ming hesitated for a moment, closed the door, and said softly, Never mind, I'll leave after Lanyan settles down and starts a family. Li Lanyan glanced back at the closed door, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Since entering the chi condensation realm, Gu Ming no longer focused on breaking through realms, dedicating his days to studying pills and formations, and learning new things. Most of the spirit stones he earned from selling spiritual herbs were used to buy various books. However, since the ancient texts on formations and elixirs were in the hands of sects and cultivation families, Gu Ming had to deduce them himself, expending far more time, energy, and spirit stones than others. Over the years, Gu Ming secretly added longevity-enhancing elixirs to Li Lanyan's food, so her health was excellent. Although she was aging, she didn't suffer from any illnesses. Unbeknownst to her, 10 years had passed. With the help of chi condensation pills, Gu Ming finally reached the second level of the chi condensation realm, a remarkably rapid advancement. Li Lanyan was already 26 years old, but she remained unwilling to marry. Gu Ming had repeatedly sought marriage for her with men from distinguished families and of good character. Unfortunately, Li Lanyan rejected them all. At the dinner table, Gu Ming helplessly put down his chopsticks, looking at the stubborn Li Lanyan, and earnestly tried to persuade her. Lanyan, you're already 26. If you don't marry soon, you'll be an old maid. Li Lanyan didn't even look up, replying indifferently, I won't marry him. It's fine as it is. She looked up, her gaze fixed on Gu Ming. Of course, if Uncle Gu doesn't want me to stay, I'll leave. Gu Ming, no. I just wanted to give your mother an explanation. If you don't want to, then forget it. But, you really don't want to cultivate immortality? Gu Ming asked tentatively, and Li Lanyun decisively shook her head. I won't cultivate. Gu Ming. Fine, I won't cultivate then. Saves me a fortune in spirit stones. Gu Ming is now a wealthy landowner. After deducting all expenses, his assets amount to 5,000 spirit stones. He can't spend them all, he simply can't spend them all. Over the years, Gu Ming has read countless books, adding up to at least 90,000, if not 100,000. He's immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge, thoroughly enjoying himself. Unbeknownst to him, 20 years have passed. Xinghua village has undergone changes. The boy of yesteryear now has a full beard. The once robust middle-aged man has now reached his twilight years. The only things that remain unchanged are the mountains and rivers, and Gu Ming. In the eyes of the villagers of Xinghua village, Gu Ming is a true deity, omniscient and omnipotent. Whether it's healing the sick, imparting knowledge, or providing funeral services, he is proficient in everything. Furthermore, his gentle and approachable manner has earned him great respect in Xinghua village. For any questions, doubts, or difficult ailments, people come to Gu Ming for advice. Li Lanyun is now a middle-aged woman, but her appearance has hardly changed. She looks as young as 18. Did you secretly give me medicine? At the dinner table, Li Lanyun stared at Gu Ming. Gu Ming coughed and quickly denied it. How could that be? Perhaps it's because you often tend to my medicinal herbs, and they've been nourished by the spiritual energy. Li Lanyun looked away, seemingly unconvinced, and said nothing more. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Time has passed, and the world has changed. Unbeknownst to her, Li Lanyun was already 95 years old. Ermanzi, Zayashitu, and the others had long since died and were buried by the riverbank. Beside their old graves, many new ones had appeared. Gu Ming quietly looked at the barely breathing Li Lanyun on the bed, sighed softly, his eyes, weathered by time, showing little emotion. You're still so stubborn. This day has finally come. Looking at Gu Ming, whose appearance remained unchanged, Li Lanyun raised her wrinkled hand, seemingly wanting to touch him, then withdrew it. As she lay dying, she found peace and spoke softly. Uncle Gu, I'm sorry. You have no regrets. I know you blame me, but everyone's fate is predetermined. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, I can't control them. Gu Ming remained calm. Having witnessed so many lives come and go around him, having personally buried countless villagers of Xinghua village, he was long accustomed to it. Li Lanyun smiled, her eyes unfocused, and tremblingly took out the letter, decades late, from her bosom, handing it to Gu Ming. Mother never blamed you. This is the letter she left for you. Gu Ming coughed and took the envelope. I've read it. I understand. After a long silence, Li Lanyun slowly closed her eyes, murmuring softly, Is immortality really good? Uncle Gu, you seem never to be happy. Gu Ming remained silent, unsure how to answer. He himself possessed eternal life, coupled with the life-borrowing talent truly immortal and indestructible. He couldn't explain what he was pursuing, nor did he know why he lived. Perhaps he lived simply because he lived, merely to live. Go in peace, go see your mother, don't keep her waiting too long. Uncle Gu, if there's an afterlife, I promise you, I'll accompany you in cultivating immortality, I'll stay with you. Suddenly, Li Lanyun covered her face and wept, curling up on the bed, her body trembling slightly. Uncle Gu, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I don't want to die, I want to stay with you, forever and ever. Gu Ming sighed softly, gently embracing Li Lanyun, and spoke tenderly. Cry it out, it'll be all right. Li Lanyun was stubborn her whole life, persisting her whole life, living in a self-torturing mental world. She couldn't untangle her inner obsession, yet she developed a dependence on Gu Ming. The word love is difficult to define, and love isn't just romantic love, it also includes familial love. Feeling Gu Ming's body temperature, Li Lanyun's mood gradually calmed, and she hummed a childhood nursery rhyme her mother had sung for her. The sheep bleat, the grass sways, the spring breeze turns the banana leaves green, the autumn wind rises, the winter snow falls, the red plum blossoms turn white. After burying Li Lanyun beside her mother's grave, Gu Ming lingered for a long time before turning and leaving. 60 years passed, and Gu Ming's cultivation reached the third level of the qi condensation realm, a remarkably rapid advancement. During those 60 years, Gu Ming read extensively, his knowledge encompassing not only elixirs and formations but also all sorts of miscellaneous ancient texts. It was useless, but he was happy to do it. He collected all the spiritual herbs and put them into his storage bag. After packing his luggage, carrying his bundle, and with his wooden sword at his side, Gu Ming left Xinghua village on a peaceful night, leaving behind a legend of an immortal, passed down through generations. Wandering among the mountains and rivers, Gu Ming wasn't in a hurry, because he didn't know where he was going, and rushing wouldn't help. He strolled around, stopping wherever he felt like to admire the scenery. He built a campfire and sat by a stream, roasting a wild rabbit. Watching the sizzling rabbit meat, he couldn't help but swallow hard. So delicious. This is the life of an immortal. Cultivating immortality? Even dogs don't cultivate it, hee hee. Suddenly, a faint light flashed by, leaving behind freshly roasted rabbit meat on the ground. Ming was completely bewildered, feeling dizzy, and losing consciousness. Chapter 16 Big Funnel Body. Regaining consciousness, Ming looked around. He found himself in an ancient hall, steeped in history. The hall was thickly covered in dust, suggesting it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. The walls were inscribed with various strange characters and patterns. The bookshelves were filled with an enormous number of books, easily over 1,000,000. A library of this era? Ming stood up, dusting himself off. Instead of panicking, he took some ancient books from the shelves and began to peruse them with great interest. A diagram of the human body's meridian system? Basic theories of formations? Theories of pill refining. A look of intense joy appeared on Ming's face. These were all treasures, things he couldn't access before. Completely engrossed in his studies, Ming was oblivious to everything around him, even why he was there and who had captured him. At that moment, a figure in black robes appeared behind Ming, eyes as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. You enjoy reading? Ming wasn't surprised and nodded calmly. There's a golden house in books. My talent for cultivation is lacking, so I'd rather read more books. Knowledge is quite interesting. Ming closed the ancient book in his hands and turned to look at the old man in black robes. At that moment, Ming felt a chill run down his spine, an inexplicable unease, far more powerful and terrifying than any cultivator he had ever seen. The mysterious old man smiled, sat down on the ground, and casually made a movement in the air, placing an ancient book in his hand. His gaze was filled with reminiscence as he spoke softly. These books are my lifelong collection. I remember the origin of each one, and I know their contents inside and out. Ming was startled and waved the ancient book in his hand. Do you remember where it came from? The old man. Just pretending. Why are you taking it so seriously? It would be a miracle if he remembered. He coughed, subtly changing the subject. Little fellow, how about we make a deal? Ming pouted and continued studying. Tell me, I'll consider it. Seeing Ming's composed state of mind, the old man couldn't help but look at him with higher regard. My time is running out. Ming's gaze paused, those words sounded so familiar. I have cultivated for over 10,000 years, and I cannot bear to let my legacy be buried between heaven and earth. I hope you will become my successor, accept my teachings, and carry them forward. I don't ask for much. If anyone asks you about your lineage, just mention my name. Ming looked at the old man with a strange expression. Such a good thing? The old man smiled gently. Of course, our meeting is fate. To meet you as I am about to pass away is the best arrangement of destiny. Looking at Ming, he continued earnestly. How about it? Accept my legacy, and all the ancient books here will be yours. Ming pondered for a moment, coughed, and looked at the old man with slight embarrassment. Senior, then I may have to disappoint you. My talent is unbearable to behold. I fear I will be unable to carry forward your legacy and make you famous throughout the world. The old man smiled faintly, unconcerned. He waved his hand, and a pool enveloped in dense spiritual light appeared in the center of the hall. The liquid within was like the essence of heaven and earth, brimming with energy. Talent is not important. As long as you temper your body and cultivate in this Yuanling pool day and night, you will surely reach the nascent soul realm within 100 years. Ming was slightly surprised. So impressive? Little fellow, what do you think? If you reach the nascent soul realm within 100 years, all my inheritances, cultivation techniques, and collections are yours. Agreed, it's a deal. How could he refuse such a good deal? Of course, he was even more interested in the vast sea of ancient books here. If he could memorize all of them, even if he couldn't become a great cultivator, he would still be a learned scholar. The old man smiled with satisfaction, his figure vanishing into thin air, his voice echoing in the hall. Little fellow, don't disappoint my expectations. Within 100 years, you must reach the nascent soul realm. Don't neglect your cultivation. You cannot leave here for 100 years. This is to protect you. There is enough food here. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you can abstain from grains. Relax. Ming gave an okay sign, not caring what the old man's purpose was, or even bothering to think about it. He knew, of course, that the old man was suspicious, and most likely couldn't remain hidden for long, needing to seal himself to prevent his life force from leaking out. The purpose of this old monster was obvious. Stretching, Ming loosened his belt, revealing only a pair of shorts, and first moved 10,000 ancient books, placing them beside the Yuanling pool. Stepping inside, he leaned against the pool, leisurely reading. In the shadows, the old man, seeing this, was satisfied and lay back in his coffin, isolating himself from the world with an array. The Yuanling pool consumed my life's blood, capable of defying fate, ignoring physique, allowing cultivation at a monstrous speed. Unfortunately, success came too late. I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, possession and rebirth. For 100 years, Ming immersed himself in reading and studying. He suddenly realized that he wasn't a poor student who couldn't learn, he simply wasn't interested in the things from his previous life. He studied these ancient texts with almost photographic memory and could even offer his own insights. When he discovered this talent, Ming was almost moved to tears. At least he wasn't entirely useless. In the 10th year, Ming's cultivation unknowingly reached the 9th level of qi condensation, a speed that surprised even himself. This Yuan Ling pool is truly amazing, but my breakthrough speed is too fast. I wonder if my foundation will be unstable. Soon, Ming dismissed this useless worry. What use is a foundation to me? I'm not afraid of death. Muttering to himself, Ming continued to immerse himself in cultivation. As for foundation establishment, the old man said not to worry about it, it should be able to establish itself. Then, in the 20th year, Ming finished reading his 1 millionth book, a speed comparable to a monstrous genius in the cultivation world. In the 50th year, Ming finished reading 3 million ancient texts. Closing the books, Ming couldn't help but let out a long sigh. I feel like I'm swimming in an ocean of knowledge. Knowledge is me, and I am knowledge. Continue. In his 80th year, Ming had read half of the books in the ancient palace. In his 100th year, Ming had read 2/3 of the ancient texts, so many that he couldn't even remember them all. Anyway, from ancient times to the present, formations, elixirs, weapon crafting, body cultivation, demon cultivation, monster cultivation, he knew everything about all sorts of races and their myriad forms. Even the 3,000 great daos, the primordial chaos, the theories of how all things operate, and all sorts of questions and unanswered questions about cultivation, he understood them all thoroughly. The only shortcoming. Damn, how come I'm still only at the qi condensation realm? Did that old man fool me? Ming was shocked. He stared speechlessly at the Yuan Ling pool, which he had completely absorbed. After 100 years, thanks to the mysterious old man's life's work, he was still only at the 9th level of the qi condensation realm. As for where all that spiritual energy went, Ming had no idea. It seemed like he absorbed it, but it also seemed like he didn't. Ming searched his mind for the answer and suddenly realized. So that's it. My body is like a funnel. If I don't plug the hole, no matter how much spiritual energy I absorb, it will all disappear. But how do I plug it? Ming's spiritual energy surged, drying his body. He put on his clothes and sat on the ground, pondering. An hour later, a glint of surprise flashed in Ming's eyes, and he revealed a look of joy. I get it. Just build a foundation to plug the leaks, right? Use the foundation as a plug to seal the leaks in my body. I'm a genius. However, it seems I need to rely on foundation building pills for my foundation building, and I need specially made 5-element foundation building pills, otherwise the 5 elemental spiritual energies will be unbalanced. It's all for nothing. Chapter 17. Who said cultivating immortality is difficult? This immortality is too easy. Just as Ming was about to begin refining the 5 elements foundation establishment pill, the old man who had disappeared for 100 years suddenly reappeared. Seeing the Yuan Ling pool depleted, he burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, I never expected that the ant I casually seized would actually be a prodigy. 100 years, exhausting my life's work, at the very least you should have reached the nascent soul realm, and your future potential is immeasurable. The old man dropped the pretense, looking at the speechless Ming with a sinister smile. He, little guy, you don't really think. You want to possess me, I understand. The old man's smile froze, his eyes twitched, and he snorted coldly. Interesting. Continue to guess why I did this. Ming gripped the ancient book in his hand and spoke slowly. There are only 3 possibilities. First, your lifespan is nearing its end, making it impossible to break through. Second, your foundation is severely damaged, your body is rotting, and there's no hope of recovery. Third, your cultivation has gone awry, leading to a qi deviation. The old man's eyes were dark, and he spoke through gritted teeth. Very well, as expected of the prodigy I chose. Now, guess why I insisted you cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Ming rolled his eyes. Was there even a need to guess? That contemptuous look enraged the old man, who wished he could slap Ming to death. It's simply because only a nascent soul realm body can barely withstand your soul power, allowing you to parasitize it. Do you know what I hate most in my life? You think someone can guess what you're thinking? Heh, you're quite the guesser. Then guess what will happen to your soul when I possess your body? Of course, it'll be scattered to the winds, or devoured by you. Are you out of your mind? You even ask that? I despise you. The old man trembled with rage, black energy surging from his body, enveloping the entire hall in his terrifying soul power. He didn't want to wait a moment longer, he just wanted to possess Ming as quickly as possible and torture his soul for hundreds of years. No need to ask, you definitely want to torture my soul. I understand. You old monster, twisted and perverted. Old man. I I want you dead, you ant. Seeing the old man about to attack, Gu Ming suddenly stood up and raised his hand to stop him. Wait. The old man chuckled coldly, a smug look on his face. Afraid now? I thought you weren't afraid of death, begging for mercy? Too late. Gu Ming shook his head, sighed, and helplessly reminded the old man. You've got it wrong. I want to remind you, I haven't reached the nascent soul realm. Your thing is useless, it can't even raise my cultivation level. The old man was dumbfounded. Sensing Gu Ming's presence with his divine sense, he fell into a long silence. He sensed Gu Ming's cultivation level again and again, still unable to believe it. He'd rather believe there was something wrong with his divine sense than believe that Gu Ming, after 100 years of absorbing the power of the entire Yuanling pool, hadn't even reached the nascent soul realm. Most absurdly, Gu Ming was still only at the 9th level of the qi condensation realm. The old man staggered back 2 steps, his eyes unfocused, muttering to himself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You're lying to me. You're definitely hiding your cultivation. Even a dog, absorbing this much spiritual energy, could reach the nascent soul realm. Gu Ming was displeased, frowning, and pointing at the old man's brow, retorting without fear. Hey, that's not fair. So what if my talent is a tiny bit lacking? Did I eat your rice? Even old Zhao never said that to me. Seeing his hope of being reborn through possession extinguished, the old man went completely mad, his face a mixture of laughter and tears. This Yuanling pool wasn't just about spiritual energy, it also contained his Dao. Otherwise, why would he bother absorbing its power to cultivate? He could simply seize a nascent soul cultivator and possess their body. Only by absorbing the Yuanling pool's spiritual energy and the Dao principles he had cultivated within could he perfectly harmonize with his soul. Now that the Yuanling pool was destroyed, his plan for a perfect rebirth was shattered. Even if he were to be reborn through possession, he could see the end of his life before him. You deserve to die. The old man's terrifying power suddenly erupted, shattering Gu Ming into a bloody mist, utterly dead. Recovering, the old man's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared to the sky. Heaven is against me. To let me encounter this once-in-a-millennium piece of trash. My time is running out. I can only be reborn through possession, this physical body can't hold on much longer. I, the dignified patriarch of the Wengzhen sect, have fallen to such a state. Fortunately, among my descendants, a rather promising genius has emerged to take charge of the Wengzhen sect for me. I have no regrets. Meanwhile, the Wengzhen sect master, a nascent soul realm cultivator who was in seclusion, suddenly felt his blood rush to his head. Before he could react, he exploded with a bang, turning into a blood mist. Jiangguyu City, in an inconspicuous alley. Gu Ming slowly awoke, hurriedly checking his belongings. Only after confirming that everything was with him did he feel somewhat relieved. Now I'm not alone, I can't lose my storage bag. Touching the wooden sword beside him, Gu Ming lazily stretched, a notification appearing on his mental panel. Killed by Hongwuji, the host was resurrected by sacrificing his bloodline to the sect leader of the Wengzhen sect, Hong Aotian. Looking at the 20 black cards, Gu Ming rubbed his hands together, quite expectant. This guy is actually a big shot from the Wengzhen sect? I'm really destined to be with the Wengzhen sect. With so many cards, I should at least get a useful skill. He randomly selected a black card. Obtained a strange flame, bone nether profound flame. Gu Ming was slightly startled, then his eyes flashed with intense joy. It's actually the bone nether profound flame, ranked 10th on the strange flame ranking. Strange flames are naturally formed flames of heaven and earth. Each strange flame possesses unique abilities, and there is only one of each. They are extremely rare and sought after, even by powerful cultivators undergoing tribulation. Their abilities are extremely powerful, not only enhancing a cultivator's combat strength but also assisting in weapon crafting, alchemy, and setting up killing formations, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Gu Ming was shocked that a mere nascent soul cultivator could control a strange fire, and not just any fire, but the 10th ranked bone nether profound fire. He stretched out his palm, and a dark, azure flame slowly appeared, swaying without wind, spewing flames that distorted the void. With the help of his talent, Gu Ming directly refined the bone nether profound fire, without needing to worry about its backlash. Tisk tisk tisk, legend has it that the bone nether profound fire can both revive bones and burn the 9 netherworlds, hence its name. And yet, it's been obtained by a mere qi condensation realm 9th level cultivator like myself. Gu Ming sighed at the fickle nature of fate. His luck seemed to be starting to improve. Having mastered the bone nether fire, his strength increased, and most importantly, naturally, he would no longer need to rely on mortal fire for alchemy. As for the increased strength, Gu Ming didn't care. What use was an increase to his level 9 qi condensation realm strength? In a direct confrontation, he couldn't even defeat a foundation establishment cultivator. View panel. Name, Gu Ming. Race, human. Cultivation, level 9 qi condensation realm. Physique, mortal. Cultivation technique, mastery of falling wind palm. Supernatural abilities, none. Lifespan, infinity. Talent, life borrowing. Occupation, mid-grade yellow rank alchemist, low-grade yellow rank array master, low-grade mortal rank weapon refiner, high-grade profound rank spirit plant master. Spiritual treasure, bone nether fire. Unconsciously, I become stronger again. Cultivating immortality isn't so difficult after all. Chapter 18 Bounty Hunter, Spring Flower Pavilion. Half an hour later, Gu Ming appeared in a tavern, a table laden with fine wine and delicacies before him. He enjoyed the ambience while contemplating his next move. In that half hour, he had ascertained his current location, Jiangbiu City in the Yunqing Kingdom, a relatively large city, less than 1,000 miles from the capital, quite close. Zhao Ningai's sect seems quite far from the Yunqing Kingdom. No rush. Glancing at the several bounty hunters with bounty tokens hanging from their waists not far away, Gu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he drank and muttered to himself. Anyway, my lifespan is endless. Experiencing more of the human world isn't bad. 10 years later, Jiangbiu City, Bounty Tavern. This place caters specifically to bounty hunters, providing drinks, lodging, and a place to exchange bounties. At this moment, the noisy tavern suddenly fell silent as a figure in black entered. The bounty hunters, drinking heartily, eating large chunks of meat, and boasting, all turned to look at the figure in black. He walked towards them, wearing a black inner garment and a long black robe, carrying an ordinary wooden sword on his back and a storage bag hanging from his waist. Gu Ming approached the counter, took 2 blood-stained cloth bags from his storage bag, and placed them on the counter. The heads of the black and white duo. The middle-aged man gave Gu Ming a deep look, checked it carefully, and then smiled and praised him. Indeed, the heads of the black and white duo. 100 spirit stones as bounty. Keep it safe. Gu Ming accepted the spirit stones and put them into his storage bag. His gaze swept over the newly posted bounty notice, noted the information, and then he left. After he left, the murmurs of discussion among the crowd resumed. It's He Sang again. How many bounties has he collected this month? I counted, the 8th time. Doesn't this guy cultivate? Is he working so hard for spirit stones? A bounty hunter can complete 1 bounty a month, which is enough to cover cultivation expenses. This guy averages over 10 a month. It's too cutthroat. No wonder he's He Sang, a role model for us bounty hunters. I can't drink anymore, I'm going to complete a bounty mission. Heh, you think it's that easy? This is a life or death job. Every time it's a near-death experience. We're doing this to make a living, not to die. You go ahead, I'm going to enjoy this rare moment of life, going to the brothel to listen to music. Gu Ming left the bounty tavern, not continuing the hunt, but returning to his small courtyard. For 10 years, Gu Ming put aside everything else, focusing solely on being a bounty hunter. He truly embodies the saying, love what you do. He's going to crush all other professions. 10 years had passed, and Gu Ming remained at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, his cultivation unwavering and remarkably stable. At the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, hunting down cultivators who plagued mortals was more than enough. During this time, he went from an unknown bounty hunter to the infamous Black Slaughter of the industry. Not because of his superior strength, but because of his relentless pursuit of advancement and tireless effort. As for his cultivation, Gu Ming felt that his rapid breakthroughs in the previous 100 years had left his foundation somewhat unstable, requiring further consolidation. It's about time. Time to start refining the 5 Elements Foundation Establishment Pill. Creak! The kitchen door opened, revealing a 14-year-old boy dressed in gray cloth, holding a spoon in his left hand and a spatula in his right. With delicate features, fair skin, and a slender figure, he resembled a tall, slightly large-framed woman, beautiful indeed. Seeing Gu Ming, the young man smiled and bowed respectfully. Master, you're back. Lin Su was a little beggar Gu Ming had picked up by the roadside 10 years ago. Seeing him orphaned and destitute, Gu Ming took him in, making him watch over the yard, clean, and cook. 10 years had passed, and the little beggar had grown into a young man. Yes, you eat first. Don't worry about me. Don't enter my room without my permission. Understood. Lin Su remained bowed until Gu Ming returned to his room before rising to continue cooking. He was already used to Gu Ming's ways, he wouldn't ask questions, just obey. Gu Ming had given him a new life, even if Gu Ming wanted him dead, he wouldn't hesitate. Back in his room, Gu Ming set up a simple warning array to conceal his presence. He went to his bedroom and took out the materials needed to refine the 5 Elements Foundation Establishment Pill. Raising his right hand, he circulated his spiritual energy, and with a bang, the bone nether profound fire appeared, illuminating the entire room in a cold white light. Following his understanding, Gu Ming controlled the bone nether profound fire with his left hand and used his right hand as the pill furnace to begin refining. This refining method was unique. If any alchemist saw him, they would surely arrest him for research. The 5 Elements Foundation Establishment Pill required 5 kinds of spiritual herbs as raw materials, fused into a spiritual liquid, and the 5 elements of spiritual energy within the body as a catalyst to perfectly fuse them. This process sounded simple, but it was actually very difficult. Not only did it require the 5 spiritual liquids to be perfectly fused with the 5 elements of spiritual energy within the body, but it also required precise control of the bone nether profound fire. Even a profound level alchemist would find it difficult to achieve. It's easy for a Shin level alchemist to refine foundation establishment pills, but refining a custom-made 5-element foundation establishment pill is something probably only Gu Ming in this world could do. After all, no one is as bored as him. The refining process lasted 3 hours. When the spiritual liquids perfectly fused, a 5-colored foundation establishment pill slowly appeared. Gu Ming's lips curled up, and he slowly concealed his aura, looking at the 5-element foundation establishment pill in his hand with considerable satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, a success on the first try. I'm truly a genius. After swallowing it, Gu Ming hurriedly took out 100 spirit stones, absorbed their spiritual energy, and attempted to break through to the foundation establishment realm. 3 days later, Gu Ming was speechless, examining his inner self. Did I succeed, or not? In one of his 360 acupoints, in his abdomen, a 5-element Dao foundation condensed, plugging a leak of spiritual energy that was a success. However, spiritual energy was still leaking from the other acupoints in his body. Holy crap, so many holes! Whose acupoints are leaking spiritual energy? 1, 2, 3, 100, 200, 300, 360. Gu Ming sighed, looking up at the sky. God, are you playing me? Do I have to build 360 Dao foundations? Will I need 360 golden cores later? Gu Ming calculated his resources. Well, not nearly enough. Cultivating immortality is such a waste of spirit stones. What can I do? Keep trying. Gu Ming smiled faintly, his mindset changing quickly. 360 Dao foundations are nothing. He got up, bathed and changed, ate something, and left the courtyard to continue his work as a bounty hunter. Previously, it was to eliminate his peers, now, it's to establish his foundation. Sifting through bounty missions in his mind, he finally settled on a target at the 8th level of Qi condensation. Ji Liuming, the notorious womanizer, specializes in absorbing yin energy to replenish yang, harming virgin mortals. You're the one. Your character is depraved, I despise you. Having chosen his target, Gu Ming used the target's information to deduce his possible locations. This guy excels at speed and disguise, no one knows his true face yet. Although he's only at the 8th level of Qi condensation, the mission is quite difficult, with a bounty of 200 spirit stones. Let me guess, how do you always manage to find the right targets for absorbing yin energy so precisely? Gu Ming pondered for a long time, made up his mind, and got up to leave the courtyard. Lin Su, as usual, stopped her work, bowed, and remained until Gu Ming left. Spring Cloud Pavilion, a brothel in Jiangbiu City where people listen to music. Gu Ming arrived here and went straight inside. The madam, seeing Gu Ming arrive, hurriedly greeted him. Oh my, isn't this the renowned Black Morning Master? What brings you here today? Which courtesan have you taken a fancy to? Just tell me, and I'll arrange it for you right away. Gu Ming's reputation as a daredevil was known to everyone in Jiangbiu City. You, madam? Her expression hardened slightly. She glanced at her out-of-shape figure, paused, then covered her face and chuckled softly, a hint of shyness in her voice. My lord, you're joking. I'm an old maid, how could I be worthy of you? If I were 10 years younger, I would absolutely use my ice and fire dual heaven technique on you without hesitation, but now, oh dear, please don't tease me. Gu Ming's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, 10 spirit stones. Oh, what you're saying, I'm going all out, I'll come down from the mountain again, come with me. The madam was quite excited, a blush of girlish shyness appearing on her wrinkled old face, somewhat expectant. I didn't expect someone to recognize my worth, he. Could it be that this Lord He Sang likes this type? If he wants to take me in, should I agree? The madam fantasized inwardly, swaying her hips more vigorously, her eyes becoming more confident. Chapter 19 Dancing with the Shadows. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the madam led Gu Ming into the top-tier room. Before entering, she gestured for 2 courtesans to fetch her treasure chest, long sealed away. Once inside, gossip swirled throughout the brothel. Holy crap, this He Sang actually likes this type. A mother complex? Possibly. This guy's known as a workaholic, acts strangely, has some unusual fetishes, it's not unusual. The madam's almost 60, isn't she? Tisk tisk tisk. I can't believe it, I can't believe it. Inside the room, Gu Ming had barely sat down when the madam began undressing, her face flushed with shyness. Looking at the madam's 60-year-old grandmotherly appearance, Gu Ming's forehead creased with annoyance. This madam looks old enough to be his wet nurse, How could she possibly do this to him? Of course, Gu Ming's actual age was old enough to be her ancestor. Stop, stop, stop. What are you doing? Gu Ming interrupted, and the madam, startled, instantly understood. She stepped forward to help Gu Ming undress. Gu Ming, speechless, took out 10 spirit stones and tossed them to the madam. Stop. I have something to ask you. If you satisfy me, you can take the spirit stones. The madam realized what was happening, sighed regretfully, and slowly put on her clothes, pursing her lips. Sir, you really know how to tease me, making me all excited. After sitting down, the madam's eyes were fixed on the 10 spirit stones, devoid of any impurity, only greed. Ordinary customers who came to this brothel to listen to music would simply give silver. Those who gave spirit stones were the wealthy. 10 spirit stones could book the most exclusive girls at the Spring Light Pavilion for the night. Gu Ming's extravagant spending made the madam realize that the question he asked was definitely not simple. My lord, please ask, I will answer to the best of my knowledge. Gu Ming nodded in satisfaction before asking, have you seen any unusual people at your Chunhua pavilion lately? The madam was taken aback, a look of surprise crossing her heavily made-up face. Unusual? What do you mean by unusual, my lord? People who come here specifically to listen to music. The madam realized, thought for a moment, and exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, there is one. He always comes to Chunhua Pavilion, sits in a corner, only drinks, and doesn't need any courtesans. Our Chunhua Pavilion has many refined gentlemen, and although they haven't engaged in sexual relations, they all choose to be served by courtesans. It's rather rare for someone to come to Chunhua Pavilion only to drink and listen to music. Just recently, there has been one such person, and this person's face is deathly pale, clearly from excessive indulgence, yet he doesn't engage in sexual relations. Strange. Gu Ming's lips curled up. He was certain this person was Ji Liuming. As for why, it's because men who frequent places like Chunhua brothel love to discuss which family's daughters are still unmarried and what their situations are. If you want to accurately find a virgin, this is the best place to gather information. Of course, Gu Ming was just trying his luck, but he didn't expect to succeed on his first try. Gu Ming attributed it to the protagonist's halo. Do me a favor, and I'll give you the spirit stones. The madam was slightly taken aback, then smiled and giggled. My lord, please tell me. Pass on a message that the Gu family has a daughter, unmarried, born with a Xianyin physique, and possessing unparalleled beauty. Gu Ming told the madam the details and location. The madam was stunned, looking at Gu Ming with suspicion. Sir, are you planning to deal with Ji Liuming? So the strange person you mentioned is the notorious womanizer Ji Liuming? The madam, a seasoned veteran of the underworld, understood things instantly. Gu Ming wasn't worried about her leaking information. There were rules in the underworld, if she didn't follow them, she wouldn't have been able to maintain her position in this bustling city. Just knowing is enough. 10 spirit stones, 1 piece of information, plus some spreading false rumors that should be enough, right? The madam was silent for a moment, a look of hesitation on her face. Gritting her teeth, she pushed the spirit stones towards Gu Ming. Gu Ming's gaze sharpened, awaiting the madam's explanation. The madam snorted indignantly, her face as cold as frost, and spoke through gritted teeth. Though I am an ordinary person, I despise those who prey on innocent women by exploiting others' sexual practices. Alas, back in the day, I too was exploited, ending up disgraced and forced down this path of no return. Otherwise, what normal woman would willingly bear such a reputation to beg for food? The courtesans in my Chunhua brothel are all pitiful. Sir, since you are doing this to deal with Ji Liuming, I absolutely cannot accept these spirit stones. I am willing to cooperate with you. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, a subtle change appearing in his gaze towards the madam. The madam chuckled lightly, speaking calmly. Sir, you cannot generalize and assume that everyone in my line of work is a heartless villain. Ask the courtesans in my Chunhua brothel, who among them is not doing it voluntarily. They are all just trying to earn a living. As for those who sell themselves, as long as they pay their dues, I will never force them to leave. Gu Ming smiled. Sorry, here, take these spirit stones. I don't need them. Do a good job, you've rid the people of a scourge. Seeing Gu Ming's resolute attitude, the madam didn't hesitate any longer, accepted the spirit stones, and bowed. Thank you, sir. No need to be polite. I'll wait for your news. After leaving the Spring Flower Pavilion, Gu Ming didn't go straight back. Instead, he bought some rouge and powder, and a set of women's clothing. Dusk fell, before the bronze mirror. Lin Su's lips twitched. Looking at her somewhat attractive reflection in the mirror, she forced a stiff smile. Master, is this really how it should be? Gu Ming carefully examined Lin Su's women's clothing, a white, shimmering dress, wide sleeves, and azure ribbons. Her eyes were like spring water, large and red. It must be said, she possessed a certain beauty, an ordinary person couldn't tell if she was male or female. In the twilight, it was even more difficult to tell, she was undoubtedly a beautiful young woman waiting to be married. Except, her frame was a bit large. "Get up, give your master a dance." Ignoring Lin Su's objections, Gu Ming pulled him to his feet, making him imitate the women of the brothel, striking alluring poses. Lin Su was speechless, but he never disobeyed Gu Ming's requests. In the courtyard, Gu Ming sat in a chair, watching Lin Su dance gracefully under the moonlight, from his initial awkwardness to gradually gaining some flair. From afar, he resembled a tall, slender woman dancing under the moon. After the dance, Lin Su, slightly shy, came to Gu Ming and asked hesitantly, "Master, do I look good? Dancing with your shadow, you seem to be in the mortal world. You've got some charm, not bad, little Su, keep up the good work." "Ah, master, do you want to continue?" "Of course. Isn't that enough?" A little fooling should convince Ji Liuming. "It's enough, but I want to see." "Lin Su?" He remained silent, continuing to immerse himself in the dance under the moonlight. Chapter 20 The Unlucky Ji Liuming. The following day, news spread throughout Jiangview City that a stunningly beautiful woman had appeared in some obscure corner. Many people wanted to catch a glimpse of her, but the gates were locked, and trespassing was illegal, so they had to leave reluctantly. As dusk fell, Gu Ming, as always, lay back in his chair, watching Lin Su dance under the moonlight. He seemed born to dance. In just 2 days, his movements were in no way inferior to the women on the railings of the Spring Flower Pavilion. What a pity, born in the wrong era. If I were in my time, with that figure, that face, that dance, I'd definitely be a huge internet celebrity. Gu Ming muttered to himself, then suddenly his gaze sharpened, fixed on the rustling shadows of the trees. There, a strange, repulsive aura appeared, eyes like a wolf's, fixed intently on Lin Su. Ha ha ha, what a sight to behold, dancing under the moon, truly a beauty beyond compare. Ji Liuming sneered, a greedy glint in his eyes. He leaped into the air, a cloth bag appearing in his hand, and charged straight at Lin Su. Lin Su, seeing Ji Liuming's figure, remained calm and unaffected, continuing her graceful dance. Every gesture, every smile, made Ji Liuming drool. Mine, I'll definitely pamper you today, making you feel like you're in heaven." Just as he was about to reach her, a figure suddenly appeared, a fist brimming with spiritual light, slamming Ji Liuming to the ground with a deafening crash. The powerful force shattered the stone bricks on the ground. Ji Liuming was terrified, instantly realizing he'd been tricked. Damn it, such powerful strength. Puff. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ji Liuming didn't hesitate, his figure flashing like lightning as he fled out of the courtyard. Just as he stood up, he saw a figure in black, holding a wooden sword, staring at him expressionlessly from the wall. "You think you can just leave after coming here? Do you think my name, Black Morning, is just for show?" Gu Ming sneered, his wooden sword flashing in the air as he swung it down, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that instantly sent Ji Liuming flying back into the courtyard. Ji Liuming's eyes narrowed, revealing deep apprehension. He stared at Gu Ming from the wall, panting heavily. "It's you, Black Morning. Very well, no wonder you're so powerful. However, you've been far too careless. You overlooked such a beauty." Ji Liuming sneered, turning to attack Lin Su, intending to use her to threaten Gu Ming. Lin Su remained still, continuing her graceful dance. A mocking smile flickered across Gu Ming's lips as he sat atop the wall, letting Ji Liuming approach Lin Su. When they were 3 feet apart, suddenly, his expression changed drastically, staring in disbelief at his feet. A flash of inspiration struck him, a binding formation was activated. In a chain reaction, the entire courtyard transformed into a binding array, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to create a dazzling array of 5 elements, like divine might, suppressing him and rendering him immobile. Ji Liuming was stunned, speaking in disbelief. "You're actually an array master. How is that possible?" Dense streams of spiritual light appeared, binding Ji Liuming tightly, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. Gu Ming chuckled, his figure gracefully landing. Without a word, he first crippled his meridians, severing his cultivation to prevent any unforeseen complications. "Fool, my courtyard is equipped with 360 minor mortal level arrays. Triggering just one will synthesize a superior yellow level array. Even a foundation establishment expert wouldn't be able to move upon entering, let alone you." Although Gu Ming wasn't afraid of death, he was cautious and wouldn't expose his weaknesses. Ji Liuming glared at Gu Ming, wishing he could drink his blood and devour his flesh. The mighty He Sang, a 9th level Qi condensation realm expert, actually used an array to deal with me? Despicable. Gu Ming was speechless. He gestured for Lin Su to stop and said calmly, "Isn't the array my method? Defeat is defeat. So many excuses. At worst, I'll just die. You. By the way, let me tell you something else. I had the madam of Chunyua brothel spread the news." Ji Liuming trembled with rage, gritting his teeth and cursing. "That damned old hag, she deserves to die. But how are you so sure I'd be at Chunyua brothel?" "Guess." Looking at Gu Ming's smiling face, Ji Liuming almost choked with rage. "Oh, and let me tell you a secret, he's a man." Ji Liuming was stunned, staring blankly at the stunningly beautiful Lin Su, his mind filled with questions. Hello! Lin Su greeted him with a smile, her voice gentle, but unmistakably male. Holy crap! Splat! Gu Ming didn't give Ji Liuming a chance to vent, decapitating him with a single sword stroke, shaking his head and sighing. Lust got the better of him, huh? But my little Su Su is indeed beautiful, so it's not his fault, right? Lin Su's face flushed red with embarrassment. Master, what nonsense are you talking about? Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Clean up his body properly, don't dirty my yard. Tomorrow I'll use his head to buy you candy. Lin Su said speechlessly, dragging Ji Liuming's headless corpse along. Master, I'm not a child anymore. I understand. In his spare time, Gu Ming loved to tease Lin Su. It was a kind of fun for him. Sitting in a chair, he kicked Ji Liuming's head around on the ground like a soccer ball, waiting for Lin Su to dispose of Ji Liuming's corpse. After cleaning up, Lin Su, panting, looked at Gu Ming, who was playing with the head, and was slightly speechless. Master, did you burn these clothes? Gu Ming rolled his eyes and said indifferently. Why burn them? What a waste. Keep them, I'll buy you a few more sets another day. You can dance for me when you're free. Lin Su's pupils widened, and she shook her head frantically. Master, I don't want to. Little Su Su is the best, be good. Alright, get some rest, it's getting late. Gu Ming didn't give Lin Su a chance to argue further. He stretched, picked up Ji Liuming's head, and returned to the room, leaving Lin Su bewildered in the wind. The next day, when Ji Liuming's bounty was removed, the entire Jiangbiu city was shaken. Ji Liuming is dead? So fast? Who did it? Who else could it be? Of course, it was that guy He Sang. Tisk, impressive. Ji Liuming is elusive, yet he managed to catch him. If He Sang wasn't already famous throughout Jiangbiu city, I'd suspect he caught himself to fill the vacancy, ha ha ha. In the bounty tavern, numerous bounty hunters joked and laughed, their laughter echoing. Gu Ming returned to the courtyard, carrying 10 sets of 5 elements foundation establishment materials he had just purchased. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, he saw a figure in a light blue robe sitting in the pavilion. Brother He Sang, congratulations. I've come to mooch a meal, you don't mind, do you? Li Xuanlan, a friend Gu Ming had made over the years, was free-spirited and straightforward. Gu Ming smiled and glanced at Lin Su, who was hiding behind the kitchen, teased by Li Xuanlan. Little Su Su, prepare some good wine and dishes. Understood, master. Lin Su breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly fled the courtyard. Gu Ming sat down, looking slightly helpless. You flirted with Lin Su again? Li Xuanlan coughed, vehemently denying it. Nonsense, I was just having a friendly conversation, he's just a bit shy. But I must say, this little fellow Lin Su is quite handsome. If you hadn't taken him in, I'm afraid. In this era, homosexuals were commonplace, nothing unusual. Chapter 21 Keeping the Appointment. Gu Ming shook his head, nodding slightly with a sigh. Yes, this era, there are always many things that don't go as planned. You and I can only do our best. Li Xuanlan was silent for a moment, then smiled helplessly, not continuing the question. He came from a cultivation family, but because he couldn't stand the injustice of the world, the intrigue within his family, and coupled with his mediocre talent, he chose to leave. Now he works as a bounty hunter in Jiangbiu City, not for spirit stones, but simply for the world he desires. He'll get involved in what he should, and he'll also get involved in what he shouldn't. Although he's only at the foundation establishment stage, his reputation in Jiangbiu City is renowned, simply because he's righteous, fair, and principled. Enough of that. I came here today only to have a good drink with Brother He Sang. Gu Ming frowned slightly, his fingers tapping casually on the stone table as he looked at Li Xuanlan. You've taken on another bounty? Everyone calls Gu Ming a daredevil, but in Gu Ming's eyes, Li Xuanlan is the real daredevil. This guy always takes on the most heinous and brutal bounty missions, each one a near-death experience. Sometimes he can't understand why Li Xuanlan would give up a perfectly good family scion to live such a nomadic, precarious life. Li Xuanlan looks indifferent, smiling. Yeah, a mid-foundation establishment stage evil cultivator, cultivating with mortal blood essence. Of course I have to get involved. In this chaotic world, if no one intervenes, how can there be peace? Every time he faces a bounty mission with no certainty of success, Li Xuanlan comes here to have a drink with Gu Ming. In his words, Gu Ming is the only friend he truly acknowledges, and this is Gu Ming seeing him off. Gu Ming sighs softly, saying nothing more. He had tried to dissuade him many times, but Li Xuanlan has his own principles, and over time, Gu Ming has gotten used to it. Not long after, Lin Su returned, bringing a table laden with delicious food and fine wine. The two talked, drank, and discussed life until dusk, with only half a pot of Immortal's intoxication remaining. Li Xuanlan, with his back to Gu Ming and Lin Su, waved casually. If I return alive, I'll drink with you again. Alright, I'll save the rest of the wine for your triumphant return. After Li Xuanlan left, Lin Su tilted his head and whispered, "Is Master Li going to do something dangerous again?" "Yes. Knowing it's dangerous, that you'll die, why does Master Li persist in doing it?" "Because, principles." Unbeknownst to them, another 10 years passed. During those 10 years, Gu Ming never saw Li Xuanlan again. Some said he died at the hands of evil cultivators, some said he left Jiangbiu City, went far away to continue his chivalrous deeds, and righted injustice, others said Li Xuanlan suffered severe injuries and chose to live in seclusion. But Gu Ming knew he would never return, he would leave this world forever to pursue the peaceful and prosperous era he desired. For years, Gu Ming had been inquiring about the evil cultivators, but to no avail. Now, Gu Ming had completed 52 foundation establishment stages, he needed only 308 more to truly enter the foundation establishment realm. His true strength had already reached the foundation establishment realm, but how strong he was, Gu Ming did not know. Every time Gu Ming dealt with a vicious bounty hunter, he used the bone nether fire formation as an aid, avoiding direct confrontation whenever possible. 10 years had passed, and Li Xuanlan was now 28, a mature man. Since the incident with Li Lanyun, Gu Ming never required anyone to cultivate, including Lin Su. Perhaps a peaceful and happy life for 100 years was already the pursuit of countless people. Lin Su was already living a happy life. If he were to cultivate, it would only bring more trouble. Lin Su sat in the pavilion, leaning on the stone table, watching the busy Gu Ming, and couldn't help but speak. "Master, can't you rest for a moment? In all these years, since Master Li disappeared, I haven't seen you stop for a single moment." Gu Ming smiled, unhurriedly replying, "There are many things in this world that I need to learn. Rather than wasting time, why not devote myself to learning? Learning is endless." Lin Su shook his head. He didn't understand, nor did he want to understand. He only wanted to protect this small family for Gu Ming. Over the years, the number of bounty hunters in Jiangbiu City has increased, but the number of bounty missions has decreased. Yunqing Kingdom established the Zhenfu Division, specifically responsible for dealing with these evil cultivators and vicious criminals. Bounty missions are only issued for exceptionally dangerous tasks or when manpower is insufficient. The profession of bounty hunter will soon be obsolete with the development of the times, and many bounty hunters choose to change professions. Gu Ming, however, is happy to continue. Without bounty missions, he studies formations, elixirs, weapon crafting, and refines foundation establishment pills. He has plenty to do. Time waits for no one, and another year of heavy snow weighs down the branches. 60 years have passed since Gu Ming arrived in Jiangbiu City. In these 60 years, familiar faces have gradually become strangers. Jiangbiu City has undergone great changes. The profession of bounty hunter has almost become obsolete, and the once bustling bounty tavern is now deserted. Lin Su, now an elderly man, wearing a thick mink fur coat, stands in the snow, waiting for Gu Ming's return. Crunch! Hearing the courtyard gate open, Lin Su smiled. "Master, you're back." Seeing an elderly man calling him master felt strange to Gu Ming. He had long ago told Lin Su to change his form of address, but he was used to it and didn't want to. "If you're not taking care of your health, don't keep coming out. What if you catch a cold?" Gu Ming frowned slightly, his tone slightly reproachful, as he led Lin Su back to the warm, cozy room with the charcoal fire burning. Looking at Lin Su's aged appearance, Gu Ming couldn't bear it any longer and sighed softly. "Taking my pills will at least make you a little stronger." Lin Su smiled and shook her head. "Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural order. Being able to accompany you for so many years, Master, is already very fulfilling." Gu Ming remained silent. Lin Su spent most of her time alone at home, guarding the place for him. Lin Su hesitated for a moment, then cautiously inquired, "Master, my time is running out. Please rest for a while." "All right." The glow of the charcoal fire illuminated Lin Su's aged face. In a fleeting moment, Gu Ming seemed to see the pure and innocent smile of the young boy he had first met. Spring turned to autumn, and for 10 years, Gu Ming never left the courtyard, staying by Lin Su's side until her final days. In those 10 years, Gu Ming put aside many things, giving Lin Su more time. Despite this, his 5 Elements Foundation establishment was still perfectly completed, with 360 foundation points established and 360 acupoints, truly marking his entry into the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. In just 70 years, he had progressed from the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm to the foundation establishment realm. Gu Ming always felt the speed was too fast, worrying about the instability of his foundation. However, this didn't matter, because Lin Su's life had finally come to an end. On the bed, Lin Su's hair was white, his eyes slightly open, as pure as ever, untouched by worldly corruption. "Master, my time has come. I cannot continue to accompany you. I'm sorry. These years, I have been very happy and joyful. Meeting you, Master, is the greatest blessing of my life. Forgive my selfishness, but I cannot continue to serve you, Master. In the next life, I should dance for you under the moon." Gu Ming sighed softly, gently smoothing his eyes, and buried him in the courtyard. You served me your whole life. This time, it's my turn. He prepared a sumptuous meal and fine wine, and Gu Ming saw Lin Su off. After a long while, until the new grave was completely covered in snow, Gu Ming finally rose, gazing at the snow-covered landscape in the distance. Lin Su is gone, and it's time for me to go too. Before I leave, there's one more thing to accomplish, one promise to fulfill, isn't that right, brotherly? He retrieved the remaining half-jar of Immortal's intoxication from the soil, placed it in his storage bag, packed his belongings, donned his bamboo hat, and departed from this place where he had stayed for 70 years amidst the swirling snow. Chapter 22 What is right and what is wrong? Heavy snow weighed down the branches, every house was tightly shut, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of white snow. Gu Ming, like a lone swordsman, left Jiangyu City, carrying a wooden sword. His departure went unnoticed, leaving behind a small but significant legend. Some said He Sang died in a bounty mission. Some said that He Sang changed professions because of the appearance of the Genfu division. Some said, Gu Ming recently received news of the evil cultivator, having spent a large amount of spirit stones. He was going to take the remaining half-jar of wine to send Li Xuanlan off on her final journey, to fulfill a promise made 60 years late. 10 days later, Fenlin County. This was a bustling and prosperous county, and in recent decades, it had been rated as one of the top 10 most livable places and a civilized county by the Yunqing Kingdom. Upon arriving in Fenlin County, the residents all lived contentedly and carefree lives. Everyone was well-fed and warmly clothed, everyone had work, and there had never been any chaos or fighting, let alone any evil cultivators or vicious criminals. All this credit was given to Tian Buwei, the magistrate of Fenlin County. Gu Ming didn't linger, carrying a half-jar of aged wine, and headed straight for the county government office. Along the way, people noticed Gu Ming's unusual behavior and curiously scrutinized him. Gu Ming's attire clearly indicated he wasn't a resident of Fenlin County. Upon arriving at the county government office, he found guards with swords standing at the entrance. Seeing Gu Ming's strange behavior, the guards frowned slightly, their hands hovering over their swords, showing vigilance. Gu Ming ignored them, looking up at the plaque bearing the 4 characters upright and just, and smiling to himself. Brother Li, I've come to keep my appointment. Stepping up the steps, Gu Ming walked towards the county government office. 2 guards drew their long swords, blocking his path. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to enter the county government office. Leave immediately, or face death. Gu Ming ignored him and continued walking into the office, muttering to himself. Beneath the light lies filth and depravity. You are unworthy of the words upright and just. Gu Ming drew his wooden sword and slashed upwards, the sword energy radiating outwards, tearing the plaque to shreds. 2 constables, enraged, charged forward with their knives. Aiding evil. Gu Ming coldly snorted, slashing with his sword. Both constables fell to the ground, bloodied necks. Gu Ming had already discerned the deep malevolent aura hidden in their eyes, evil cultivators. In other words, the entire county government office was a den of evil cultivators, their lair. Hidden in a famously peaceful and prosperous place, a place where the darkest place is under the lamp. This was why Gu Ming had never found any trace of this evil cultivator all these years. The most vicious and wicked cultivators all hid in the county government office, which explained why there were no other evil cultivators nearby. With cultivators from other places cultivating, not touching the residents of Fenlin County is indeed a good way to hide. Suddenly, the ignorant residents outside angrily condemned Gu Ming. Heavens! What kind of world is this? Slaughtering conscientious officials who serve the people and the country in broad daylight. Is there any justice left? Even if we can't defeat you, we won't allow you, this demon, to continue your evil deeds and kill our honest officials. Demon, stop immediately. Surrender, or you will surely die. Everyone, attack together. Take down this demon. I don't believe he can kill all the residents of Fenlin County. The ignorant residents shouted and threatened Gu Ming, about to attack. Revealing their true nature, the ferocious and malevolent cultivators swarmed out, their bodies radiating murderous aura as they surrounded Gu Ming. The visible evil aura stunned the crowd who had been shouting for battle. Ahem, well, I just remembered, my grandma's out of school, I need to pick her up. Wait for me, there's still food warming on the stove, my grandson's calling me for dinner. My wife said she's going to old Wang's next door to get a trendy haircut, it's about time, gotta go. The crowd instantly fled. This wasn't honorable at all, it was clearly a den of evil cultivators. The thought of their daily interactions with evil cultivators chilled them to the bone, they only wanted them dead. Facing the onrushing evil cultivators, Gu Ming unleashed a basic sword technique, his sword energy swift as the wind, instantly dispatching over a dozen of them. These evil cultivators were merely low-level chi condensation cultivators, how could they be a match for him? Treading through the blood-stained corpses, Gu Ming, sword in his right hand and wine jar in his left, charged deep into the county government office. These lowly henchmen were no match for him, they were all cut down with a single sword strike. Stopping, Gu Ming looked up at the burly man seated high in the hall. The surrounding evil cultivators swarmed in, surrounding Gu Ming, but none dared to advance. Tian Bui's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he stared at Gu Ming. I'm not interested in how you discovered this place, but I'm curious why you're so bloodthirsty. I don't seem to have ever met you before, and we have no grudge against each other. Bang! Gu Ming calmly opened the wine jar and poured wine towards Tian Bui, as if offering him a sacrifice, making the latter's expression even more grim. If he hadn't been completely unaware of Gu Ming's true nature, he would have already struck and killed him. Brotherly, I've arrived. He tilted his head back and took a large gulp, smashing the wine jar with a bang. Only then did Gu Ming slowly turn to Tian Bui. Do you remember that person from 60 years ago? Li Xuanlan. Tian Bui was startled, suddenly recalling some unpleasant memory. His face darkened, and a murderous aura surged forth. Heh, of course I remember. 60 years ago, some reckless Foundation establishment cultivator came to me. At the time, relying on my mid-Foundation establishment cultivation, I didn't take him seriously. But that guy was incredibly strong, possessing the ability to fight beyond his level, almost causing me to suffer a crushing defeat. In a full-force battle, I was no match for him. Tian Bui suddenly revealed a smug expression, sneering. Do you know how he ultimately died? Gu Ming didn't answer. Just as he had guessed, Li Xuanlan hadn't died in battle. With Li Xuanlan's strength, even if he couldn't defeat a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, he could have escaped unscathed. Tian Bui took out a folding fan with amusement. Li Xuanlan's magical artifact, the Azure Light Fan. Heh, I originally planned to threaten him with the innocent lives of everyone in Fenlin County, forcing him to surrender and let me go. Who would have thought that fool would actually lay down his weapon and let me do as I pleased? Tisk tisk tisk, since that's the case, why should I leave? Kill him, and I can still hide in Fenlin County, ha 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 ha. I forced those mortals to attack him, threatening to kill their entire families if they didn't. In the end, he died at the hands of the mortals he was supposed to protect, ha 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 ha. Then I killed everyone who knew, pretending to be righteous, and that fool you mentioned was an evil cultivator. How pathetic and lamentable. His body was hung in the county government office for 10 days and 10 nights, and finally dismembered in revenge, leaving no trace of his remains. Gu Ming remained silent, his gaze icy as he watched Tian Bui's smug and arrogant demeanor, his killing intent growing increasingly fierce. Tian Bui deliberately continued to provoke Gu Ming, attempting to disrupt his composure. Tell me, what is righteous? What is evil? Can you even tell the difference? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Tian Bui's expression hardened, his late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation erupting. Terrifying murderous aura tore through the long table, and he charged towards Gu Ming, blood-red blade in hand. The other evil cultivators swarmed in to attack. I don't care about righteousness or evil, but you killed him, so you deserve to die. Gu Ming drew his wooden sword energy surging, his early-stage Foundation establishment cultivation erupting, instantly clearing out the surrounding minions, and exchanging a single blow with Tian Bui. Chapter 23 The Capital City, Tianluo. In the instant of impact, Gu Ming was sent flying back more than 10 meters, leaving the main hall. Tian Bui was also sent flying 4 or 5 meters, crashing into a nearby table and chairs with a bang before barely regaining his footing. He looked at Gu Ming in disbelief, exclaiming in shock, "How is this possible? A mere early Foundation establishment cultivator, yet his strength is comparable to an ordinary late Foundation establishment cultivator." Recovering his senses, Tian Bui's smile became maniacal, twisted, and monstrous as he cackled. Good, 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 another prodigy. No wonder he's that person's friend. But do you really think you're a monster, capable of killing me, a late Foundation establishment cultivator, with only early Foundation establishment? Wishful thinking. Evil moon wolf howl, die. Tian Bui roared, wielding his sword in both hands. Evil energy condensed, transforming into a dark red evil wolf several meters tall, roaring as it charged towards Gu Ming. Gu Ming's eyes were cold. He held his sword in his right hand, while his left hand gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, creating gusts of wind that transformed into a shimmering palm strike. Wherever it passed, sand and stones flew. Falling wind palm. The palm strike clashed with the evil wolf, the explosive force raging, roof tiles flying, buildings collapsing with a deafening roar. Gu Ming remained fearless, withstanding the aftershocks, his wooden sword in hand. His eyes flashed, and a wisp of eerie white flame erupted from his eyes, shimmering with eerie light. He channeled the bone nether profound fire, imbuing the wooden sword with its power, transforming it into a silvery light sword that pierced through the evil mist, striking towards Tian Bui. Tian Bui coldly snorted, showing no fear, and charged forward to meet him head-on. Bang! Blade and sword clashed, the bone nether profound fire erupting forth, instantly engulfing the greatsword. Tian Bui was shocked, dropping his greatsword and frantically retreating, his eyes filled with horror. Strange fire. You actually control a strange fire. How is that possible? Illuminated by the eerie white flames, Gu Ming's face grew even colder. His left hand clenched empty air, and he let out a cold shout. Activate the array. The next moment, the bone nether fire spread from the ground, covering the entire ruins of the main hall, flowing like magma and transforming into complex array patterns. Tian Bue was utterly horrified. When you became an array master? Setting up an array with a casual flick of your wrist is far beyond what an ordinary array master could do. Only now realizing? Too late. Over the years, Gu Ming had dedicated himself to the study of arrays, and had already achieved a basic level of array formation by inscribing array patterns with spiritual power. The array itself wasn't powerful, but when combined with the bone nether fire, which was instantly fatal, it became a killing array. Activate the array. Gu Ming coldly commanded, his wooden sword cleaving the earth. The bone nether fire emerged from the sword, merging into the array, transforming into the bone nether array, completely surrounding Tian Bue. If he dared to move even a step, he would be devoured by the bone nether fire. You can't kill me. If you dare, the people behind me won't let you get away with it. You don't really think a rogue cultivator like me can control a county for decades without incident. What does it matter to me? I only want you dead, to atone for Brother Li's death. Gu Ming's hair billowed, his robes fluttering in the hurricane. His left hand once again gathered the winds of heaven and earth, transforming them into a storm-like palm strike. The falling wind palm struck, and Tian Bue panicked, desperately trying to defend himself, but he was uncontrollably plunged into the bone nether profound fire. A pitiful wail echoed through the ruins. Soon, Tian Bue was reduced to charred remains, leaving no trace. Gu Ming concealed his aura, and with a flick of his wrist, the emerald green folding fan, deliberately avoided by the bone nether profound fire, landed in his hand. Opening the fan, the words peace and prosperity were inscribed upon it. Brother Li, may you have a safe journey. Gu Ming swallowed a spirit recovery pill to restore his spiritual power. Although he wasn't seriously injured, using the falling wind palm twice, incorporating the bone nether profound fire, had greatly depleted his energy. If it weren't for the 360 foundation establishment stages within him, he wouldn't have been able to sustain the power of the profound level cultivation technique and the strange fire. Building foundations multiple times still has its benefits, at least in terms of duration. Gu Ming concealed his aura, put on his bamboo hat, put his folding fan into his storage bag, and left the area. Soon afterward, the Genfu division arrived and surrounded the county government office. The leading man investigated, his brows furrowing slightly. Besides the aura of the evil cultivators, there's also the aura of a sword cultivator. He single-handedly slaughtered the entire evil cultivator's hideout. This person's cultivation is extraordinary, at least late-stage foundation establishment, possibly even great perfection. But besides these, there seems to be a powerful flame force, a strange fire. A cultivator who can control a strange fire must come from a section. Ao Xiodao stood up, confirming his judgment. The Genfu division member behind him spoke in a low voice. Commander, this involves a sect. Should we continue the investigation? Ao Xiodao shook his head. Do you dare investigate? A foundation establishment cultivator who controls a different kind of fire must be a sex prodigy undergoing training. Let's close the case. Investigating too much will be too much for either of us to bear. Yes, sir. Yunqing Kingdom, capital, Tianluo City. 18 years have passed since Gu Ming killed Tian Bue. In those 18 years, Gu Ming, relying on his alchemy skills, served as a guest elder in a small cultivation family, but after only 2 or 3 years, unable to bear the rules and regulations, he chose to leave. He also worked as a bodyguard/escort, ran his own business, traveled the martial arts world for a time, worked as a teacher, and even served in the Genfu division for a period. As the saying goes, if you don't like a job, you can do it, if you don't, you can change jobs. Gu Ming finally decided to open his own business, opening a general store in Tianluo City, the capital of Yunqing Kingdom. What is a general store? It's basically a shop that sells pills, formations, weapon crafting, repairing spiritual artifacts, making talismans, all sorts of odd jobs. The shop's name is simply General Store, straightforward and clear. A sign stands at the entrance, briefly introducing its services. In 18 years, Gu Ming's cultivation has progressed rapidly. Although still in the early foundation establishment stage, he's only one step away from the middle stage. If he hadn't felt his progress was too fast, he would have already reached the middle stage of foundation establishment a few years ago. If you were to ask him why Gu Ming doesn't cultivate properly and improve his strength, well, he's not afraid of death, so why bother cultivating immortality? Besides, a tall building starts from the ground up. The foundation is the most important. The more stable the foundation, the higher the building, and the higher its potential. Cultivation is the same. Gu Ming has decided to cultivate the highest level of immortality. His ambition is grand, something most people wouldn't understand. In the deserted shop, Gu Ming lies leisurely in a rocking chair. Sunlight streams in through the window, casting a warm glow on his face. Checking the panel. Name, Gu Ming. Race, human. Cultivation level, early foundation establishment. Physique, mortal. Cultivation technique, mastery of falling wind palm. Supernatural abilities, none. Lifespan, infinity. Talent, life borrowing. Occupation, low-grade profound alchemist, low-grade profound array master, high-grade yellow weapon refiner, high-grade profound spirit plant master. Heavenly spiritual object, bone nether profound fire. Shopkeeper, our shop hasn't had any business for a month. If this continues, we'll starve. Beside him, the shop's only employee, Yuan Xiaozhong, looked at Gu Ming with a slightly helpless expression. Gu Ming's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly and unhurriedly. What's the rush? Didn't we open a month ago? Besides, my shop has only been open for a year, it's the newbie protection period, no rush. Yuan Xiaozhong was increasingly speechless, squatting beside Gu Ming and saying gloomily, but in a year, we've only had one sale, a total of 10 spirit stones. After deducting the principal, we only have 1 spirit stone profit. Yuan Xiaozhong really wanted to quit. He had originally wanted to find a relatively easy job, but since Gu Ming's new shop happened to open, he thought he'd give it a try. Who would have thought that Gu Ming was so lazy, completely slacking off? Even he, someone who was so lazy, couldn't stand it and couldn't help but complain. Gu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Yuan Xiaozhong was overjoyed. Shopkeeper, do you have a way to attract business? No, it's time to eat. Go to the attic and buy some good wine and food to celebrate our first sale of the month. Yuan Xiaozhong took the 10 spirit stones Gu Ming handed him, speechless, and said through gritted teeth with exasperation, Shopkeeper, we've been celebrating for a month already, can we take a break and think about how to attract customers? Gu Ming nodded and walked towards the backyard without looking back. That makes sense. Think about it. If you have any ideas, don't tell me, just do it your way. Yuan Xiaozhong. Heh, you lazy bum. Chapter 24. No, he really does? Just as Yuan Xiaozhong left, 2 figures appeared outside the shop. The young man in the lead possessed an extraordinary air, dressed extravagantly, his wealth practically written all over his face. He stopped, looking at the words general store, then at the description, a flicker of interest appearing on his face. Interesting. Proficient in pills, formations, weapon crafting. He calls it a general store. If the shopkeeper is truly skilled, he'll definitely be an interesting person. A beautiful maidservant behind him cautioned, Your Highness, this is obviously a fraud. If he were truly proficient in so many things, how could he not have business? Let's go. Yunji paused, staring at the maidservant as he lectured her. Xiao Wanner, I told you, when you're out and about, you must be discreet. Don't reveal my identity, understand? Xiao Wanner looked Yunji up and down, scrutinizing his attire and royal robes, feeling that her master was a bit off. Yes, Your Highness, 9th young master. So good. Come here, give me a kiss. Oh, 9th young master, don't do that. It's not good in broad daylight. Hearing this, Yunji pouted, closed his folding fan, put one hand behind his back, and laughed. This Tianluo city is too boring, and father won't allow me to leave the capital without permission. This shopkeeper might be an interesting person, he can keep me occupied for a while. Let's go in and take a look. Inside, there were no pills, spiritual weapons, or formations on display. A few stickers listed what could be refined. The 2 were stunned. This wasn't a general store, it was practically a shop selling nothing. Anyone who didn't know better would think business was booming and everything was sold out. The maid, Xiao Wanner, stood speechlessly to the side. 9th young master, what I said is true. They are truly a family of charlatans. Who needs to provide their own materials to buy elixirs? Yunji shook his head, waving his folding fan, and smiled faintly. Not at all. His unconventional ways actually show he has confidence and real skills. In my opinion, this shopkeeper probably knows a thing or two. After a pause, Yunji raised his voice and called out loudly, Shopkeeper, a guest has arrived. A short while later, a figure in black casually strolled in from the backyard. Gu Ming sized up Yunji, recognizing him immediately as someone from the palace. This, Your Highness, what do you need? I know most of what's displayed here. Yunji was slightly surprised. How did you know my identity? Gu Ming was speechless, looking at Yunji with the eyes of someone who pity a fool. Your waist token is showing. Yunji smiled awkwardly, covering the token, and coughed to look at the displayed items. Qi condensation pill? What's that? Qi condensation requires pills. Yunji paused, looking at Gu Ming with a strange expression. Gu Ming sat down casually, ignoring the maid's glare, and said indifferently, Of course, I serve everyone here, including cultivators with mixed spiritual roots who struggle to condense qi. Your Highness's status is extraordinary, the items in my general store may not be to your liking. Yunji nodded, speaking matter-of-factly. You have good taste. They certainly aren't to my liking, but I found your general store rather interesting, so I'm just browsing. Gu Ming looked Yunji up and down, a slight thought stirring within him. Wasn't this a business opportunity? Your Highness, how about we cooperate? Your palace must need a large quantity of pills, spiritual artifacts, runes, and the like. Give me the business, and we'll split it 90/10. How about that? Yunji looked at Gu Ming with a strange gaze, shook his head with a smile, and spoke with a hint of arrogance. You think the palace lacks alchemists, array masters, and weapon refiners? While I like spirit stones, I'll only cooperate if you're qualified. Yunji may not be entirely rational, but he's not stupid. Anyone could cooperate with him? That's absurd. Looking at the high-quality foundation establishment pill in Gu Ming's hand, Yunji froze, his smile solidifying. He took it and examined it closely, his pupils dilating slightly. The quality of this pill is beyond the reach of ordinary alchemists. It already shows signs of pill patterns forming. Even Elder Fang, the reclusive alchemist of the palace, known as the #1 alchemist in Yunqing Kingdom, could only achieve this much, unable to form pill patterns. He dedicated his life to the study of pills and is now a low-grade Xian-level alchemist. How did you manage to do this? Are you also a Xian-level alchemist? You're not kidding me, are you? Gu Ming smiled without answering, took out some materials, and walked towards the backyard amidst the bewildered gazes of the two. Yunji was full of question marks. What was going on? Refining it on the spot? Xiao Wan'er, after her initial shock, muttered softly beside him. Your Highness, although the foundation establishment pill is a basic pill, it still takes at least 2 hours to refine. He won't make us wait, will he? Yunji. That seems to be the idea. Just wait and see. If he really is a Xian-level alchemist, then he's a true treasure. Even in a sect, he'd be an honored guest. Yunji was in high spirits. This street urchin of his had actually stumbled upon a treasure, his luck was simply too good. Suddenly, his gaze froze, fixing on another notice board. Wait a minute, if he can refine pills, doesn't that mean he can also do formations and weapon crafting? How could someone so young possibly cultivate so many things simultaneously? Just then, Gu Ming walked out, toying with a steaming hot pill. Look, it's genuine. Yunji took the still warm, fragrant foundation establishment pill, staring at the faint half-finished pill pattern shimmering on it, stunned. Taking a deep breath, Yunji's attitude became much more respectful. Are you truly a Xian-level alchemist? If so, why cooperate? I can represent the Yunqing Kingdom and invite you to serve as a guest elder. Gu Ming leaned back in his chair, his expression calm and indifferent. Not interested. I prefer my freedom. Cooperation, 91/10, how about it? Yunji frowned slightly, remaining silent, when Xiao Wan spoke first. 91/10 is too much, It is indeed too much, after all, you're the one doing the work, I'm just running errands, I only want 0.5%. Xiao Wan, wait, you can even bargain? Gu Ming gave Yunji a deep look and chuckled. You're a smart person, I admire you, and I'll reluctantly agree. You can decide the price yourself, I'll be responsible for refining the pills. Thinking of Gu Ming's incredible pill refining speed and the quality of the pills, Yunji knew that even 0.5% would make him a fortune. Yunqing Kingdom's only Xian-level alchemist rarely takes action. If he were to produce a pill refined by a Xian-level alchemist, the entire kingdom would be shaken to its core. Yunji's attitude became unusually amiable, he abandoned his status and inquired with a forced smile. Manager. You're standing too high. Yunji was slightly taken aback, then squatted down beside Gu Ming and continued. Manager, besides pills, weapon crafting, runes, and formations? I know a little, but I mainly deal in pills, the others are too much of a waste of time. Yunji was shocked. Just as he suspected, the mysterious expert before him knew everything. He was incredibly powerful. At that moment, Yuan Zhong, returning with a food box, looked at this scene with a face full of questions. Alright, let's eat first, we can talk while we eat. Gu Ming stood up and invited the two to eat with him, and Yuan Zhong naturally sat down as well. He didn't have any rules here, he wasn't some sycophant. Chapter 25 The Crisis of Yunqing Kingdom. At the dining table, Xiao Wan'er, who had originally planned to serve, was instead seated at Gu Ming's request, and the group enjoyed a pleasant atmosphere. Yunji became increasingly interested in Gu Ming. A Xian-level alchemist with no background was a rare find in the secular world. During the conversation, Yuan Zhong was even more speechless when he learned that his shopkeeper was actually a Xian-level alchemist. No way, you're a Xian-level alchemist, and you're still running a shop in some remote corner with no customers? That's outrageous. After agreeing with Yunji, they agreed that Gu Ming would refine 1,000 pills each month, of any grade below Xian level, regardless of type. Low-grade Xian-level pills require an appointment. Even refining artifacts require appointments, depending on his mood. After discussing it, Yunji felt it was reasonable. Although you refine pills very quickly, you still need to cultivate and recover your spiritual power and consciousness. 1,000 pills a month is already a lot. Gu Ming rolled his eyes, drinking his wine casually. No, it's just that I don't want to do anything. I don't cultivate much. Below the Xian level, I can finish 1,000 pills in 3 days. Yunji? Yuan Xiaozhong explained speechlessly from the side. That's how the shopkeeper is. You're our second customer since we opened. Yunji and his companion were shocked again. Wait, you're a Xian level alchemist, just slacking off like this. At this moment, Yunji found Gu Ming to be an increasingly interesting expert. Finally, Gu Ming instructed Yunji not to reveal his identity before they left. Soon after, Tianluo City was shaken. A superior quality pill, crafted by a Xian level alchemist, swept the market, causing countless nobles to scramble to buy it. However, 1,000 pills a month is simply not enough for Tianluo City, with a population of several million. A single ordinary mortal grade pill is being sold for 10 times its original price, making it extremely rare and highly sought after. The Imperial Palace, Liuyu Hall, the Palace of Yunji, the 9th Prince of Yunqing Kingdom. The 3rd Princess, Yunqing, tugged at Yunji's arm playfully. 9th brother, my dear little brother, we share the same father and mother. Tell me, who made this pill? How about it? Yunqing knew that this pill was definitely not made by Elder Feng in the Imperial Palace, its quality was far superior. Yunji rolled his eyes, slightly exasperated, and pulled his sleeve away. 3rd sister, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but without that person's permission, I cannot reveal their identity. You understand, a Xian-level alchemist is not someone I can afford to offend. Sitting up, Yunji said mysteriously. Moreover, I suspect this person is far more than just an ordinary Xian-level alchemist. He's also skilled in other refining techniques, keeping his abilities hidden. Yunqing was startled, her interest in this mysterious alchemist growing even stronger. Really? But given your idle lifestyle, how did you manage to encounter such a master? Yunji was speechless. How was he idle? However, he certainly couldn't tell Yunqing that he had met Gu Ming by chance while looking for fun. Coughing lightly, Yunji remained calm and composed, saying, "Of course, it's because that expert is destined to be with me." Yunqing chuckled, clearly unconvinced. He stood up, gave a cold snort, and his attitude instantly changed 360 degrees, staring down at Yunji. "My dear brother, you just keep your secret. Let's see how you handle it when father and the others ask." Yunqing left, and Yunji curled his lip, naturally remaining silent. Even without a specific order, he wouldn't tell anyone. After all, looking at the gleaming spirit stones in his storage bag, Yunji grinned. Only a fool would tell you, wouldn't that be cutting off our own source of income? Heh. Soon after, other princes and princesses from the palace came one after another, inquiring about the alchemist's identity. Yunji pretended to be ignorant and evaded the question, refusing to reveal anything. Until, the Emperor of Yunqing Kingdom, Emperor Qing, personally appeared. Yunji, fearing Emperor Qing, hurriedly stood up, no longer daring to maintain his nonchalant demeanor. Emperor Qing's gaze was deep and unfathomable as he sized up his most useless son. He hadn't expected that Yunji would be connected to a Xian-level alchemist. If he could recruit him into Yunqing Kingdom, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Currently, Yunqing Kingdom was at war with its neighbor, the Western Xia Kingdom. Elixirs were of paramount importance to any nation. Stopping in his tracks, Emperor Qing, unusually refraining from criticizing Yunji, patted him on the shoulder and praised him. "Jie, you did very well. It's your good fortune to befriend such a master. However, you understand, although my Yunqing Kingdom has Xian-level alchemists, Elder Feng has an eccentric personality. Although we provide him with abundant resources, he refines pills entirely according to his mood. Yunqing Kingdom is at war and needs a Xian-level alchemist willing to dedicate himself to refining pills for the kingdom to reduce losses at the front. Could you introduce me to that master?" Yunji sighed helplessly, forcing a smile. "Father, it's not that I'm unwilling, but that master doesn't want to reveal his identity. You understand, such a master cannot be offended. If I outwardly comply but inwardly reveal his identity, it might backfire." Emperor Qing's brows furrowed slightly, his aura imposing and chilling. Yunji was as obedient as a little calf, barely daring to breathe. After a moment, Emperor Qing's brows relaxed, and he spoke. "Tell that expert for me that as long as he's willing to become a Yunqing Kingdom alchemist, whatever his conditions, Yunqing Kingdom will try its best to meet them." Yunji murmured from the side. "Can we afford to support 2 Xian-level alchemists?" Emperor Qing patted Yunji's shoulder expressionlessly. "That's none of your concern, I'll decide. Go, this is my gift to that expert." As he spoke, Emperor Qing handed Yunji a storage ring. Yunji was shocked. A storage ring. He didn't even have one. It was much more convenient and safer than a storage bag. A storage bag could be opened with just divine sense, but a storage ring required a specific kind of divine sense to open. Forcibly breaking it open would destroy it. The storage ring Emperor Qing gave to Yunji was naturally the kind that didn't have a divine sense recognizing its owner. Yes, father. After Yunji left, a figure in black robes appeared behind Emperor Qing. Go, find the location of that mysterious alchemist, but don't disturb him. If he's unwilling to join the Yunqing kingdom, I'll meet him personally. Yes, sir. After the figure in black robes departed, Emperor Qing sighed with complex emotions, a look of weariness flashing in his eyes. The Wengzhen sect is secretly aiding the Western Xia kingdom. If we don't get the support of a Xian-level alchemist, our Yunqing kingdom is in grave danger. Sects generally don't allow interference in the affairs of mortal empires, especially wars. However, the rules are explicit. Sects don't need to send powerful figures to intervene, simply providing pills, spiritual weapons, talismans, and the like is enough to change the course of the battle. Emperor Qing received news that a Xian-level alchemist from the Wengzhen sect had been bribed by the Western Xia kingdom to secretly refine pills for them. Adding to the original Xian-level alchemist, that makes two. As for the Yunqing kingdom, Elder Fang is eccentric, arrogant, and self-righteous, utterly unwilling to refine pills beneficial to ordinary cultivators and mortals for the Yunqing kingdom. Chapter 26 Brainstem Deficient Siblings. After leaving the palace, Yunji, with Xiao Wan'er in tow, headed towards Gu Ming's general store. This time, he was smarter, trying to conceal his presence. While it wasn't very effective, at least it drew less attention. Soon after, he arrived at the store and saw Gu Ming, as always, lounging in a rocking chair, basking in the sun. Yunji felt something was off, but dared not ask, knowing that saying too much would only lead to trouble. Sir, this is this month's profit from pills, a total of 1 million spirit stones. After deducting my half, there are still 950,000 spirit stones left. Gu Ming took the storage bag, sensed it with his divine sense to confirm its contents, transferred the spirit stones into his own storage bag, and then returned the bag to Yunji. Yunji was slightly taken aback, staring strangely at Gu Ming's storage bag. Sir, you're so wealthy, why use a low-grade storage bag? Someone of your status deserves a storage ring, wouldn't you? Gu Ming glanced at his worn-out storage bag, a barely perceptible complex expression flashing in his eyes, and smiled faintly. It's all right, it's enough. Is there anything else? Yunji was taken aback, looking slightly aggrieved. Sir, even if you don't treat me to a good meal, at least let me rest for a while and have some tea, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Xiaozhong handed him a cup of cold tea. Yunji. He glared at Yuan Xiaozhong. With his status, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? No need. After a pause, Yunji took out his storage ring and handed it to Gu Ming. Gu Ming glanced at it, then closed his eyes and leisurely rocked his chair. Emperor Qing? Sir, you're amazing. Indeed, my father wishes to invite you to become a guest minister of Yunqing Kingdom. He will grant any request that can be made. Don't worry, sir, I haven't revealed your identity or position, hee. Gu Ming glanced at the adorably silly Yunji. This guy, being born into the royal family and surviving to adulthood is truly remarkable. Go back and tell your father, I have no interest in worldly affairs. If he doesn't want me to stay in Yunqing Kingdom, I can leave. Upon hearing this, Yunji's forehead beaded with sweat, and he hurriedly replied, Understood, sir, rest assured, I will tell him the truth. After Yunji left, a strikingly beautiful woman dressed as a man approached. Yunqing looked her head up and down, her gaze settling on Gu Ming. She coughed and deliberately raised her voice. Ahem, hello, Gu Ming. Stop pretending. Which princess in the palace are you? Yunqing looked at Gu Ming in surprise and shock. Oh, you found out? How did you know? Gu Ming looked at Yunqing, slightly speechless. You and Yunji must be close relatives, right? Yunqing puffed out her chest proudly. Of course, I'm Princess Yunqing, the third princess. Did he tell you? Gu Ming shook her head, got up, and walked towards the backyard, too lazy to pay attention to Yunqing. She was just as naive as Yunji. Yunqing followed behind Gu Ming, relentlessly pressing for answers. Just tell me, how did you know? Did Yunji tell you? It must be, otherwise, how could I have been discovered so well? I often sneak out of the palace, and even the guards have never discovered my identity. How could you have seen through me at a glance? I'll let you in on a secret, even my father couldn't tell when I was dressed as a man, hee. I'm amazing, aren't I? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? It's so rude of you to ignore people like that. I'm the third princess, at least give me some face. Gu Ming stopped, and Yunqing bumped into him with a thud. His bouncy chest bounced her several steps, almost causing her to fall. Gu Ming's brow furrowed, and he turned to look at the talkative third princess. What do you want? Speak plainly, you're too noisy. Yunqing was slightly taken aback, a hint of anger flashing across her face. Spoiled since childhood, when had she ever been treated with such disdain and neglect? But remembering Gu Ming's status, she gave a coquettish laugh, crossed her arms, and said haughtily, Cooperate with me. My silly little brother is useless. Cooperating with me will bring you more benefits. Gu Ming shook his head, went to the backyard's herb garden, and casually tended to the herbs. I don't lack spirit stones. Cooperating with him is just for fun, to pass the time. Yun Qing was slightly taken aback, squatting down beside Gu Ming, and asked curiously, "Then what do you want?" "I want you to shut up." Yun Qing pouted, and really shut up, following Gu Ming wherever he went. An hour later, Gu Ming sighed softly and turned to look at the stubborn Yun Qing. "What exactly do you want to do?" Yun Qing pointed to her red lips. "I won't kiss you." "Yun Qing? Seriously, are you crazy?" Feeling Yun Qing's resentful gaze, Gu Ming smiled. "Just kidding, you can talk now." Gu Ming hadn't expected that although Yun Qing was spoiled, had a bit of a princess temper, and was stubborn, she wasn't unpleasant. Yun Qing gave a soft snort, proud as a little swan. "Hee hee, you still lost to me. How about it? Are you convinced?" Gu Ming's lips twitched. Was this girl crazy? She and Yun Ji were completely different. "Speak, what exactly do you want?" "I've already agreed to cooperate with Yun Ji, I can't go back on my word." Yun Qing remained silent, then suddenly her body trembled slightly, and she sobbed. Gu Ming was speechless. "If you don't speak, I'm going to take a nap." Yun Qing raised her tear-streaked face and sobbed softly. "The Yunqing Kingdom is at war with the Zixia Kingdom. Our Yunqing Kingdom lacks Xian-level alchemists to oversee things. My uncle and the others are injured and can only tough it out, they can't afford to use elixirs. They always return wounded. The Yunqing Kingdom's soldiers suffer heavy losses protecting their country. So I hope you can cooperate with me. I can offer many spirit stones, more than they all, okay?" Gu Ming stared into Yun Qing's tearful eyes, knowing she wasn't lying. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "I can promise you 5,000 pills every month, at market price. But I need you to prepare 100 portions of Xian-grade pill materials each month for me to refine. The spiritual herbs required for Xian-grade pills need to be at least 100 years old. Relying on his own cultivation would take too long. Refining Xian-grade pills is the only way to improve one's alchemy skills." Yun Qing was overjoyed and nodded vigorously. "Okay, I agree. Is there any other condition?" "I can agree to anything." Gu Ming glanced at Yun Qing's strikingly shapely figure. Yun Qing was startled, tensed up, and said fearfully, "That won't do. Gu Ming, get me a pill refining furnace." Always refining pills with bare hands if discovered, it would be hard to explain and he'd be seen as a monster. Gu Ming preferred a low-key life. He didn't want to show off in public, his strength wouldn't allow it. Yun Qing realized what he meant, her pretty face slightly flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. "Why don't you ask again? Maybe it'll work." "Get lost, you're nothing compared to refining pills." Gu Ming rolled his eyes. This woman couldn't be allowed to live, she dared to try and disrupt his Dao heart. Outside the general store, Yun Qing was speechless, looking at her tall, hot figure, doubting herself. "Impossible. Don't men like my type? I'll go back and ask father." Chapter 27. How many cycles of life and death have passed? The dust and calamities of time never cease. After Yun Qing left the general store, the black-robed cultivator followed closely behind and entered. Before Yuan Xiaozhong could speak, he suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. Gu Ming slowly walked out, his gaze calm as he looked at the black-robed man. The man exuded a faint aura, definitely above the foundation establishment stage, though Gu Ming couldn't discern it. "You're rather impolite, I don't like it." The black-robed man stared at Gu Ming, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes when he realized Gu Ming was only at the early foundation establishment stage. In the cultivation world, a low-level cultivator could never be a high-level alchemist. In other words, even a Xian-level alchemist, no matter how poor their talent, would at least be at the late golden core stage, or even higher. A case like Gu Ming's was truly a rare occurrence. A strange glint flashed in his eyes. Gu Ming smiled faintly, turned back to continue handling the medicinal herbs, and spoke unhurriedly. "Don't even think about it, you can't afford the consequences." The black-robed man's gaze narrowed slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he bowed respectfully. "Would you be willing?" "No. For that little girl's sake, I agreed to refine some pills for Yunqing Kingdom. This is my bottom line. If you push your luck any further, feel free to try and kill me." Gu Ming stopped what he was doing, his gaze calmly fixed on the man. That calm, profound gaze made the black-robed man even more uncertain. He had seen too many cultivators, and he had seen those who weren't afraid of death, but none as fearless as Gu Ming. Combining this with the strange discrepancy between Gu Ming's cultivation level and his pill refining skills, the black-robed man suddenly realized something and exclaimed in shock. "You're from the pill hall? Only the holy land of pill refiners could break the rules and cultivate such monstrous pill refining talents." Gu Ming didn't answer. The fewer words he spoke, the higher his aura. After a moment of silence, the man respectfully departed, not daring to offend Gu Ming. Gu Ming muttered to himself, "The pill hall? I'll go take a look when I have time. There must be many books on elixirs there, enough for me to study for a while. In the palace, after learning everything, Emperor Qing issued an order forbidding anyone from entering the general store without permission to disturb Gu Ming. Looking at Yun Qing and Yun Ji, Emperor Qing smiled with satisfaction. You've grown up. I'm very pleased. What do you want? Just say it. I can grant you one request. Yun Qing and Yun Ji exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. Yun Ji, I want to be emperor. Yun Qing, I want to go to the battlefield. Emperor Qing? Subsequently, the two were given 3 days of confinement. If it weren't for their meritorious service, they might have been punished by the 7 wolves. Unbeknownst to them, 8 years had passed since Gu Ming arrived in Tianluo City. During these 8 years, the war between Yunqing Kingdom and Xixia Kingdom had become increasingly brutal, almost to the point of life and death. Even with the aid of life-saving elixirs, Yunqing Kingdom couldn't reverse its decline, with news of its cities falling constantly arriving. The smoke of war engulfed the entire Yunqing Kingdom, filling the hearts of every citizen with panic and unease. Cultivators were unconcerned. They could leave Yunqing Kingdom and continue their cultivation in other countries. But the common people's homes were here, where they had lived for generations. Without their homes, where could they go? If Yunqing Kingdom were defeated, their peaceful lives would be shattered, plunging them into misery. As the borders repeatedly loomed in crisis, many noble families and cultivation clans began secretly contacting the Western Xia Kingdom, willing to surrender in order to protect themselves. The fall of Yunqing Kingdom was a foregone conclusion. On this day, Yun Ji, who was supposed to be responsible for handing over spirit stones and alchemy materials, did not appear. Instead, Yun Qing did. Over the years, Yun Qing had matured considerably, losing the innocence and hint of princess-like willfulness in her eyes. Looking haggard, she arrived at the general store, forcing a smile as she handed the spirit stones to Gu Ming. Sir, please check them. Gu Ming took the spirit stones, seemingly unconcerned, and instead asked with suspicion, "Where is Yun Ji?" Yun Qing was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Yesterday, Jiangbiu City was in dire straits. The Western Xia army has arrived and cannot be stopped. To stabilize morale, my 9th brother personally led the army to the front lines to boost morale. Because of the suddenness of the situation, he was unable to bid farewell to you, sir. Please forgive him. Yun Qing slightly bowed. Gu Ming's expression remained calm, showing little emotion. Over the years, he had gradually become accustomed to the changes brought about by the changing times. The price of changing times is death. Yun Qing hesitated for a moment, then handed Gu Ming another storage bag, saying softly, "Sir, this is the last batch of Xian-grade pill materials. From now on, you won't need to continue refining pills. Yun Qing Kingdom cannot afford the spirit stones." Over the years, Gu Ming had received over 10 million spirit stones from Yun Qing Kingdom, a huge sum. However, with Yun Qing Kingdom's repeated defeats and the loss of numerous cities, the amount of money they could offer dwindled, and the number of pills they could refine also decreased. Even if Gu Ming only charged a processing fee, he was now unable to afford it. Gu Ming remained silent for a moment, then returned the storage bag, refusing to accept it. Yun Qing's face paled, and he hurriedly said respectfully, "Sir, please don't be angry. It's truly because of Yunqing Kingdom. No, I can refine pills for you for free. I'll refine as many as you need." Yun Qing froze, tears welling in her eyes. After being so strong for so long, she suddenly burst into tears, squatting on the ground, sobbing. Gu Ming sighed softly, feeling a headache coming on, unsure how to comfort her. He sat beside her, quietly keeping her company, and spoke softly. "Some things are destined to be beyond our control. Even if I do my best to help Yunqing Kingdom, I can't change anything. At most, I can only delay things for a while. Sometimes, you have to learn to choose, to let go. It will be easier." Yun Qing wiped away her tears, her face full of sorrow. She sat on the ground, leaning against the side of the chair, her gaze blankly fixed on the distant sunset. "Sir, why does this world always have to fight to the death? Isn't peaceful coexistence better? Why must there be war? I don't understand." Gu Ming spoke softly. "Because of desire, because of profit, because of human nature, there will be life or death struggles, there will be wars. This is an eternal truth. Live well, and you'll have a chance to change everything." Yun Qing stood up, regaining her resolute expression, and nodded vigorously with her back to Gu Chang. "I believe in you, sir. I believe in hope." Watching Yun Qing leave, Gu Ming withdrew his thoughts. He couldn't change anything, nor would he try to change anything. Life and death are the cycle of reincarnation, the fundamental law of all things. View panel. Name, Gu Ming. Race, human. Cultivation, mid-foundation establishment. Physique, mortal. Cultivation technique, mastery of falling wind palm. Supernatural abilities, none. Lifespan, infinity. Talent, life borrowing. Occupations, mid-grade profound alchemist, low-grade profound array master, high-grade yellow weapon refiner, high-grade profound spirit plant master. heavenly spiritual object, bone nether profound fire. Over the years, Gu Ming's only significant changes have been in his alchemy skills and his cultivation reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage. How many cycles of life and death have passed? The vicissitudes of life never cease. Life and death, lifetime after lifetime, in the end, it's all just an empty dream. Whispering these words, Gu Ming closed his eyes, continuing to savor this final moment of peace. If Yunqing Kingdom falls, he will have to continue his journey, beginning a life of wandering and homelessness. Chapter 28: The Kingdom's Demise, Departure. 3 years later, 9/10 of Yunqing Kingdom's cities had fallen, leaving only a handful remaining. The Western Xia Kingdom, seemingly aided by divine intervention, grew ever stronger, advancing with unstoppable momentum, and soon its army would besiege Tianluo. Gu Ming stood at the gate, watching the panicked citizens of Tianluo flee, as if witnessing the rise and fall of an era, observing the myriad aspects of human nature. Behind him, Yuan Xiaozhong packed his belongings, knelt down with a thud, and respectfully bid farewell with deep reluctance. "Shopkeeper, I must flee north with my parents. Are you really not coming?" Gu Ming shook his head and spoke softly. "I must stay, to see off an old friend." "You go." As he spoke, Gu Ming handed Yuan Xiaozhong a storage bag containing tens of thousands of spirit stones, enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Giving too much would only bring disaster, a calamity. Yuan Xiaozhong hurriedly declined. "Shopkeeper, you've treated me like a son all these years." Gu Ming's brows darkened slightly. Couldn't he speak properly? "Get out of here. If you're late, you won't leave Tianluo City alive." Interrupted, Yuan Xiaozhong gave an awkward smile. He knew Gu Ming's character. What Gu Ming gave him, he would never take back. He wasn't short of spirit stones. Leaving the shop, Yuan Xiaozhong turned back, weeping bitterly. "Sir, I have one last request." "Speak." "I've had no father since I was little. My mother raised me. You gave me the care and warmth of a father. Could I call you father?" "Get out." Gu Ming's voice rose 8 octaves. Yuan Xiaozhong chuckled and ran away. Watching Yuan Xiaozhong leave, Gu Ming smiled helplessly. "This little guy. I hope you have a safe journey and live a good life." Just then, the tolling of a funeral bell echoed throughout the capital city. Faintly, Gu Chang heard the cries of thousands of soldiers, shouting, "Your Highness, may you rest in peace." The panicked civilians who had been fleeing for their lives stopped in their tracks. They all knew what the tolling of the death knell in the capital meant. It was the prince who had died protecting them. Even the most hardened hearts couldn't help but feel sorrow at this moment, and they all knelt down to send him on his final journey. Gu Ming's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of unease flashing through his heart. Sure enough, soon after, Yunqing, dressed in mourning robes and armor, arrived on horseback, spear in hand. Her face was sorrowful, yet resolute. She dismounted, resembling a female general about to charge into battle. Reaching before Gu Ming, Yunqing bowed respectfully. "Sir, my 9th brother died in Jiangview City, his body falling into enemy hands. I must personally go to bring him back." Looking up at Gu Ming, Yunqing's gaze was firm, showing no fear. "This journey may be one of no return. Thank you so much for your assistance over the years, sir, otherwise, Yunqing Kingdom wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. Your kindness, sir, is beyond repayment. Only in the next life can I repay your great kindness." Gu Ming frowned slightly. Knowing its death, why insist on going? Yunqing paused, mounted her horse, and didn't look back. "The men of the Yun family die on the battlefield. Even as a woman, I can still go to the battlefield. I hope you will leave soon, sir. The Western Xia Kingdom doesn't know your identity and may mistakenly harm you. Giddy up." Yunqing also left. Gu Ming knew that this journey meant certain death for Yunqing. He didn't stop her, nor did he have the right to. Born into this world, everyone has their own path to walk, their own responsibilities to bear. Yunqing enjoyed the wealth and honor that came with her status, but she also bore the responsibilities of being a princess of Yunqing Kingdom. Gu Ming did not leave. Instead, she continued her business as usual, running her shop, handling medicinal herbs, and occasionally tending to the spiritual plants in the garden. 10 days later, the Western Xia army breached Tianluo City. Emperor Qing was killed in battle, and the people of the capital either died or fled. The old man Feng, whom Emperor Qing had served for many years, revealed his identity without hesitation and defected to the Western Xia Kingdom. The years of service from Yunqing Kingdom were worthless in his eyes. The world is cold-hearted, and so are people's hearts. Gu Ming packed her belongings, closed her general store as usual, and left the place she had lived for so many years. Upon arriving at the city gate, Western Xia soldiers were on high alert, not allowing anyone from Tianluo City to leave. Gu Ming found the general in charge of guarding the city gate and paid a hefty toll for leaving the city. After confirming that Gu Ming was not the wanted man, they allowed him to leave Tianluo City. For these low-ranking generals, the only source of income from guarding the city gates was collecting exit fees. Diligently performing their duties wouldn't earn them favor with their superiors, so earning a little extra was preferable. In these chaotic times, having finally conquered Yunqing Kingdom, if they didn't seize this opportunity, future opportunities would be even fewer. Thus, Gu Ming successfully left Tianluo City, heading towards Jiangyu City. Shortly after his departure, a new arrest warrant was issued. The general responsible for guarding the city gates paled upon seeing the portrait of the man. If his superiors discovered that he had let Gu Ming go, he would surely die. To save his own head, the general pretended not to know that Gu Ming had left Tianluo City and continued the search. In the imperial palace, Elder Feng faced the emperor of Xixia Kingdom without fear. As a Xian-level alchemist, he would be treated as an honored guest wherever he went. Emperor Xia, this man must be captured. His pills possess the aura of a strange fire, and his cultivation level isn't high. He's likely a lucky one who received a pill-making inheritance. Capturing him will allow my pill-making skills to advance further, greatly benefiting the Western Xia Kingdom. Emperor Xia, seated on his throne, nodded slightly. Rest assured, I've already issued a warrant throughout the city. As long as he's still in Tianluo City, he won't escape. But are you sure he's not from the pill hall? Old Feng smiled confidently, assuring him with absolute certainty. Don't worry, I've examined his pill-making techniques. They don't belong to any pill hall inheritance. They must come from a much more ancient lineage. He must be a rogue cultivator. It's laughable that old bastard Emperor Qing didn't believe me, still treating him like an honored guest, afraid to offend him, while neglecting me. Heh, he deserves to have his kingdom destroyed. The others in the hall, including Emperor Xia, were speechless at old Feng's words, disliking this despicable man. If he hadn't prided himself on being aloof and unwilling to refine low-grade pills for Yunqing Kingdom wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly. Given his status as a Xian-level alchemist, the Xia Emperor didn't say much, deciding to keep him around for now. If this Elder Feng continued to be unconventional and arrogant, then he would have to be dealt with in a different way. Along the way, Gu Ming personally experienced what it meant to live in a chaotic world, with countless lives lost and cannibalism rampant. As the Western Xia Kingdom conquered Yunqing Kingdom, vast amounts of resources were looted, order collapsed, and many vicious bandits emerged, taking advantage of the chaos. Arson, murder, looting, and utter atrocities were committed. The soldiers of the Western Xia Kingdom were no different, treating the people of Yunqing like animals, killing anyone who dared to resist. The women fared even worse, unable to escape the fate of being violated. In just 10 days, Gu Ming witnessed no fewer than 100 horrific massacres, acts of humiliation, and cannibalism. Chapter 29. Take me as your disciple? I'm afraid your delicate heart can't handle it. Suddenly, dozens of refugees fled in panic along the road ahead, followed by ruthless bandits who leered and mocked the common people. The leader, a bald, scarred man, drew his bow and arrow, piercing the head of a slow-moving old man. Blood splattered, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The others screamed in terror, not daring to linger, continuing their frantic escape. A middle-aged woman, cradling her crying infant, collapsed to the ground in shock, her pupils constricted, staring at the old man. Father! Oh, brother, isn't this your favorite young woman? Quick, take her back to brother. After brother's enjoyment, the brothers can have some soup. Line up, ha 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 ha. There's a child too. Take him back to make soup. Baby soup is delicious. Enjoy the soup while taking the young woman. How delightful. The bandits laughed lewdly. Two henchmen dismounted, about to take the terrified woman away. Two sword energies pierced the air, slicing across the bandits' necks with a soft sound. Their pupils dilated, their heads falling to the ground and rolling a considerable distance. Blood spurted from their necks, splattering onto the ground. As the two headless corpses fell, the bandits reacted, each glaring menacingly at Gu Ming. Heh, I've encountered quite a few self-proclaimed chivalrous people these past few days. Guess what's wrong with them? The bandit leader, relying on his early foundation establishment cultivation, was fearless towards Gu Ming. With his cultivation level, he could practically roam freely in the mortal world, unless he was extremely unlucky. No interest, but I know you'll all die. Ha 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 ha, he's gone mad. I've seen people with unstable minds, but I've never seen anyone this stupid. Kid, do you know what our boss's cultivation level is? He's a foundation establishment cultivator. Gu Ming, too lazy to waste words, gathered spiritual wind with his feet. Amidst the swirling sand and stones, he transformed into a streak of light, accompanied by radiating sword energy, and charged into the bandits. When Gu Ming appeared behind them, everyone except the bandit leader was beheaded and fell from their horses. The bandit leader was terrified, cursing inwardly that he had kicked a hornet's nest. Without hesitation, the bandit leader spurred his horse and fled. Gu Ming, without looking back, his wooden sword, wreathed in spiritual light, soared through the air. The wooden sword sliced through the void, leaving a perfect arc in the air, before returning to Gu Ming's hand. The bandit leader, horrified, looked down at the bloody hole in his chest and collapsed in despair. Reaching the terrified woman, Gu Ming tossed down a bag of silver, lowered his hat, and continued towards Jiangbiu City. Shortly after Gu Ming left, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared, gazing in the direction Gu Ming had gone, muttering to himself. My master instructed me to find a successor, which is why I descended the mountain and encountered this person. It seems this young man is destined for our section. His cultivation is somewhat low, but he can easily kill those of the same level. His talent is not bad. With that, the figure vanished. Gu Ming was unaware that he had been targeted by a mysterious person, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He wouldn't die anyway, so what was there to fear? Soon after, Gu Ming arrived outside Jiangbiu City, on the banks of the moat, where countless corpses of Yunqing Kingdom soldiers lay piled up. In the center of the corpses, a female general stood upright, her spear broken, her body covered in wounds, an arrow as thick as a finger piercing her chest, severing her heart. The once proud and charming princess, with a touch of princessly arrogance, now lay exposed in the wilderness, a deep knife scar on her face. Recalling the past, Gu Ming sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Such a beautiful girl would never want to be left to rot in the wilderness after death. Looking up, he saw Yunji's body hanging at the city gate, the passing refugees none daring to claim it. Both were Foundation establishment cultivators. Under normal circumstances, their bodies could be preserved for several years without decaying. Gu Ming's gaze swept over the Western Xia soldiers on the city wall, and he strode towards the city gate. So be it, fate has brought us together, I might as well die again. Suddenly, a figure blocked his way. Gu Ming was slightly startled and looked up. An old man in a gray robe was grinning at him. Gu Ming sensed that the old man's cultivation was unfathomable, far beyond his capabilities. What is it? Meng Wangsu was slightly taken aback. Aren't you afraid of me? Why should I be afraid? I'm very powerful. I can kill you with one slap. Aren't you afraid? If you're not afraid, get out of my way. Gu Ming frowned slightly. Where did this crazy old man come from, delaying his business? Gu Ming walked past him and continued towards the city gate. Meng Wangsu snapped out of his daze, a smile playing on his lips. Little fellow, you're interesting. You're the one. His figure flickered, vanished into thin air, and once again blocked Gu Ming's path. Young man, I see you have extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-millennium cultivation prodigy. Would you be interested in cultivating immortality with me? No. Gu Ming continued forward. When he first transmigrated, he was indeed quite interested. But now, joining a sect, cultivating immortality, he had no interest. He'd take things as they come and live however he felt comfortable. Meng Wangsu was unwilling to give up and once again flashed to block Gu Ming's path. I am a master of cultivation, a very powerful one. Gu Ming was slightly speechless, stopping and staring at Meng Wangsu. How tall? Meng Wangsu gestured, estimating. About 3 or 4 stories tall, very impressive. Oh, no interest. Then he continued forward. The strangeness here had already attracted the attention of the city gate soldiers. Gu Ming had to hurry and grab the corpse, otherwise, things would get troublesome. Meng Wangsu, furious, suddenly noticed Gu Ming's gaze. His eyes darted around, and he stepped forward, chuckling. You want to collect the corpses of those 2 little brats? Gu Ming glanced at Meng Wangsu and nodded. You promise me you'll become my disciple, otherwise, I'll hide those 2 poor little brats away, and you'll never find them. Gu Ming stopped helplessly, looking at Meng Wangsu seriously. I'm afraid your little heart can't handle me becoming your disciple. Meng Wangsu was taken aback, then chuckled coldly. Kid, I've seen more geniuses in my life than you've excreted. If you weren't somewhat interesting, would I be pestering you like this? Don't worry, no matter how talented you are, I can handle it. Gu Ming stared at Meng Wangsu with a strange look. Are you sure? Of course. Alright, I promise you. I'll see them off, then I'll go with you. Having received Gu Ming's promise, Meng Wangsu no longer objected. Standing where he was, he waved his sleeve, and a barrier enveloped the entire Jiangbiu city, preventing any soldiers or cultivators from leaving. The overwhelming and terrifying pressure terrified them, leaving them unable to move. They could only watch helplessly as Gu Ming removed Yunji's corpse from the city gate. Carrying Yunji's body to Yunqing's side, Gu Ming meticulously cleaned away the remaining weapons from her body. Looking at the small face bearing the gruesome scars, Gu Ming murmured softly, Little girl, don't be afraid, I'll take you home. With that, Gu Ming took out 2 pre-prepared spirit wood coffins from his storage bag and placed the 2 inside. He carried the coffins towards Meng Wangsu. Meng Wangsu murmured to herself, She's a kind and righteous child. Chapter 30 If I ever trust you again, I'm a dog. The sunset glow, like a colorful robe, hung in the sky for a long time. In a propitious burial site, Gu Ming tidied the 2 women's appearance, changing them into clean and tidy clothes. He even went so far as to use a beauty-enhancing pill to erase the wounds on Yunqing's face and body. Seeing Yunqing regain her former beauty, Gu Ming chuckled softly. Little girl, I've done everything I could. Rest in peace. If there is an afterlife, remember to live for yourself. His gaze fell on Yunji, and Gu Ming's brows furrowed. And you, too, never cultivate, spending your days idly. In your next life, cultivate diligently and don't be so idle. After speaking, Gu Ming remained silent for a long time, then sighed and closed the coffin lid. Shortly afterward, 2 new graves appeared. Yunji's grave was crooked and bare. Yunqing's grave was filled with flowers and plants, looking much better. Meng Wanxue poked his head out from behind him and said quietly, "Kid, you're too biased." Gu Ming rolled his eyes and snorted. "What do you know? Girls love beauty. Fine, I can't argue with you. Come with me." Before Gu Ming could react, he felt dizzy, his vision turning into a streak of light, so fast that everything in the world flashed by. "Damn it, slow down, you're speeding. You bastard, you're drunk driving." Watching Meng Wanxue drink and travel at the same time, Gu Ming couldn't help but complain. Meng Wanxue glanced at Gu Ming and chuckled. "Kid, this is easy for you. What are you babbling about? Hold on tight." With that, Meng Wanxue sped up again. This time, Gu Ming didn't bother to complain, the jolting was unbearable. He suspected Meng Wanxue was deliberately retaliating against him, but he had no proof. 5 hours felt like an eternity to Gu Ming, a journey across countless mountains and seas, long since ending the Yunqing kingdom. "Boy, we've arrived. My Qingchang sect was once a top power on the continent, renowned and illustrious." Gu Ming, hearing this, felt a surge of curiosity. Just how prosperous was the Qingchang sect? How about it? "Shocked, aren't you?" exclaimed, "Young man, I allow you to shout it out loud." Gu Ming stared wide-eyed at the desolate mountain before him, a barren, godforsaken place. The Qingchang sect's gate was supported by 2 massive, rotten logs supporting a plaque covered in cobwebs. Behind it were various strangely shaped large rocks, the ground barren, without a single tree, let alone any spiritual herbs, flowers, or other rare treasures. Looking around, apart from a few dilapidated wooden huts in the distance, there was nothing. Gu Ming took a deep breath, his gaze turning coldly to the rather arrogant Meng Wanxue. "Don't tell me this is the Qingchang sect you spoke of, the one that once shook the continent?" Meng Wanxue tilted his head back and gulped down a mouthful of wine, chuckling. "Of course, wasn't it in the past? How long ago was in the past?" Meng Wanxue was taken aback. This was truly a challenge. He started counting on his fingers, trying to recall. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. Gu Ming's brows furrowed slightly, a few black lines appearing on his face. For the first time, he was amused by his own amusement. "You mean the ancient era?" Meng Wanxue was stunned, then suddenly realized and gave Gu Ming a thumbs up. "Young people are quick-wit. It was the ancient era. How about it? An ancient sect, don't you feel proud? Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you proud?" Gu Ming chuckled coldly, kicking a rotten wooden pillar. With a loud crash, the sole symbol of the Qingchang sect was gone. Meng Wanxue, his beard bristling and eyes wide, hurriedly tried to right the Qingchang sect's gate. But he accidentally used too much force, and with another crash, only the plaque remained. "Ouch, my little ancestor, what are you doing? This is the face of the Qingchang sect. How can you slap yourself in the face?" Gu Ming shook his head helplessly, sighing softly. "Can I turn back?" Meng Wanxue clapped his hands and chuckled. "Sure, at your speed, it would take about 100 years to walk back to Yunqing Kingdom from here." Gu Ming was slightly taken aback. 100 years? That's so short? That's fine, he's got nothing else to do anyway, as long as he doesn't stay in this godforsaken place. Seeing Gu Ming turn to leave, Meng Wanxue froze, asking in confusion, "What are you doing? Going back? You, oh dear, master was just joking with you, why take it to heart? This is all just appearances. How can you be like those vulgar mortals, only looking at the surface?" Gu Ming stopped, suddenly realizing that Meng Wanxue was, after all, an unfathomable powerhouse. How could he be so simple? "I'll trust you one more time. An incense stick later." Gu Ming looked at the dried-up spirit pool, the withered spirit fields, and the dilapidated wooden hut before him. He sighed softly. "I will never trust you again." Meng Wanxue pursed his lips. What could he do? The Qingchang sect's decline wasn't solely his fault. "Oh dear, trust master one more time. Our Qingchang sect is, after all, an ancient power, its foundation is still there." Gu Ming was taken aback. Right, even in decline, such ancient sects had no shortage of ancient texts. Ancient texts from the past should be enough for him to study for a while. Looking at the dusty, dilapidated cave, there was nothing inside except a few scattered books. Gu Ming turned around, staring at the slightly embarrassed Meng Wanxue. "If I trust you again, I'm a dog." Meng Wanxue, in a desperate act, stepped in front of Gu Ming. "Now that you've entered the forbidden area of my Qingchang sect, if you don't join the sect, I'll have to erase your memories to prevent you from leaking our secrets." Gu Ming pointed expressionlessly at the few tattered books. "This? The forbidden area? I'd rather not use it as a toilet. Meng Wanxu's face hardened, and he spoke seriously. How can you talk like that? Even though it's the truth, you can't humiliate your own sect like that, belittling yourself. Anyway, you have two choices: either erase your memories, or you stay. Gu Ming sighed softly, then realized he had nowhere else to go. This cheap master, though unreliable, at least possesses unfathomable strength. Alright, what's my status now? Gu Ming resigned himself to his fate, deciding to stay put for now and accept whatever came his way. Meng Wanxu coughed, speaking somewhat guiltily in a low voice. Inner disciple, core disciple, true disciple, holy son, choose whatever you like. How about it? If all else fails, you can directly become a steward, protector, elder, or mountain lord. That's fine too. Seeing Gu Ming's unfriendly gaze, Meng Wanxu cautiously probed. Or should I abdicate, and you become the Qingcheng sect leader? I'll become the supreme elder? Gu Ming ignored Meng Wanxu and slowly walked away. Let's talk about the Qingcheng sect situation first. Alright, my good disciple, please sit down. Meng Wanxu cleaned the dusty chair and let Gu Ming sit down, while he stood aside. The late ancient period. Too far back, get to the point. Ahem, currently there are only 3 people in the sect: you, me, and my master, who is now the supreme elder. He's currently in seclusion in the back mountain. As for my master's master, the Qingcheng sect's patriarch, he's already traveled the world and probably won't be back anytime soon. Gu Chenmei's eyebrows furrowed repeatedly. He finally understood why the Qingcheng sect had fallen to such a state. With just the 3 of them, no sect could withstand them. Chapter 31 on the 1000-year plan for the revival of the Qingcheng sect. Hee, my good disciple, isn't this great? There are no rules, we are the rules ourselves. One person eats their fill, the whole family isn't hungry. If you need cultivation resources, your master will go and snatch them for you. No, go find them. Don't worry, our sect will never engage in infighting, we will absolutely protect our own. Anyone who dares to bully you, I'll crush their entire family. How about that? Gu Ming only heard the word no rules. Alright, from this day forward, I am the senior disciple of the Qingcheng sect, and you are the sect leader. Let us join hands and make the Qingcheng sect flourish. Seeing Gu Ming stand up, full of spirit and enthusiasm, he was momentarily stunned and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. No, my good disciple, you are enough. We don't need to flourish. That's none of your business. Does my word as the senior disciple carry more weight, or your word as the sect leader? Gu Ming snorted coldly and spoke indifferently. Meng Wanxu, of course, it's you, my senior brother. Then listen to me. From this day forward, no slacking off. I'll make the rules. The restoration of Qingcheng sect's glory begins with you and me. Looking at Gu Ming's energetic demeanor, Meng Wanxu felt a strange headache. He'd only found a disciple to quickly abdicate and then, like his master, just laze around. Meng Wanxu wanted to run away and be a hands-off manager, but he couldn't argue with Gu Ming and was forced to stay and assist him in rebuilding Qingcheng sect. In the dilapidated courtyard, Meng Wanxu yawned, his eyes glazed over, looking at Gu Ming ahead. Gu Ming had somehow produced a blackboard and was writing down his grand plan for rebuilding Qingcheng sect. Master, listen carefully. Meng Wanxu quickly sat up straight, puffing out his chest, like a well-behaved schoolboy. Gu Ming was quite satisfied. Although his cheap master was unreliable, at least he was obedient. The saying goes, do what you love what you do. He might not be good at cultivating immortality, but he's a professional at building a career. This time, Gu Ming set himself a goal to restore the glory of the Qingcheng sect. In his estimated plan, it should take about 1,000 or 800 years. He wrote on the blackboard, regarding the 1000-year plan for the revival of the Qingcheng sect. Meng Wanxu was taken aback and asked in confusion, good disciple, what does the 1000-year plan mean? Gu Ming coughed and began to explain unhurriedly. It's simple. The plan to revive the Qingcheng sect is divided into 10 stages, each a small goal for 100 years. I predict that in 1,000 years, the Qingcheng sect will have regained its former glory. Meng Wanxu rolled his eyes and shook his head. My dear disciple, it's not that simple. Which of the top powers on the continent today hasn't accumulated strength over tens of thousands of years? Starting from scratch in 1,000 years is impossible. How about we cultivate immortality together? I'll teach you some incredibly powerful techniques, what do you say? I don't know your cultivation progress yet, I need to understand it first. Gu Ming glared at Meng Wanxu, who pouted and obediently shut up. Was he looking for a disciple? He was just asking for trouble. Then, as Gu Ming continued his incessant explanation, Meng Wanxu completely broke down, his face filled with utter despair. The gist of it, first, cultivate spiritual plants to restore the spiritual energy of the Qingcheng sect. Only a madman would join the Qingcheng sect in this godforsaken wasteland. Build houses, the more the better, for all departments. Set up spirit arrays, the more the better, like spirit gathering arrays, sect protecting arrays, and barrier arrays. Establish a comprehensive set of rules and regulations. Plunder, no, seek out various cultivation resources to strengthen the Qingcheng sect's foundation. The first century-long goal is to make the Qingcheng sect appear like a legitimate section. The second step is to build a reputation and recruit disciples and elders. The third step is to strengthen its foundation, continue plundering, and compete for supremacy with surrounding forces. The fourth step. As the sun set and twilight descended, Meng Wengsu, with weary eyes, spoke softly. My dear disciple, I have a question. We don't have any pills, formations, or spiritual artifacts. Cultivating spiritual herbs also requires a spiritual plant master, which we also lack. I do. Meng Wengsu was startled, instantly becoming alert, his eyes burning as if he had discovered a treasure. Really? My dear disciple, you can't lie to your master. After a stick of incense had burned, Meng Wengsu silently stared at Gu Ming. After Gu Ming displayed his skill, it would be a lie to say Meng Wengsu wasn't shocked. Who else could be a cultivator proficient in everything and achieve such extraordinary success? He sighed deeply. My good disciple, if you had focused all your energy on cultivation, you would have already reached the golden core realm. What a waste of your talent. Every technique Gu Ming displayed required a significant investment of time. In Meng Wengsu's mind, if Gu Ming devoted himself entirely to cultivation, he would undoubtedly become a once-in-a-century prodigy. At this moment, Meng Wengsu felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. Having Gu Ming, a cultivation prodigy, meant that with just a little guidance, his future achievements would be limitless. He sneered inwardly, "You dog of a master, just you wait, my disciple is definitely stronger than yours. Your stupid disciple, can he compare to mine?" The next day, huge banners were hung at the entrance of the Qingcheng sect, regarding the 1,000-year plan for the revival of the Qingcheng sect. Revitalizing Qingcheng is now, it cannot be delayed. Upholding the ideals of the Qingcheng sect, building a happy home. Unite to revitalize Qingcheng. Adhere to the 4 cardinal principles. Cultivate for the rise of Qingcheng. Meng Wengsu was slightly speechless. Was his disciple a little off his mind? My good disciple, when will you begin your cultivation? Meng Wengsu chased after Gu Ming, urging him to temporarily put down his work and follow him in cultivation. Gu Ming was incredibly busy, enjoying himself immensely. Cultivation? Even a dog wouldn't cultivate. Wait a little longer, what's the rush? Rejected, Meng Wengsu had no choice but to continue assisting, hoping Gu Ming would have had his fill of this and quickly begin cultivating with him. Unbeknownst to him, 2 years passed, and the entire Qingcheng sect was completely transformed. Ancient-style buildings rose from the ground, and fragrant spiritual fields shrouded in mist. The entire desolate mountain was transformed, not a single barren spot remained. Even the most remote corners were planted with spiritual seeds by Gu Ming, who meticulously cultivated them, resulting in the growth of spiritual herbs. Looking at the nascent Qingcheng sect, Gu Ming felt a surge of pride. This was truly a cultivation section. Meng Wengsu slumped to the ground, utterly despondent, staring at Gu Ming's figure, questioning the meaning of life. 2 years, a full 2 years. Gu Ming hadn't cultivated at all, spending every day rebuilding the Qingcheng sect. My dear disciple, did your ancestors have any connection with the Qingcheng sect? If Gu Ming's ancestors had no connection with the Qingcheng sect, merely chance encounters, yet he poured his heart and soul into rebuilding it, he must be insane. Gu Ming, sleeves rolled up, was wielding a hoe. He stopped, his gaze shifting strangely to the slacking Meng Wengsu. Master, what makes you say that? If not for our shared history, I truly cannot think of any reason why you would be so devoted to rebuilding the Qingcheng sect. My old man, my old man's old man, my old man's old man. Besides finding a successor for the Qingcheng sect, they dared not do anything else, each wandering the continent, acting as absentee managers. You've only been to the Qingcheng sect for 1 day, yet you've already devoted yourself to rebuilding it. Tell me, what are you after? Our Qingcheng sect has nothing but a few old fogies. Gu Ming was slightly speechless, sighed, and looked at Meng Wengsu. Master, your ideology is flawed. In my time, you'd be criticized and denounced. What's the difference between a person without dreams and a lazy bum? As the senior disciple of the Qingcheng sect, revitalizing the sect is my inescapable responsibility. With that, Gu Ming continued working diligently, cultivating the spirit fields. Meng Wengsu, seriously? Are you out of your mind? Even I, the sect leader, don't care, so why do you? Meng Wengsu hardened his heart, stood up, snorted coldly, stomped on the hoe, breaking it in two, and glared fiercely at the bewildered Gu Ming. No, you can't waste your talent. From today onwards, you must cultivate with me every day. Gu Ming looked at Meng Wengsu's serious expression, paused, and nodded. Okay, 1 hour of cultivation every day. Upon hearing this, Meng Wengsu shook his head. At least 3 hours. 2 hours. Deal. Meng Wengsu revealed a fawning smile. As long as Gu Ming was willing to cultivate and experience the joy of cultivation, he would definitely cultivate wholeheartedly. With Gu Ming's perseverance, Meng Wanxu firmly believed that his future achievements would be limitless. Chapter 32 Pua Meng Wanxu. 5 years later, the Qingcheng sect's infrastructure was complete, and it truly resembled a section. Spiritual flowers and herbs bloomed everywhere, brimming with spiritual energy, which pleased Gu Ming greatly. Not far away, Meng Wanxu squatted among the flowers, fiddling with the soil, questioning his existence. He muttered to himself, lost in thought. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My good disciple's foundation is solid, his spiritual energy is vast, far surpassing his peers. His strength is unmatched among his peers. He knows everything from astronomy to geography, is incredibly knowledgeable, proficient in alchemy, weapon crafting, array formation, and even building houses. So why, after 5 years of my careful tutelage, is he still only at the mid-foundation establishment stage? Meng Wanxu sighed, looking up at Gu Ming. My dear disciple, tell me the truth, are you slacking off and deliberately not cultivating? Gu Ming's physique was very special, a rare find throughout history, a kind of trash constitution. His 5 elements were balanced, and coupled with his years of haphazard and reckless experimentation, Meng Wanxu couldn't discern his true physique at all. Of course, he hadn't even considered that possibility. The upper limit of a mixed spiritual root is the Qi condensation realm, it's impossible to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Gu Ming scratched his head, gave a slightly embarrassed smile, and said, Master, I warned you long ago that if I followed you in cultivation, I was afraid your heart wouldn't be able to handle it. Meng Wanxu stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Ming. Tell me, what exactly is your physique? Gu Ming was slightly speechless. He hated being asked about his physique, wasn't that an insult? But facing this master who had opened his heart to him, Gu Ming told the truth. Ahem, 5 elements spiritual body. Meng Wanxu, wait, what did you say, spiritual body? 5 elements spiritual body, which means a physique with balanced 5 elements attributes. Isn't that incredibly powerful? Meng Wanxu, Sigma. Meng Wanxu was stunned. What does balanced 5 attributes mean? Are you cultivating the great Dao of balance? After confirming, Meng Wanxu slumped down in the floorbead, utterly dejected. It's over. I'm going to lose to that old man. My disciple is really inferior to his disciple. Gu Ming came to his side, patted his messy hair, and comforted him. Master, don't think like that. Look at it another way. Grandmaster's disciple is inferior to your disciple in other aspects. Cultivation shouldn't be limited to cultivation level. Meng Wanxu was taken aback, looking at Gu Ming with suspicion. Really? Of course. Think about it again. I'm your disciple. You focus on strengthening your cultivation, and I'll focus on strengthening everything else. If we, master and disciple, join forces, wouldn't we be invincible? Meng Wanxu stood up, pondered for a moment, and actually felt that Gu Ming's words made some sense. Suddenly, he deflated like a punctured balloon, saying helplessly, but your cultivation is too weak. It's not a solution. You have no means of self-defense. What if someone bullies you? Gu Ming continued to persuade him. I'm your disciple. Bullying us is slapping you in the face. Can you back down? Of course, you'll fight them directly. If you can't beat them, you'll slap your grandmaster in the face. Call your grandmaster and keep fighting. If your grandmaster can't handle it, call for reinforcements. According to this method, what's the use of my cultivation? Do you think I'm stronger than you? That's impossible. I'll always be your little darling, and you'll always be my support. Since that's the case, why should I worry about my cultivation? If anyone dares to bully me, I'll call for reinforcements and fight. Meng Wanxu. Wait, I'm a little confused. Let me sort this out. Meng Wanxu squatted on the ground, lost in thought. Gu Ming smiled faintly, finally free from the old man's nagging, and continued building the Qingcheng sect's great cause. Until the next day, Meng Wanxu reappeared, making a solemn promise. My good disciple, you're right. Cultivation is all about having someone to protect you. If I can't beat someone, there's always the old man, the old man's old man, the old man's old man's old man's old man's old man. Gu Ming was stunned and quickly interrupted. Wait, how many old men are there in Qingcheng sect anyway? Meng Wanxu shook his head, spread his hands, and said helplessly, I don't know either. Anyway, from ancient times to the present, I don't know how many old men are still alive, but there are enough. It's just that our lineage is rather detached from worldly desires and follows our own desires, so we haven't cared much about the development of the Qingcheng sect, as long as the lineage continues. Gu Ming's eyes lit up slightly. Had he struck gold? Old men who had lived for tens of thousands of years, weren't they incredibly powerful immortals? Meng Wanxu seemed to see through his thoughts, shattering his dreams. I told you, these old men are detached from worldly desires. We can only call people one at a time. Unless the Qingcheng sect faces a calamity of annihilation, they won't show themselves. Let them revive the Qingcheng sect for you? Don't even think about it. Gu Ming curled his lip. well, he'd have to rely on himself. Alright. With that, Gu Ming shouldered his hoe and headed towards the spirit field, preparing to continue tending to the spiritual herbs. Meng Wanxue followed behind him, his eyes darting around, and chuckled. My good disciple, won't you consider taking on a disciple or something? Heh, you want to run away, huh? No way. You can only leave when the Qingcheng sect is revived. Gu Ming shattered his unrealistic fantasies. With his foundation establishment cultivation, reviving it was a joke. He'd have to rely on Meng Wanxue's nascent soul cultivation. Meng Wanxue sighed softly, obediently following behind Gu Ming and following his commands, but he still wasn't giving up. My good disciple, you're so strong, your foundation is the most solid I've ever seen. Don't you want to try again? No. How about you try practicing my Qingcheng sect's techniques and supernatural abilities? No interest. I have many spiritual artifacts here, don't you want them? Spiritual artifacts? Confiscated. Have you forgotten our revival ideals? Proletariat, common ownership. Meng Wanxue was stunned. After watching Gu Ming take away his few spiritual artifacts, he stopped forcing Gu Ming to practice. What a disaster. That old man tricked me into finding a successor, and now I'm stuck with this mess. Meng Wanxue cursed inwardly. If his master hadn't used the pretext of seclusion to urge him to find a successor, would he have encountered Gu Ming? Would he have gotten involved in the revival of the Qingcheng sect? Of course, he could have run away, but he had his principles and bottom line, he wouldn't do such a thing. Unbeknownst to him, 100 years had passed since Gu Ming joined the Qingcheng sect. In those 100 years, Meng Wanxue had completely given up. He finally realized just how terrible Gu Ming's physique was. 100 years, and he was still stuck in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Unbelievable. He wondered why Gu Ming didn't age or die. According to the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator, even if they didn't die of old age after 100 years, their blood and appearance would show obvious changes. However, Gu Ming's aura and appearance remained unchanged, as if time had forgotten him. Gu Ming wasn't afraid of his little secret being discovered, explaining that his longer lifespan was due to a balance of the 5 elements. The excuse was lame, but Meng Wanxue pretended to believe it. Knowing that his obedient disciple had a secret, he wasn't curious. After a century of living together, he had long regarded Gu Ming as his own child. Chapter 33 The Second Century Plan, First Disciple. In the span of a century, the Qingcheng sect has undergone a complete transformation, a far cry from what it once was. Magnificent palaces and pavilions abound, and spiritual flowers and herbs are everywhere. Gu Ming spent millions of spirit stones to set up tens of thousands of yellow-grade formations, interlocking to form hundreds of profound-grade formations. These profound-grade formations then interacted and merged to create a powerful earth-grade protective formation. Meng Wanxue was stunned by Gu Ming's abilities and had become his devoted follower, constantly assisting him. Gu Ming hadn't neglected his alchemy skills over the years, cultivating spiritual herbs, refining pills, selling them, and buying spiritual seeds, a continuous cycle that allowed him to amass enough spirit stones to establish the Qingcheng sect. The sect's main gate was built on 2 massive stone pillars, the 3 large characters Qingcheng sect on them measuring over 10 meters in size, shimmering with golden light and gleaming brightly under the sun. Inside the main hall, Gu Ming felt a great sense of accomplishment. Building a sect over a century was far more interesting than cultivating immortality. Of course, establishing the Qingcheng sect had nearly exhausted his resources, leaving him penniless. Of course, the Qingcheng sect was now merely a facade, it lacked the true foundation of a section. Meng Wanxue shared in the glory, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If Master knew my good disciple had rebuilt the Qingcheng sect, he would be astonished. Master, oh Master, besides cultivation, in what way can your disciple compare to my disciple? Gu Ming, too lazy to pay attention to Meng Wanxue's abstract behavior, loudly proclaimed. I declare that, starting today, the first century-long plan to revive Qingcheng is complete. Good disciple, shouldn't we take a break? If we keep pushing ourselves like this, I'm not worried about you, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Wah, I'm getting old, I feel sorry for myself. Gu Ming, speechless, launched into a lecture. Master, you're at least a nascent soul stage cultivator, no, a mid-stage cultivator. Your physique is much stronger than mine. At this point, Meng Wanxue immediately complained. My good disciple, you should at least cultivate a bit. After 100 years, you're still only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Your progress is far too slow. I managed to make a small breakthrough during my spare time over the past 100 years, but what about you? You've completely given up? Gu Ming patted Meng Wanxue's shoulder, continuing to deceive him. Master, reviving the Qingcheng sect is the most urgent and crucial task. How can personal gains and losses be compared to this? Your vision is too narrow, your ideological awareness needs improvement. Meng Wanxue. Just then, the sect's protective formation issued a warning, someone was approaching. Gu Ming and Meng Wanxue exchanged a glance, a sly smile appearing on their faces. Our Qingchang sect's 2nd century plan has officially begun. Outside the Qingchang sect, Han Yunzi stared in astonishment at the imposing mountain gate and the plaque that nearly blinded him. When did a Qingchang sect appear here? Han Yunzi possessed a superior grade lightning spiritual root, capable of cultivating immortality for free. However, his free cultivation spot was taken by someone with connections, leaving him unable to afford the cultivation fees and forced to become a rogue cultivator. Having nothing to do today, he had planned to collect some spiritual herbs to exchange for spirit stones for cultivation. Who would have thought he would encounter a sect in this deep mountain forest? Looking at the Qingchang sect's magnificent mountain gate, Han Yunzi sighed softly, his eyes filled with resentment, and turned to leave. This grandeur is no less than that of ordinary cultivation sects, but the cultivation fees are too high, alas. Han Yunzi finally understood. Even with his talent, without a background, it was impossible to cultivate for free. His spot would still be inexplicably taken away. He was utterly disillusioned with cultivation sections. Fellow deist, I see you have an affinity with our sect. Would you be interested in joining our Qingchang sect? Gu Ming appeared with Meng Wangsu and hurriedly called out to Han Yunzi. This was the first disciple in the Qingchang sect's century-long plan. How could they miss this opportunity? Han Yunzi was taken aback, turned to look at the two, and shook his head. I don't have spirit stones, forget it. No way. Our Qingchang sect offers free cultivation. Han Yunzi was stunned. After confirming several times, he hesitated after getting the answer he wanted. In this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Gu Ming stepped forward and repeatedly promised that cultivation would be absolutely free. Seeing her still disbelief, Gu Ming guessed her inner worry. Are you afraid I'll trick you? Han Yunzi nodded silently. Asterisk, isn't that obvious? What power doesn't want spirit stones? Asterisk. Gu Ming coughed. Master, show me your skills. Meng Wangsu curled his lip, inwardly thinking, asterisk, what do you take me for? A mascot? Asterisk. Despite his grumbling, his aura gradually recovered, and a vast and terrifying pressure instantly swept across 100 miles, triggering thunder and lightning, and causing extraordinary celestial phenomena. At that moment, Meng Wangsu was no longer a lecherous old man, but a terrifyingly powerful cultivator capable of destroying a city with a single hand. Han Yunzi was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. She rubbed her eyes, unable to believe that such a terrifyingly powerful being existed in this remote corner. Gu Ming patted Han Yunzi's shoulder and spoke calmly. Do you think my Qingchang sect, with its strength, would need to cheat a mere qi condensation realm cultivator like you? Han Yunzi swallowed hard, then hurriedly spoke. I'm willing to join the Qingchang sect. Gu Ming smiled with satisfaction, signaling Meng Wangsu to stop intimidating him. His aura was terrifying, his legs trembled uncontrollably. It was too frightening. Let's make this clear first, once you join the Qingchang sect, there's no going back. Come, sign the indenture. No, sign your name. This is your membership notice. Han Yunzi looked suspicious as she took the membership notice. The contents were simple: adhere to the sect's principles, no betrayal, and follow the rules. The most important clause was that after reaching the Golden Core realm, she could choose to leave or stay as an elder. If she left, she would be required to obey the sect's summons. The terms were all reasonable. After confirming everything was correct, Han Yunzi signed her name and cautiously looked at the two men. Gentlemen, how should I address you? Gu Ming, I am the senior brother of the Qingchang sect. Han Yunzi was shocked. The senior brother of the Qingchang sect personally receiving him showed great respect, making him feel incredibly honored. The senior brother of a sect was the sect's strongest prodigy, the most powerful disciple, the future sect leader, and an unparalleled expert. Greetings, senior brother. Han Yunzi hurriedly bowed, not daring to be negligent. Meng Wangsu, while picking his nose, slowly introduced himself. I am the sect leader of the Qingchang sect. Han Yunzi? No, even the sect leader came to greet me personally? Do I have that much influence? Could it be that I'm the chosen one, with amazing luck, and I've been discovered? Greetings, sect leader. Alright, don't be so formal. While Qingchang has rules, we're not that rigid. Hearing this, Han Yunzi breathed a sigh of relief, his goodwill towards the Qingchang sect increasing significantly. Suddenly, he felt uneasy and cautiously asked, Senior brother, should I start as an outer disciple? Gu Ming waved his sleeve and smiled faintly. No need. From now on, you will be the second senior brother of the intersection. Han Yunzi, degree. What? Me? Second senior brother? After an incense stick's time, Han Yunzi looked at the Qingchang sect, which appeared luxurious but was actually empty inside. He suddenly felt like he'd been tricked. Seeing the silent Han Yunzi, Gu Ming continued to tease him. Second brother, as the second senior brother of the sect, you can't act like this, lacking confidence in your sect. You must set an example for your future junior brothers and sisters. Han Yunzi sighed softly and bowed resignedly. Junior brother understands, will follow senior brother's teachings. Teachable, much more reliable than the sect leader. Meng Wanzhou chuckled inwardly, thinking, you're just trying to fool me. Chapter 34 The second step of the century plan. Soon, Han Yunzi's despair deepened. The entire Qingcheng sect was nothing but a facade, it lacked everything a sect should have. Cultivation techniques, spiritual weapons, secret realms, holy lands, elders, deacons, protectors, departments, none of them. In the main hall, Meng Wanzhou sat in the head seat, with Gu Ming and Han Yunzi on either side. Gu Ming rose, one hand behind his back, coughed, and slowly spoke. Today is the first meeting since the start of the Qingcheng sect's revival plan. Everyone, please be attentive. Second junior brother, you are in charge of registering everyone. Is anyone absent? Han Yunzi? Wait, is my senior brother out of his mind? Reporting to senior brother, there are no absentees. Meng Wanzhou was already used to it. In the past 100 years, Gu Ming had dragged him to countless meetings, even taking meeting minutes. It was absurd. Now that someone was sharing the burden, he felt much more relaxed. Gu Ming nodded before continuing. First, let's give a round of applause to welcome junior brother Han to the Qingcheng sect. Sparse applause rang out. Secondly, the Qingcheng sect is now officially recruiting disciples. Second junior brother, I appoint you as the person in charge of recruitment. Can you manage it? Han Yunzi smiled bitterly and spoke helplessly. Senior brother, it's a bit troublesome. Our Qingcheng sect just appeared out of nowhere, no one will believe it. Besides, the sect seems somewhat a case of being all show and no substance. Apart from its outward appearance, we have nothing a sect should have. Not to mention cultivation techniques, even with free training, the cost of spirit stones is a huge problem. Gu Ming glanced at Han Yunzi, looking completely confident. What's the rush? Your priority is to build a reputation for the Qingcheng sect. Tell them that in 10 years, the Qingcheng sect will be recruiting a large number of disciples, elders, stewards, and protectors. Not only will they offer free training, but the benefits will be generous. 10 years is enough time to establish the Qingcheng sect's reputation, right? Han Yunzi was taken aback. Yes, it's enough, but why 10 years? Gu Ming rolled his eyes, explaining somewhat speechlessly. Isn't this to gather spirit stones? Don't worry, give me 10 years, and I'll refine 100,000 or 200,000 pills, talismans, array stones, and spiritual artifacts enough to last us for a while. Meng Wanzhou shrugged. Don't underestimate me. I may not know how, but my good disciple is proficient in everything. Don't worry, he can handle it. Just listen to his arrangements, don't worry about my opinion. My opinion is unimportant. Han Yunzi was speechless. A sect leader obeying his disciples' orders, a truly unprecedented event. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. After all, he had already signed the indenture. Hesitantly, Han Yunzi tentatively inquired. Senior brother, my treatment. Don't worry, I'll cover all expenses. I'll even advance you 10 years worth of salary. Then, Gu Ming handed Han Yunzi 1 million spirit stones as operating expenses and 10 years worth of salary. Han Yunzi stared at the pile of gleaming spirit stones, momentarily incredulous. The sudden wealth made him almost unable to believe it. Senior brother, aren't you afraid I'll run away? Gu Ming glanced indifferently at Meng Wanzhou. Meng Wanzhou raised his hand from afar, shattering a giant mountain 10 miles away with a single palm strike. Try it and you'll die. Han Yunzi, terrified, hurriedly said she wouldn't dare. Indeed, with a nascent soul expert right under her nose, where could she possibly run? Then, Gu Ming handed Han Yunzi the recruitment brochure he had prepared, using a bit of manipulation to leave him completely bewildered. Go, I believe in you. Thank you, senior brother. Yunzi will certainly not fail in her mission. For 10 years, Gu Ming devoted himself entirely to the highly profitable industries of alchemy, weapon forging, runes, and array stones. In just 10 years, Gu Ming refined nearly 4 million pills, not to mention other contraptions. This speed of alchemy astonished the two, who suspected that Gu Ming wasn't just refining pills, but actually possessed a pill palace. With a quick sale, the Qingcheng sect's foundation instantly increased, reaching billions of spirit stones. Meng Wanzhou, tears streaming down his face, pulled Gu Ming along, saying, My dear disciple, why don't we just not rebuild the Qingcheng sect? With so many spirit stones, we can cultivate for hundreds of years without worrying about food and drink. Nonsense. Master, you have a problem with your thinking. This is a one-time thing, don't let it happen again. Otherwise, you'll be punished with a year's worth of cultivation resources. Hearing this, Meng Wanzhou had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea. As for Han Yunzi, his tireless promotion and the massive expenditure of spirit stones were indeed effective. Many cultivators developed a longing for the legendary Qingcheng sect and eagerly awaited the day it would recruit disciples. Even the people in the northern Zhou kingdom's imperial palace were alarmed. Many cultivation families were very curious about the Qingcheng sect and wanted to join in the fun. Of course, during this time, many with ulterior motives plotted against him, but Meng Wanzhou publicly suppressed and killed them, deterring the villains and incidentally demonstrating the Qingcheng sect's power. On this day, the Qingcheng sect officially recruited disciples and elders. Originally, everyone was just trying it out, seeing how it went. The cultivator bribed by Han Yunzi broke the deadlock first, joining the Qingcheng sect and receiving spirit stones. Following this, a large number of cultivators joined the Qingcheng sect, becoming its disciples. A golden core cultivator spoke up. Sect leader, I wonder what position I, with my golden core cultivation, could hold in the Qingcheng sect, and what my salary would be like. Meng Wanzhou looked at Gu Ming beside him, arousing the curiosity of many. Who exactly was this young man, that he could command the attention of a nascent soul expert? Gu Ming slowly stepped forward. Facing tens of thousands of cultivators, it was impossible for him to be nervous. Ahem, let me introduce myself. I am the senior disciple of the Qingcheng sect. Regarding the question this fellow deist asked, I believe it is also a question many of you have. Firstly, those at the early golden core stage can become stewards or protectors, those at the mid-golden core stage can become outer sect elders, and those at the late golden core stage can become inner sect elders. As for the compensation, it's written in the recruitment brochure, basic salary plus contribution bonuses. In other words, the more you do, the more you earn. For example, fellow deist, with your early golden core cultivation, you can choose a steward-like position. The salary is 50,000 spirit stones per month, plus commission. Upon hearing this, the golden core cultivator couldn't wait to join the Qingcheng sect. 50,000 spirit stones is nothing to golden core cultivators from large sects and families. But for these rogue cultivators, 50,000 spirit stones is extremely generous. With the commission, their monthly income would be considerable, and they wouldn't have to risk their lives all the time. Naturally, they were happy to accept. Of course, this person was someone Han Yunzi had bribed beforehand. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Once someone takes the lead, everything else will fall into place. In less than a day, the number of Qingcheng sect cultivators reached a terrifying 2,000. If Gu Ming hadn't stopped recruiting once he saw the numbers were almost reached, the number could have multiplied several times over. In the main hall, Meng Wanzhou voiced his concerns. My dear disciple, if you continue like this, a mixed bag will emerge. Our sect is likely to have many treacherous and incompetent individuals. Indiscriminate teaching isn't suitable for this world. If a disciple makes a mistake, it will ruin the reputation of the Qingcheng sect. Once the Qingcheng sect's reputation is tarnished, the old man will come out and beat me to death. Gu Ming smiled faintly. Relax, master. My century-long plan has countermeasures. The next step is to select cultivators of upright character and weed out those with questionable conduct. Chapter 35 The One in a Million Chosen. Meng Wanzhou was taken aback, looking at Gu Ming curiously. My dear disciple, what do you plan to do? Gu Ming smiled and explained. This time we recruited 3,000 cultivators. After that, the Qingcheng sect will no longer recruit cultivators, but will instead conduct an entrance examination. Those who fail will be expelled from the section. Han Yunzi asked worriedly from the side. What if they cause trouble? Gu Ming chuckled coldly. We have nascent soul realm fighters. Dissatisfied? Just kill them. Meng Wanzhou. Well, I've become a fighter again, completely invisible. Looking at the questionnaire Gu Ming handed her, Han Yunzi was startled again. This, senior brother, are you sure this will work? Of course. Remember, the maximum score is 100, 60 is passing. Those who fail will be expelled from the Qingcheng sect. Our sect is a righteous sect, we don't need those of questionable character or those whose beliefs clash with ours. Han Yunzi left with doubt. Meng Wanzhou took a questionnaire from Gu Ming's hand, looked at the questions, and smiled confidently. My dear disciple, do you think your master's conduct deserves full marks? Want to try? Let's try. After an incense sticks time, Meng Wanzhou looked at his 50-point test paper and fell silent. Zhou Rong took a sip of wine, then pointed to the first question. My dear disciple, explain why you got this question wrong. Question: If you are besieged by demonic beasts in a city, and a frail woman appears outside, if you open the city gates to rescue her, there's a 50% chance you'll save her, and a 50% chance the demonic beasts will enter the city, destroying it and causing everyone's death. Options: A. Rescue her. B. Ignore her. C. Kill the woman. D. Kill those who agree to open the city gates to rescue her. I chose to ignore her. Why is that wrong? Meng Wanzhou naturally understood Gu Ming's meaning. In chaotic times, one cannot be a saint, lest one lose sight of the bigger picture. Gu Ming sighed softly and patiently explained. Master, you alone cannot represent everyone. If she cries for help, wouldn't some people, blinded by malice and overflowing with self-righteousness, advocate opening the city gates to rescue her? If so, the people will be divided, and the final result will be that the city will be unable to unite to fight the demon beasts, leading to the city's collapse and the deaths of its inhabitants. Meng Wanxu's eyes widened. Could it be explained like that? So, the answer is C? No, multiple choice, choose C and D. Meng Wanxu fell silent, his face full of confusion. Then why kill those who agreed? Master, you must understand. People who can't see the situation clearly will ultimately be a scourge, harming everyone. Put yourself in their shoes. If such people appeared in the Qingchang sect, disagreeing with our sect's ideals and causing internal strife when facing a powerful enemy, wouldn't they be a hindrance, giving the enemy an opportunity to exploit? Meng Wanxu nodded numbly. It seems somewhat reasonable, but something just doesn't feel right. Let's change the question. Why is this one wrong? Meng Wanxu pointed to another question. Question: you have two opponents, a demonic cultivator slightly weaker than you, and a righteous cultivator slightly stronger than you. At this moment, you are locked in a life or death struggle. What should you do? A. Sow discord and divert attention. B. Feign weakness to lower both sides' guard. C. Join forces with the demonic cultivator to severely injure the righteous cultivator. D. Take advantage of the demonic cultivator's unpreparedness, ambush him, and kill them both. I believe that joining forces with demonic cultivators to deal with righteous cultivators is the most reasonable approach. Although there are some issues with the principle, the other options are even less suitable and cannot solve the problem. For example, the fourth option, ambushing demonic cultivators, how can we kill them all? That option is invalid. Gu Ming sighed helplessly and explained again. Master, you're wrong again. Who told you this was a multiple choice question? This is a ranking question. The answer is BACD. Meng Wanxu. With a long sigh, Meng Wanxu tore the questionnaire to shreds and glared speechlessly at Gu Ming. If you weren't my disciple, I'd slap you to death. What kind of nonsense are these? With your methods, only 1 in 100 cultivators will survive in Qingchang sect this time. You might as well expel me from Qingchang sect. No way. You're the sect leader, how could I? Gu Ming quickly put on a fawning smile, trying to appease Meng Wanxu. If he really abandoned his post, his plan to rebuild Qingchang sect would be a complete joke. I don't care anymore. Go ahead and mess around. If anything goes wrong, watch your backside. Meng Wanxu flicked his sleeve and left the hall. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist slapping Gu Ming to death. A month later, Han Yingzi, looking haggard, arrived at the Qingchang sect's council hall to report on the progress of her work to Gu Ming. Senior brother, as you instructed, the assessment is complete. The Qingchang sect now has only 28 disciples and 1 elder at the early golden core stage. This entrance exam was too difficult. Even I could barely pass. Han Yingzi handed the results to Gu Ming, rubbing his temples wearily. He was now a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, and this task almost made him sick. Gu Ming looked at the results and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, more than I expected. We're cultivating for free. If we weren't chosen from among the best, how could we be worthy of entering our Qingchang sect? From now on, we'll use this standard. However, to prevent anyone from leaking the questions, I'll create a new set of exam questions in 10 years. Han Yunzi's lips twitched, speechless. He truly admired Gu Ming's boundless energy. Besides cultivation, he was devoted to everything else. Suddenly, Gu Ming's gaze sharpened as he looked at one of the exam papers. A perfect score. There was one, I think her name was Nanggong Dali. She was the only one who finished the questions in half a cup of tea's time, got a perfect score, and got more and more excited as she answered. Gu Ming became interested and immediately asked Han Yungzi to bring her over. He wanted to see just how talented this person was, that she even had a bit of his own style. Soon after, Gu Ming looked at Nanggong Dali in front of him and fell silent. She was about 1.5 meters tall, wearing a cute pink dress, with 2 ponytails, a pair of bright, watery eyes, and a baby face, an adorable little girl. She's Nanggong Dali? Yes, the name is a bit random. Han Yunzi nodded and reminded Nanggong Dali. Hurry up and pay your respects to senior brother. Sister Zudge Dali smiled slyly, sizing up Gu Ming, her eyes darting around. It was clear she wasn't up to anything. Greetings, senior brother. Her voice was pleasant, with a slight lisp, but it was natural. Gu Ming remained silent for a moment, sensing that this little girl was no ordinary person. Anyone who could answer all the questions correctly was either a transmigrator or an abstract holy body. Ahem, Dali, what do you think of my test? Nanggong Dali smiled brightly. Very reasonable, except for being a bit too simple. The answers were obvious. I really don't understand why they couldn't pass, they're as stupid as pigs. Senior brother, I suggest that everyone who scores below full marks be expelled from the sect. Those who disagree with senior brother's ideals don't deserve to stay. Han Yunzi's eyes twitched, and she glared fiercely at Nanggong Dali. According to her logic, only the two of them deserved to be in the entire Qingchang sect. Gu Ming seemed to have found a kindred spirit and agreed wholeheartedly, but then shook his head. Dolly, people like you and me, chosen ones, are extremely rare. We can't expect too much from others. Nangong Dolly pondered for a moment, then nodded. Alright, there's some truth to that. To be even a fraction as good as senior brother is already a prodigy, we really can't force it. Chapter 36 Accusations against Nangong Dolly. Afterwards, Gu Ming checked Nangong Dolly's information. The family information was blank, only her name, age, cultivation level, physique, height, weight, and bust/waist/hips. Bust/waist/hips? Gu Ming glanced at Nangong Dolly's chest and realized it was quite well developed. Nangong Dolly, 1.58 meters tall, 15 years old, chi condensation 9th level cultivation, heavenly tyrant physique. Gu Ming was surprised, letting out a soft exclamation, and sized up Nangong Dolly. You actually have a special physique, and a strength-type physique at that. Why did you want to join my Qingcheng sect? Nangong Dolly paused, then smiled cutely. Because I think the Qingcheng sect has good taste. Very discerning. From now on, you will be the third junior sister, not bad, not bad. Han Yunzi and Meng Wangsu were speechless. Gu Ming's casual attitude was truly unappealing. Afterwards, Gu Ming met with all the newly joined disciples and the only sect steward. Initially skeptical, everyone grinned after receiving a large sum of spirit stones. Those who passed the test were more or less mentally unstable. They didn't care about the sect's character, as long as there were benefits. After settling everyone in, Gu Ming continued his alchemy life, striving for the revival of the Qingcheng sect. In the second decade, the Qingcheng sect reopened its disciple recruitment. Many prepared in advance, but Gu Ming changed his approach. The questions were different, and ultimately, fewer than 30 remained. The third decade, the fourth decade. 100 years later, the Qingcheng sect had 283 disciples, 3 stewards, 2 protectors, 1 outer sect elder, and none inner sect elders. Gu Ming no longer focused on recruiting disciples but began implementing the 3rd century plan, improving the disciples' strength, vigorously developing the sect's internal structure, and building the necessary foundation for a sect, such as a cultivation technique pavilion and training rooms. In recent years, Gu Ming has rarely appeared in public, with Han Yunzi handling most of the affairs. Over the course of a century, his cultivation reached the Golden Core realm, officially making him a sect steward. However, everyone knew that he was essentially no different from the sect leader, as he was in charge of all sect matters. Nangong Dolly possessed astonishing talent, also reaching the early Golden Core realm within a century, progressing rapidly. But after reaching the Golden Core realm, breakthroughs became difficult. Each minor realm could take decades, and cultivators with less talent might be stuck at the Golden Core realm for their entire lives. As for Gu Ming, his cultivation also progressed rapidly, finally reaching the late foundation establishment stage after a century, his cultivation level incredibly stable. In contrast, his alchemy skills had reached the upper grade Xian level, comparable to some alchemy elders of major sects, his techniques becoming increasingly refined. His array formation skill had risen to the middle grade Xian level, his weapon crafting skill to the lower grade Xian level, but his spiritual plant cultivation was stuck at the upper grade Xian level. Gu Ming was helpless. To upgrade the level of his spiritual plants, he needed to cultivate herbs for 1,000 years, but where would he find the time? He stretched, took the pills out of the alchemy furnace, and placed them in a box. A short while later, Meng Wangsu's voice came from outside the alchemy room. My good disciple, your master has come in? Good. Gu Ming concealed his strange fire. It was best not to expose this thing, or it would be difficult to explain. Meng Wangsu, already used to the boxes of pills scattered on the floor, sat down beside him and spoke softly. My dear disciple, those youngsters in our sect are all scoundrels. Many forces have a lot of grudges against our Qingcheng sect. Gu Ming was slightly taken aback, patted his robe, and asked curiously, what's wrong? These are disciples I carefully selected. How could there be a problem? Meng Wangsu sighed helplessly, his face full of speechlessness. These youngsters prioritize profit above all else, resorting to deception and trickery, using any dirty means possible, incurring the wrath of the Northern Zhou cultivators. However, there's one good thing about them, they all uphold the reputation of the Qingcheng sect and help each other. Hee, good character. Gu Ming rolled his eyes. Nonsense, he had set those tests to select only the elite. If they're not capable, whose fault is it? That makes some sense. Anyway, with this old man here, they can't cause any trouble. Meng Wangsu nodded in agreement. It was just minor squabbles among disciples. Then, Meng Wangsu continued to chatter on and on about the amusing incidents that had occurred within the Qingcheng sect in recent years. Han Yunzi had always been hardworking and dutiful, handling all the sect's affairs, big and small, while Gu Ming and Meng Wangsu were absentee managers. Nangong Dolly, on the other hand, was quite something. That little girl looked cute and charming, but she was ruthless, beating up every single disciple in the sect, causing chaos and disorder. Gu Ming paused, then coughed. She's just a little girl, playful and mischievous, I understand. A little girl over 100 years old. Last night she secretly plucked my beard. If I hadn't reacted in time, this beard I've grown for so many years would probably have been ruined too. Meng Wanzhou glared at him, continuing his tirade. That's not all. No one in the sect can control her. She tries to compete with other disciples over the valuable items they've managed to snatch, always wagering the prize on what she wants. Also, she gets her hands on spirit bricks from somewhere and likes to slap people on the back of the head. Last time, she gave the prince of the Northern Zhou Kingdom a concussion. He came to complain, and if I hadn't personally intervened, this wouldn't have ended. The Northern Zhou Kingdom is nothing, but the Sword Cloud sect is behind them. We still have to give them some face and not go too far. Gu Ming smiled awkwardly, pretending not to understand Meng Wanzhou's gaze. The spirit bricks were obviously from his hands. And, stop. I understand. I'll reprimand her later and make her reflect on her actions. Gu Ming quickly stopped him. He finally understood Meng Wanzhou's true purpose. Satisfied with Gu Ming's assurance, Meng Wanzhou left. Gu Ming reluctantly got up, put the elixir into his storage bag, and went to the sect's council hall to summon Han Yunzi. Han Yunzi saw Gu Ming and burst into tears, looking utterly aggrieved. Wah, senior brother, you have to stand up for me. Gu Ming was taken aback, looking at Han Yunzi's pitiful appearance with confusion. What's wrong? You're supposed to be the sect's second in command, how can you be so unseemly? Han Yunzi wiped away her tears, lowered her head, and gritted her teeth, speaking each word clearly. That brat Nangong Dali slapped me on the back of the head and stole the dragon blood fruit I finally managed to get. Looking at the prominent horns on the back of Han Yunzi's head, Gu Ming's lips twitched, and he sighed helplessly. Alright, I understand. Call Nangong Dali to see me later. These are the pills refined this time. After you sell them, 100,000 spirit stones will be your medicine fee. Hearing about 100,000 spirit stones, Han Yunzi chuckled, her headache disappearing. She took the pills and ran off. Soon after, Nangong Dali arrived carrying a ferocious, 1.8 meter long hammer. The mighty hammer, a spiritual weapon specially crafted for Nangong Dali by Gu Ming, weighed a full 100,000 jin. Senior brother, Wah, I missed you so much. Bang! Nangong Dali dropped the hammer, causing the palace to shake, and pounced. Gu Ming, holding him by the back of the neck with one hand, placed him on the steps, speaking with a hint of helplessness. What's wrong with you? Why are you causing trouble again, bullying your senior and junior brothers? Nangong Dali shrank back, looking pitiful. Senior brother, they've slandered me. Looking at Gu Ming's stern gaze, she lowered her head guiltily and pouted. I tried to exchange with them, but they wouldn't give it to me, so I had no choice but to resort to this. But I compensated them with spirit stones, I didn't steal it. Gu Ming was slightly taken aback. Although this little girl was reckless, she still had some principles. What about the matter of you plucking the sect leader's beard? Who told those guys from the Northern Zhou Kingdom to come and cause me trouble? The sect leader actually punished me by making me face the wall for 3 days. He didn't protect his own at all. Gu Ming rolled his eyes. You gave that prince a concussion, and all you got was 3 days of facing the wall? And you're complaining? Nangong Dali protested. It was that guy Yang Wei who first made a lewd gesture towards me, using foul language, so I slapped him on the back of the head. Gu Ming frowned slightly. If that was truly the case, it was understandable. Chapter 37 I'll give you a 100-year vacation. Alright, from now on, don't act recklessly. Nangong Dali, who always listened to Gu Ming, nodded vigorously. I know, I won't do it again next time. Gu Ming flicked her head and shook his head. I mean, don't give anyone leverage against you, do things cleanly. Like that Yang Wei guy, you went too easy on him. If you'd made him lose his memory, how would he know who did it? By the way, did you rob him clean? Nangong Dali stared at Gu Ming with her big, bright eyes, incredulous. She knew the seemingly respectable senior brother was cunning, but she hadn't expected him to be this cunning. No, not really. It was too rushed, so I ran away. As she spoke, Nangong Dali suddenly stood up and walked out. Stop, what are you doing? Nangong Dali tilted her head, looking at Gu Ming with confusion. Go take another picture of him, this time make him forget everything, then rob him clean. Gu Ming. A black line appeared on his brow as he spoke helplessly. Come back, you idiot. We'll talk about it next time. Okay, I know. Nangong Dali slumped his little head, listlessly returning to Gu Ming's side. Then, after a long lecture from Gu Ming, Nangong Dali nodded as if he understood, and solemnly promised Gu Ming, don't worry, senior brother, I will be careful in my actions from now on, and I won't let anyone find any fault with me. Gu Ming. So, after all that I said, you only listened to one sentence. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Ming quietly handed Nangong Dali a pile of talismans, patiently explaining, these are some invisibility talismans and disguise talismans. Remember, you must not use these underhanded methods on your fellow disciples in the future. Nangong Dali smiled and promised again, then turned and skipped away with his mighty hammer. Be careful, don't break my floorboards. Okay, goodbye, senior brother. Watching him leave, Gu Ming smiled, not taking it too seriously. He got up and stretched. Having dealt with the matter, Gu Ming leisurely returned to his alchemy room to continue his monotonous yet enjoyable life. Unbeknownst to him, it was already the 48th year of the 3rd century plan. Gu Ming gradually lost interest in alchemy. Constantly doing the same thing would tire anyone. Han Yungzi had long since mastered the affairs of the sect, so he didn't need to worry about them. Many disciples within the sect had forgotten that the Qingcheng sect even had a senior brother like him. Even outside, people didn't recognize him, treating him only as a newly initiated disciple. Finding Meng Wangsu, who had recently become engrossed in cricket fighting, Gu Ming squatted beside him, gazing at him for a long time, until he finished before speaking. Master, does our Qingcheng sect have any incredibly powerful cultivation techniques, the kind that ordinary people can't practice? Meng Wangsu's face lit up. As long as Gu Ming wasn't obsessed with reviving the Qingcheng sect, he was willing to do anything. The Qingcheng sect was currently thriving, and Meng Wangsu felt that it was enough. There was no need to keep tinkering. He frowned in thought, and after a moment, Meng Wangsu spoke. It seems there really are some, but these are all forbidden techniques. My good disciple, how about we practice some proper techniques? Your master has some earth-rank techniques here, don't you want to learn them? Gu Ming rolled his eyes. He had no interest in ordinary techniques. I won't learn it. I want to study forbidden techniques and see what's forbidden. Meng Wangsu hesitated. Since it was a forbidden technique, it couldn't be approached with common sense. It would either be immoral or harmful to himself. Master, you've been a bit lax in your cultivation lately, even having time to fight crickets. It seems Yungzi needs to find you something to do. Good disciple, come with me. Meng Wangsu's expression changed slightly. Being unable to leave the Qingcheng sect was boring enough, asking him to manage things would drive him crazy. Gu Ming chuckled, easily controlling his cheap master. Soon after, the two arrived at the back mountain of the Qingcheng sect, a desolate place. Meng Wangsu cautiously looked around, looking like he was up to no good. Gu Ming muttered a slightly speechless comment. Master, you are the head of the Qingcheng sect, there's no need for this. Meng Wangsu smiled awkwardly. Ahem, I forgot. Back then, I was hung up and beaten by the old man for 3 days and 3 nights for illegally entering the sect's forbidden cultivation technique storage area. I'm traumatized. Straightening his chest, Meng Wangsu resumed his superior demeanor and spoke calmly. I am the head of the Qingcheng sect, a nascent soul expert. What am I afraid of? My good disciple, follow me. Meng Wangsu waved his sleeve, causing ripples in the air, and a cave slowly appeared. 2 large characters were engraved on it. Forbidden entry. Let's go. No one but the sect leader can open this place. Following behind Meng Wangsu, Gu Ming asked curiously. Master, since it's a forbidden cultivation technique, why not destroy it? Meng Wangsu curled his lip. Nonsense. These techniques just have some problems. It's easy to go wrong during practice. They are powerful techniques passed down by generations of experts from the Qingcheng sect. Even with a few minor issues, destroying them would be disrespectful to our ancestors. After passing through a long, dark passageway, the two arrived at a more spacious area. Here stood rows of stone pillars, each bearing a wooden box. Next to the boxes were descriptions of the technique's strengths and weaknesses, as well as the requirements for practice. My dear disciple, you can't practice haphazardly. You must meet the requirements before you can practice, otherwise, you'll easily go wrong. When I took over as sect leader, I once entered this place, but finding no suitable techniques, I never returned. Looking around, there were dozens of stone pillars, each containing forbidden techniques. Gu Ming nodded, then turned, and stared intently at Meng Wangsu. Meng Wangsu, Master, please leave. This place is mine now. Don't bother me. Meng Wangsu glared at Gu Ming. No way. What if you cause trouble while I'm not here? Besides, you're not the Qingcheng sect leader and have no right to enter. The rules are mine, and they don't apply to me. How about this? I'll grant you a 100-year vacation, how about that? Hearing about the vacation, Meng Wangsu's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. Really? Really? No going back on your word. I'm free now, ha ha ha. Meng Wangsu vanished instantly, without the slightest hesitation. My good disciple, this is the sect leader's token. With this token, you can freely enter and leave this place. If you need anything, call me through the token. Meng Wangsu's voice came from the horizon, but he had already disappeared. Gu Ming looked at the ancient token in his hand and shook his head helplessly. His master was good in every way, except for being a bit playful. Never mind, as long as the Qingcheng sect doesn't face a nascent soul expert, it shouldn't cause any major trouble. It's not a big problem. Muttering this, Gu Ming's face lit up with joy, his eyes gleaming with interest as he stared at the forbidden techniques. Chapter 38 Unease, Storm Brewing. Arriving at the first stone pillar, the inscription read the Dragon Elephant Demon Suppression Technique, a low-grade heaven-rank technique specifically designed for strength-based cultivators. This technique is domineering. Only those with a special strength-based physique can cultivate it, otherwise, it will easily damage their meridians. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was a 1 in a million technique. However, our sect happens to have one, suitable for that little girl, Nangong Dali. Gu Ming noted it down, planning to have Nangong Dali come here to cultivate this technique sometime. Continuing to examine other forbidden techniques, he found a dazzling array of them, broadening his horizons. The lowest grade was at least mid-grade earth rank. For example, a technique suitable for cultivators without meridians, the meridianless divine technique. Creating such a divine technique without meridians, this Qingcheng sect patriarch spirit is worth learning. I'll collect it. The myriad soul banner refining technique. Patriarch, your thoughts are dangerous, like an old acquaintance. I'll collect it. The heaven-stealing sacred technique, stealing the essence of heaven and earth for cultivation. If the heavenly Deo discovers this and kills me, who will I sacrifice? The heavenly Deo's mother? No good, keep it as a backup. Add to favorites. Yin-yang harmony technique. Wait, isn't this a harem technique? I despise you, add to favorites. Ancient demonic fist of battle, 100,000 defeats, minor mastery, 1 million defeats, major mastery, 10 million defeats, invincible in the mortal realm. Died in the 3,620,000th battle. Seriously? Are you crazy? Failure is the mother of success. You'll be someone's mother 10 million times, no wonder you're dead. Add to favorites. For a full 6 months, Gu Ming memorized all the techniques. Although he couldn't use them, learning is endless, and learning more is never a bad thing. When he saw the last technique, Gu Ming froze, his eyes widening. Heavenly Nether Burial Technique, sacrifice one's soul and flesh, burying everything under the heavenly nether to gain unparalleled power. The power gained varies depending on the degree of sacrifice. Sacrificing everything, for all eternity, condemning oneself to eternal damnation, allows one to fight across 2 major realms. Gu Ming was astonished. This technique was too heaven-defying, but each use would cause irreparable damage. Even at its lowest level, it could only be used a maximum of 3 times before eternal damnation, erasing all traces of oneself from the world. Gu Ming paused, suddenly remembering his talent. It seemed to be a good method. He wasn't afraid of eternal damnation, provided he died at the hands of an enemy, even if it meant mutual destruction. If he were to bring about his own death, Gu Ming dared not try. He wasn't sure if he could be resurrected. Holding the technique, Gu Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking of a method. If I achieved the realm beyond time, it would probably be after countless eons. Having lived this long, I'd probably be invincible. After muttering a self-deprecating remark about his talent, Gu Ming continued talking to himself. If I summon my past and future selves from the river of time, and have my past self kill me, which one will I sacrifice? The past, which is closer to me, or the future? If I sacrifice my past self, and it dies, then I'll sacrifice another one. If I sacrifice my future self, and it dies, then I'll sacrifice myself. If I die, then I'll sacrifice my past self again. If my past self dies, then I'll sacrifice my future self again. Gu Ming's pupils widened, and he cursed incessantly. Damn it, if that's the case, and it keeps repeating itself, won't I be sealed in a cycle of life and death? No, I can't do anything reckless. If I really get trapped in this cycle, I'm doomed. Gu Ming hurriedly shook his head, determined not to do anything foolish. Actually, it's worth a try, it seems quite interesting. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming temporarily dismissed the idea of this life-borrowing talent bug, fearing it might trap him. In the years that followed, Gu Ming began to diligently cultivate the heavenly nether burial technique, just in case. If one day he encountered someone trying to kill someone close to him, he could at least fight to the death to protect those around him. Although he was indifferent to life and death, it didn't mean he was cold-hearted. Gu Ming always felt that he was a person of flesh and blood, at least for now. Unbeknownst to him, the 3rd century plan ended, and the 4th century plan began. These things were naturally none of Gu Ming's concern. Han Yunzi was in charge, and he could simply proceed with the plan according to his own principles. On this day, Gu Ming finally mastered the heavenly nether burial technique, reaching its perfect state. It must be said that his comprehension of cultivation techniques was quite remarkable. He had reached the pinnacle of such a forbidden technique as the heavenly nether burial technique in just a few decades, far surpassing others. Leaving the cave where the forbidden technique was stored, Gu Ming calculated the time. His master would still have over 40 more years of leisure. There was no need to rush. Sitting alone in the sect's main hall, Gu Ming felt somewhat bored. With the Qingcheng sect's revival plan on track, he seemed to have nothing to do again. He found Nangong Dali and gave her the Dragon Elephant Demon Suppression Technique. Dali, this is a technique your senior brother specially found for you. You must cultivate it diligently and not be negligent. Also, this technique must not be divulged, it is a closely guarded secret of the Qingcheng sect. Nanggong Dali looked at the contents of the technique, showing some interest, but not much. She preferred fighting. I know, senior brother, you still have the nerve to urge me to cultivate? Look at you, still only at the foundation establishment stage, while I'm already at the mid-golden core stage. Nanggong Dali waved her small hand, the powerful force causing ripples in the void. Senior brother, can you withstand this punch with 200 years of cultivation? Nanggong Dali boasted proudly. Gu Ming's brows furrowed, and he grabbed Nanggong Dali, giving her a good beating, making her howl in pain, yet she dared not resist. Finally, Nanggong Dali, her eyes bloodshot, covered her backside and ran away whimpering. You wretched senior brother, you'd better not close your eyes when you sleep tonight. Hee, if you don't cultivate your techniques properly, I'll beat you again next time. Hearing Gu Ming's threat, Nanggong Dali ran even faster, disappearing in a flash. Although she could kill Gu Ming with one punch, she didn't dare. The person she respected and feared most in the entire Qingcheng sect was Gu Ming, regardless of strength. Gu Ming shook his head helplessly, yawning as he lay back in his sect leader's seat. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, and a strange unease gripped his heart. What's going on? Who wants to harm my Qingcheng sect? Never mind, I'll deal with whatever comes my way. I'm not going to die, what's there to be afraid of? After only a moment's thought, Gu Ming dismissed the thought and fell into a deep sleep. Wangzhen's sect. The newly appointed sect leader, Hong Dian, stared grimly at the pill in his hand. Upon closer inspection, a faint aura of a strange fire emerged. Inside the hall, the powerful figures who were usually out in the public eye were now eerily silent, heads bowed, afraid to speak. Hong Dian's icy gaze fell upon an alchemist in a robe of pills on his left. Elder Su, are you certain that the strange fire used to refine this pill is indeed the profound nether-bone fire? Su Yuantong hurriedly asked respectfully. Yes, it is exactly the same as the strange fire aura of the former sect leader. As everyone knows, strange fires in the world never appear twice, there is only one in a lifetime. The former sect leader died suddenly, and the strange fire disappeared without a trace. Therefore, the former sect leader's death may be related to the alchemist who refined this pill. Hong Dian's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent, and the temperature in the entire hall plummeted, filling everyone with dread. Good. Very good. He killed my brother and dares to recklessly use strange fire to refine pills. Have you investigated this person's background? Another elder stepped forward slowly and respectfully reported. Reporting to the sect master, this person comes from a newly emerging force in the northern Zhou kingdom called the Qingcheng sect, an unknown force. However, due to their free cultivation, their reputation has recently soared, and everyone knows them. The Wangzhen sect has only risen in the last few thousand years and is unaware of the Qingcheng sect's true origins. Throughout the entire continent, apart from ancient forces, few know that a fallen power was once a top-tier ancient force, renowned throughout the world. Chapter 39. With faith in our hearts, we fear no battle. A small power that has risen in the last few centuries dares to kill my brother? They're overestimating themselves. Although I don't know what methods this person used to kill my brother, the fact that they could kill him silently and seize the profound nether bone fire suggests some kind of evil, unorthodox method, and they have no real skill. No wonder they dared to let cultivators practice for free. Having the profound nether bone fire to assist in refining pills makes things twice as efficient. Have you found out who the Qingcheng sect leader is, and who the alchemist is? The elder paused, then respectfully continued. The Qingcheng sect is no simple matter. Although its leader is elusive, according to rumors, he's a nascent soul realm expert, likely in the early stages. Besides him, the strongest in the Qingcheng sect is only in the late golden core realm, nothing to fear. Furthermore, the Qingcheng sect leader left the sect decades ago and hasn't been seen since, supposedly traveling the continent. As for that alchemist, he's the senior disciple of the Qingcheng sect, a late foundation establishment cultivator, nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Tang Lingfeng with suspicion. Hong Dian frowned slightly and spoke coldly. What did you say? A late foundation establishment level Xian-grade high-quality alchemist? Do you think just anyone can become an alchemist? If he's a late foundation establishment level Xian-grade high-quality alchemist, then Elder Su's years of dedicated alchemy research have been utterly wasted. Su Yuan was speechless. After a moment's hesitation, he cupped his hands in greeting. Sect Master, this person possesses a strange fire for assistance. If he is a once-in-a-millennium alchemy prodigy, it's not impossible. With his strength, it's indeed impossible for him to lay such a cruel hand on the former sect master. It's most likely the work of the Qingcheng sect leader. Hong Dian's brows relaxed, there seemed to be some truth to this. The cultivation world held infinite possibilities, nothing was impossible. With a cold snort, a chilling aura surged around Hong Dian, and he chuckled coldly. Good, very good. This native nascent soul cultivator, who seems to have appeared out of nowhere, dares to bully my Wangzhen sect. Since he's left the Qingcheng sect, I'll collect some interest first. I'll torture him to death bit by bit, making him regret it deeply. Elder Tang, lead the enforcement hall disciples and wipe out the Qingcheng sect for me. I want that alchemist alive. I want him to know what it means to beg for life but not for death. Yes, sir. Tang Lingfeng, a mid-nascent soul cultivator, turned and left, mustering his troops, activating his spirit boat, and leading a large group of disciples, departing the Wengzhen sect in a grand procession towards the Qingcheng sect. The Qingcheng sect, after more than 300 years of development, only had a few hundred disciples, but they were all outstanding individuals, at least in Gu Ming's eyes, quite remarkable. With nothing to do today, Gu Ming strolled leisurely through the sect, few recognizing him. Looking at the thriving and increasingly prosperous Qingcheng sect, Gu Ming felt a strange sense of accomplishment. But after the initial sense of accomplishment came a faint sense of loss. Gu Ming wandered aimlessly through the sect, letting out a soft sigh. 300 years seems long, but it's merely a fleeting moment in my long life. This is ultimately not a place to stay forever. Suddenly, a gentle and refined voice came from behind Gu Ming. This junior brother looks unfamiliar. Are you a newly initiated disciple? Gu Ming turned around, feeling a strange sense of disorientation. This person, refined and approachable, dressed in blue, somewhat resembled an old acquaintance. What advice do you have? Gu Ming smiled faintly. Qinli rolled his eyes, looked around, approached Gu Ming, took out a bead from his bosom that contained a shimmering starry river inside, and whispered, I have something here called the Spirit Turning Pearl. Using this to cultivate will make your efforts twice as effective. This spiritual item was obtained by me at great personal risk, my senior brother. Junior brother, we are destined to meet. I will give it to you for 1,000 spirit stones. How about it? Gu Ming's face showed a hint of speechlessness. The man before him was refined and had an extraordinary air, yet he had chosen to engage in such deceitful acts, even swindling him. This so-called spirit-enhancing pearl was clearly a fake. A faint layer of spiritual energy covered its surface. In reality, it was just an ordinary bead, worthless. Your methods of deception are too crude. How about I teach you a trick? Qinli was stunned. He had relied on his harmless appearance and these methods to deceive new disciples, and he had always succeeded. Today, however, he had been seen through at a glance. Before he could react, Gu Ming took the bead, turned around, refined it, and returned it to Qinli. Qinli froze, staring at the ethereal bead. He almost thought Gu Ming had switched it with a real one. Your skills are crude and incompetent, but if you learn some weapon refining techniques, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to spot the trick. Little fellow, keep up the good work. Qinli swallowed hard. He knew all his senior brothers who had been with him longer than him, yet he didn't recognize the person before him. With an awkward smile, Qinli quickly cupped his hands in greeting. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. May I ask your name? I'm sorry, I don't recognize you. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Qinli's pupils dilated, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Nanggong Dali put away the spirit brick, rolled his eyes, and complained. You don't even recognize your senior brother? You deserve punishment. The commotion instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples. When they heard that the black-clad youth before them was the legendary, elusive senior brother, they all showed curiosity and awe. They bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior brother. The unified voices echoed throughout the Qingcheng sect, drawing other disciples to join the commotion. Wow, is that senior brother? Legend says he has 3 heads and 6 arms, is 8 zhang tall, and is terrifyingly ferocious. He seems different. Nonsense. Rumor has it that senior brother is a reclusive master, omnipotent. He should be a grumpy old man. No, everyone says senior brother is a demon beast. You're all wrong. Senior brother is a woman, a man dressed as a woman. Gu Ming was speechless. Who the hell spread these rumors? If he caught them, he'd hang them up and whip them for 3 days and 3 nights. No need for formalities. Disperse and cultivate diligently. Yes, sir. Nanggong Dali waved his cute little fist and glared at the crowd still watching the spectacle. The next moment, everyone scattered in terror. Gu Ming wouldn't lay a hand on them, but Nanggong Dali really would. You little brat, stop bullying your fellow disciples. It would be good to bully cultivators from other sects too. Nanggong Dali nodded obediently. Okay, I'll go when I have time. Just as Gu Ming was preparing to return to his seclusion, a series of muffled thunderclaps suddenly echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up in astonishment and saw the clouds spreading, ripples spreading through the space, and a huge flying ship, over 100 feet tall, breaking through the sea of clouds. The flying boat was densely packed with figures, exuding a thick aura of killing intent. Ahead of the flying boat, Tang Lingxiu's mid-stage nascent soul cultivation spread unchecked, drawing forth rolling heavenly lightning. The banners of the Wengzhen sect fluttered in the wind, sounding like the clanging of weapons, a terrifying spectacle. After the initial panic, the Qingcheng sect disciples stepped forward, spiritual weapons appearing in their hands, fearless, staring directly at the Wangzhen sect's flying boat. So what if it was the Wangzhen sect? As disciples of the Qingcheng sect, they had faith in their hearts and would not back down. Gu Ming's pupils constricted slightly. Seeing the Wangzhen sect descend with murderous intent, he vaguely guessed why. Chapter 40. You are the gifts I leave for the Qingcheng sect. Who is Gu Ming? Come out and kneel down to accept your punishment. Tang Lingxiu's figure stepped into the air, ripples spreading beneath his feet, a terrifying pressure surging and churning the clouds. His tone was arrogant, his attitude haughty, showing no regard for the Qingcheng sect. Who do you think you are, daring to address senior brother by his name? You old geezer, get down here, or I'll twist your head off. Fuck you, what a piece of trash, daring to act so presumptuously in my Qingcheng sect. Don't fight over it, I'm going to use his head as a chamber pot. When the Qingcheng sect members heard Tang Lingxiu humiliate Gu Ming, they were all like newborn calves, fearless and taunting Tang Lingxiu. Gu Ming's face darkened. He wanted to retort, "Gentlemen, this is a nascent soul expert, not a chi condensation ant. You should be more discreet when you're taunting him." If Tang Lingfeng originally only wanted to cause him trouble, now he probably wanted to wipe out the entire Qingcheng sect. With a helpless sigh, Gu Ming immediately sent a message to Meng Wanxu, but it was highly likely too late. The Wangzhen sect's arrival was too sudden, catching everyone off guard. Tang Lingfeng's face was ashen and icy, terrifying spiritual energy emanating and solidifying the void. He couldn't remember the last time he had been so humiliated, especially by these insignificant ants. Very good, very good. Gu Ming, you used treacherous schemes to kill my Wangzhen sect's former sect master, stealing his Xianyu bonfire, and today you even allowed your disciples to humiliate me. Do you know your crime? His icy voice rang out, and he slowly raised his hand, his sleeves fluttering, thousands of sword lights gathering in the void, radiating cold light, ready to fall at any moment. The Qingcheng sect's protective formation was triggered, transforming into a barrier to resist this terrifying pressure. But even the mere pressure caused ripples in the protective formation. If Tang Lingfeng were to attack, a single strike could shatter the formation. Gu Ming sighed inwardly. Sure enough, his refined pills had been discovered. But what was he afraid of? If he truly feared the heart-questioning sect, he wouldn't have openly sold pills made with the profound nether bonfire. He slowly walked out, standing before the crowd. Nangdong Dali and Han Yunzi flashed forward, attempting to block him, but Gu Ming's glare deterred them. He couldn't let others steal his thunder when he was showing off. If I said I found the profound nether bonfire, would you believe me? Tang Lingfeng sneered. What do you think? Gu Ming's expression suddenly turned cold, and he rebuked him in a chilling voice. Since you don't believe me, there's no need for further words. I killed the sect master of the heart sect, so what? You've come with ill intentions, yet you put on such a hypocritical act, it's disgusting. If you want to fight, then fight. Ask anyone in the Qingcheng sect, who fears a battle. Gu Ming's roar echoed through the heavens and earth, resounding throughout the entire Qingcheng sect. The Qingcheng sect cultivators all looked at Gu Ming in shock. None of them had expected that this elusive and unpredictable senior brother would be so domineering, fearless in battle. At worst, we'll fight to the death. So what if it's the Wangzhen sect? They think they can take advantage of our sect leader's absence? They're nothing but despicable villains. In this profit-driven era, to encounter such a selfless sect, to meet so many kindred spirits, I have no regrets. Today, I'll slaughter them until the heavens and earth are darkened. Death is no excuse. Those who wish to kill my sect's senior brother will have to step over my dead body first. The initially somewhat fearful crowd stepped forward, their fighting spirit soaring. This sudden, overwhelming fighting spirit was like a resounding slap across Tang Lingfeng's face. The disciples, stewards, and protectors behind him all wore grim expressions, their eyes filled with incomprehension. They couldn't understand how a cultivator could so fiercely defend a sect, willing to live and die with it. Putting themselves in their shoes, if the Wangzhen sect were to face a life-or-death calamity one day, they would be the first to flee. What sect? What faith? What sense of belonging? Why didn't you mention that when you collected our cultivation fees? You're courting death. Tang Lingfeng roared in fury, his sleeves vibrating through the void, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that shattered the Qingcheng sect's protective formation. Everyone, listen to my command. Leave no one alive. Anyone who dares to retreat even half a step will be executed without mercy. Under Tang Lingfeng's threat, the previously fearful and hesitant Wangzhen sect cultivators had no choice but to leap into the air and charge towards the Qingcheng sect. Seeing the Qingcheng sect cultivators' postures, each seemingly ready to fight to the death, Gu Ming helplessly reprimanded them. Everyone, listen to my command. Utilize the sect's formations to surround and ambush reinforcements. Form teams of 3 and delay as much as possible. Survive. The sect leader has received the news and is rushing back at full speed. Anyone who dares to die will be expelled from the sect. Anyone who dares to be injured will face a year of solitary confinement. The crowd was stunned. Their newly ignited fighting spirit instantly subsided, as if doused with cold water, and they looked at Gu Ming. Behind him were countless cultivators. Gu Ming sighed softly, knowing that time was running out. He waved his sleeve, activating a new sect-protecting formation, several times more powerful than the first one. Over the years, he had crafted numerous sect-protecting formations for the Qingchang sect, one overlapping another. Even Tang Lingfeng would need some time to process them. Tang Lingfeng was enraged, unleashing his full power, drawing upon the power of the Nine Heavens Thunder to frantically attack the formation. But even after breaking through one, another appeared, infuriating him to the point of impotence and rage. He vowed to tear Gu Ming to pieces. Gu Ming ignored him and turned to look at the crowd seriously. "You are all excellent, my good junior brothers and sisters. Have you forgotten the entrance exam questions? No matter what danger you encounter, even the annihilation of your entire sect, your first priority is survival. No acting rashly." Han Yunzi's expression changed slightly, a hint of unease creeping in. She stammered, "Senior brother." "Shut up." Han Yunzi lowered her head, not daring to contradict Gu Ming. Nangdong Dali remained silent, his cute little face filled with murderous intent, his hands gripping his twin hammers tightly, wishing he could immediately break through the formation. Everyone was silent. Of course they remembered, who among those who passed the exam wasn't a shrewd individual? But some things, even knowing they are impossible, must be done. That thing is called faith. Gu Ming knew their thoughts, a gentle smile appearing on his face, and continued. "What, you're not listening to your senior brother anymore? Remember, you are the foundation of the Qingchang sect's rise and revival. If you die in this battle because of a moment of impulsiveness, wouldn't all my hard work be wasted? My hundreds of years of painstaking effort would all be in vain. Can you bear to do that?" Gu Ming patted Han Yunzi's shoulder and said softly, "You are the second senior brother. They can act impulsively, but you can't. After I leave, you will be the senior brother. You must take good care of my junior brothers and sisters." Gu Ming affectionately patted Nangong Dali's head and smiled. "Cultivate diligently, and stop bullying your junior brothers and sisters. It's time for you to grow up. Don't let your second senior brother shoulder such a heavy responsibility alone." Gu Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his expression gradually turning cold as he looked up at Tang Lingfeng, who had broken through the last layer of the sect's protective formation. "You are the gifts I leave for the Qingchang sect. Living is the best reward for me." As his words fell, Gu Ming took a step forward, ripples spreading through the void, his aura gradually returning. The scene was one of one facing 1,000 troops. "Though millions stand against me, I will go." At this moment, Gu Ming's position as their senior brother was irreplaceable. Chapter 41 Qingchang Sect, Goodbye. "No, senior brother is only at the foundation establishment stage, he can't possibly be a match for that old man. I'll fight with all my might, I can hold him off for a while." Nangdong Dali, wielding his giant hammer, was about to attack when Han Yunzi grabbed his arm and shook her head. "Dali, our junior brothers and sisters need you more. Senior brother is always prudent in his actions, we must trust him. Don't you even listen to him?" Many Wangzhen sect cultivators bypassed Gu Ming in charge towards the Qingchang sect. Among them were many Golden Core realm experts. If the two didn't intervene, the Qingchang sect would suffer heavy casualties. "Understood." Nangdong Dali didn't waste any more words, directing everyone to retreat into the Qingchang sect's formations, using the ubiquitous formations to deal with the Wangzhen sect cultivators. Gu Ming paused, speechless. He could only briefly fly. With a slight thought, the wooden sword on his back emerged from its sheath and landed at his feet. He then rode the sword, swaying precariously until he finally reached Tang Lingfeng's level, even slightly taller. Tang Lingfeng, seeing this, scoffed disdainfully, his mockery undisguised. "Even flying is beyond your capabilities. I'm truly curious, where do you get the courage to obstruct me? Rest assured, today, besides you, the entire Qingchang sect will die." As his words fell, Tang Lingfeng raised his hand, and the clouds in the void gathered, transforming into a 100-foot-long giant hand, grabbing towards Gu Ming. At that moment, Gu Ming felt the surrounding void freeze, his body as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. No matter how he activated the 360 Dao foundations within his body, gathering power, it was all in vain. With a soft sigh, Gu Ming shook his head helplessly. "Still too weak. Facing a nascent soul cultivator, you're no different from an ant. Good to know. I will make you watch as the things you want to protect are destroyed before your eyes, one by one. That feeling of helplessness will be my greatest gift to you, he. A giant cloud of mist gathered, distorting space and pressing down on Gu Ming, causing his bones to creak. Gu Ming glanced back at the Qingchang sect, suppressing the last trace of reluctance in his heart, and whispered, "Flowers bloom and wither, clouds rise and fall, there will always be a time of parting. Little ones, master, farewell. Heavenly Nether Burial Technique, activate." As soon as he finished speaking, the five-colored spiritual power within Gu Ming's body was instantly devoured by a scarlet power. His eyes opened and closed, turning crimson, his long hair turning blood red inch by inch, and his entire aura underwent an extreme change. Deep within his crimson eyes, a mysterious and ancient door appeared, covered with complex and profound Deo patterns. As Gu Ming activated the Heavenly Nether burial technique, the Heavenly Nether gate trembled slightly, creaking as a wisp of power from the Heavenly Nether realm merged into his body. His cultivation power surged wildly, like a primordial beast, instantly breaking through its shackles, and a blood-red golden core condensed within him. A crimson mist erupted from his body, instantly shattering the giant cloud palm and breaking free from its restraints. Tang Lingfeng was shocked. Sensing Gu Ming's power still rising rapidly, he felt terrified and dared not continue to toying with Gu Ming. You really think you can defeat me by using demonic methods? Wishful thinking. Thunderous strike, swift kill, die. His spiritual sword drew upon the thunder of the heavens. He swung the sword, and countless sword lights, imbued with the sword intent of thunder, swept across the sky, the lightning surging and converging, striking towards Gu Ming. Gu Ming's expression was indifferent, like a demon god from the depths of hell, his calmness terrifying. He slowly raised his hand, and the wooden sword automatically appeared in his grasp. Crimson mist, like venomous snakes, clung to it, turning the wooden sword blood-red and devouring its original form. Stepping into the void, his aura entered the nascent soul realm. The power was terrifying, inspiring chills and fear. No matter how flashy your methods, I can cut you down with a single sword strike. With a single, sweeping sword strike, blood-red light split the heavens, cleaving through the clouds and cleaving open the clear blue sky. As the sword fell, countless thunderous sword intents dissipated, turning into nothingness. Only the undying blood-red sword intent in the sky testified to the terrifying power of Gu Ming's casual slash. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to freeze. The people engaged in battle gasped in astonishment, staring at the scene in disbelief. That's Senior Brother? He looks like a true heavenly demon. Get lost. If Senior Brother is a heavenly demon, then we're all just little devils. Who cares about good or evil? Whatever Senior Brother is, that's what we are. The crowd was invigorated, their morale soared, and their strength increased even further in the face of the enemy. Nangdong Dali and Han Yunzi, however, wore solemn expressions. How could they not know that this was a forbidden technique? Gu Ming was sacrificing his life to buy them a chance to survive. Damn it, you all deserve to die. Nangdong Dali roared in fury, his cute face contorted with terrifying killing intent. He activated the Dragon Elephant Demon Suppression technique, each strike carrying the force of millions of pounds. Few in the Golden Core realm could withstand it. The Golden Core Protector who was fighting him was smashed to pieces by his hammer, turning into a pool of bloody mud. At this moment, countless strange Deo patterns appeared on Gu Ming's face, devouring his body and soul. Time is running out. With a whisper, Gu Ming's aura reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, a blood-red storm stirring the heavens and earth. Old man, I'll send you on your way. Tang Lingfeng's expression changed drastically, and he roared to the sky. This is not your power. I do not believe you can truly kill me. Even if I die, I will perish with you. Tang Lingfeng directly used a secret technique, burning his life essence, his aura reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. His spiritual sword once again summoned the thunder of the heavens, transforming a 10-mile radius around him into a forbidden zone of lightning. Wrapped in the world-destroying power of the lightning sea, Tang Lingfeng, like a lightning planet, charged towards Gu Ming. Gu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Tang Lingfeng's use of a secret technique, possessing the power to perish with him, suited his needs perfectly. Otherwise, he would have held back, deliberately letting him kill him. Just what I wanted. Gu Ming took a step forward, and a crimson lotus bloomed. His sword moved with him, and countless crimson lotuses bloomed in response. His swordsmanship had unknowingly reached a profound level, the power of the heavenly netherworld drawing forth the heavenly netherworld sword lotus. Then, his figure transformed into crimson light, charging towards the sea of lightning. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, crimson light and lightning collided, the terrifying aftershocks intertwining, creating shockwaves that crashed one after another against the sky and earth. A hurricane swept through, and everyone desperately tried to defend themselves, their gazes still fixed on the heavens. After a long while, lightning and crimson light rose from the sky like a mushroom cloud, transforming into countless crimson petals that drifted down into the void. The light dissipated, and Tang Lingfeng vanished, leaving only Gu Ming, holding a wooden sword, his long hair flowing, his robes fluttering, a refined smile on his face as he looked at Nangong Dali and the others. Senior Brother, won. Great. Senior Brother is mighty. Senior Brother is invincible. We won. We defeated the Wengzhen sect. Seeing this result, the Wengzhen sect cultivators fled like stray dogs, not daring to linger for a moment. Nangdong Dali revealed a sweet smile, dropped her blood-stained double hammers, and was about to rush into the sky when, suddenly, a strange change occurred. Dense cracks appeared on Gu Ming's face, and his entire body shattered like a porcelain doll into countless dust particles, dissipating with the wind, leaving only a sky full of blood-red petals, carrying Gu Ming's aura, slowly falling. Live well. At the same time, Tang Lingfeng's only son, Tang Bue, who was traveling in Yunqing Kingdom, suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 42: The Terrifying Foundation of the Qingcheng Sect. Senior brother. Nanggong Dali slumped to the ground, tears streaming from his eyes, his entire being seemingly devoid of spirit, muttering to himself. Why is this happening? Wengzhen sect, I will make you all pay for senior brother's death. Nanggong Dali's eyes were bloodshot. He picked up his giant hammer, ready to fight Wengzhen sect to the death. Han Yunzi grabbed Nanggong Dali, but was forced back by his terrifying strength. At this moment, no one in the entire Qingcheng sect could stop Nanggong Dali. The other disciples wiped away their tears, their killing intent surging, wanting to follow Nanggong Dali and storm Wengzhen sect. Han Yunzi roared hoarsely. Have you forgotten senior brother's last words? Don't you even listen to him anymore? Fine, Nanggong Dali, go and die. Go and die carrying senior brother's life's blood and sweat, burying everything he painstakingly left behind. In the netherworld, how will you face senior brother again? Nanggong Dali paused, her small, fair hands gripping the hammer handle tightly, sobbing softly. Aren't you going to avenge senior brother? Han Yunzi sighed softly. He was more heartbroken than anyone else, but he couldn't act impulsively. He was the second senior brother, Gu Ming's capable assistant, and he bore the responsibility of reviving the Qingcheng sect. Gently, he pulled Nanggong Dali into his arms, letting her cry out loud, and whispered, Have you forgotten? We still have the sect leader, and the Grandmaster. They will avenge senior brother, they will lead us to seek justice from the Wengzhen sect. Just then, thunder rumbled, and a world-destroying aura swept in from the distant horizon, engulfing the entire Qingcheng sect. A vast and terrifying aura pressed down, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and distort, and the laws of nature to surge. A disheveled old man's figure instantly traversed tens of thousands of miles, appearing above the Qingcheng sect. Meng Wanxu, like a walking corpse, reached out and caught a blood-red petal, his eyes cloudy and confused. Why is this happening? I rushed back as quickly as possible. Foolish disciple, why didn't you wait for me? My dear disciple, you clearly promised me you would revive the Qingcheng sect, how could you be one step ahead of me? Meng Wanxu seemed to have aged considerably, his body hunched over, trying to gather traces of Gu Ming's remnant soul. However, Gu Ming possessed the talent of borrowing life. After death, his original traces would be completely erased, so how could he find them? Gu Ming's image flashed repeatedly in his mind, countless scenes flashing before his eyes. He had long regarded Gu Ming as his own child, otherwise, why would he have repeatedly tolerated Gu Ming's recklessness and disrespect? But now, it was all too late. After a long while, Meng Wanxu's complex gaze fell upon the Qingcheng sect cultivators, each radiating murderous intent. The moment they saw Meng Wanxu, they all knelt down, their deep, powerful voices echoing through the heavens and earth. Please, sect leader, avenge our senior brother. Lead us to storm the Wengzhen sect, and fight to the death. Please, sect leader, avenge our senior brother. Lead us to storm the Wengzhen sect, and fight to the death. Please, sect leader, avenge our senior brother. Lead us to storm the Wengzhen sect, and fight to the death. Meng Wanxu sighed deeply, his expression gradually turning cold. With a slight movement of his hand, the sect leader's token that had fallen into the forest returned to his grasp. This era has forgotten the former glory of my Qingcheng sect. A few clowns dare to bully us. This grudge must be avenged. Heaven will not tolerate it. Today, we will let the world know that my Qingcheng sect merely dislikes fighting, not that we fear killing. As he spoke, Meng Wanxu raised the sect leader's spirit, infusing it with his spiritual power. Billions of rays of immortal light erupted, like a crimson sun, illuminating the entire northern Zhou kingdom. Countless beings trembled, staring in terror at the sky filled with immortal light, unsure what was happening, but the aura it exuded filled them with dread. Some powerful figures from ancient deist lineages awakened, their hearts filled with astonishment. This is the Qingcheng token? Rumor has it that a world-shaking event will occur wherever the Qingcheng token is used. Who has wielded the Qingcheng token? That sect is still around. With the Qingcheng token issued, a bloodbath is inevitable. Which blind fool has dared to bring this sect back into the world? Tisk tisk tisk, most of those old fogies from the Qingcheng sect are still alive. Provoking the Qingcheng sect is courting death. With the Qingcheng token issued, the beings who were originally wandering the mortal world suddenly transformed, becoming like immortals, wielding power over the life and death of all beings. The Qingcheng token? Who dares to mess with my Qingcheng sect? After countless years, another little fellow has used the Qingcheng token, but its level isn't high. The mere Nanyuan prefecture can't cause any trouble. Home. A decaying body broke open an ancient coffin and emerged from the forbidden area. Its terrifying aura caused the forbidden zone to tremble. With just perception, the truth was known. Just an insignificant sect, not worthy of my presence. Shaking his head, the old man returned to his coffin to slumber. He was too powerful, too ancient, having lived for countless years. Among them were demons, leaders of the righteous path, emperors of dynasties, all from the Qingchang sect, former sect leaders. But finding the Qingchang sect too dull, these terrifying beings chose to leave after leaving their legacy, traveling the continent. Though things had changed, the people of the Qingchang sect would never disobey the Qingchang decree. This was the rule, the legacy, the responsibility. Meng Wanxu's use of the Qingchang decree to summon a low-level being didn't require their intervention. They were merely surprised for a moment before resuming their normal behavior. If it were the highest level Qingchang decree, no matter where they were or what they were doing, they would prioritize the Qingchang decree. Less than half an hour after using the Qingchang decree, two terrifying figures appeared out of thin air. Traitorous disciple, what has happened? Why use the Qingchang token? Wait, is this my Qingchang sect? What's going on? Meng Wanxu's master, Zhou Deiyi, was slightly taken aback, puzzled by the changes in the Qingchang sect. After leaving behind his legacy, he claimed to be in seclusion, but in reality, he had fled. He had only been gone for a few hundred years when he was summoned back by the Qingchang token, naturally causing him confusion. Slap! A more terrifying and powerful figure behind him slapped him on the head, followed by a kick that sent him flying 10,000 meters. Traitorous disciple, how dare you speak to my grand disciple like that? Good grand disciple, what happened? Tell me in detail. If anyone has wronged my Qingchang sect, I will seek justice for you. Yun Juezi's attitude was kind, looking at Meng Wanxu with doting affection. In his eyes, the older generation was closer. As for Zhou Deiyi, just a traitorous disciple, utterly incompetent. Upon seeing his grandmaster, Meng Wanxu immediately adopted a pitiful expression, praising his newfound disciple to the skies, describing him as the most outstanding successor of the Qingchang sect. Zhou Dao returned in a flash, utterly shocked. My darling grand disciple is so powerful? Is this current prosperity of the Qingchang sect his doing? Quickly, where is my darling grand disciple? Summon him. I will reward him with a rank 1 spiritual weapon and personally teach him rank 1 cultivation techniques. However, seeing Meng Wanxu's sorrowful appearance, both men sensed something amiss. Yun Juezi's face darkened. Instantly, the wind and clouds shifted, the weather changing with his mood, becoming gloomy and oppressive. Billions of bolts of lightning raged, engulfing the entire northern Zhou kingdom, causing countless lives to tremble in fear, as if it were the end of the world. The northern Zhou emperor was horrified, feeling a strong aura of death, as if he, the emperor who controlled the life and death of billions of living beings, was nothing more than an ant that others could crush at will. Chapter 43. From this day forward, the mind-asking sect will cease to exist in the world. Meng Wanxu, like a wrong child, reached out and pulled Han Yunzi towards him. This is my obedient second disciple, Yunzi. If you have any grievances, just tell Grandmaster and Great-Grandmaster truthfully. Whoever bullies our Qingchang sect will pay the price. Han Yunzi trembled, bursting into tears, looking as wronged as a 300-year-old child. He could finally stop pretending, sobbing, and accusing the Wengzhen sect of being domineering, insulting, abusing their power, and even trying to destroy his Qingchang sect. It was Gu Ming who sacrificed his life, offering his own, dying alongside the Wengzhen sect elders to preserve the Qingchang sect's flame. Listening to Han Yunzi's tearful tale, the three remained silent, their faces growing increasingly cold and terrifying with killing intent. Wah, my dear disciple, how could you be so foolish? Bang! Zhou Deiyi grabbed Meng Wanxu, beating him mercilessly while cursing. You traitorous disciple! How dare you force my beloved grand-disciple to cultivate forbidden techniques, leading to his death here? You worthless thing! I'll teach you to rebel, to travel, to take a vacation. A dignified mid-stage nascent soul cultivator was like a chick in Zhou Deiyi's hands, utterly powerless to resist. Yun Juezi remained silent, his right hand moving slightly, lifting Zhou Deiyi into the air. Zhou Deiyi? Seeing Yun Juezi's unfriendly gaze, Zhou Deiyi was terrified, his face contorted with dejection as he pleaded. Master, give me some face. Heh, if you hadn't secretly run away, would this have happened? The only rule of the Qingchang sect is to ensure the continuation of its lineage. And you went off to have fun, leaving this responsibility to my beloved granddisciple and great-granddisciple. You dog, you're really asking for a beating. A dignified void refinement realm expert was lifted up and brutally beaten by Yun Juezi, his pitiful screams echoing through the heavens. Seeing this, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Was this the true strength of the Qingchang sect? Truly, it was a lineage passed down through generations. After a long while, Yun Juezi coldly snorted, tossing Zhou Dao aside, and looked at the Qingchang sect cultivators with a stern gaze. You are all commendable, you have not disgraced the Qingchang sect. The Qingchang sect has been too low-key for too long, too many have forgotten the name of the Qingchang sect. Today, we will use the blood of the Wengzhen sect to commemorate my poor great-granddisciple. As he spoke, Yunjueze's sleeves fluttered, and clouds condensed, transforming into a flying boat. The crowd's bodies were uncontrollably drawn into the cloud-shrouded flying boat. Hold on tight, we're going to settle accounts with the Wengzhen sect. Yunjueze's eyes blazed with light, tearing through the void, leading everyone towards the Wengzhen sect. At this moment, Hong Dian, upon learning of Tang Lingfeng's demise, was furious. What happened? The mere Qingchang sect has caused our sect to lose a nascent soul expert. Guards, issue an order to the entire sect. I will personally lead the expedition to the Qingchang sect and slaughter all its cultivators. I will make them regret offending the Wengzhen sect. Yes, sir. The Grand Elder received the order and had just left the main hall to prepare for battle when thunder rumbled in the sky, and a terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire Wengzhen sect. Hong Dian and the others were shocked and appeared, looking up at the sky. They saw a flying boat formed from clouds and mist crashing through the void. On the flying boat, 3 figures stood at the front, and behind them, the cultivators all wore expressions of intense killing intent, staring intently at the direction of the Wengzhen sect's main hall. Hong Dian was horrified, but forced back his fear and unease. He bowed deeply. I don't know what brings you here, senior. My Wengzhen sect doesn't seem to have offended you. Yunjueze remained indifferent, disdainful of such an insignificant being. Meng Wangsa snorted coldly, his aura icy as he looked at Hong Dian. So this is the Wengzhen sect. 1 minute you attacked my Qingchang sect, the next you're denying it. A mere second-rate sect dares to provoke my Qingchang sect, causing the death of my senior brother. Today we've come to seek justice. Hong Dian and the others were horrified, trembling with fear. Meng Wangsa could barely fight the 3 leaders, but the other 2, they looked like they could explode at a glance. They were simply not on the same level. This, could it be, a misunderstanding? Hong Dian forced a question. He had no idea that such a seemingly insignificant sect possessed such a terrifying figure. He was incredibly unlucky, having only recently taken charge of the Wengzhen sect, he had already provoked such a terrifyingly powerful, reclusive expert. Misunderstanding? Then my slaughter of you all is also a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Wengzhen sect was filled with fear, losing even the courage to resist. Just then, from the back mountain of the Wengzhen sect, an aged figure broke through his cultivation, radiating the aura of a half-step void refinement cultivator. Each step he took caused ripples in the void, his aura extremely terrifying. Fellow deist, there must be a misunderstanding here. I am the patriarch of the Wengzhen sect, may I? Puffed. Before the patriarch could finish speaking, Yunjueze raised his hand and slapped him into a bloody mist. His soul fled in terror, and with a thought from Yunjueze, rolling heavenly lightning struck, instantly obliterating him, his body and soul annihilated. I accidentally killed you, that too is a misunderstanding. Such ruthless methods filled Hong Dian and the others with despair. That was the foundation of the Wengzhen sect, its most powerful being, yet it was swatted dead like a fly. I am not one to indiscriminately kill the innocent. Those above the Golden Core realm are dead. The rest, leave the Wengzhen sect. From this day forward, the Wengzhen sect ceases to exist. Upon hearing this, cultivators below the Golden Core realm ecstatically jubilant. From the crowd appeared 2 familiar figures, Shang Guanling and Yun Qingyu. Hundreds of years had passed, and the 2 were currently attempting to break through to the Golden Core realm. Hearing Yunjueze's words, they showed expressions of relief, even thankful that they had cultivated steadily over the years, not blindly pursuing breakthroughs. However, those at the Golden Core realm and above wore deathly pale faces, filled with utter despair. Yunjueze's indifferent and ruthless voice rang out once more. I forgot to mention, all inheritors of the sect's lineage, regardless of their cultivation level, die. Yunjueze naturally knew the nature of these sects. With paid cultivation, it's difficult to unite the people. Even if these cultivators below the Golden Core stage were spared, they would never have the will to avenge their section. Have you ever seen a company that exploits its workers go bankrupt, and the workers think about rebuilding the company? That's absurd. As for the inheritors of the lineage, they are all beneficiaries of the Wengzhen sect, like the second generation of a company, the future successors they're grooming. Naturally, they can't be spared. Hong Dian and the others were heartbroken, unleashing their full power, trying to break through to a path to survival. Yunjueze coldly glanced at them, and with a single thought, crippled their cultivation. Afterwards, Yunjueze demanded that the ordinary disciples of the Wengzhen sect identify the inheritors of the lineage. The ordinary disciples, having long endured enough oppression, stepped forward and dragged out the cultivators hiding among them. Yunjueze turned to Nangong Dali and the others. I'm leaving it to you. Avenge your senior brother. Upon hearing this, Nangong Dali and the others leaped down, tearing Hong Dian and the others to pieces, scattering their ashes everywhere. After this day, the Qingchang sect's reputation soared, its name resounding throughout Nanyuan Prefecture. After this day, the Wengzhen sect ceased to exist. From this day forward, the Qingchang sect officially became a top sect in Nanyuan Prefecture. Its concept of free cultivation attracted a large influx of cultivators, but the Qingchang sect's entrance examination was extremely strange, barring countless cultivators from entering. Most peculiarly, the position of senior brother remained vacant from that day onward. No matter how monstrous your talent, you were not qualified to become the Qingchang sect's senior brother. In the central square of the Qingchang sect stands a colossal statue. The figure is dressed in black, carrying a wooden sword on his back, with an ordinary storage bag hanging from his waist. He wears a bamboo hat, obscuring his true appearance. Every year, newly initiated disciples must kneel before this statue. On this day, the entire sect halts its cultivation to pay homage. Throughout Nanyuan Prefecture, many are curious about the identity of the senior disciple of the Qingchang sect. His name has never been revealed. All that is known is that he single-handedly created the Qingchang sect's current prosperity. Unbeknownst to them, in the distant Suia Prefecture, a young man's eyelids twitch, and he slowly opens his eyes. Chapter 44 Demon Suppressor. Blood Netherworld Prefecture, the Taigzu Dynasty. By the stream, amidst a profusion of wildflowers, a gentle breeze rustled through the mountain stream, swaying the grass and trees, birdsong filled the air, and orioles sang among the blossoms. The murmuring of the river reached Gu Ming's ears. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the clear blue sky. After a long while, Gu Ming sat up, patting his aching head. The aftereffects of the heavenly netherworld burial technique are too unbearable, worse than death itself. I must use it sparingly in the future. Gu Ming muttered to himself, checking his belongings. His bamboo hat, wooden sword, and storage bag were all there. Not much, just his meager savings. Most of his money over the years had been used for the reconstruction of the Qingchang sect. Thinking of the Qingchang sect, Gu Ming sighed softly, murmuring to himself, "If I die, the old man will be very sad, won't he? Will that girl Dolly act impulsively? My poor second junior brother, he'll have to shoulder the great responsibility of reviving the Qingchang sect again. Forget it, it's all in the past. My connection with the Qingchang sect has temporarily come to an end. A new life begins." Coming back to his senses, Gu Ming didn't dwell on the Qingchang sect. In his long life, the Qingchang sect was but a drop in the ocean. He checked the panel in his mind. Killed by Tang Lingfang, his son was sacrificed to resurrect the host. 12 black cards appeared before him. Gu Ming muttered speechlessly. I thought he sacrificed his parents. What good could his son possibly have? He randomly drew a card. Congratulations on obtaining the skill Yellow Rank High Grade Beast Tamer. Not bad, a new skill. Name, Gu Ming. Race, human. Cultivation, late foundation establishment. Physique, mortal. Cultivation techniques, mastered falling wind palm, heavenly nether burial technique. Supernatural abilities, none. Lifespan, infinity. Talent, borrowing life. Occupations, high-grade Xian level alchemist, mid-grade Xian level array master, low-grade Xian level weapon refiner, high-grade Xian level spirit plant master, high-grade yellow level beast tamer. Heavenly spiritual object, bone nether profound fire. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, straightened his robe, and walked out of the mountain stream. 10 days later, Gu Ming arrived at Wuyan City of the Taigzu Dynasty. After making inquiries, Gu Ming finally learned his location. Another large state extremely far from Nanyuan Prefecture, Blood Nether Prefecture. As the name suggests, Blood Nether. Blood Nether Prefecture is chaotic, with demons roaming freely, and evil cultivators and ghosts everywhere. This is a paradise for criminals, a playground for villains. Moreover, Blood Nether continent is a relatively ancient continent, containing numerous ancient forbidden zones and various ancient legends, which stirred Gu Ming's excitement. The Taigzu dynasty is a first-rate power in Blood Nether continent, with a nascent soul realm expert as its ruler. Powers like the heart-questioning sect, while seemingly powerful, are actually only third-rate and insignificant. A dynasty is different from a nation. A nation is a mortal empire, with its strongest members only exceeding the Golden Core realm. A dynasty, however, is a cultivation power, not much different from a section. It only controls an endless territory, with subordinate sects, kingdoms, and the like. In the tavern, Gu Ming habitually came here to gather information. Have you heard? Many counties and villages 100 miles away were massacred by mysterious demons, leaving no one alive. Tisk tisk tisk, bloody and cruel. Alas, this world is too chaotic, especially Blood Nether Prefecture. All sorts of demons and monsters flock here, causing widespread suffering and misery. Don't complain. Our Taigzu dynasty is relatively fortunate. We have the Demon Suppression Division established by His Majesty the Emperor, which suppresses evil spirits and slays demons. The demons that recently massacred villages and counties have already been killed by the Demon Suppression Guards. Rest assured. That's right. We should all thank His Majesty the Emperor for caring for the common people and creating the Demon Suppression Division. When my child grows up, I will definitely make him a Demon Suppression Guard, cultivating for the safety of all people. Gu Ming withdrew his senses, drinking wine while muttering to himself. Demon suppression guard? Sounds pretty awesome. 20 years later, through Gu Ming's persistent efforts, he finally became a demon suppression guard. Becoming a demon suppression guard is not easy. The first requirement is that one's cultivation level must be at least at the foundation establishment realm, and one must be exceptionally strong among those of the same level, capable of defeating demonic beasts of the same level. This wasn't difficult for Gu Ming, he could easily handle it. The difficulty lay in the background check. The Demon Suppression Division would investigate the selectees for the past 20 years, ensuring they had a clean background, had never broken the law, and required a guarantor of high standing. Gu Ming, left with no other option, bought a courtyard in Wuya City and lived there for 20 years. As for the guarantor, it was his neighbor, Old Man Niu, a former demon suppression guard who had injured his foundation during an operation, losing an arm and choosing to retire from the Demon Suppression Division to live out his days here. Gu Ming had naturally inquired beforehand and deliberately bought a courtyard next door. The two became neighbors, and over time, they became familiar, occasionally sharing drinks. Becoming the guarantor was a piece of cake. In the courtyard, Old Man Niu looked at Gu Ming, dressed in a black bodysuit, wearing a cloak, and sporting a bronze demon suppression badge at his waist, and was quite satisfied, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, as he praised him. Young Gu, you're just like me when I first joined the Demon Suppression Division 80 years ago, handsome and energetic. But have you thought this through? Being a demon suppression guard isn't something to be trifled with. Although the pay is good and the status is prestigious, the mortality rate is extremely high. Old Man Niu said worriedly, unwilling to see Gu Ming lose his life at such a young age. Gu Ming thought to himself, old man, according to our age, you should be calling me old man. But he smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, Old Man Niu, don't you know my personality? If I can't win, I'll run away. My life is the most important thing. Old Man Niu paused slightly, thinking of his years with Gu Ming, and nodded. Yes, you're quite clever, lad. Smarter than I was in my youth, you'll definitely outlive me. Alright. Anyone who enters the Demon Suppression Division is extraordinary. I can tell at a glance you're a dragon among men, destined to become a gold token demon suppression guard. I've worked my whole life, and I'm still just a bronze token demon suppression guard. Gu Ming chuckled. Then I'll take your kind words, sir, and become a gold token demon suppression guard soon. Old Niu glared at Gu Ming, you're getting cocky now. Alright, it's getting late. Get some rest. Tomorrow you need to report to the Wuye Town Demon Suppression Division branch. Take care, Old Niu. The next day, Gu Ming dressed neatly in his uniform demon suppression suit, strapped his specially made demon suppression blade to his waist, and stored his wooden sword in his storage bag, otherwise it would be too conspicuous. Leaving the courtyard, Gu Ming officially began his experience as a demon suppression guard, reporting to the Demon Suppression Division branch. He met the branch manager, one of the few silver token demon suppression guards in Wuyan City. After reviewing Gu Ming's file, Chu Hilia took out the seal, stamped it, and handed the appointment letter to Gu Ming. Congratulations, from this day forward, you are a true demon suppression guard. Zhao Sandao's squad recently lost a demon suppression guard, you will now report to his squad. Yes, sir. Gu Ming accepted the appointment letter and left the Demon Suppression Division. Chapter 45 Ghostly Demon, This Elixir. I just started researching it. Outside the Demon Suppression Division, Zhao Sandao and his three companions stood expressionless, their spirits low. After a long while, Captain Zhao Sandao sighed softly and looked at the other three. Don't look so down. As demon suppression guards, we've long since disregarded life and death. This kind of thing is inevitable. With a new teammate, be more polite. After all, nobody knows if we'll see each other again tomorrow. The three nodded, composed themselves, and waited quietly. Just then, Gu Ming emerged from the Demon Suppression Division. Zhao Sandao greeted him with a smile. Hello, my name is Zhao Sandao, the captain of this Demon Suppression team. You must be Gu Ming? Welcome to our team. The other three stepped forward and introduced themselves to Gu Ming. A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, carrying an iron hammer on his back, spoke first. My name is Shihu, a level 2 bronze token demon suppressor, at the Great Perfection of Foundation Establishment. From now on, I'll be your strongest support, you can rest assured leaving your back to me. A woman with a high ponytail stepped forward slowly, her demeanor aloof, cradling the demon suppressor blade. Ji Lenjia, a level 2 bronze token demon suppressor, at the Great Perfection of Foundation Establishment. The last person, with a hideous scar on his face and radiating a murderous aura, offered a friendly smile. Hello, my name is Song Chien, a level 1 bronze token demon suppressor, early golden core stage. From now on, we'll be teammates, I hope you can trust us. Gu Ming smiled and extended his right hand, lightly bumping fists with Song Chien's. My name is Gu Ming, the lowest in cultivation, late foundation establishment stage. Please take care of me in the future. Seeing this, Zhao Sandao and the others also bumped fists. Very good. From now on, we're one unit, sharing both glory and loss. After exchanging words for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Ji Lenjiao and the other two left at Zhao Sandao's signal. As Zhao Sandao led Gu Ming towards his new residence, he spoke. Don't mind her. Leng Yu is a bit aloof, but she's kind-hearted. Each of the three of them has their own story, which I'll tell you slowly later. You're not so lucky. According to our team's rules, we should have given you a welcome feast, but you were assigned a mission to hunt down a demon. The three of them are all making their own arrangements to avoid not returning tomorrow. You should also plan ahead, since it's uncertain whether you'll return alive from hunting the demon tomorrow. Then, Zhao Sandao explained some precautions and the danger level of the demon suppression guards, including information about the demon they would be dealing with tomorrow, so Gu Ming could prepare. Do you have any relatives? If you do, I can register them. If so, at least they won't have to worry about the rest of their lives. Zhao Sandao looked at Gu Ming and asked. Gu Ming's expression remained neither sad nor happy, and he replied casually, No, I live alone. One person eats their fill, the whole family isn't hungry. Zhao Sandao paused slightly, not pressing for details about Gu Ming's family, but instead chuckled and teased. That won't do. If the family line ends with you, how can you face your parents? How about this, after tomorrow's mission, I'll arrange a blind date for you, so you can have an heir sooner. Our demon suppression guard position is highly sought after, countless women are interested in us. Gu Ming smiled faintly, shook his head, and sighed. They're after the life of ease the demon suppression guards risk their lives for, aren't they? They might even be hoping you and I die on a mission. The death benefits would allow them to live a carefree life. Zhao Sandao was slightly speechless, glaring at Gu Ming. So young, how can you think of humanity so ugly? But what you said does have some truth to it. After all, they can leave you descendants, can't they? Gu Ming shook his head, his tone amiable. Thank you, Captain, but I don't need it. I don't need to live for anyone. I came into this world empty-handed, and I'll leave it to the netherworld. Why think so much? Zhao Sandao was slightly taken aback, looking at Gu Ming with surprise. He always felt that beneath Gu Ming's youthful exterior, the soul of an old monster seemed to be hidden. Shaking his head, Zhao Sandao stopped dwelling on it, took Gu Ming to his new residence, handed him the key, told him the time and place for their meeting the next day, and then left. Gu Ming watched Zhao Sandao leave, then pushed open the door to a small courtyard with 2 entrances and 2 exits, fully equipped with all necessary living facilities. In this boundless city, owning such a small courtyard was a dream for most people. After tidying up, Gu Ming lay on the bed, pondering the information Zhao Sandao had given about the demon they needed to deal with. The term demon was a general term. The demon they were going to face was a shadow demon, which cultivated by devouring the shadows of others, possessing an early-stage golden core realm cultivation. The shadow demon wasn't particularly strong. Its terrifying aspect lay in its elusive nature, making it difficult to catch and appearing and disappearing unpredictably. I need to prepare some talismans and formations. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming got up and began refining talisman formations to deal with the shadow demon. He was now finding the profession of demon suppression guard quite interesting. The next day, Gu Ming reunited with the 4 others and embarked on their hunt for the shadow demon. After 2 hours of travel, the 5 arrived at a densely forested swamp shrouded in miasma. Zhao Sandao, the leader, drew his long sword, remaining vigilant and clearing a path for the other 4. Be careful, everyone. According to intelligence, the ghost shadow demon is hiding in this swamp. The dim light and miasma here make it an ideal hiding place. Don't fall into its trap. Shi Hu brought up the rear, while Ji Lenjiao and Song Qian flanked him, intentionally protecting Gu Ming in the middle. At this moment, Zhao Sandao took out 5 miasma pills, swallowed one himself, and tossed one to each of the 4. The miasma is poisonous, be careful. Understood. Gu Ming looked at the inferior miasma pills, shook his head slightly in exasperation, and took out 4 ordinary-grade antidote pills from his storage bag. Captain, I have some antidote pills here. They should be more effective than the miasma pills. The 4 looked at the high-quality pills in Gu Ming's hand with surprise. You're quite the hidden talent, kid. Don't waste them, these pills look expensive. No need, I have plenty. Hearing this, Zhao Sandao didn't refuse anymore and gestured for the others to take the antidote pills. As the group was about to continue, Gu Ming pulled out another bottle of pills. The 4. Gu Ming explained. These are shadow binding pills, specifically for ghost shadow demons. After taking them, you don't need to worry about them devouring our shadows. Zhao Sandao stopped and looked at Gu Ming with a strange expression. I've never heard of such a thing as shadow binding pills before. Gu Ming, this is no time for jokes. Gu Ming pursed his lips. He really wanted to say, there was indeed no such pill. It was a miracle they'd even heard of the pill he'd researched himself last night. Believe me, what good would it do me to harm you? Facing the four's questioning gazes, Gu Ming explained. She who remained silent, took the pill, and swallowed it. I believe him. Facing the other three's surprised looks, She who grinned and scratched his head. Chapter 46. A little bit of the city. Seeing this, the three readily accepted the pills and swallowed them, demonstrating absolute trust. Gu Ming smiled, his goodwill towards the four increasing considerably. Although their personalities differed, their character was impeccable. Gu Ming also took a shadow binding pill, just in case. Continuing onward, half an incense stick later, a sudden change occurred. A black shadow flashed past and disappeared beside Shihu. Zhao Sandao's expression changed slightly. He slashed with his sword, snapping a tree in half, but failing to harm the ghostly shadow demon. Song Qian hurriedly looked at Shihu, checking his shadow. How are you? Any discomfort? Shihu scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. It feels like I was bitten by a mosquito, but it's nothing serious, it doesn't hurt. The four all turned their gazes to the composed Gu Ming. Gu Ming smiled. What's wrong? Zhao Sandao took a deep breath and cupped his hands in greeting. Thank you. Song Qian and Ji Lenjiao bowed without speaking. Shihu realized that if it weren't for Gu Ming's pills, he might be a walking corpse by now. Brother Gu, I can't thank you enough. Whatever you ask me to do from now on, I'll do it. You're welcome. We're teammates, it's only right. Ji Lenjia curiously sized up Gu Ming. She had initially thought that even if Gu Ming wasn't a burden, he wouldn't be of much help. Now it seemed she had misjudged him. No need for words of gratitude. Now you and we are all one, it's only right that we help each other. But these pills of yours. Ahem, I just researched them myself in my spare time, I didn't expect them to actually work. Everyone was shocked, looking at Gu Ming in disbelief. What did he mean by researched them myself? Gu Ming sighed and continued. We'll discuss that later. The most urgent matter is dealing with the shadow demon. Hearing this, Zhao Sandao nodded. That makes sense. Don't get distracted. Although we're not afraid of the shadow demon now, it's still a golden core realm demon, we can't be careless. The group redeployed, searching for the shadow demon's trail. In the swamp, the shadow demon revealed its black head, its gaze fixed on the five people, seemingly wondering why its attacks hadn't worked. After a pause, the shadow demon disappeared into the swamp, moving underground. Whoosh! The shadow demon attacked again, this time targeting a different person, Ji Lenjia's shadow. Ji Lenjia snorted coldly, already prepared. Her eyes flashed with frost, and she plunged her blade into the ground. Frost condensed and spread rapidly, attempting to imprison the shadow demon. Seeing the shadow demon's figure, Song Qian leaped up, his longsword unleashing a gust of wind, transforming into streaks of light that pierced through the swamp. The ghost shadow demon reacted swiftly, dodging the attacks. Zhao Sandao, his aura icy, moved with lightning speed, blocking the way and shouting fiercely. Earth shatter! His longsword cleaved the ground, creating a 100-meter-long trench. A yellowish-brown blade of light shot into the sky, forcing the ghost shadow demon to reveal itself. Shihu, his body shrouded in a faint bloody aura, leaped into the air, iron hammer wreathed in flames, and slammed down on the ghost shadow demon. Bang! A deafening roar echoed as the ghost shadow demon let out a chilling howl, using Shihu's strength to fly towards Gu Ming, who remained motionless. Discovering Gu Ming's lower cultivation level, the ghost shadow demon revealed a ferocious grin, unleashing a black mist that threatened to devour him. Everyone was shocked at the sight. Ji Lenjiao, closest to Gu Ming, roared, her body shimmering with frost, and quickly approached him. Gu Ming, get out of the way. Gu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He didn't move, his eyes fixed on the approaching ghost shadow demon. When it was less than 3 feet away, his feet moved slightly, and streaks of 5-colored spiritual light rose from the ground, transforming into a 5-elements binding spirit array. Threads of spiritual energy formed a net, perfectly capturing the ghost shadow demon and suspending it in midair, unable to move. Gu Ming slowly stepped forward, smiling faintly as he examined the ugly demon. A demon is a demon, too stupid. The four were stunned, staring in disbelief at the 5-elements array that had appeared on the ground. The ghost shadow demon that had given them so much trouble had been easily captured alive by Gu Ming. Killing and capturing alive are completely different, the difficulty is worlds apart. Moreover, the reward for completing the mission is doubled. The four men concealed their auras, staring at Gu Ming as if he were a monster. Gu Ming gave a fawning smile, took out a spirit-suppressing talisman, controlled the ghostly demon, and handed it to Zhao Sandao. Captain, what's with your looks? Zhao Sandao took the ghostly demon, looking at the valuable spirit-suppressing talisman, gradually getting used to Gu Ming's extravagance. After placing the ghostly demon into a specially made demon-suppressing bag, Zhao Sandao looked Gu Ming over and spoke in a low voice. What exactly can't you do? Alchemist? Array master? A little bit of everything. The four men were speechless, but simultaneously felt a surge of joy. With Gu Ming, a powerful array master and alchemist, joining them, their future operations would be greatly enhanced, minimizing losses. Seeing their continued curiosity, Zhao Sandao interrupted. This is Gu Ming's secret, don't ask what you shouldn't. Just remember, we're a team. Hearing this, the three nodded, patted Gu Ming on the shoulder, and thanked him. You're welcome. Gu Ming smiled faintly, not taking it too seriously. For them, it was a means of making a living, a profession that risked their lives. For him, it was merely a way to pass the time. Back in Wei City, after handing over the mission, the five went to a restaurant and specifically sought out a private room. Zhao Sandao raised his wine glass, looking at Gu Ming. Seeing this, the other three stood up. They all knew that Gu Ming was the biggest contributor to this mission. This time, capturing the ghost shadow demon alive not only doubled the reward but also gave our team a half-month vacation. Gu Ming, everything is in this drink, thank you. Zhao Sandao downed his drink in one gulp, and the other three followed suit. Gu Ming stood up, downed his drink in one gulp, and looked at the four men. No need to be polite. You're right. We're a team. We share the same fate, so why be so formal? Zhao Sandao nodded, giving Gu Ming another look of admiration. His calm and composed demeanor was unfathomable. Ji Lenjiao and Song Qian exchanged a glance, both recognizing Gu Ming's extraordinary nature. He was definitely not an ordinary rogue cultivator. For some reason, they always felt that Gu Ming possessed a unique aura, seemingly out of place in this world. Only Shihu, oblivious, continued drinking and exchanging toasts with Gu Ming, calling him brother, the kind of person who starts boasting under the influence of alcohol. Gu Ming never acted arrogantly, he could get along well with anyone. Shihu's straightforward and honest personality suited him well. After several rounds of drinks, it was time for the part they had all been eagerly anticipating. Zhao Sandao took out several bags and handed them to the four men. The reward for this mission was originally 5,000 spirit stones, but because we captured the ghost shadow demon alive, the reward is 10,000 spirit stones. Gu Ming deserves the most credit, 6,000 spirit stones each, and will each get 1,000. Is there a problem? Ji Lenjiao and the other two shook their heads. The mission reward was originally 1,000 spirit stones each. Thanks to Gu Ming, we easily captured the ghost shadow demon, so we benefited, and it's only right. That's right, brother Gu should deserve the most credit. Gu Ming remained silent, he wasn't short of spirit stones. Captain, let's distribute it fairly. If you do this, I'll have to hold back in the future, afraid of stealing your credit, which would be a loss. The four men were stunned, this reason for declining was rather bizarre. Gu Ming smiled. I don't lack spirit stones. If I can't be fair, how can I convince everyone? Treat me as part of the team, and distribute them fairly. Zhao Sandao gave Gu Ming a deep look. He knew, of course, that Gu Ming didn't lack spirit stones. 5 antidote pills, the 5 elements array, and the spirit-suppressing talisman were worth several thousand spirit stones. Alright, thank you. Everyone among them lacked spirit stones, whether for cultivation or for their families. Gu Ming's attitude was resolute, if he continued to refuse, it would seem unreasonable. Chapter 47 Deceiving Gu Ming into a blind date. After the gathering, everyone went their separate ways to resume their lives. Gu Ming naturally returned to his old courtyard, spending his days drinking and chatting with old man Neo to pass the time. Under the red maple tree, the two sat at a stone table. On the table were a plate of braised beef, a plate of peanuts, and 2 jugs of strong liquor. Old man Neo's hair was streaked with white, and his skin, like that of an aged tree, bore the marks of time. He wasn't very old, only 200 years old this year, yet he already looked frail and aged, a sight that evoked pity. He was originally a cultivator in the early golden core stage, but an accidental injury caused him to drop his cultivation level, and now he could only barely maintain his early foundation establishment stage cultivation. After drinking the fiery liquor, old man Neo looked at Gu Ming with the concern of an elder. Young Gu, since I met you, I don't think I've ever seen you cultivate. At such a young age, you've already reached the late foundation establishment stage, your future is limitless. You mustn't neglect your cultivation. Gu Ming's smile remained unchanged as he caught a falling red maple leaf between 2 fingers. Uncle Neo, do you believe that the cycle of seasons and the return of fallen leaves to their roots are predetermined by fate? Uncle Neo was taken aback, inwardly grumbling, here we go again. Every time he lectured Gu Ming in an elder's tone, whether it was about getting married, having children, establishing a career, or cultivating oneself, Gu Ming would always refute him until he was speechless. These rebuttals were always logical and well-founded. Although Uncle Neo couldn't win the argument, he quite enjoyed listening to Gu Ming's profound pronouncements. With a chuckle, Uncle Neo took a sip of his drink, staring intently at Gu Ming. Yes, this old man would like to hear what profound principles you have this time. Gu Ming's smile remained unchanged as he spoke calmly and unhurriedly. If it's ordained by heaven, it cannot be changed. The cycle of the seasons, the falling leaves returning to their roots, isn't this a microcosm of all living beings? Throughout history, those who dared to defy heaven and earth are few and far between. Since fate is predetermined, if heaven wants you to die today, you won't live to see tomorrow. What difference does it make whether you cultivate or not? Dying sooner or later, it's all the same. Why not use your limited time to do what you want, to experience the myriad aspects of life, the world's wonders? Old man Neo remained silent for a long time, then chuckled and shook his head. You always have your own twisted logic, lad. Fine, I can't argue with you. But you are different now than before. As a demon suppression guard, you've entered officialdom. There are some things you must be cautious about. Human relationships, sometimes are more important than strength. At this point, a hint of sadness flashed in old man Niu's eyes. Young Gu, you're straightforward. You need to learn to be more flexible. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, looking at old man Niu. Uncle Niu, you rarely mention your past. Is there some hidden story behind your injury? Uncle Niu paused, glared at Gu Ming, and took a large gulp from his teapot. The past is the past. Why bring it up? You're just reopening old wounds. I'm just reminding you, in this world, right and wrong are blurred. Don't force things. Gu Ming nodded, he naturally understood this principle. All right, I'll remember. Seeing Gu Ming's nonchalant attitude, Uncle Niu rolled his eyes. He knew Gu Ming didn't care at all. Since meeting Gu Ming, he had never seen Gu Ming care about anything, as if he had come into this world just to play around with life. As dusk fell, old man Niu staggered out of the courtyard. Gu Ming returned to his room, set up an array, pondered for a moment, and decided to cultivate briefly. He arranged a simple spirit-gathering array, sat cross-legged, held his breath, and concentrated, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. His body shimmered with five-colored spiritual light, circulating through his meridians and foundation, converging at his danshan. After cultivating for 10 cycles, Gu Ming checked the time. 10 days had passed. Sensing his cultivation level, Gu Ming was filled with questions. Why isn't it moving at all? It seems I'll need some more time to reach the great perfection of foundation establishment. After foundation establishment comes core formation. In my current state, I'll probably need 365 5-element golden cores to reach the nascent soul realm. Who knows when that will be? Gu Ming shook his head, stopping his cultivation. He'd rather spend some time studying alchemy arrays. The half-month vacation quickly passed. Zhao Sandao accepted another mission, to kill a heretical cultivator in the early golden core stage. With their combined strength and Gu Ming's array support, the mere golden core evil cultivator was easily subdued and suppressed. After 2 coordinated attacks, Gu Ming fully integrated into the group, getting along well and rapidly developing a strong bond with the 4. After each mission, Gu Ming would seek out old man Niu for a drink, listening to him boast about his glorious past. Unbeknownst to them, 15 years passed in the blink of an eye. Shi Hu and Ji Lenjiao both broke through their cultivation levels, entering the early golden core stage. Song Qian's accumulated merits earned him the title of Level 1 Bronze Token Demon Suppression Guard, allowing him to form his own squad and become a squad leader. However, he refused, choosing to remain in Zhao Sandao's team. Of the 5, only Gu Ming's cultivation remained stable, stuck at the late foundation establishment stage. The 4 repeatedly urged Gu Ming to cultivate diligently, not to be inconsistent in his efforts, but Gu Ming completely ignored them. The 4 had repeatedly tricked Gu Ming into going on blind dates, only to have each attempt foiled by him. This day, the 4 secretly gathered together again, keeping it from Gu Ming. They exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Blind date. Even the aloof Ji Lenjia joined Zhao Sandao and the other 2, all to help Gu Ming settle down. After sitting down, Zhao Sandao spoke first. The young lady from the Su family in the south of the city is a renowned beauty in the area, proficient in all the arts, and now of marriageable age. Song Qian Zhu Xinyi from the north of the city is the only daughter of Zhu Kui, the captain of the Demon Suppression Guard. I've already spoken with her, and Captain Zhu is very satisfied with Gu Ming. Furthermore, the 2 have a connection. Ji Lenjiao, I have a distant cousin who cultivates in Huangfang Valley, at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. I think the 2 are a good match. The 3 all looked at Shi Hu. Shi Hu scratched his head, speaking cautiously and somewhat guiltily. I think the courtesan at Xian Yulu is quite good, her skills in bed are exceptional. Get lost. The 3 glared at Shi Hu, too lazy to pay him any attention. After some discussion, the 4 decided to matchmake Zhu Xinyi and Gu Ming. Having made up their minds, the 4 used the excuse of team building to trick Gu Ming into going out again. On the banks of the willow-lined river, Gu Ming stared expressionlessly at the 4 who looked guilty. What excuse this time? The 4 exchanged glances. Zhao Sandao coughed, stepped forward, and patted Gu Ming on the shoulder. What excuse? Nonsense. We just happened to run into Miss Zhu. Since we're already here, what do you say? Familiar words. Fine, this is the last time. Gu Ming, with his right hand behind his back, slowly walked towards the ornate boat on the riverbank. Lifting the beaded chain, a gentle and refined woman sat on a soft couch. Seeing Gu Ming approach, Zhu Xinyi slowly rose, her eyes gentle as water. She glanced at Gu Ming, then curtsied slightly. "This humble woman is Zhu Xinyi, greetings to young Master Gu." Gu Ming nodded slightly. "Please sit. I apologize for troubling Miss Zhu with this wasted trip." After sitting down, Gu Ming poured Zhu Xinyi a cup of tea. Zhu Xinyi was slightly taken aback, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She lowered her head, her slender fingers lightly twirling the hem of her skirt. "Young master, is it that I am ugly, unworthy of your attention?" Gu Ming shook his head, speaking earnestly. "Not at all, miss, you are beautiful, but what?" Gu Ming sighed softly. "Everyone's path is different. My path is destined to be a solitary one, and I don't want to hold you back, miss. I cannot explain the reasons, but being with me is destined to have no good ending." Zhu Xinyi froze, remaining silent for a long time before suddenly smiling and looking at Gu Ming. "Actually, I came here today mainly to thank you in person, sir." Gu Ming looked at Zhu Xinyi with suspicion. Zhu Xinyi explained calmly. "You may not remember, sir, but I dare not forget your life-saving grace. 10 years ago, I was unfortunately kidnapped by a notorious womanizer. It was you who killed him and saved me. It was insignificant to you, sir, but how could I forget this kindness?" Gu Ming was surprised. "You're the little girl from 10 years ago? You've grown so much." Chapter 48 Murder, Farewell. Outside the pleasure boat, the four men waited for a long time. Seeing that Gu Ming and his companion hadn't left, they felt there was hope. Zhao Sandao chuckled. Usually, Gu Ming dismisses his blind date with a few words, but this time it's been half an hour. "Looks like it's a done deal." Song Qian nodded. "I think there's hope. After all, Miss Zhu and he aren't done off yet." Ji Lenjiao breathed a sigh of relief. "It's really not easy to see this guy settle down and start a family." Ji Lenjia treated Gu Ming like a younger brother, only hoping he could have his own family instead of being alone. Soon after, the two men emerged from the pleasure boat, bidding each other a respectful farewell. Seeing Gu Ming approaching, the four men hurriedly went to greet him, asking curiously. Gu Ming glanced at the four men indifferently. "I told you, she and I aren't suitable." The four men were stunned, then sighed helplessly. Shi Hu scratched his head, still puzzled. "Brother Gu, this Miss Zhu has a powerful background, stunning looks, and impeccable character. Why don't you like her?" Gu Ming rolled his eyes and shook his head. "It's not that I don't like her, it's just that she's not suitable. I appreciate your kindness, but please don't waste your energy. To me, everyone is but a drop in the ocean. I won't linger here for long." The four were stunned, puzzled by Gu Ming's meaning. "Alright, today at Tianhe Tower, it's my treat." "Ha ha ha, you should have said so earlier. I've been craving Tianhe Tower's monster feast for ages." Yes, Tianhe Tower's azure sky is a top-quality wine. Today we'll have to really rip off Brother Gu. The group quickly forgot about the matter and headed towards Tianhe Tower, chatting and laughing. The moon rose above the willow branches, and the five of them left Tianhe Tower, still laughing and talking. As they passed the alley entrance, Zhao Sandao suddenly stopped, a glint of light flashing in his eyes as he looked ahead. The four instantly snapped to attention, their spiritual energy surging. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly rose, staring at the five, revealing gleaming white teeth. "Go! Take him down!" Zhao Sandao shouted coldly, charging into the darkness first, while Song Qian blocked Gu Ming and the other two. "Stand outside, lest he escape. The captain and I together are enough." With that, Song Qian plunged into the darkness, and battle erupted. Gu Ming frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss. A flash of spiritual light, and soon Zhao Sandao and Song Qian emerged from the alley with grave expressions, looking at the three. "Damn it, we were careless and let him escape. This guy isn't strong, but he knows blood escape technique." Song Qian sheathed his sword, looking at the three. "Go back and rest early. Wei City hasn't been peaceful lately, mysterious demons are causing trouble, using human essence for cultivation. The mission will be coming down soon, so be prepared." The two men's attitudes were strange, as if they were hiding something. Shi Hu, simple-minded, didn't think much of it. After all, this kind of thing wasn't unusual to him. Ji Lenjiao and Gu Ming exchanged a glance, both seeing suspicion in each other's eyes. Trusting the two, Gu Ming didn't ask any further questions and they both left. After the three left, Zhao Sandao's expression turned grave, and he sighed softly. "Let's keep today's events to ourselves and pretend we didn't see anything." Song Qian nodded. "Understood, but I hope nothing goes wrong." After the five people left, a monstrous figure, its flesh writhing and bloody, emerged from the darkness. Watching them depart, it let out a cold, mocking laugh and swallowed the bloodied heart in its hand. "He, the heart of an ordinary person tastes too awful. I wonder what the heart of a demon suppressor feels like. I really want to taste it, but unfortunately, Father forbids it. The monstrous figure's smile twisted and grotesque before it vanished into the darkness. Deep in the alley lay a woman's corpse, her face ashen and bloodless, a bloody gash in her chest, her heart missing. The next day, at the demon suppressor's office, all the demon suppressors from Wei City who hadn't received any missions gathered here, discussing amongst themselves. In the main hall ahead lay a corpse covered with a white sheet. Zhu Kuei, a level 1 bronze-rank demon suppressor, sat silently to one side, his face grim and unsightly. The 5 men arrived at the front, all puzzled as to what had happened to cause such a large gathering of demon-suppressing guards. Zhao Sandao looked at Zhu Kuei, his brows furrowing slightly, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. He was quite familiar with Zhu Kuei and stepped forward to inquire. "Brother Zhu, what has happened?" Zhu Kuei looked up, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. Seeing that it was Zhao Sandao, his attitude softened somewhat, and he sighed softly. "Yesterday, after my daughter returned, she stayed indoors. This morning, I intended to wake her to inquire about yesterday's blind date, but she wasn't in her room. Later, someone found her body lying in the alley. She died at the hands of an evil cultivator, her heart was ripped out, and her essence devoured." Zhao Sandao's pupils dilated slightly, a barely perceptible glint of anger and horror flashing across his face. The others finally understood why so many demon-suppressing guards had gathered here. If it were an ordinary person or a rogue cultivator who died, this would at most be a task that a small team could complete. But if it involves the demon suppression guard, the seriousness of the matter is entirely different. Song Qian, standing to the side, lowered his head, lost in thought, remaining silent. Gu Ming and Shihu exchanged a glance, both recalling the events of the previous night. But this was not the time to discuss this matter. Gu Ming, his expression calm, slowly stepped forward, knelt down, and lifted the white sheet, revealing a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar face. Yesterday, Zhu Xinyi had been chatting and laughing with him, a gentle and kind woman. Who would have thought that yesterday's parting would be forever? Gu Ming sighed inwardly, lamenting the capriciousness of fate, and even more so, lamenting that this matter seemed more complex than it appeared. Zhao Sandao and Song Qian seemed to know something, yet deliberately concealed it. Covering the white sheet again, Gu Ming approached Zhu Kuei and spoke softly. "I'm sorry." Zhu Kuei smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you, don't feel guilty. Perhaps this is Xinyi's fate. It's pitiful that she lost her mother at a young age, and I raised her single-handedly, but, in any case, this murderer must pay the price." Gu Ming nodded and continued. "I'm skilled in some disguise techniques, which can help Miss Zhu leave looking beautiful." Everyone looked at Gu Ming in surprise, while Ji Lenjiao and the other 3 were somewhat speechless. Gu Ming seemed to know a little about everything. Hearing this, Zhu Kuei hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. "Then I'll trouble you, young brother. A young lady loves beauty, and my current appearance, it's all my fault. Don't worry, the murderer will be brought to justice and pay the price for his cruelty." Just then, 2 figures entered from the back hall, Chu Xiliu, one of the 5 silver-ranked demon suppression guards of Wei City, and a young man. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Chu Xiliu's appearance caused everyone to bow respectfully, even squad leaders like Zhao Sandao and Zhu Kuei dared not be negligent. The difference between a level 1 bronze token and a silver rank seems small, but crossing that threshold is incredibly difficult. The first requirement to become a silver rank demon suppression guard is possessing nascent soul cultivation. In addition, a large amount of merit is required. Squad leaders like Zhao Sandao are not uncommon in Wei City. Some demon suppression guards possess late-stage or even perfect golden core cultivation, yet they are only squad leaders. One can imagine how difficult it is to become a silver-rank demon suppression guard. Chapter 49. See you tomorrow. Chu Xiliu nodded slightly, slowly turned and sat down, then looked at the crowd. This matter involves the families of the demon suppression guards. It is unforgivable. No matter the cost, the murderer must be caught to give Captain Zhu an explanation. Squads that haven't received their missions, mobilize all your forces to find the murderer. No matter where you are, you must capture him. The reward for this mission is 100,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and excited. They didn't care who died, they cared about the reward. 100,000 spirit stones was roughly the reward for 20 ordinary missions. How could they not be tempted? Only a high enough reward could motivate them to go all out. The refined young man beside him suddenly stepped forward, bowed to the crowd, and spoke calmly. "Gentlemen, this incident is a provocation by evil demons and sorcerers against our demon-suppressing guard and against the imperial authority of the Taixu dynasty. It is unforgivable. My father ordered me to represent him. Whichever team captures the culprit, dead or alive, will receive a reward of 100,000 spirit stones from my personal pocket. Furthermore, the entire team will be awarded a major merit." Hu Yan, the only son of the Silver Token Demon Suppressing Guard, ranked 2nd in Wei City, spoke on behalf of his father, and no one doubted him. These words caused an uproar among the crowd, who were all excited and eager to take action and capture the mastermind. Zhu Kuei stood up, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I will personally add another 100,000 spirit stones, and I, Zhu Kuei, will remember this favor. Zhao Sandao sighed softly and patted Zhu Kuei on the shoulder. Brother Zhu, there's no need for this. You've lost your beloved daughter, how can we let you spend more spirit stones? The brothers will do everything in their power to catch the culprit. Zhao Sandao's words immediately drew dissatisfaction from the crowd. Captain Zhao, Captain Zhu is willing to add a reward to help capture the culprit. Why are you interfering? That's right, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't play the good guy. If you can't stand it, you can just give him 100,000 spirit stones as a reward yourself. Some people are just so hypocritical. Zhao Sandao was furious. He knew the culprit wouldn't necessarily be brought to justice, but he didn't want Zhu Kuei to suffer further losses. Even if they caught the so-called murderer, it certainly wouldn't be the real culprit. But he couldn't reveal the reason, otherwise, everyone who knew would die. Zhu Kuei stopped Zhao Sandao, offering a bitter smile to defuse the situation. Brother Zhao, I thank you for your kindness, but what meaning do I have of spirit stones after losing Xinyi? My promise still stands. Rest assured, everyone. With Lord Chu and young master Hu as witnesses, I will not break my word. Chu Xilia nodded, speaking in unison with Hu Yan. With us as witnesses, you can all rest assured. After everyone left to complete their tasks, Gu Ming did not rush to leave. He took Zhu Xinyi's body to the morgue and meticulously restored her appearance, trying his best to recreate her likeness in life. Half an hour later, Gu Ming stopped and covered Zhu Xinyi with a white sheet. Captain Zhu, that's enough. Zhu Kuei turned around, looking at the lifelike face of Zhu Xinyi, tears welling up in his eyes. Xinyi, it's all my fault. I failed to protect you. I'm so sorry to your mother. Gu Ming stood silently to the side. After a long while, Zhu Kuei wiped away his tears, carefully covered Zhu Xinyi with a white sheet, and looked at Gu Ming. You flatter me, thank you. You're welcome. Gu Ming refused Zhu Kuei's spirit stones, turned and left without saying anything more. This matter was far-reaching, even involving Zhao Sandao and Song Qian, and he didn't want to interfere. Perhaps, this was her fate. He, Gu Ming, couldn't change his own destiny, nor did he have the right to interfere in the fate of others. Leaving the Demon Suppression Division, the four waited outside. Facing the four's gazes, Zhao Sandao paused, then spoke softly. This matter, we'll do our best, but the culprit will most likely not be caught by us. Ji Lenjiao gave Zhao Sandao a meaningful look. Captain, aren't we demon suppression guards here to uphold justice and uphold righteousness? Zhao Sandao remained silent, unsure how to answer. Song Qian spoke, breaking the silence. Trust the captain. When has the captain ever lied to you or me? Hearing this, Ji Lenjia snorted softly and remained silent. She wasn't as naive as Shi Hu, oblivious to the underlying issues, but she also understood that some things couldn't be answered simply by knowing the truth. Let's go. In that instant, Zhao Sandao seemed to have aged considerably, leading the four away to search for clues throughout the city. The matter caused a great stir, even alarming other major cities in the surrounding area. However, half a month passed, and the murderer was still not caught, with no trace to be found. Gu Ming followed Zhao Sandao and the others daily in their search, contributing little effort, almost like an NPC. As dusk fell, Zhao Sandao looked up at the bright moon and sighed softly. That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Gu Ming casually stretched. After half a month of this, he planned to get a good night's rest. Acting was quite tiring. Ji Lenjia chuckled coldly, her tone sarcastic. Captain, you're using the wrong answer to find the answer. I misjudged you before. Once a rift forms, the team can never work together again. Shi Hu scratched his head, awkwardly trying to smooth things over. Sister you can't blame the captain. The person who died was his good brother's daughter. How could he not be worried? But the murderer is very well hidden. We need to take it slow. He then looked at Zhao Sandao, patiently comforting him. Captain, don't be angry with Sister Yu. She was just being impatient. He glared at Gu Ming and Song Qian. Why didn't you two help persuade her? In crucial moments, I'm the most reliable. The four of them looked at Shi Hu simultaneously, envying his innocent, endearing naivete. Alright, that's enough. Everyone go home. Gu Ming spoke, breaking the silence. Ji Lenjia snorted coldly, turned, and left without looking back. Shi Hu waved and said goodbye loudly. Sister Yu, don't be angry. I'll bring you Osmanthus cake tomorrow. See you tomorrow, have a good time. He turned and glared at Song Qian. You're usually so composed, why are you so quiet today? Go on, see you tomorrow. Okay. Song Qian replied softly, turning and leaving. Shi Hu patted Zhao Sandao's shoulder, somewhat distressed. Captain, don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. Get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow I'll treat everyone to a good meal at Tianhe restaurant, out of my own pocket. Zhao Sandao forced a smile, replying absent-mindedly. Okay, brother Shihu, see you tomorrow. After Zhao Sandao left, only Gu Ming and Shihu remained. Don't look at me, I don't know anything. Gu Ming shrugged, still maintaining an indifferent attitude. Shihu chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Lend me 1,000 spirit stones, I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow, I'll pay you back after I get my mission reward. Gu Ming looked at Shihu in surprise. You rascal, you didn't squander it all at Xianyu Tower again, did you? You're not young anymore, you should save some spirit stones, settle down and start a family. As he spoke, Gu Ming transferred 10,000 spirit stones to Shihu from his storage bag. Use it sparingly. Brother Gu, you treat me even better than my father. I love you to death. Get lost. I don't have homosexual tendencies, but if you call me father, I can reluctantly accept it. Can I not return the spirit stones? No. Hee, farewell. Gu Ming watched Shihu's departing figure, and for some reason, he waved goodbye today. Brother Shihu, see you tomorrow. Shihu turned around, grinning foolishly. See you tomorrow. Chapter 50 Goodbye. One hand covers the sky. The next day, dawn broke through the sky, illuminating the earth. Gu Ming, having finished his cultivation, hadn't even risen when he received a transmission talisman from Ji Len Jiao. Shihu is in trouble. Come quickly. Gu Ming's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He slipped out the door. Soon, Gu Ming arrived outside the Demon Suppression Division, where bursts of angry curses echoed. I never expected this guy, who always seemed so simple-minded, to be so ruthless. You don't know anything. The more honest and kind a person seems, the more twisted and perverse they are. That's called a contrast. Alas, what a pity. Wang Yun's team beat them to it and caught the murderer. Zhao Sandao, how do you explain this? Your men did something like this, don't tell us you were unaware. Gu Ming pushed through the crowd, stepping to the front. His pupils dilated, staring in disbelief. Shihu lay in a pool of blood, limbs twisted, a bloodied heart in his mouth, eyes wide open, dying with unresolved rage. Ji Len Jiao and the other two stood to the side, their faces grim, radiating coldness. In an instant, Gu Ming guessed what had happened. He stepped forward expressionlessly, standing before Shihu in full view of everyone, the sound of Shihu's silly laughter echoing in his mind from yesterday. What are you doing? Step back, trying to destroy the evidence. A figure blocked his way, preventing Gu Ming from approaching Shihu's corpse. This person was Zhang Yuan, one of the demon-suppressing guards in Wang Yun's team. Get out of the way. Gu Ming's eyes were deep and unfathomable, his voice low and unreadable. Zhang Yuan, a Foundation establishment cultivator at the peak of his cultivation, felt a sudden chill. His intuition told him that if the two were to fight to the death, he would surely die. He involuntarily took a step back, his expression growing increasingly grim as he realized what was happening. You! Stop, step back. Huyan walked slowly forward, dismissing Zhang Yuan, and looked at Gu Ming. He sighed softly, his tone compassionate, and said gently, Gu Ming, I know you, a very capable demon suppression guard, but some people, some things, you are still too young to see through. Don't let your overflowing sympathy cloud your judgment. Last night, Shihu attacked again, devouring a woman's essence and eating her heart. He was captured by Wang Yun and his 4 companions. He resisted, so he had to be executed. The evidence is conclusive. Gu Ming glanced calmly at Hu Yan and spoke softly. He's already dead. Let him have some dignity. I won't act recklessly. Hu Yan's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. In Huya City, no one dared to contradict him. After a moment, his brows relaxed, and he stepped aside. Fine, the outcome is already decided anyway. Suddenly, Zhu Kui blocked his path, his eyes flashing with anger. This man killed my beloved daughter. Not tearing him to pieces is already a favor. You want some semblance of dignity? Gu Ming, I can forgive and forget because you cleaned my daughter's body, but you want to collect his corpse? Impossible. Gu Ming remained expressionless, ignoring Zhu Kui. He knelt down, took out tools from his old storage bag, and meticulously began to clean Shihu's body. Seeing this, Zhu Kui flew into a rage. Just as he was about to attack, Zhao Sandao and his 2 companions tacitly blocked his way, their gazes menacing. The 4 demon-suppressing guards behind Zhu Kui drew their swords, and a battle was about to erupt. Zhao Sandao, do you still intend to protect this man? If you dare to stop me, from this day forward, our friendship is severed. Zhao Sandao shook his head, his tone firm. He's my brother. His mistake is my fault for not disciplining him properly. Besides, it's all just Wang Yun and his group's side of the story. How can we believe it? What if the murderer is Wang Yun, and he framed Shihu? Upon hearing this, Wang Yun sneered. Turning the tables? Zhao Sandao, you've got it. Now I suspect she who was acting under your orders. Lord Chu, in my opinion, all four of them should be stripped of their demon suppression guard status and imprisoned. Before Chu's Hylia could speak, Hu Yan gave Wang Yun a cold look. Wang Yun was startled and quickly shut his mouth and retreated. Enough! The real culprit has been apprehended. Zhao Sandao's failure to discipline his subordinates and dereliction of duty is punishable by a fine of 100,000 spirit stones for your team, as promised by the Demon Suppression Division. No further discussion is allowed. Hu Yan's words represented his father, so naturally, no one objected. Chu's Hylia frowned slightly. He felt this whole affair was too suspicious, as if a hidden hand was pulling the strings behind the scenes. After a long glance at Hu Yan's figure, Chu's Hylia ultimately chose silence. If Hu Yan was truly involved, things would become troublesome. Not only could he not afford to offend Hu Yan's father, but if this matter got out, the Demon Suppression Guard would lose face and credibility with the world. Gu Ming restored Shihu to his original state, then picked up his body and walked away step by step. His heart was heavy. He knew Shihu was a scapegoat. His heart wasn't his original heart at all, but had been replaced with an ordinary one. Gu Ming didn't want to argue. He only wanted those implicated to pay with their blood. The many Demon Suppression Guards retreated, their gazes towards Gu Ming varying. Zhao Sandao sighed softly, handed over a storage bag, and left with the three of them. After the four left, Zhang Yuan, unwilling to accept defeat, turned and bowed to Chu's Hilyu. My lord, isn't this punishment too lenient? Shut up. This matter is over. No one is to mention it again. Zhu Kui, your 100,000 spirit stones will be paid by the Demon Suppression Division. You are given a 3-month leave to rest and recuperate. Dismissed. Chu's Hilyu, already annoyed, snapped at Zhang Yuan, wanting only to end this farce quickly. Hu Yan's lips curled into a cold smile as he turned and left. Seeing this, everyone retreated, not daring to discuss the matter further. Zhu Kui stood there, and after regaining his composure, he seemed to realize that this whole thing was too strange. But Chu's Hylia's attitude represented the Demon Suppression Division's attitude. He was unwilling, but what could he do? In the room, Gu Ming arranged Shihu's body, his gaze chillingly calm as he looked at Zhao Sandao. Captain, how long do you plan to keep this a secret? Wasn't killing Shihu enough? Do you want Ji Lenjaya dead? Or me? Or everyone? Ji Lenjaya's aura grew even colder, her eyes like frost as she coldly replied. Are you still planning to continue protecting him? Or are you afraid? Do you think Zhu Xinyi deserved to die, Shihu deserved to die, or those who died at his hands deserved to die? He deserved to die the most. Zhao Sandao gave a bitter smile, knelt down with a thud before Shihu's corpse, and sighed deeply. We can't fight him. In Wuya City, he truly can control everything. He knew Song Qian and I had seen his face, yet he deliberately spared our lives. He's a madman, enjoying the thrill of controlling and manipulating humanity. He killed Shihu as a warning to me that he could easily kill any of us. What could I do? I die, but you're young, with bright futures ahead. I'm not afraid of death, I'm afraid of yours. Zhao Sandao wept bitterly, filled with regret, guilt, and utter helplessness and despair. He wished they hadn't noticed anything amiss that night, hadn't seen his face. Hearing this, Ji Lenjiao fell silent. She suddenly understood why Zhao Sandao had always chosen silence. Song Qian sighed softly, looking at Gu Ming and the other man. Don't blame the captain, he bears far more pressure than you. That man summoned the captain privately, threatening and mocking him. He's just talking nonsense. Otherwise, why do you think we've never caught the real culprit after all these years of people having their souls devoured and hearts lost? His father, Hu Yuan, is a mid-nascent soul stage expert, the second in command of Wuya City, and a figure who can control everything in the Demon Suppression Division. How can we fight him? Chapter 51 The Story of Mortals. Upon hearing this, Ji Lenjiao's expression changed slightly. Hearing this news, she felt a profound sense of powerlessness. That was a nascent soul expert. In this era where strength reigns supreme, even if their evidence was irrefutable, no one would believe them, and no one would uphold justice for them. At this moment, Zhao Sandao seemed to have aged considerably, a few more strands of white hair appearing in his locks, and he spoke tremulously. We have a chance to survive only if we live like dogs, at his feet, so he feels no threat. Understand? Escape? The moment we dare leave Wuya City, we'll be dead in the wilderness. Report him? Ha! Report the murderer to the murderer's father? Do you think that's possible? So tell me, what choice do I have? Tell you the truth? That will only hasten our deaths. I have no choice. You can't die. You all have responsibilities to bear. In this world, what right do we have to choose? What about the Demon Suppression Guards? We're still just barely surviving under someone else's feet. We live one day at a time. Hearing Zhao Sandao's words, Ji Lenjia opened her mouth, wanting to retort, but couldn't utter a sound. At this moment, this proud and aloof woman's expression was somber, her pride gone, her spirit broken. Song Qian stood to the side, his arms wrapped around a sword, the scars on his face appearing even more grotesque. I'm not afraid to die, and I'm willing to risk it all, because I'm all alone. But you're different. Ji Lenjiao, you have a younger brother. Captain, you have family. Gu Ming, you may have nothing, but you shouldn't die here. The three men's gazes turned to Gu Mingxi. He was eerily quiet, a quietness that instilled a strange fear. Although Zhao Sandao was the captain, they all knew that Gu Ming was the true core. Whatever they did, whether dealing with demons or evil cultivators, Gu Ming's plans were frighteningly meticulous. Because of this, their team had remained unscathed for 15 years. Gu Ming slowly raised his eyes, as always, calm and composed, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. I want to hear your stories. The three men were stunned, staring at Gu Ming in confusion. The topic seemed to have suddenly veered off course. Gu Ming smiled faintly and continued. We've relied on each other for so long, and I've never really understood your past. If one day we're separated, wouldn't that be a regret? Your stories, for me, can occasionally amuse me, can't they? The three men's expressions grew increasingly strange, completely unable to fathom what Gu Ming was up to. Gu Ming ignored their confusion and looked at Shihu lying on the bed. Let's talk about him first. This guy's carefree, yet he likes to listen to music in brothels, quite peculiar. He took out the IOU he'd found on Shihu, with a few large, crooked characters. Borrowed 10,000 spirit stones from Brother Gu. Note, he needs to settle down and start a family, so I'll repay him early. The others aren't in a hurry. Gu Ming smiled helplessly and put the IOU into his storage bag. Zhao Sandao got up, sat down beside him, looked at Shihu's corpse, and whispered, You've misunderstood Xia Hu. He seems carefree, always talking about going to brothels, but he's actually quite timid. He's never been. Song Qian is the one who likes going to brothels. Song Qian blushed and coughed to explain. I'm all alone. What's wrong with going once in a while? Gu Ming remained calm, glancing at the sleeping Shihu without speaking. Zhao Sandao paused, then continued explaining. Xiao Hu is an orphan. He's been borrowing spirit stones from us all these years because he's taken in many homeless children, placing them in ordinary families in the north of the city. In this world, ordinary families can barely afford to raise their own children, let alone homeless ones. So Xiao Hu gives these families who adopt homeless children spirit stones every month as a care fee. Only then are they willing to accept them and treat them sincerely. There are so many children, we've lost count, but Xiao Hu remembers every single one of them, remembers them clearly. We've never expected him to repay the spirit stones we borrowed, but he's never truly owed us anything. We can't even help him secretly. In his words, I have family to support, Leng Yu has a younger brother, I need to cultivate myself, and Song Qian needs to go to the brothel for music, all huge expenses. Even though Song Qian's face was flushed, it seemed less honorable in his situation. Gu Ming remained silent for a long time, then sighed softly. This guy, what kind of good person is he? Heaven is blind, good people don't get rewarded. In his next life, he should be a villain. Being a villain is good. The three were all stunned, sensing something was off about Gu Ming. What about you? Zhao Sandao shook his head. I have nothing to say. A mediocre cultivator, lucky to have entered the demon suppression division, lucky to have survived until now, with a lover, children, and friends. I'm content. Unfortunately, I'm not a good captain. Song Qian spoke up, touching the hideous scar on his face, grinning indifferently. I also have nothing to say. Just a useless piece of trash who couldn't protect his family. My family all died at the hands of evil cultivators, and the scar on my face is from that time. That time, I pretended to be dead out of fear of death and escaped, so this time, I don't want to continue pretending to be dead. Living is too tiring. Ji Lenjiao's cold voice came at this moment. My parents died, and my younger brother and I depended on each other for survival. When we were wandering, my brother fell ill with a high fever. I begged many people, but they refused to help me. In the end, the fever damaged his brain, and he barely survived. So I diligently cultivated, trusting no one, until I met you. Don't worry, my brother is just immortal. With the help of spiritual medicine, he has lived for over 100 years, which is enough. Ji Lenjiao's meaning was simple, she wasn't afraid of death. Her brother had lived for so many years, he wouldn't live much longer. At this moment, the three of them turned their gazes to Gu Ming. Among them, Gu Ming was the most mysterious, shrouded in secrets. Gu Ming smiled and spoke unhurriedly. Me, just an ordinary cultivator. Poor talent, but I've lived a long time, know a lot of things, and am all alone. The three were stunned. Wait, is this answer a lie? Gu Ming ignored their stares, his expression calm, and continued. Shihu's grudge must be avenged in blood. I will set up an array here to teleport you and your families away. Even a nascent soul expert will not be able to find you. Go far away, away from Blood Nether Continent. The three froze again. Song Qian spoke first, a cold laugh escaping his lips as he plunged his demon-suppressing blade into the ground with a thud. Gu Ming, you're not afraid of death, but do you think I, Song Qian, am? I'm tired of living. I'm not leaving. Ji Lenjia remained as aloof as ever. I told you, my brother won't live much longer. I have no ties. Zhao Sandao hesitated for a moment, then said cautiously, well, send my family away. I'll stay. Chapter 52 Heavenly Crane Tower, Carnage. A hint of helplessness flashed across Gu Ming's face. He wouldn't die, so why should they die with him? I have a way to leave alive. If I take you with me, we'll all die. Do you understand what I mean? Your staying will only be a burden to me. Don't become a liability. The three remained unmoved. They all knew Gu Ming was saying this to force them to leave. They didn't believe Gu Ming could kill Hu Yan and escape unscathed. Seeing this, Gu Ming felt a headache coming on. Although their actions warmed his heart, there was no need for them to die with him. After a moment's thought, Gu Ming looked up at the three resolute-looking men. All right, I agree. We'll share the same fate. But this matter cannot be rushed. Tomorrow, send your families here, and I will set up an array to send them away. Hearing this, the three softened their stance and nodded in agreement. Okay. Tomorrow at noon, see you then. See you then. After seeing the three off, Gu Ming began setting up the teleportation array. He used the entire courtyard as the array, expending a large amount of spirit stones to set up a mid-grade Xian-level teleportation array. This array could teleport a distance of 100,000 li, approximately 50,000 kilometers, and even a nascent soul expert would not be able to sense or intercept it. After a night of work, Gu Ming finally completed the array. Anyone stepping into the courtyard could teleport away at will. This teleportation array was different from ordinary teleportation arrays, those required standing in a specific location, which was far too low-grade. At noon, Zhao Sandao and his two companions arrived at the courtyard with their families. They had already made their final arrangements, so no further explanation was needed. Ji Lenjia's younger brother was very old, like a candle flickering in the wind, with little time left to live. Song Qian was all alone, he had no one he cared about. Is the teleportation array ready? We can teleport at any time. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Zhao Sandao's gaze was resolute and determined, clearly prepared to die. His family members behind him wore sorrowful expressions, but at this moment, they did not selfishly prevent Zhao Sandao from doing what he wanted. Gu Ming looked at the group entering the courtyard, walked towards Zhao Sandao and the other two, and patted each of them on the shoulder, like an elder appraising a junior. The three were stunned, not understanding what trouble Gu Ming was causing now. Ji Lenjia raised an eyebrow and spoke coldly. Gu Ming, if you dare to act recklessly, I'll never forgive you. Gu Ming took several steps back, standing on the steps, hands behind his back, glaring down at Ji Lenjia. Little girl, you have no manners. By all accounts, I'm your ancestor. Ji Lenjia's usually cold face showed surprise. Gu Ming's behavior today was completely out of character. You? What you? When I was walking the world, you were probably still playing in the mud somewhere. Song Qian couldn't help but interject. Brother Gu, what exactly do you want? Sigh. I suffered because I'm young and handsome, so I'll let you take advantage of me. Well, I'm magnanimous and won't hold it against you. Song Qian. Zhao Sandao coughed and stepped forward, speaking with considerable confidence. Gu Ming, I've lived for over 400 years. You're still my younger brother. Zhao Sandao? Under the angry and confused gazes of the crowd, Gu Ming regained his calm and composed demeanor, smiled, and said, Enough joking, let's go. No need to die with me. If fate allows, we'll meet again. As the words fell, a burst of light erupted beneath their feet, spatial energy fluctuated, and laws scattered. The three roared in shock and anger. Gu Ming, what are you trying to do? Stop right now. We're still inside the formation. Gu Ming, you stop right now, or even if you die, I won't let you go. Gu Ming tossed a storage bag containing spirit stones, pills, talismans, and array stones into the formation, waved his hand, and said unhurriedly, Bye-bye. The next moment, a flash of light appeared, and everyone vanished, leaving only Gu Ming in the courtyard. Stretching, Gu Ming flicked his finger, destroying the formation to prevent anyone from using it to track them down. As for Old Man Niu, he was just a retired demon suppression guard. The demon suppression division had no need to involve him. After packing his belongings, Gu Ming sought out Old Man Niu one last time, drank with him until he was drunk, and then quietly left with 10,000 spirit stones. No farewells, no regrets, like a chance encounter, gone without a trace. Having arranged everything, Gu Ming had no more worries. He took off his demon-suppressing guard uniform, changed into his own black robe, donned a bamboo hat, slung a wooden sword over his shoulder, placed Chihu's coffin in his storage bag, and headed towards Tianhe Tower. At that moment, Wang Yun, Zhang Yuan, and their 3 companions were indulging in fine wine and delicacies at Tianhe Tower, using spirit stones that represented Shihu's life. Zhang Yuan laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Shihu died a worthy death, allowing us brothers to make a fortune. It's a death with value. Wang Yun sat in the head seat, a wicked smile playing on his lips. We must thank young Master Wu. Through this experience, you should all understand one thing: choice is more important than effort. Following the right master is the only way to ensure our future. Zhang Yuan and the others hurriedly flattered him. The captain is absolutely right. Respect to the captain, respect to young Master Wu. Come, respect to the captain, respect to young Master Wu. Just then, heavy footsteps came from the stairwell. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure in black robes carrying a jar of wine, walking step by step towards Wang Yun and his group of 5. The 5 exchanged glances, all sensing that the newcomer was up to no good. The customers in the restaurant all showed curiosity. They loved watching a show. Besides, this Tianhe restaurant was owned by the Hu family. Anyone who dared to cause trouble here would be courting death. The manager, quick-witted as ever, stepped in front of Gu Ming and coldly rebuked him. If you wish to dine, Tianhe Tower welcomes you. If you intend to cause trouble, inquire about this place. Splatter! Before he finished speaking, a wooden sword appeared in Gu Ming's right hand. A flash of cold light, and the innkeeper was instantly killed, collapsing to the ground. The crowd was shocked and fled in panic, trying to leave Tianhe Tower. But no matter how they tried to leave, they found themselves strangely stuck in place, unable to leave Tianhe Tower at all. Damn it, what's going on? An illusion array. Sir, this matter has nothing to do with us. Please let us leave. We will never interfere in your personal grudges. Gu Ming ignored them, stopping in front of Wang Yun and his group of 5, whose faces were solemn. Wang Yun snorted coldly, slowly rising. The aura of the early golden core stage gradually erupted, causing the surrounding tables and chairs to shake. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in Wei City and attack the demon suppression guards? You're courting death. Gu Ming didn't answer, opened a wine jar, and collapsed towards the 5 men. Sending you on your way. You're asking for death. Zhang Yuan unleashed his foundation establishment Great Perfection Cultivation, drawing the demon suppression blade and slashing at Gu Ming. The blade's energy blew off his hat, revealing Gu Ming's true face. It's you piece of trash, trying to avenge Shihu? Overestimating yourself. As he attacked, Gu Ming's right hand, wielding a wooden sword, emitted sword energy, his entire body surging with sword intent. Without any fancy moves, he simply slashed horizontally. Crack! The demon suppression blade snapped, the sword energy piercing through Zhang Yuan's body. He moved again, the longsword flashing past his neck. Bang! Zhang Yuan's body disintegrated into pieces of flesh and blood, falling to the ground. Chapter 53 Demon or Monster, I Only Want You Dead. Seeing this, Wang Yun and his companions were shocked and incredulous. Everyone knew that Gu Ming was only at the late foundation establishment stage, the weakest among the demon suppression guards. They never imagined he could instantly kill a foundation establishment grand perfection cultivator, shattering their understanding. Wang Yun regained his senses and smiled coldly. Very good, very good. So you've been hiding your strength all along. But no matter how strong you are at the late foundation establishment stage, how can you fight against me at the golden core stage? The difference between the golden core and foundation establishment stages is an insurmountable chasm. So what if he's a formation master? It's nothing but a side path. Strength is the only truth. Join forces and kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 foundation establishment grand perfection cultivators and 1 newly entered golden core demon suppression guard under his command attacked together. Wang Yun didn't move. He was far too cautious. Even facing Gu Ming at the late foundation establishment stage, he wasn't careless, like a venomous snake, waiting for his chance to strike. Faced with the 3-on-1 attack, Gu Ming didn't waste any time, muttering under his breath. Heavenly Nether Burial Technique, first layer, activate. Using only the first layer, while consuming a significant amount of lifespan and leaving hidden health problems, wouldn't lead to death. In an instant, Gu Ming's eyes turned crimson, the Heavenly Nether Gate opened slightly, and strands of crimson power merged into his body, turning his Deo Foundation blood red, filled with savage slaughter and ominous power. As the 3 unleashed their killing moves, a crimson barrier condensed around him, blocking the fatal blow. With each blink of his eyes, a crimson golden core condensed in his dantian, and his aura stepped into the early stage of the golden core realm. Sensing Gu Ming's aura enter the early golden core stage, the 3's expressions changed drastically. As they tried to retreat, the crimson barrier transformed into blood-red tentacles, wrapping around their bodies along the demon-suppressing blade. Blood for blood. Puffed. Gu Ming's figure was like a ghost, his hands conjuring a crimson hurricane, smashing the bodies of 2 foundation establishment great perfection demon-suppressing guards with a single blow, sending flesh and blood flying. With a slight movement of his right hand, the wooden sword transformed into a crimson light and fell into his grasp. He slashed through the air, leaving a trail of blood in the void. The last Golden Core early-stage demon-suppressing guard was horrified and incredulous as his head fell to the ground. Gu Ming raised his foot, crushing the guard's head. His expression was terrifyingly calm as he strode towards Wang Yun, stepping over the flesh and blood. "You're a demon. Damn it, you're actually a demonic cultivator. Kill me, and you won't survive either." Wang Yun trembled with fear, unleashing a full-force slash. His aura coalesced into a giant fiery python, attacking Gu Ming. Gu Ming's figure flashed, instantly appearing before him. The two faced each other, inches apart. "Demon or monster, I don't care. I only want you dead." The sword fell, the bloodied arm flew through the air, and Gu Ming unleashed a crimson fist, piercing directly through Wang Yun's abdomen, rendering him utterly powerless. Golden Core cultivators are strong, but under the enhancement of the illusion array and the heavenly nether burial technique, they are utterly vulnerable. Gu Ming lifted the dying Wang Yun with one hand, his body racked with excruciating pain, yet Wang Yun remained unresponsive. Wang Yun was terrified, his instinct for survival drove him to plead desperately. "Shi Hu's matter has nothing to do with me. Huyan ordered me to find a scapegoat among the three of you, and it just so happened that I ran into Shi Hu. He can only accept his bad luck. But all of this was Hu Yan's doing. I'm just a mere copper token demon guard, how dare I disobey him? If Shi Hu doesn't die, I will. I'm just a nobody, with no choice. The grievances have their perpetrators, the debts have their debtors. The person you should avenge is Hu Yan, not him." Gu Ming slowly released his bloodied hand, sat on the table, threw him to the ground, and stepped on his body. His entire body flowed with blood-red light, making him appear like a demon from the depths of hell, staring at Wang Yun. "Bring Hu Yan to Tianhe Tower, and I can give you a chance to live." Wang Yun, barely breathing, his voice hoarse, came through the table. With a battle raging here, how could he possibly risk his life to appear at Tianhe Tower? "Gu Ming, don't worry, the entire Tianhe Tower is shrouded in an array, no one from the outside can see anything amiss inside. You only need to get him to appear at Tianhe Tower, everything else is none of your concern. I'm not one to kill indiscriminately. Now that I know the truth, why would I continue to make things difficult for you?" Gu Ming smiled faintly, appearing utterly convincing. "Look at them, aren't they perfectly fine? Let them watch a good show. I'm actually quite kind." The crowd trembled, speechless at Gu Ming's words. "Wait, where's the kindness in that? What's the difference between you and a killing god?" Moreover, they discovered a terrifying fact: the rampant murders by evil cultivators in Huia City seemed to be related to Hu Yan. Knowing the truth, wouldn't they, the ordinary cultivators, be killed to silence them? At this moment, they actually hoped Gu Ming would really kill Hu Yan, otherwise, they would be the ones to die. And so, an incongruous scene unfolded. A middle-aged cultivator, barely suppressing his fear, spoke cautiously. "Fellow deist, there's a saying, better a friend than me. What's the use of you serving like a dog? You'd be better off cooperating with this sir, eliciting his nonsense. If he dies, you might live, if he lives, you're doomed." The others, realizing what was happening, rushed to advise him. "Yes, this sir, cough cough, while he might not be the most kind and approachable, he's at least a reasonable person. We are innocent, he didn't harm us in the slightest. There aren't many reasonable people like him anymore. I knew at first glance that this sir was a good person. Cultivating the demonic path probably has its unspeakable difficulties. For his brothers, he dared to stain the heavenly crane tower with blood, dared to challenge the powerful and influential. How could such a benevolent person break his word? Fellow deist, if you continue to refuse, then you are wrong. Although this sir crippled your cultivation and killed your subordinates, aren't you still alive? As long as you're alive, there's hope. Perhaps in the future you'll encounter an opportunity, recover your cultivation, and make rapid progress, and even seek revenge. Bang! Get lost. Shut up. If you can't persuade, don't speak." The one who had just spoken was then ganged up on. "If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Wang Yun hesitated for a moment, then looked at Gu Ming. "Swear by the heavenly Dao to spare my life, or I won't believe you." Gu Ming smiled faintly, extended a finger, and spoke slowly. "I, Gu Ming, swear by the heavenly Dao that if Wang Yun leads Hu Yan to the heavenly crane tower for me, I will not harm his life. If I break this oath, may my soul be buried in the 9 netherworlds, my body sent to hell, never to be reincarnated, never to rise again." Everyone was shocked. Holy crap, is making an oath really that serious? This is severing his own future life. Oaths to the heavenly Dao cannot be made lightly, they truly come true, otherwise Wang Yun wouldn't believe it. Just agree already. This fellow deist's sincerity has even moved me. Such a sincere person is rare in this world. Kid, if you don't agree, this old man's going to beat you up. Don't waste everyone's time. Wang Yun, roaring inwardly, you guys are just watching the show, stop adding to it. You're all just extras. I agree. Wang Yun agreed verbally. He didn't believe Gu Ming would trade his life for his. If he did, he'd be the one who profited. Chapter 54. Animals are animals, they can't understand human language. Wang Yun took out a communication talisman. The message was roughly that Zhao San and his group had threatened him, demanding he report Hu Yan unless he paid hush money. They also ordered him to come to Tianhe Tower immediately to intimidate them. Demon Suppression Bureau. Hu Yan, having just swallowed the maid's heart, licked his lips, tossed the corpse aside, and savored the pleasure. A moment later, he curled his lip, returning to his original expression, and muttered disdainfully to himself. Trash. Damn it, mortal hearts are tasteless, and easily obtained essence hearts are boring. He, the hearts of the demon suppression guards are the most delicious. Too bad, that old man always won't let me touch the demon suppression guards, he. Recalling the stone tiger heart that Wang Yun and his group had sent, Hu Yan savored the memory. His twisted, perverse heart stirred again, and the images of Gu Ming and Ji Lenjia flashed through his mind. Suddenly, the communication talisman flickered, and Wang Yan's slightly panicked voice came through. Hu Yan's eyes flickered, his lips curling into a twisted smile. Very well, Zhao Sandao. I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to have such courage, daring to threaten me. I'll make you obediently offer up your heart for my enjoyment, and the heart of that ice-cold beauty. Enjoy her body, let her feel her heart being devoured in ultimate pleasure. It'll be incredibly interesting, a ecstasy beyond words. Hu Yan couldn't wait to leave the room, heading towards Tianhe Tower. Suddenly, a demon suppression guard blocked his path. The newcomer was a follower under Hu Yan's father, a top-tier demon suppression guard, a golden core realm perfection cultivator. Just one step away from breaking through to the nascent soul realm, he would become a silver-ranked demon suppression guard, on par with Chu Xiliu. Young master, please wait. I'll fetch whatever you need, but these days, the master forbids you from leaving the demon suppression division without permission. Hu Yan's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt, looking at Li Yu as if he were a dog. Captain Li, what right do you have to interfere with what I do? Remember your place. You're just my father's dog. Even if you reach the nascent soul realm, you're still a dog of the Hu family. Li Yu's expression remained unchanged. He was already used to Hu Yan's mad arrogance. This is your father's order. If you insist on leaving, you'll have to offend him. Hearing this, Hu Yan frowned, then recounted Zhao Sandao's threats. These people are a hidden danger. If they don't die, the demon suppression guard will lose all its prestige. Captain Li, what do you think we should do? Li Yu remained silent for a moment, sighing inwardly. He didn't want to aid and abet evil, but he had no choice. I'll accompany you, young master, to resolve this threat. Hu Yan's lips curled into a smile as he patted Li Yu's shoulder. Good boy, let's go. Li Yu felt deeply humiliated. He took a deep breath to calm himself and followed Hu Yan away. Soon, the two arrived outside the heavenly crane tower. With just one glance, Li Yu sensed the aura of an array and tried to stop Hu Yan. Young master, the heavenly crane tower is shrouded in an array. Be careful, don't be careless. With you here, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, I have the life talisman my father gave me. Crush the talisman, and my father will arrive instantly. In Wei City, who can kill me? Who dares to harm me? Li Yu frowned slightly. Although Hu Yan's words made sense, for some reason, his cultivator's intuition told him that the heavenly crane tower was dangerous. Go on, the longer you live, the more cowardly you become. No wonder you can't break through to the nascent soul realm, ha. Hu Yan scoffed, stepping into the heavenly crane tower first. Perhaps, the higher the cultivation, the more afraid of death. Li Yu hesitated, muttering to himself, before following closely behind. The moment he stepped into the heavenly crane tower, the formation closed again. Although the door was right behind him, no matter how hard Li Yu tried, he couldn't leave. At this moment, his expression gradually turned serious, inwardly cursing Hu Yan as an idiot. Young master, be careful, something's wrong here. This illusion formation isn't an ordinary formation, but a Shen-level grand formation. I can't break it. Just then, a strong smell of blood wafted over. Hu Yan's eyes flashed with greed. Such a delicious aroma, what's there to be afraid of? I have father's life talisman. With that, Hu Yan ascended the stairs. Li Yu's expression grew increasingly solemn as he slowly drew his demon-suppressing blade, following closely behind. Upon reaching the third floor, they were met with a scene of crimson carcasses and a black-robed figure sitting on a table, casually twirling a blood-red wooden sword. Oh, you've arrived, and you even brought helpers. Gu Ming smiled faintly, stepping on Wang Yan's head, his voice laced with mockery. Hu Yan's cold eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Wang Yan's gruesome state, showing no emotion. Seeing the mangled, bloodied corpse on the ground, he licked his lips regretfully. What a pity, such a waste of talent, you are unforgivable. Wang Yun, you actually deceived me to save your own life, you have quite the nerve. Hu Yan guessed the truth, but didn't care. The more dangerous the situation, the more excited he became. Li Yu, meanwhile, regained his aura, constantly on guard against Gu Ming, ready to kill him instantly if he dared to make a move. I remember you, a demon-suppressing guard under Zhao Sandao. What's your name again? Gu Ming, playing dumb to fool others? Interesting. Where's Zhao Sandao? Tell him to come out. Hiding like this, afraid of me? Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. This Hu Yan is really a good actor. Gu Ming stood up, his stomping pressure increasing, almost crushing Wang Yun's head. He spoke in a panic. You promised not to kill me. Really? I forgot, my memory's bad. Thud. He crushed Wang Yun's head, instantly retrieving the beating heart with his sword, hanging it in the air, looking at Hu Yan, whose face was gradually darkening. Come on, I'll reward you with some flesh. Lie down and bark a couple of times, and this heart is yours. Hu Yan's face instantly darkened, wishing he could tear Gu Ming to pieces. From childhood to adulthood, in Wuya City, who dared to humiliate him like this? He, very good, you have courage. Although I don't know where you get your courage, as a reward, I will kill your entire family, your brothers, and their families, they all must die. Gu Ming shook his head upon hearing this, sighed softly, and with a slight movement of his wooden sword, shattered Wang Yun's heart, turning it into a bloody mist. A beast is a beast, it can't understand human language. Since it won't obey, then the reward is gone. Hu Yan was furious, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word. Li Yu, seize him. I want to torture him to death by 1,000 cuts. I want to imprison his soul and torment him to death bit by bit. Upon hearing this, Li Yu's figure flashed, instantly appearing in front of Hu Yan, holding the demon-suppressing blade, his gaze calmly fixed on Gu Ming. You shouldn't die, it's a pity you offended someone you shouldn't have. You set up this formation, didn't you? Legend has it there's a figure among the demon suppression guards, not highly skilled in cultivation, but proficient in formations and alchemy. That must be you, right? What a pity. I didn't want to kill you, but I had no choice. Gu Ming directly activated the second level of the Heavenly Nether Burial technique, his aura instantly reaching the great perfection of the Golden Core Realm, his mocking voice following him. Stop pretending. You're like a prostitute trying to maintain a virtuous image. Someone like you, who thinks they're untainted by the mud but aids and abets evil, deserves to die even more. Chapter 55 I will seek justice for myself. The wooden sword transformed into a crimson flame sword, striking directly at Li Yu. Li Yu was shocked. He hadn't expected Gu Ming to suddenly unleash his golden core perfection cultivation, much less that Gu Ming would attack so suddenly. Clang! With a single blow, Li Yu's body was thrown back violently, but no matter how far he retreated, he couldn't leave the heavenly crane tower. Stabilizing himself, Gu Ming, enveloped in a sky full of crimson sword intent, attacked again. The sword moved with his body, the sword intent transforming into a blue dragon. With a single strike, Li Yu coughed up blood, his face pale, and knelt on the ground. Young master, crush the life talisman. This person is too strong, I am not. Li Yu's voice trailed off, staring in horror ahead. He saw Gu Ming's sword slash past Hu Yan's side, his arm gripping the life talisman falling to the ground, revealing the life talisman he hadn't yet crushed. Gu Ming's wooden sword slowly landed on Hu Yan's brow, looking at his terrified expression, and chuckled softly. I thought you were truly fearless, but it turns out you're nothing special. Hu Yan's face was grim, his teeth clenched as he spoke each word with venom. Kill me, and not only will you die, but Zhao Sandao will die, Ji Lenjiao will die, Song Qian will die, and everyone connected to you will die. Do you dare kill me? Hu Yan's crazed gaze fixed on Gu Ming. He was gambling that Gu Ming wouldn't dare exchange so many lives for his. Li Yu coughed, propped himself up with his sword, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gu Ming, release Hu Yan, and I can assure you that you and Zhao Sandao will be safe and sound. Not only that, on behalf of Lord Hu Yuan, I will compensate Shihu with 10 million spirit stones. That's enough for you all to live a carefree life. Gu Ming remained unmoved. With a slight movement of his left hand, talismans appeared and adhered to Hu Yan's body. This is a soul-devouring talisman. If you dare to make a move, I only need a thought to annihilate your soul, condemning you to eternal damnation. With those words, he dispelled the illusion array amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd. The real show is just beginning. How could I let my brother die unjustly? I will clear his name. Holding Hu Yan hostage, Gu Ming's figure flashed, appearing atop the heavenly crane tower. His body emanated a faint aura of malevolence and bloodlust, instantly attracting the attention of countless onlookers, who all stopped to watch the spectacle. What is that? A demonic cultivator? Hiss! What audacity! Daring to commit evil in Wuye City. This is a provocation against the Demon Suppression Division. Who says otherwise? Let's watch the show. It's been years since something so interesting has happened. Amidst the murmurs, Li Yu hurriedly picked up Hu Yan's life talisman, crushed it, and notified Hu Yuan. He flashed onto the opposite rooftop, his gaze fixed on Gu Ming, his heart growing increasingly uneasy. He knew that today, the heavens of Wei City had been broken. Shortly, figures of the demon-suppressing guards rapidly approached from all directions, landing on the rooftops and completely surrounding Tianhe Tower. Gu Ming ignored the whispers and doubts of the crowd, his hands gripping his sword, letting the cold wind whip his long hair and black robes. Hu Yan, let me tell you a secret. Those people have already secretly left Wei City. Hu Yan's expression changed drastically. This time, he was truly afraid of death. His only leverage against Gu Ming was gone, and he could no longer remain calm. His voice trembled as he spoke. Gu Ming, I have no grudge against you. That Shihu is just an ordinary cultivator. Is it worth trading your life for justice? Spare me, and I can guarantee your meteoric rise to the Golden Core Realm, even the nascent Soul Realm. Whatever you want, I can give you. Gu Ming scoffed and shook his head. Ordinary cultivators, in your eyes, the lives of ordinary cultivators are so cheap, but in my eyes, his life is 10,000 times more precious than yours. Hu Yan's anger surged, his voice twisted and maniacal, hoarse and piercing. An ant, what right does he have to compare himself to me? If I want, in Wei City, I can kill whoever I want. Gu Ming, don't go too far. Puffed. Gu Ming's will shifted slightly, and a soul-devouring talisman exploded, tearing a rift in Hu Yan's soul. The pain of a broken soul is 100 times more terrifying than losing a hand. In an instant, Hu Yan let out a painful howl, collapsing onto the roof, curled up and trembling, losing control of his bladder and bowels. Gu Ming, I'm a pitiful person too. When I was a child, Gu Ming stomped on his head, his face expressionless as he berated him. Shut up. I have no interest in your past. What, you want to tell me that even the most hateful person has a pitiful side? What does that have to do with me? In my eyes, you deserve to die, and you must die. The justice I seek, I will obtain with my own hands. It has nothing to do with anyone else. At this moment, the entire demon-suppressing guards of Wei City arrived at this place, including many Golden Core Grand Perfection experts. But faced with this scene, no one dared to act rashly. When Zhu Kui arrived and saw this scene, how could he not guess the reason behind it? Could the murderer really be him? I misunderstood Shihu. The four people behind him remained silent. Faced with such a matter, they too had no right to interfere. Just then, thunder rumbled in the void, thick fog spread, and terrifying heavenly might swept across the surroundings. A figure in a silver silk robe flashed in, a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to Hu Yan in his features. His figure hovered in mid-air, his nascent soul aura raging, distorting the void and creating ripples. Behind him, Chu Xiliu appeared. Seeing this scene, he felt helpless, knowing that today's events would likely not end well. Before coming here, he had already gone to the residence of Zhao Sandao and the others, only to find it deserted. Brother Hu, let me handle this. Don't act rashly. Hu Yuan concealed his aura and nodded slightly. He wanted to see what Gu Ming was up to. Chu Xiliu stepped forward, his gaze calm as he looked at Gu Ming, secretly transmitting his voice. Gu Ming, why go to such lengths? Release Hu Yan, and I can guarantee your survival. Gu Ming stood tall and composed, calmly looking at Chu Xiliu. What can't you say openly? Why use telepathy? Are you afraid the world will know about the despicable dealings of the Demon Suppression Division? Chu Xiliu's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Shihu's death may be a misunderstanding, but the truth still needs investigation. Come back to the Demon Suppression Division with me. I guarantee you'll be safe with my life. Gu Ming chuckled, a hint of mockery in his voice. He looked down at Hu Yan, who was barely alive, soiled with excrement. Young Master Hu, speak. Tell the world the truth. Hu Yan closed his eyes, his body trembling, but he remained silent. He knew that if he revealed the truth, he would surely die. Gu Ming remained calm and spoke softly. Won't speak? I have plenty of ways to make you speak. The soul-devouring talisman might kill you. Why not try my 10,000 ant pill? As the name suggests, after taking it, your body will suffer the agony of being devoured by 10,000 ants. If you can survive the 10,000 ant pill, I also have the bone-corroding pill, the heart-burning pill, the skin-peeling pill, the slow-cut pill, the flesh-separating pill, many, many more. Upon hearing this, not only was Hu Yan terrified, wetting himself repeatedly, but everyone around him was also chilled to the bone. They suddenly realized that this usually unassuming and easygoing young man might actually be the real demon. Chapter 56 Right or wrong, merit or demerit will be judged. Gu Ming gave Hu Yan no time to react, forcing him to swallow the 10,000 ant pill. In an instant, crimson blood seeped from his skin, every inch of his flesh, blood, and hair trembled, and he let out a wailing sound like a demon. These pills were naturally his own creations, the kind that commanded royalties. Having lived for hundreds of years, he had wasted most of his time on these strange and unusual concoctions. Seeing Hu Yuan's unusual behavior, Gu Ming smiled faintly and offered a reminder. This is a soul-devouring talisman. Try it and see if you can kill me instantly, but you probably can't. Gu Ming spoke confidently, ripples spreading around him. In an instant, array stones appeared in all directions, transforming into a defensive formation. Seeing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. Holy crap, forming an array with a single thought. More powerful than any array master I've ever seen. This guy's been hiding his true abilities too well. His alchemy and array skills have already surpassed his cultivation level. Terrifying. Such talent, and yet the Demon Suppression Division hasn't discovered him. What a pity, it's too late. In everyone's hearts, regardless of the outcome today, Gu Ming is doomed. Hu Yuan's face was icy, but he slowly withdrew his aura, not daring to make a move. Chu Xili sighed helplessly, knowing that today's events could not be resolved peacefully unless that person from Wei City intervened. But he hadn't shown himself for 100 years, remaining in seclusion. Gu Ming, you must understand the consequences if Hu Yan reveals the truth. It will shatter the world's trust in the Demon Suppression Division. Hu Yan is wrong, but the Demon Suppression Division is innocent. Have you seen all the sacrifices the Demon Suppression Division has made for the world over the years? Are you willing to destroy the prestige built up by the entire Demon Suppression Division for one person? Hearing Chu Xiliu's telepathic message, Gu Ming smiled calmly. Even though his body and soul suffered the backlash from the heavenly nether burial technique, he didn't care. Right or wrong, I don't care. I just want to live freely and without regrets. Hu Yan, since you still choose to persist, then continue. Hu Yan heard Gu Ming's voice, which seemed to echo from the depths of hell, and spoke haltingly in a low voice. I'll talk, please, kill me. I ordered Wang Yun and the other 4 to kill Shi Hu, framing him. I killed Zhu Xinyi. The soul-devouring heart-eating incident in Wei City was all my doing. Upon hearing this, a terrifying silence fell over the world. Everyone stared at Hu Yan in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the son of a silver-ranked demon-suppressing guard of Wei City, that refined and amiable young man, was actually the soul-devouring heart-eating demon. At that moment, a clamor of discussion resounded through the heavens. Many demon-suppressing guards exchanged bewildered glances, their demon-suppressing blades falling, no longer aimed at Gu Ming. Becoming a demon-suppressing guard was for 2 reasons: first, the prestigious status and the respect they received; second, the sense of justice and fairness they held in their hearts. Most demon-suppressing guards in the demon-suppressing division possessed a sense of peace. But they were all ordinary demon-suppressing guards, without background or powerful backers, risking their lives to maintain the peace of this void. Not enough. Then, Hu Yan recounted, haltingly, how he had threatened Zhao Sandao, revealing his twisted and perverse psychology. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Hu Yuan. It's all your fault. You insisted on offending the demonic path and countless evil cultivators for the sake of your own sense of justice. They killed my mother, imprisoned and tortured me, ruined my mind, ruined my cultivation, ruined everything. Ha, you'll never know what it means to be worse than dead. Just for the sake of your own sense of justice, you disregarded the lives of my mother and me. How can you face the world? How can you face my mother and me? Hu Yuan, even if I die and am buried in the deepest hell, I will never forgive you. You ruined me. Those who died by my hand are also to blame. Ha 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 ha. You ruined me, and I will ruin the reputation you cherish most. What? Angry? Then why did you choose to cover it up when I killed someone for the first time? Ha, hypocritical, ha 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 ha. Hearing Hu Yuan's maniacal laughter, everyone fell silent again, their expressions complex. Chu Xili sighed deeply. If it weren't for the twists and turns, how could he have stood idly by and watched right and wrong unfold? Gu Ming's pupils constricted slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man with a murderous intent in his eyes. After a long while, Hu Yuan sighed softly, pushed Chu Xili aside, and looked at Gu Ming with a terrifyingly calm gaze. It's time to end this. It's all my fault. Gu Ming, kill him, and I will kill you, then commit suicide to atone for my sins against the world. Upon hearing this, Chu Xilia's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly tried to stop him. Brother Hu, you mustn't. My mind is made up. There's no need to persuade me anymore. I, Hu Yuan, have lived an upright life and cannot bear the strange looks from the world. Death, for me, is the best end. Many of the demon-suppressing guards paled. Although Hu Yuan's character was corrupt, he had once been an idol revered by countless people. Every deed he had done was awe-inspiring. Years ago, his demonic cultivator accomplices threatened him with the lives of his wife and children to force him to hand over the demonic cultivators he had suppressed a one-for-one exchange, but Hu Yuan remained unmoved, publicly punishing the demonic cultivators, destroying their bodies and souls. He had also single-handedly stormed into demonic lairs, rescuing countless innocent lives. He had led the charge during the demonic tide. Every single act proved that he possessed a sense of justice. Perhaps out of guilt towards Hu Yan, he ultimately embarked on a path of no return, committing a grave mistake. Gu Ming remained silent for a long time, then slowly raised his wooden sword and brought it down with a soft thud, ending Hu Yan's life. The moment the blood stained the eaves, everyone's hearts trembled, and they all felt a strange sense of disorientation. A barely perceptible trace of sadness and guilt flashed in Hu Yuan's eyes. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed wildly, his mid-nascent soul cultivation breaking through its shackles, stepping into the late-nascent soul stage. He had already reached the late-nascent soul stage, but because of Hu Yan, he was ashamed to show his prowess in public. Today, however, he would fight his final battle, killing Gu Ming to avenge his son, and then committing suicide to atone for his sins against the world. Ha 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 ha, good riddance. Hu Yan deserves to die 1,000 deaths. How can one have it all, to be true to both the world and one's family? Gu Ming, killing you is against reason, but out of sentiment, I cannot kill you. Rest assured, on the road to the Yellow Springs, I, Hu Yuan, will accompany you. As his words fell, Hu Yuan raised his hand, and a silver demon-suppressing guardian sword pierced through the air, its body crackling with countless bolts of lightning, radiating destructive power. With each step he took, the void trembled, cracks appeared, and the sky roared incessantly. At this moment, even someone as powerful as Chu Xilya dared only watch from the sidelines, not daring to intervene. Gu Ming slowly raised his wooden sword. The defensive array dissipated, and the heavenly nether burial technique flowed slowly within his body, preparing to unleash its third level and perish together with Hu Yuan. Right or wrong, merit or demerit, will be judged by others. I bear this karma. Come! Just as the great battle was about to erupt, a sigh suddenly echoed throughout Wea City. The two, who had been brimming with fighting spirit, suddenly froze, unable to move. Gu Ming frowned slightly, muttering to himself. They've come? So be it. Killing Hu Yan has avenged Shi Hu. Dying like this is without regret. Gu Ming had no intention of killing Hu Yuan. Although he had indirectly caused Shi Hu's death, wasn't Hu Yuan also a pitiful figure? For him, living was more painful than dying. Chapter 57. If you have the strength in the future, let's settle this with a fight to the death. A vast, celestial might swept in, enveloping the area. Everyone showed reverence, especially the demon-suppressing guards, who all bowed respectfully. Chu Xilya's expression brightened slightly, her attitude equally respectful. Only Hu Yuan and Gu Ming remained coldly staring at each other, showing little reaction. The void shattered, and a figure in white robes with long hair, remarkably young, stepped through the air. With each step, frost and snowflakes left their mark on the void, and a chill swept across the heavens and earth, as if winter had arrived. Bailey Kinghan slowly raised his eyes. The auras of the two had strangely dissipated. He gave Gu Ming a deep look, somewhat surprised by Gu Ming's cultivation technique. Stopping their steps, Bailey Kinghan's eyes flickered slightly, and the two regained their mobility. You used a forbidden technique. Although I don't know the potential side effects, the price will undoubtedly be enormous. If you don't recover in time, you will still die. Gu Ming was slightly taken aback, wondering if this person wasn't going to kill him. He had already decided to go all out, so the sudden decision surprised him. After a pause, Gu Ming sat cross-legged, planted his wooden sword beside him, and with a casual wave of his hand, a formation stone appeared, condensing green spiritual light. This was a healing formation he had specially created to counter the heavenly nether burial technique's side effects. As long as he didn't use the third layer of heavenly nether burial, he was confident he could recover. After all, the heavenly nether burial technique targeted lifespan, while his lifespan was infinite. He only needed to heal the hidden dangers left by the heavenly nether power in his body. With a slight thought, hundreds of pills floated around him, then with a bang, transformed into a mist of pills, enveloping him and slowly merging into his body, rapidly healing the hidden dangers inevitably brought about by the heavenly nether burial technique. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Holy crap, alchemy and array formations can be used like this? Who said it's a heretical path? It's incredibly useful. I want to cultivate it too. Dream on. Alchemy and array formations are far more difficult than cultivation. Those who can reach the Gu Ming level are all monstrous talents. This person probably lacks talent in cultivation, so they cultivate alchemy and array formations. But I must say, it's incredibly impressive. Even Bailey Kinghan was shocked at this moment, astonished by Gu Ming's mastery of alchemy and formations. This little fellow, truly a rare talent. Turning to Hu Yuan, Bailey Kinghan sighed softly. Hu Yuan was someone he had personally promoted and watched grow. How could he not know his character? Unfortunately, that disaster ultimately destroyed him. Hu Yuan, do you know your crime? Hu Yuan bowed, his voice calm. My lord, I know my crime. Since I cannot kill him, then I beg you to allow me to atone with my death. Bailey Kinghan was slightly angered, his icy gaze fixed on Hu Yuan, exuding immense pressure. You seek death? Where is your former sense of justice and your original intentions? Tell me the answer. The voice entered his mind like rolling thunder, shaking Hu Yuan into a daze, seemingly bringing him back to his senses. He lowered his body even further, not daring to look Bailey Kinghan directly in the eye. I have failed your cultivation, sir. But I have no face to live on. With a sigh, Bailey Kinghan was deeply troubled. This Hu Yuan was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and his cultivation was no easy feat. Moreover, his original aspirations remained, only blinded by Hu Yuan's words. Logically and emotionally, in his heart, he shouldn't die, at least not here. If you have no fear of death, why fear living? You are fined 10 million spirit stones, demoted to a third-level bronze-rank demon suppression guard, and, you must live, continue to live for the demon suppression division, live for the common people. Hu Yan's crimes require your atonement. Until then, you cannot die. Hu Yuan remained silent for a long time, then sighed with complex emotions, bowed, and said, "Yes, sir." Rising, Hu Yuan looked expressionlessly at Gu Ming, who was staring at him. "Shi Hu's death is inextricably linked to me. I bear the blame for Hu Yan's crimes. You killed Hu Yan, he deserved it. But as a father, how could I stand idly by? I will remember this grudge. If one day in the future you are strong enough, let's fight to the death, shall we? I am not afraid of death, but this crippled body of mine is still useful." Gu Ming composed himself, slowly rose, drew his wooden sword, and stared directly at Hu Yuan. "All right, you can always come to me to avenge your son. I, Gu Ming, will be waiting." Since he could avoid death, Gu Ming naturally wouldn't seek it out. After all, this demon suppression division seemed truly different. Both Bailey Kinghan and Hu Yuan had their own stories, neither deserved to die. He wanted to see if this demon suppression division was merely a facade, or truly deserving of its name. Hu Yuan gave Gu Ming a deep look, his figure flashed, he collected Hu Yan's corpse, and disappeared. Besides, with Bailey Kinghan present, even if he wanted to kill, he'd need the strength. Bailey Kinghan glanced around, his voice filled with authority. "Nothing to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone scattered and disappeared instantly, not daring to linger. Chu's Hilliu bowed respectfully. "My lord, this subordinate takes his leave." Bailey Kinghan gave a faint hum and looked at Gu Ming. The two stared at each other, neither looking away. Bailey Kinghan was inwardly taken aback, unable to suppress a thought. "This little fellow's personality is somewhat like mine when I was young. Want to chat? All right." As soon as Gu Ming finished speaking, the world spun around them, and when their vision returned, they found themselves in a quaint little courtyard. The courtyard was simple: a pavilion, a stone table, a paulownia tree, and a thatched hut. No one would have imagined that the powerful ruler of Wuyan City, a first-level silver token demon suppression guard, and a nascent soul stage expert, would live in such a place. "Sit down, don't be so formal." Before he could finish speaking, he was surprised to find Gu Ming already seated, pouring tea casually, completely unconcerned about his surroundings. Bailey Kinghan paused, chuckled softly, and sat down opposite Gu Ming, asking with slight curiosity, "You seem unafraid of me? Why should I fear you?" Gu Ming's retort startled Bailey Kinghan again. Indeed, why should he fear him? He wasn't afraid of death, so what was there to fear? Carefully observing Gu Ming, Bailey Kinghan found the young man before him to be shrouded in mystery. Every movement was spontaneous and natural, without any affectation or pretense, perfectly in accordance with the Dao. Even Bailey Kinghan couldn't help but admire this state of mind. A natural talent for cultivation, though his cultivation level was truly underwhelming. Bailey Kinghan didn't think Gu Ming lacked talent, he simply felt that Gu Ming was wasting too much energy on alchemy and formations, resulting in his low cultivation level. "Do you feel that my handling of this matter was unfair?" Gu Ming looked up at Bailey Kinghan and shook his head. "There is no right or wrong, no fairness, everything is relative. From the perspective of the Taizhou dynasty, Hu Yuan's mistakes are insignificant compared to his merits, negligible. If I forced you to kill him, you wouldn't. Besides, what right do I have to force you to kill a late-stage nascent soul expert? I know my own limitations." Bailey Kinghan fell silent. "No, your insight is so clear that it makes me, a nascent soul expert, seem like an NPC." Gu Ming ignored Bailey Kinghan and continued. "Even in the eyes of the demon suppression guards, ordinary cultivators, and mortals, Hu Yuan shouldn't have died, he could be forgiven. But in my eyes, I never received any favors from him. My brother died because he indulged his son. So, if I had the chance, I would still kill him. You don't need to ask my opinion. I won't hold it against you. I have no right to do so now. The fact that you've protected me on a fair ground is already more than enough. You still have a conscience." Bailey Kinghan was utterly speechless, unsure how to speak to Gu Ming. Chapter 58 Legendary Figures. Suddenly, Gu Ming smiled faintly and said slowly, "Hu Yuan is a respectable opponent. I actually look forward to the day when I can personally kill him, or he can kill me." Bailey Kinghan sighed and rubbed his temples helplessly. "You're as mature as an old monster. If it weren't for your youthful and vigorous life force, I would almost have thought you were an old monster in disguise." Fine, my prepared words are useless now. I won't interfere in the feud between the two of you. If you have the ability, then kill Hu Yuan. However, with your cultivation level, that's quite difficult. Don't worry, Hu Yuan won't take advantage of your vulnerability, at least he won't attack you secretly. I can guarantee that. Gu Ming nodded. He trusted his intuition. Hu Yuan was an upright person, and their life or death struggle would definitely be fought openly. Is there anything else? Gu Ming stretched, feeling somewhat exhausted. Although the aftereffects of the heavenly nether burial technique had been eliminated, he still wanted to get some sleep as soon as possible. Bailey Qinghan felt a slight sense of helplessness. As a first-level silver token demon suppression guard, the ruler of Wuyan City, and even a figure of considerable renown throughout the entire Taexa dynasty, he was a well-known and respected individual. Facing Gu Ming, she always felt like she was being led by the nose. Don't you have any requests? Bailey Qinghan finally couldn't help but ask. Gu Ming's gaze turned strange as he looked at Bailey Qinghan. What demands could I possibly have? I have no grievances, no merits, and have even committed a grave error. Logically and morally, your decision not to kill me is, in your words, a favor to me. Bailey Qinghan raised an eyebrow. Gu Ming was far too clever, seeing through everything. Such a being, seemingly easygoing, was difficult to control. He paused, pondered for a moment, and then spoke softly. I appoint you as a level 1 bronze rank demon suppressing guard, tasked with forming a small team. Your usual duties will involve refining pills and talismans for the demon suppressing division. You will be granted 200,000 spirit stones per month. How does that sound? Gu Ming rose, stretched, and walked slowly towards the courtyard gate, speaking casually. I've accepted the identity of a level 1 bronze token demon suppression guard. As for forming a squad? Forget it, one person is fine. Don't worry, I'll do what needs to be done. I won't give you special treatment. The rest is up to you. Creak. Gu Ming pushed open the door and left, leaving Bailey Qinghan bewildered in the wind. After a long while, Chu Xiliu appeared behind him. My lord, this young man has no faith and no sense of belonging to the demon suppression division. I'm afraid he won't stay long. He seems indifferent to everything. This is the first time I've been unable to see through such a young man, so unambitious and carefree. Bailey Qinghan nodded slightly and sighed softly. Never mind, let him be. No need to pay him any attention. A being who has reached the profound level in both alchemy and formations, how could he be an ordinary person? Yes, sir. Chu Xiliu bowed respectfully and then left. Back in the courtyard, Gu Ming patted his forehead, only then remembering Zhao Sandeo and the others. Never mind, the spirit stones I left them are enough for them to cultivate for several years. This demon suppression division isn't a long-term solution, leaving is fine. Muttering to himself, Gu Ming put the matter out of his mind, returned to his room, set up the formation, lay down, and fell into a deep sleep. Time flows like water, fleeting in an instant. Spring goes and autumn comes, unknowingly, another 18 years have passed. For 18 years, Gu Ming spent his days accepting missions, refining billions of pills, and crafting billions of spirit weapons, runes, and array stones to sell, keeping some for himself as backup. His storage bags were already overflowing with spirit stones, so he had to use several storage bags to store them. He was used to the storage bag given to him by old Zhao and hadn't replaced it. It looked quite old. On this day, Gu Ming opened his eyes from his cultivation. His spiritual power was vast as the sea, like a raging wave sweeping through his meridians, spreading outwards and surging in all directions, shaking the array. Slowly suppressing his aura, Gu Ming's cultivation had finally broken through, reaching a new high and stepping into the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Clenching his fist, Gu Ming grinned, quite satisfied. Not bad at all. A mere foundation establishment, great perfection, easily handled. I mustn't be arrogant. Cultivation is a journey of one step at a time, requiring steady progress, learning from the experiences of predecessors, and persevering. After encouraging himself, Gu Ming checked his character panel. Name, Gu Ming. Race, human. Cultivation level, foundation establishment, great perfection. Physique, mortal. Cultivation techniques, falling wind palm, heavenly nether burial technique. Supernatural abilities, none. Lifespan, infinity. Talent, life borrowing. Occupation, high-grade profound alchemist, high-grade profound array master, mid-grade profound weapon refiner, high-grade profound spirit plant master, high-grade yellow beast tamer. Heavenly spiritual object, bone nether profound fire. His mastery of formations had made a breakthrough, reaching the upper level of the profound rank. Other aspects, however, hadn't improved, mainly because he'd spent most of the past 18 years diligently cultivating. He got up and prepared a feast, enjoying some alone. Gu Ming changed into the uniform of a level 1 bronze rank demon suppression guard, slung his demon suppression blade over his shoulder, and looked quite spirited. Time to report to the demon suppression division. Can't slack off, work hard and strive for improvement. Soon, Gu Ming arrived at the Demon Suppression Division. Many new faces were present in the Demon Suppression Division. The familiar faces from 18 years ago were dwindling. That Zhu Kuei, 11 years ago, during a mission, he encountered a mid-golden core stage demon. His entire team was wiped out, not a single member survived. Out of consideration for his past connection with Zhu Xinyi, Gu Ming erected a tombstone for him and buried him alongside her. Gu Ming's appearance instantly caused a stir. Everyone knew of his feat 18 years ago, which had shocked the entire Wuya city, becoming the talk of the town. Many newly recruited demon suppression guards idolized Gu Ming, their eyes lighting up at the sight of him as they rushed forward to greet him. "Captain Gu, you've arrived. Long time no see, Captain Gu, how have you been? Oh, you've suddenly appeared. Congratulations. Heavens. Captain Gu has actually broken through to the great perfection of Foundation establishment. What a joyous occasion. Shouldn't we throw a feast at Tianhe Tower?" The crowd teased and jeering, as it wasn't a secret that Gu Ming's cultivation had remained at the late Foundation establishment stage for 33 years. In fact, it had become a rare occurrence within the Demon Suppression Bureau. Chu Xilio had personally intervened to explain for Gu Ming that he focused most of his energy on array formations and alchemy, hence his slower cultivation progress, and that no one should use this as a reason to question his position. Gu Ming smiled calmly and responded to each question, his attitude easygoing and unconcerned about the well-intentioned teasing. Upon arriving at the mission distribution area in the inner hall, many team leaders were selecting suitable missions. Seeing Gu Ming arrive, they all greeted him with cupped hands. Even cultivators at the peak of the Golden Core stage dared not underestimate Gu Ming. They had personally witnessed the momentous event that shocked Wuye City. Facing a late-stage Nascent Soul expert, he had slain his own son. Such domineering power was unforgettable. They knew that if Gu Ming were to use forbidden techniques again, his strength would likely be no weaker than theirs, so they dared not underestimate him. "Brother Gu, it's been a while. Do you have a mission that catches your eye today? If it conflicts with mine, I can give it to you." Qin Bin, the leader of the Demon Suppression Squad who had become quite familiar with Gu Ming over the years, approached him, smiling and joking. Qin Bin was a peak Golden Core cultivator, a top figure in Wuye City. Gu Ming's smile remained unchanged as he replied softly, "Just browsing." Chapter 59, Returning to the Origin Heaven. Just then, a figure entered from the back hall. It was Chu Xiliu, whose cultivation had now reached the mid-nascent soul stage, significantly elevating his status. Upon seeing him, everyone except Gu Ming bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Looking at Gu Ming, he smiled and nodded, then spoke solemnly. "The world has undergone a strange change. The forbidden zone of Giwen Heaven has opened. We have received news that the Desire Demon Sect, the Joyous Union Sect, and the Ghost Nether Sect have joined forces, sending a large number of demonic cultivators to infiltrate Giwen Heaven, intending to take advantage of the chaos to slaughter disciples of various families and sects, as well as rogue cultivators, using their flesh and blood to cultivate and disrupt world order. As the Demon Suppression Guard, a sort of law enforcement for the Taegzu dynasty, we must uphold principles, maintain peace, and slay demons and suppress evil. By imperial decree, each city's Demon Suppression Division must send Demon Suppression Guards into Giwen Heaven, firstly to deal with demons and evil paths, and secondly to collect resources. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with excitement. Giwen Heaven is an ancient forbidden land, containing countless opportunities. Legend has it that some have found such opportunities within, secluded themselves for 1,000 years, broke through to the refinement void realm, and become renowned powerhouses. There have been powerful figures on the verge of death who, with a desperate determination, ventured into Giwen Heaven, finding the essence of life to extend their lives by 1,000 years. And there have been those with ordinary cultivation physiques who obtained special Deo bodies, defying fate. Similar stories abound, appearing every time Giwen Heaven opens. Chu Xiliu, sensing the thoughts of the crowd, coughed, and the crowd quieted down. He then continued, "This time is different from before. According to intelligence from our spies, the three major evil sects have joined forces, intending to use the blood and souls of cultivators for cultivation, thus challenging the majesty of the Taegzu dynasty. Therefore, we cannot be careless. For the sake of the Taegzu dynasty, for the Demon Suppression Division, and for the sake of all living beings, your primary task is to eradicate the demonic forces. By order of Lord Bailey, Wuye City is dispatching 5 elite Demon Suppression Guards to Giwen Heaven, led by Captain Hu." The crowd was stunned, their expressions turning strange as they looked at Gu Ming. Captain Hu was naturally Hu Yuan. Over the years, he had risen through the ranks to become a level 1 bronze rank Demon Suppression Guard based on his merits. He could have regained his silver rank status, but he refused. Gu Ming remained unconcerned, his expression unchanged. Seeing that Gu Ming showed no unusual reaction, Chu Xiliu continued, "The team requirement is that all members be at the Golden Core realm." His gaze swept over the expectant captains, and he began calling out names. Qin Bin, Lan Pakshan, Liu, Shen Lang, Ye Shuanghong, the 5 of you, prepare yourselves and inform your subordinates that we will depart for Diwen Heaven in 3 days. The 4 men and 1 woman named showed delight, stepped forward, and bowed. Yes, sir. Chu's Hilia stood up, about to leave, when Gu Ming suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. I want to go too. Chu's Hilia stopped, turned to look at Gu Ming, her brows furrowing slightly. Gu Ming, although you are the captain, you are alone, without subordinates, and your cultivation level does not meet the requirements. Suddenly, Bailey Kinghan's voice echoed in her mind. He paused, then nodded. All right, you will enter Diwen Heaven with the team. Be careful in everything. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then, remembering Gu Ming's methods, they understood. Gu Ming's methods were no less than those of them at the peak of the Golden Core stage. With a flick of his finger to set up an array, coupled with that forbidden technique, survival wouldn't be difficult. Upon returning to his residence, Bailey Kinghan was already waiting for him. This trip to Diwen Heaven is not safe. Are you sure you want to go? I know you are highly skilled, but the enemies you face are not simply those at the Golden Core stage. Besides, the forbidden area holds both opportunities and dangers. Gu Ming smiled calmly, speaking casually. Just bored. I'm going to join in the fun. I'm going crazy from being cooped up in Wea City. This reason surprised Bailey Kinghan, yet it made perfect sense. Patting Gu Ming's shoulder, Bailey Kinghan hesitated, then sighed. Don't worry about Hu Yuan. Even if he doesn't help you, at least he won't attack you or make things difficult for you. I don't know what you want, and I know you have no sense of belonging to the Demon Suppression Division, but I hope that after this trip to Diwen Heaven, you will have a new understanding of the Demon Suppression Division. After Bailey Kinghan left, Gu Ming remained silent for a moment, then put the matter out of his mind. A sense of belonging? For him, an immortal being, wherein this world was his home? What sense of belonging could he possibly have? Soon, 3 days passed in a flash. The group set off, led by Hu Yuan, aboard a flying boat towards Diwen Heaven. Gu Ming met Hu Yuan, exchanging only a brief glance without any exchange. A day later, the flying boat arrived at the entrance to Diwen Heaven. The entire Diwen Heaven was shrouded in spatial turbulence, covering countless billions of miles. Its exact size was unknown. Besides the entrance, the surrounding area was filled with spatial turbulence, chaotic great Deo laws, and the vengeful spirits of ancient powerful beings who had perished. All these combined to make Diwen Heaven a forbidden zone for life. Even Mahayana realm experts dared not force their way in. Only when the time was right, when the laws reorganized and a passage appeared, could one step into Diwen Heaven. Countless ancient powerhouses had perished in Diwen Heaven. Danger was ever present. The flying boat landed and was put away. Hu Yuanyu's cold and calm gaze swept over the crowd. He flicked his sleeves, and tokens fell into their hands. If there is any danger, crush the token, and I will be able to sense your exact location. Remember, Diwen Heaven opens for 10 years at a time. Do not linger for more than 10 years, otherwise, the next opening will be uncertain. It could be 100 years, 1,000 years. Staying in Diwen Heaven is a near certain death. The crowd readily obeyed. Gu Ming looked at the token in his hand, his eyes slightly strange. After everyone left, Hu Yuan looked at Gu Ming. Lord Bailey asked me to look after you, but I think you don't need it and will definitely refuse. Gu Ming nodded. It has nothing to do with grudges. I don't like traveling with others. Well, take care. With that, Hu Yuan led his 5 Golden Core Realm demon suppressing guards into Diwen Heaven. Gu Ming looked around. Cultivators were constantly arriving, entering Diwen Heaven, and even many demon suppressing guards were entering. They saw each other but only nodded, without exchanging words. I hope this trip will be somewhat interesting. Gu Ming, hands behind his back, slowly stepped into the Diwen Heaven, showing no hurry. 1 month later, Huanfeng Ridge. The ground was covered in crimson maple leaves, littered with mangled corpses. Gu Ming wiped the blood from his demon-suppressing blade with a black cloth, sheathed it, and continued on his way. He happened to arrive at this place and encountered a dozen or so ghost nether sect cultivators lurking around, discussing something furtively. Gu Ming killed them casually. They were all Foundation establishment cultivators, too weak. In the past month, Gu Ming had only collected some spiritual herbs and plants, without encountering any significant opportunities. The surrounding environment was indistinguishable from the outside world. If it weren't for the relatively dense spiritual energy, he would have doubted that this was any ancient forbidden land at all. He encountered many cultivators during his journey, but no conflicts broke out. Seeing his demon-suppressing guard uniform, most of them were respectful and dared not act rashly. 3 days later, Gu Ming discovered a large number of spirit iris flowers in a cave. Gu Ming revealed a hint of joy, muttering to himself as he collected them. This stuff is good. It's the main ingredient for brewing ancient spirit iris wine. I'll collect some and go back to brew it. Spirit iris wine was a rare commodity in this era. Its brewing method required specific techniques, using an array to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for nourishment, using 5-element pills for flavoring, and using spirit iris flowers as the main ingredient. The growing conditions for spirit iris flowers were very demanding, and artificial cultivation was difficult. Only in ancient forbidden lands like Diwan Heaven would such a large quantity exist. Chapter 60 Cultivation is not about fighting and killing, but about understanding human relationships and worldly affairs. Having finished collecting the flowers, Gu Ming was about to turn and leave when 3 figures appeared at the cave entrance, blocking his path. The woman at the head of the group let out a soft exclamation of surprise. "Someone beat us to it?" The 2 men beside her looked at Gu Ming in the cave, their bodies radiating a faint spiritual light, filled with vigilance. Sun Jian on the left snorted coldly, taking out a cherry blossom spear from his storage bag, its blade gleaming with a cold golden light. "Fellow deist, this place is our opportunity. To steal our opportunity is like killing our parents. Isn't that inappropriate?" Zhou Ke on the right conjured a large sword in his hand, its emerald light shimmering, and spoke immediately. "Leave the spirit iris flowers, and we'll let you go. An ordinary spirit iris flower is worth 1,000 spirit stones in the outside world. The ones Gu Ming collected were over 100 years old, of extremely high quality, their value immeasurable. For the 3 of them, it was a huge fortune. They had gone to great lengths to obtain information about the spirit iris flowers, and naturally, they wouldn't let it go. Gu Ming remained calm, unfazed by their threats, and instead inquired with curiosity. "Your opportunity? Opportunities belong to those who seize them first. This is the rule of the cultivation world. When did it become your opportunity?" "Ridiculous!" Lu Ruyan scoffed, crossing her arms over her ample bosom, and said arrogantly. "This is a treasure trove we acquired at auction, costing a fortune. How can it not be ours? You stole our opportunity, and yet you shamelessly question us. Heh, I've never seen such a brazen person." The 3 men's self-righteousness left Gu Ming somewhat bewildered, almost believing he was truly in the wrong. After a pause, he slowly stepped out of the darkness, revealing his true face. Seeing Gu Ming subdue them, the 3 men's expressions changed slightly, revealing fear. "Demon Suppression Guard? Damn it, how could we run into the Demon Suppression Guard? Rumor has it they appear in squads." "No, he's just one person, a mere foundation establishment cultivator at the peak of cultivation. The 3 of us are all at the peak of foundation establishment." Exchanging glances, Lu Ruyan suddenly smiled coquettishly, swaying her fiery body as she walked step by step towards Gu Ming. "Oh, so it's Lord Demon Suppression Guard. Misunderstanding. Since it's something Lord Gu has taken a fancy to, how dare we rogue cultivators covet it?" Reaching Gu Ming's side, Lu Ruyan exhaled a fragrant breath, her body radiating a strange aroma, soft and alluring, irresistible. Gu Ming's expression remained calm, silently observing Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan inwardly sneered, deliberately revealing her ample bosom as she pressed closer to Gu Ming. "My lord, I admire the demon-suppressing guards the most, and my dream is to give my first time to you. The time is perfect, why not?" A poisoned dagger appeared from Lu Ruyan's sleeve. Before she could even draw it, a flash of light appeared. Lu Ruyan was stunned. The dagger fell to the ground. She clutched her bleeding neck with both hands, glaring venomously at Gu Ming. Why? Women only disturb my Dao heart, they must die." The long blade slashed again, cleaving Lu Ruyan in 2, unable to hang herself while she was still hot. The sudden turn of events shocked Sun Jian and Zhou Ke. They never expected that the mighty demon-suppressing guards would suddenly turn on a woman. Recovering from their shock, Sun Jian and Zhou Ke were enraged and attacked together. "You deserve to die. How dare you kill our 2 wives? The mighty demon-suppressing guards, killing weak women? Then don't blame us for being impolite." Gu Ming was stunned. Their wives? Who said the ancients were conservative? They were certainly quite adventurous. Shaking his head, Gu Ming remained unmoved by their deadly attacks. When they were within 3 feet of him, Gu Ming slowly sheathed his sword and snapped his fingers. The 2 men were astonished, their pupils contracting infinitely as they looked around. Unbeknownst to them, countless talismans had appeared out of thin air, surrounding them completely, radiating terrifying killing intent. "When? How is this possible? You actually set up a killing formation beforehand?" Gu Ming shook his head, slightly bored, and slowly walked past them, heading out. "Just something I set up casually. Against mere foundation establishment cultivators at the peak of their cultivation, why would I need to lift a finger? Goodbye." Gu Ming left the cave, snapping his fingers again. With a deafening boom, dozens of explosive talismans detonated, leveling the entire cave, leaving no trace of the 2 men's bodies. Did I learn array formations for nothing? Cultivation isn't about fighting and killing, it's about understanding human relationships and social interactions. If the 3 had been more courteous, hadn't harbored any murderous intent towards him, and had explained the situation clearly, he might have given him some spirit iris flowers. After all, these things weren't that important to Gu Ming. Unfortunately, they didn't understand human relationships and social interactions, they only knew how to fight and kill. Leaving the cave, Gu Ming continued to wander aimlessly. As for opportunities, Gu Ming firmly believed that what is destined to be will be, and what is not destined to be cannot be forced. Rather than actively seeking them out, why not wait for them to come to him? Crack! Suddenly, Gu Ming stopped and looked down. Beneath the broken, withered tree trunk was a stone tablet, obscured by fallen leaves. He crouched down, cleared away the leaves and debris, revealing the stone tablet. It was an ancient stone tablet, the inscription on it illegible, not belonging to this era. Luckily, Gu Ming loved reading and happened to have learned this style of calligraphy. After half an incense stick's time, Gu Ming revealed a hint of interest. Master Yun Ting, an ancient tribulation transcending expert, this seems to be his final resting place. Looking around, the land was flat and open, not at all like a blessed cave or a tomb. After a pause, Gu Ming erected the tombstone, revealing an entrance beneath it. So simple? The final resting place of a tribulation transcending expert should contain some interesting things. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Ming's figure flashed, and he entered the tomb. Although he didn't understand why a powerful tribulation transcending expert's tomb had gone unnoticed so obviously, that didn't matter. Perhaps it was fate, who could say for sure? The moment he stepped inside, eerie green bronze lamps lit up, illuminating the surroundings. Gu Ming couldn't help but mutter a curse. Does a tomb have to be so unoriginal? All the same. If I die, my tomb must be magnificent and grand, like a paradise, buried in a sea of flowers, with the sky as my blanket and the earth as my bed, surrounded by birdsong and fragrant blossoms. Wouldn't that be wonderful? A figure appeared ahead, sitting cross-legged on a stone platform, lifeless, having been dead for a long time. However, because he was a tribulation transcending expert, his physical body was relatively well preserved, except for his somewhat dry skin. Arriving before true person Yun Ting, Gu Ming remained silent for a moment, then slightly moved his hand, and 3 incense sticks appeared. He lit them and placed them in front of him. Senior, I've arrived. Where is the opportunity? True person Yun Ting did not answer, and Gu Ming forgave his rudeness. Looking around, he suddenly noticed a recording stone on the high platform. A light flashed, automatically triggering, and a wisp of true person Yun Ting's sleeping will appeared. Wow, voice controlled, very advanced. Gu Ming praised, and the projection of true person Yun Ting appeared in the recording stone, his gaze fixed on Gu Ming. Congratulations, future generations, you will receive my inheritance. Thank you. Out of politeness, Gu Ming offered his thanks. True person Yun Ting's will slightly faltered, his gaze strangely scrutinizing Gu Ming. He felt that this meeting was somewhat different from what he had expected. Normally, as a powerful transcending tribulation expert, leaving behind an inheritance, wouldn't the recipient tremble with excitement and kowtow in gratitude? Chapter 61 Heaven Burning Purple Spirit Flame. Gu Ming, seeing the stunned Yun Ting Genren, urged him, continue, don't stop. Yun Ting Genren, ahem, little fellow, are you wondering if obtaining my inheritance was too easy? Gu Ming nodded, he was indeed wondering. A little, tell me. Yun Ting Genren really disliked Gu Ming's attitude. It made him feel no sense of accomplishment, the kind of feeling that later generations would experience of shock, curiosity, gratitude, and exclamations of wonder. He deliberately left this inheritance behind to relieve the thrill of being worshipped by the world, but now, it wasn't pleasant at all, even a little stifling. Pouting, Yun Ting Genren was too lazy to continue pretending. His will and true nature were consistent. He sat on the ground and spoke softly. What's this called? The great Dao is natural? I simply set a random date. When the time comes, whoever discovers my tombstone can enter this place. Gu Ming casually surveyed the cave. He had to admit, there was nothing there. It was nothing like the blessed cave he had imagined, it was just an ordinary ancient tomb. Very casual. I like your attitude. Hee, thank you for the compliment. No, you've got it wrong. I'm the senior. Can you give me some face and not be so casual? Master Yun Ting was a little flustered and couldn't help but complain. Gu Ming rolled his eyes, coughed, turned around, and bowed solemnly. Junior Gu Ming greets senior. Good attitude. I like it very much. I had originally prepared some tests. Seeing Gu Ming walk out, Master Yun Ting looked resentful and spoke helplessly. What are you doing? Testing is too much of a waste of time. You don't seem to have anything interesting here. As for any cultivation techniques or enlightenment experiences, I have no interest. I don't want any divine weapons either. Well, you should rest and wait for the next destined one. Seeing Gu Ming was really about to leave, Master Yun Ting panicked and hurriedly called out to him. Wait, you're my brother. I'll call you senior, okay? There's no need for the test anymore. At least consider my inheritance. Gu Ming stopped, looking strangely at Master Yun Ting, who showed no respect whatsoever. Instead, he became somewhat interested. If he was just putting on airs, he would have turned and left. What inheritance? He had absolutely no interest in it. Brother Gu, are you tempted? No, I think you're quite interesting. Your inheritance should also be somewhat interesting. Tell me, I'll consider it. Master Yun Ting was slightly helpless. He didn't necessarily want Gu Ming to obtain his inheritance, but with the barrier broken, this wisp of his will couldn't last long. Gu Ming is gone, and his legacy has ended. Of course, the reason is that he didn't care about worldly hierarchy. What's the point of such things? Coughing, Master Yun Ting organized his thoughts before speaking. My legacy is divided into 5 parts. The first is cultivation experience. Cliché, go on. Master Yun Ting. The second is cultivation techniques. Feeling Gu Ming's disdainful gaze, Master Yun Ting explained helplessly. Isn't that how all legacies work? Do you think I'd pass my wife on to you? Gu Ming couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You're rough in your speech and your reasoning, but you're too good at talking. Same to you. Master Yun Ting spoke sarcastically, then continued. The third thing, that was the power I left behind. But so many years have passed, it should be gone. Go check it out if you have time, otherwise, forget it. As he spoke, Master Yun Ting tossed out his identity token, an ancient token, which, aside from being somewhat rustic and made of hard material, was of little use. Gu Ming nodded, signaling Master Yun Ting to continue. Master Yun Ting, the fourth thing is my alchemy inheritance. Gu Ming's eyes flickered, a glint of light flashing within them, a hint of interest appearing. You're an alchemist? You too. The two stared at each other, seemingly surprised. Gu Ming slowly extended his right hand, and the profound nether bone flame appeared, illuminating the entire tomb with a frosty light. I am but a lowly, high-grade profound-level alchemist. Master Yun Ting's pupils dilated slightly, astonished that Gu Ming, merely at the great perfection of foundation establishment, possessed a high-ranking exotic fire and was a high-grade profound-level alchemist. Logically, a Shen-level alchemist should at least be at the nascent soul stage, that's the norm. Gu Ming's is completely out of line. But to regain the upper hand, true person Yun Ting feigned profundity, smiled disdainfully, and with a slight movement of his right hand, a ghostly purple flame slowly appeared. Gu Ming, well informed, let out a soft exclamation. The burning heaven purple spirit flame ranked 7th on the strange flame ranking. Little fellow, you have some knowledge. I was once a low-grade heaven-level alchemist. How about it? Don't you feel the urge to kowtow and worship me? Master Yun Ting spoke triumphantly, feeling utterly refreshed and exhilarated, finally having turned the tables. Gu Ming was tempted. A heavenly rank alchemist, and a 7th rank strange fire. Ahem, it was my ignorance that led me to underestimate you, senior. Please forgive me. Gu Ming bowed respectfully, cupping his hands in a deep bow. Face? What good is that? Strange fire incense? Heavenly rank alchemist incense? Isn't that nonsense? Yun Ting sighed, somewhat speechless, and waved his hand helplessly. I still prefer your proud and unruly attitude. Regain your composure. You little fellow are quite interesting. You don't like cultivation, you prefer alchemy. Gu Ming chuckled, casually sitting down on the ground, speaking unhurriedly. Cultivation is about following your heart, cultivating an interest. Why care about worldly conventions? Master Yun Ting remained silent for a long time, then sighed softly. That makes sense. If I had your mindset, I might also be able to see the scenery along the immortal path. Unfortunately. Never mind. My last inheritance is a world embryo. Gu Ming was slightly startled. A world embryo? As the name suggests, it's a world embryo. The gestation and birth of all realms requires a process, using the power of heaven and earth to nurture a world from a world embryo. But this process is extremely long, often requiring billions of years. Artificial cultivation requires a vast amount of energy. It's better to cultivate oneself, reach the immortal king realm, and nurture one's own inner world. Of course, a world embryo is a rare and precious treasure, with many uses, coveted even by immortals. However, for Gu Ming, this thing is like adding wings to a tiger. His lifespan is endless, artificially cultivating a world, just right. Seeing Gu Ming's eyes glowing with a green light, true person Yun Ting quietly reminded him, while the realm embryo is good, it has its advantages and disadvantages. Don't waste too much energy on it, or it will hinder your cultivation. Alas! Back then, I was greedy for it, wasting a great deal of energy and resources on the realm embryo, causing me to stagnate at the tribulation transcending realm, unable to embark on the path of immortality, and ultimately dying in despair. Gu Ming nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Thinking to himself, a mere few 100 billion years is nothing. Chapter 62. Where did this monster come from? Seeing Gu Ming's expression, Master Yun Ting knew he was unlikely to heed his advice. He paused, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, looked around, and sighed deeply. Little fellow, my time is running out. Even now, I'm a little reluctant to leave this world. Gu Ming remained silent, his heart unmoved. Death is merely a process, even the strongest, like one undergoing tribulation, cannot escape it. Rolling his eyes, Master Yunting muttered helplessly, "At least offer me some comfort." Gu Ming smiled faintly, looking at Master Yunting. "Some people live, yet are already dead, some people die, yet live on forever. Senior, I will always remember you. I live, and you live too. Why should we care about life and death?" Master Yunting was silent for a moment, then smiled knowingly, looking at Gu Ming earnestly. "You're quite an interesting little fellow. If you had been born in my era, we could have sat down and discussed the Dao, becoming close friends. What a pity, I was born before you were born, and you were born after I was dead." Gu Ming's brow furrowed. Although he didn't want to ruin the atmosphere, this Master Yunting really wasn't quite right in the head. Stop. This is giving me goosebumps. Time is running out. Quickly pass on the inheritance to me, and you can rest in peace. Don't worry, when I have time, I will definitely go to the land of your descendants to see if they are still alive. Master Yunting pursed his lips. He actually wanted to continue rambling on and on with Gu Ming, but he also knew that his time was truly running out. "Little fellow, I believe you are not a heartless person. Passing on the inheritance to you is a way of not letting my painstaking efforts go to waste." As he spoke, his figure slowly dissipating into the world, and specks of light merged into Gu Ming's mind. His inheritance. A blazing purple spirit fire and a thumb-sized gray bead floated before him, radiating a dazzling light. "Remember, the force I left behind is called the Cloud Court sect. If they still exist, help them if you can. The great Dao is incredibly wondrous, but alas, it has nothing to do with me anymore." Alas! The sigh echoed through the tomb. Gu Ming slowly opened his eyes, looked at the blazing purple spirit fire and the world embryo, sighed softly, and bowed, respectfully bidding farewell to Senior. After rising, Gu Ming set up an array and began refining the blazing purple spirit fire and the world embryo on the spot. The experience of a heavenly rank alchemist wasn't urgent. As for the Cloud Court true person's techniques and cultivation insights, he didn't touch them, intending to leave them to his descendants, as he himself had no interest. Sitting down on the ground, Gu Ming began his long refining journey. Unbeknownst to him, 8 years passed in a flash. On this day, Gu Ming slowly opened his eyes, his left eye flickering with purple flames, his right eye wreathed in cold white flames. 8 years have passed, and I've finally refined the heaven-burning purple spirit fire, and the world embryo. Gu Ming raised his hand, and a gray planet slowly swirled within, emanating a faint primordial aura. The world embryo was currently only partially formed, equivalent to nurturing a fertile field from chaos, a feat achieved only by true person Yunting through immense effort and resources. Gu Ming gazed down at the world embryo, like a god, his eyes like the sun and moon, piercing through chaos and overlooking the earth. Looking at this piece of land, less than 100 square meters in size, Gu Ming pondered for a moment. If I could acquire a spiritual vein, bury it here, and create a blessed land, wouldn't it be perfect for cultivating spiritual herbs? Muttering to himself, Gu Ming withdrew his gaze, surveying the hazy, gray planet. "From now on, I'll call you Kunling. Not bad." He absorbed Kunling into his mind, along with the burning heaven purple spirit flame. Standing up, he dusted off his robes, calculated the time, and exclaimed in surprise, "I've already wasted 8 years here. Time to go." Luckily, I haven't exceeded the deadline, otherwise, it would be troublesome. Before leaving, Gu Ming stored the remains of true person Yunting in his storage bag, intending to return them to his descendants sometime. At this moment, Giyuan heaven was in chaos. The 3 major demonic sects had joined forces, sealing off the exits and hunting down tags of cultivators. The demon suppression guards were mobilized, engaging the 3 major demonic sects in a fierce battle, resulting in rivers of blood. Just as Gu Ming left the tomb, he saw 2 demonic cultivators chasing a demon guardian at the early golden core stage in the sky. A sinister, venomous voice echoed from the heavens as the 2 demonic cultivators relentlessly attacked the demon guardian. It's rumored that demon guardians are incredibly powerful among their peers, and indeed, their reputation is well deserved. If we could devour his golden core, it would surely enhance our strength. Where do you think you're going? The 2, one on the left and one on the right, suddenly increased their speed, unleashing a powerful combined attack that knocked the demon guardian from the sky. Lu Feng, filled with despair, coughed up blood and plummeted from the sky. He and his team had split up to pursue the demonic cultivators. Having just fought a fierce battle, killing a demonic cultivator at the early golden core stage of the same level, he was recovering his strength. The 2, lying in ambush, launched a joint attack, further aggravating his injuries. Adjusting his stance, Lu Feng crashed down onto the mountain peak with a deafening roar, sending dust and stones flying. Wiping blood from his mouth, he coldly stared at the 2 figures in the sky, deciding not to continue his escape. Suddenly, he caught sight of Gu Ming out of the corner of his eye. Before he could even feel overjoyed at seeing Gu Ming's demon-suppressing guard uniform, he realized Gu Ming was at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, and his expression changed drastically. Run! I'll hold them off. He wasn't a demon-suppressing guard from Wuya Town and didn't know Gu Ming, but as a fellow demon-suppressing guard, he naturally wouldn't implicate Gu Ming. It was a principle of a demon-suppressing guard. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Feng shattered the mountain peak with a single stomp, his killing intent sweeping across the surroundings, unleashing immense power as he soared into the sky again, charging towards the two demonic cultivators. The two demonic cultivators cackled coldly, also noticing Gu Ming's figure. A Foundation Establishment Realm Demon Suppression Guard, hahaha, it seems the Demon Suppression Division has fallen, actually allowing such ants to enter the returning origin heaven. Tisk tisk tisk, so loyal and righteous, but unfortunately you can't stop us. Not only will you die, but he will too. The two joined forces, their bodies shrouded in swirling black mist, their death skeletons roaring, surrounding and killing Lu Feng. It wouldn't be long before Lu Feng died under their combined attack. Seeing that Gu Ming hadn't left but instead approached on his sword, Lu Feng was enraged. He unleashed a powerful slash, barely managing to repel the two. His eyes were contorted with rage as he roared. Run quickly! You're no match for them. Don't throw your life away. Heh, too late. A demonic cultivator sneered, his figure slicing through the air, wielding a skull, and charging towards Gu Ming. Ant, I'm here. Gu Ming steadied himself, staring expressionlessly at the approaching demonic cultivator. As the cultivator drew near, he suddenly revealed a sinister smile. The demonic cultivator was startled, then heard Gu Ming's voice. Bye-bye. The next moment, countless array runes appeared out of thin air, transforming into a Shen-level killing array. Thousands upon thousands of explosive runes rapidly approached the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator was stunned, staring wide-eyed at his body covered in runes, looking at Gu Ming. What is this? Oh, a killing array. Gu Ming shook his head. The question was utterly foolish. He turned on his sword, snapped his fingers, and a violent explosion swept across the sky for thousands of meters. Terrifying spiritual power tore through the void, stirring up the wind and clouds, and causing boulders to tumble from the earth. Gulp! Lu Feng and the remaining demonic cultivators were dumbfounded, looking incredulously at Gu Ming, who was slowly approaching on his sword from the aftershocks of the hurricane. Which city's monster is this? Creating an array with a flick of the finger? That's too heaven-defying. Lu Feng sniffed, feeling somewhat dazed and unreal, wondering if he was dreaming. As for the remaining demonic cultivator, he was terrified and vanished instantly. Chapter 63 Killing Formation. Gu Ming approached Lu Feng and flicked his finger, conjuring a pill. Lu Feng looked at the high-grade Shen rank healing pill, swallowing hard. He wanted it, but it was too extravagant. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but a slow, gradual recovery was more cost-effective. Especially the flowing pill patterns on it, this pill was worth at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. Take it. What are you waiting for? I'll feed it to you? Gu Ming's eyes were suspicious. Did this man have some kind of fetish? Lu Feng smiled bitterly, quickly sheathing his sword and bowing. Thank you for saving my life, fellow deist. I don't have that many spirit stones on me. Who asked for your spirit stones? Gu Ming flicked his sleeve, and the pill shot into Lu Feng's mouth. This man, facing death, was willing to die rather than implicate Gu Ming. He had to admit, his character was good, he was worth saving. After taking the pill, Lu Feng's energy quickly returned, and his complexion regained some color. Seeing Gu Ming's superior demeanor, Lu Feng hurriedly cupped his hands again. I am Lu Feng from the Demon Suppression Division of Diyin City. Thank you for saving my life and for the elixir. I will repay you tenfold in the future. Gu Ming shook his head calmly. Gu Ming from Wuya City, it's alright. We are both demon suppression guards, no need to be so formal. It's good that you're safe. Lu Feng memorized the name. After recovering some of his strength, he suddenly asked with a puzzled expression. Brother Gu, why didn't you kill the other demonic cultivator? Letting him escape might lead to further indiscriminate killing. Gu Ming was slightly speechless, glancing at Lu Feng. I'm at the peak of Foundation establishment, he's at the early golden core stage. If he wanted to escape, could I have stopped him? The other one was easily killed because he was caught off guard and entered my killing formation. Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Brother Gu was right, I was just being nosy. It's all right. 2 hours later, Lu Feng's aura returned to its peak. The two built a campfire, roasted an 8-tailed chicken, and drank spirit wine while conversing. Brother Gu, with your abilities, how could we a city trust you to enter Giwen Heaven alone? A rising star like you will surely be treasured by the Demon Suppression Division. Lu Feng looked at Gu Ming curiously. With Gu Ming's skills in alchemy and formations, he would be a treasure anywhere. His cultivation level was negligible. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. The phrase rising star, it didn't feel like a compliment. We are both demon suppression guards, there is no distinction of rank or status. You enter without fear of death, so why should I? In an instant, Gu Ming became a towering figure in Lu Feng's eyes, his gaze filled with admiration, almost becoming a devoted fan. After all, with Gu Ming's abilities, his status was no less than that of a third-level silver token demon suppression guard. Brother Gu is truly a role model for us all, I admire him. During the ensuing conversation, Gu Ming learned from Lu Feng about the current situation in Guan Heaven. Cultivators from various sects were being hunted down by demonic cultivators from the 3 major demonic sects, while the demon suppression guards were hunting down the 3 sects everywhere, resulting in a fierce and evenly matched battle. The demon suppression guards suffered heavy losses, and the 3 major demonic sects also lost many elite troops. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng expressed his indignation. Those guys only care about opportunities. If they had joined forces with the demon suppression guards, the 3 major demonic sects would have been defeated long ago. Unfortunately, they only have profit in their eyes, haha. Gu Ming nodded, gazing at the sizzling roast chicken by the flickering campfire, and said calmly, "That's human nature, selfish and profit-driven, lacking any grand vision. What are your plans?" Lu Feng paused, poking at the charcoal fire as he spoke. "I plan to rejoin the team and continue hunting demonic cultivators. These damned bastards are treacherous, cunning, utterly wicked, and extremely cruel. One of our team members was tricked and killed by them. How can we not avenge this?" Gu Ming pondered for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. Hunting them one by one is too difficult, a waste of time and energy, and very dangerous. Why not set a trap and kill them all in one fell swoop? Lu Feng looked at Gu Ming curiously. "Brother Gu, what do you mean?" Gu Ming's lips curled into a chilling smile. "My killing formation has too many drawbacks, but if we lure them into the formation and wipe them all out in one fell swoop, wouldn't that be a permanent solution?" Lu Feng's face lit up with joy, then he gave a bitter smile, pointing out the impracticality. "Firstly, they're not fools. Why would they let us lead them into the formation? Secondly, Brother Gu's array formation skills are indeed powerful, but a Shen-level array might be able to withstand multiple golden core cultivators working together, but that's too optimistic. If they break free, we'll be in danger." Gu Ming smiled confidently, leisurely taking a roast chicken and eating it. Under Lu Feng's questioning gaze, Gu Ming continued, "Don't worry, I'm confident I can handle them. It depends on whether you dare risk your life for me." Lu Feng raised his wine jug, downed it in one gulp, and laughed wildly. "Afraid of what? You saved my life. I'll face any danger you ask. Since Brother Gu is confident, I'll risk my life to accompany you and fight the 3 great demonic sections." "Good, let's fight them." Gu Ming raised his wine jug and also downed it in one gulp. 3 days later, the two appeared at the edge of a treacherous canyon. Above the canyon, Lu Feng asked curiously, "Brother Gu, what is this?" "A natural formation. This place gathers lightning and miasma. If guided, and the power of the terrain within is channeled slightly, it can surely be transformed into a lightning poison killing formation. Set up the formation stones and talismans according to my arrangement, and give them a surprise." "Alright, as you command." Although Lu Feng was puzzled, he still agreed. Afterwards, Gu Ming put Lu Feng in charge of guarding, while he found a cave to seclude himself and refine the formation stones and talismans. A day passed, and when Lu Feng looked at the thousands of formation stones and talismans, he fell silent. "Brother Gu, how did you manage to do this in just one day?" Gu Ming's face was somewhat pale. He took a cheer-restoring pill and smiled. "Just try your best, you can do it too. This is the array diagram. Arrange the array stones and talismans according to the marked points. The array stones form the array, the talismans are the killing moves." Taking the array diagram from Gu Ming, Lu Feng's eyes widened like saucers. One after another, 360 Shen-level killing arrays spread throughout the entire canyon. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Lu Feng couldn't help but ask, "Brother Gu, let's not talk about the power of this array, just tell me how many spirit stones it will cost to set up the entire array." Gu Ming hadn't calculated it either. Over the years, he'd refined some things in his spare time to exchange for spirit stones, plus mission rewards and various miscellaneous commissions. He wasn't short of spirit stones, probably a few 100 million, not too many. Lu Feng remained silent. He didn't even have 10,000 spirit stones on him, and all his possessions amounted to only a few 100,000 spirit stones. Gu Ming spoke of hundreds of millions as if it were nothing, a stark contrast that only fueled his rage. Sigh, I should have known better than to ask. I should have gone myself. Okay, be careful. Gu Ming continued refining talismans day and night, incorporating Xianyu bonefire into many of them. Even nascent soul cultivators would suffer if they were contaminated by it. The entire array setup process lasted 8 months. Lu Feng, responsible for placing the array stones and talismans, looked much more haggard than 8 months ago. Gu Ming, on the other hand, remained energetic. The moment he finished setting up the last array stone, Lu Feng collapsed to the ground, utterly dejected. I never want to set up an array again. It's too exhausting. Don't rest yet. We still need to plan how to lure the demonic cultivators into the killing array and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Chapter 64, Killing the Demonic Cultivator. Afterwards, Gu Ming, imitating the ancient secret realm, moved everything from the tomb of true immortal Yunting to create a place where a powerful cultivator who had transcended tribulation would pass away. After a month of work, from the outside, the place no longer resembled a killing formation, it was clearly a blessed land of opportunity. True immortal Yunting's tombstone was placed at the entrance, slightly modified, making it look imposing, unfathomable, and quite impressive. Gu Ming looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. Truly worthy of being a senior. Even in his fall, he still lent me a hand to destroy the demonic cultivators and protect the peace of this chaotic world. I thank you for your righteousness on behalf of all living beings. Lu Feng, curious, asked from the side. Brother Gu, how did you know so precisely about true immortal Yunting's tomb? It seems you have some connection with him. Gu Ming didn't hide anything and nodded. I recently received his inheritance, so there's a connection between us. He's done me a favor. Lu Feng remained silent, then couldn't help but retort. So you moved his tomb here to kill demonic cultivators? Brother Gu, that's a bit unethical. Gu Ming rolled his eyes, speaking with righteous indignation. What do you know? This is a true master of heaven and earth, a role model for us all. Even in death, he would help us suppress demons and monsters. Lu Feng, he didn't agree. Did he refuse? It seems, no. Gu Ming looked at Lu Feng seriously and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Lu, you're still young, and you don't see through many things. Sometimes, not refusing is tacit consent. Lu Feng chuckled, completely ignoring Gu Ming's twisted logic. This true immortal Yunting had been dead for countless years, it would be a miracle if he agreed. Get away. I need to activate the formation. It's time to lure them into a trap and then trap them. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng hurriedly retreated. Gu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He activated the formation, and a dazzling spiritual light instantly shot into the sky, piercing the heavens and triggering extraordinary phenomena. The vast immortal light drew in 7 colored clouds, covering the sky for thousands of feet, with countless streams of light falling down, creating a scene resembling a fairyland. The resounding Dea's chants echoed through heaven and earth, shaking mountains and rivers. Various extraordinary phenomena of the great Dao appeared one after another, and auspicious omens filled the sky. Seeing this, Gu Ming nodded with satisfaction. This is the grandeur a descending being of a tribulation-transcending grandmaster should possess. Senior, you're still too modest. Let me spread your name throughout the world, until no one in heaven knows you. I know you'd be deeply moved if you knew from beyond the grave. No need for thanks. Who asked me to receive your inheritance? A drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude. Yunting Genren. The 2 figures concealed within the formation, staring at the entrance. Lu Feng spoke with slight worry. Brother Gu, what if the visitors are other cultivators from the Tai Su dynasty, or demon suppression guards? What if they mistakenly enter the killing formation? Gu Ming comforted him from the side. Relax, the cultivators of the Taegzu dynasty in Giwan Heaven are all living in fear. They have no time to seek opportunities here, they're too busy escaping. As for the demon suppression guards, they're busy hunting down demonic cultivators, so they probably don't have the mind for this either. Even if they enter the formation, I can control the killing array and not attack them. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but then Gu Ming changed the subject. However, those who value opportunities over life, if they die, it's their bad luck, not my fault. Lu Feng. Gu Ming continued his deception. As the ancients said, what is destined to be yours will be yours, and what is not, you cannot force. If they accidentally die here, it is their fate, and they cannot blame me. Lu Feng? Lu Feng stared wide-eyed at Gu Ming, speaking softly. No, Brother Gu, that seems a bit far-fetched. Tell me, wasn't the demonic cultivator you recently slain destined to die? If you hadn't intervened, wouldn't he have survived? Gu Ming said calmly and unhurriedly. That's why I say it's fate. His destiny was to be killed by me, unchangeable. Everything is ordained by heaven. So don't worry, those who die are destined to die, and those who don't die are destined not to die. Lu Feng pondered carefully, feeling a throbbing headache. According to Gu Ming's logic, death and survival were both predetermined. He shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. He felt that if he argued with Gu Ming, he would be defeated. Gu Ming smiled faintly, nodding in satisfaction. Argue with him? He was joking, even that old man Meng Wangsu couldn't out-argue him. Not long after, rustling sounds came from the surrounding forest. A series of strangely shaped cultivators, exuding demonic and evil auras. In short, they didn't look like good people, appeared. Ha ha ha, this place actually holds an opportunity left behind by a powerful cultivator who has transcended tribulation. Look at this auspicious sign, there must be a legacy left behind. Heaven blesses us. Swoosh! We've worked ourselves to death slaughtering cultivators, isn't it all for the sake of becoming stronger? If we can obtain the legacy left behind by this powerful cultivator who has transcended tribulation, and step into the tribulation realm, who in the Taegsu dynasty can do anything to us. Once I get this opportunity, I will definitely wipe out the entire demon suppression division and use that old man Taegsu emperor's head as a urinal. Fellow deist is absolutely right. After you've finished urinating, let me urinate too. A dozen or so demonic cultivators, all at the Golden Core realm, ranging from the early Golden Core stage to the peak Golden Core stage. No one doubted that this opportunity was man-made, and they cautiously stepped inside. The moment they stepped in, the illusion array activated, and the group was instantly separated from their companions. Ming smiled coldly and immediately activated the killing array. Heavenly thunder and earthly fire ignited, poisonous miasma spread, and all sorts of chaotic killing talismans erupted, targeting both the soul and the body in a barrage. In an instant, miserable screams echoed within the killing array. Especially those cultivators at the peak of the Golden Core stage were specially targeted by Ming, teleported into the profound Netherbone fire killing array, and burned to ashes. Lu Feng stared in shock, experiencing the terror of killing arrays for the first time. Various types of killing arrays appeared endlessly. Even if you were lucky enough to break through one with all your might, over 300 more killing arrays awaited you. Gulp! Swallowing hard, Lu Feng exclaimed in amazement. Even a nascent soul cultivator, if entering the array alone, will perish here. As soon as he finished speaking, another group of demonic cultivators arrived, shouted a few words, and then stepped into the killing array. The same scenario was playing out. Those who stepped into the killing array were met with wails and curses echoing within. For 10 whole days, Lu Feng had become numb. Thousands of demonic cultivators had previously entered the killing array and been slaughtered. Of course, some demon suppression guards and cultivators from the Taegsu dynasty also appeared, but Ming teleported them away. He wasn't one to indiscriminately kill innocent people, so he naturally wouldn't wipe them all out indiscriminately. With a soft sigh, Ming said with slight regret, "Sigh, the killing formation is mostly used up, the remaining portion probably won't be able to trap many demonic cultivators." Lu Feng nodded. "That's enough, Brother Gu. Shouldn't we retreat? Even the most foolish demonic cultivators will notice something's wrong." Ming hesitated for a moment, then nodded, preparing to leave with Lu Feng. Suddenly, demonic clouds surged across the sky, and a terrifying aura swept in, transforming into a hurricane that instantly swept through the mountains and forests. A figure in blood-red robes appeared, withering vegetation wherever he passed, a truly terrifying sight. Lu Feng's expression changed drastically. "Damn it, it's a nascent soul expert. He seems to be Elder Cai Wuhan of the Desire Demon Sect. Brother Gu, can your formation really kill him?" Ming frowned slightly and shook his head. "It might have worked at first, but now, he'll most likely notice something's wrong. You go first, I can use the formation to hold him off." Chapter 65. The Demon Suppressing Guard is here. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng hurriedly shook his head, appearing fearless of death. "Brother Gu, I can't possibly abandon you. Holy crap." Before he finished speaking, Ming directly activated the teleportation array, sending him away. If he left, the array would be uncontrolled, and they would be discovered instantly. Talkative enough. Ming muttered. He wasn't afraid of death, he could always come back to life. But if Lu Feng died, he would be truly dead. Cai Wuhan's eyes flashed with a sinister light as he stared at Yun Ting Genren's tombstone, remaining silent for a long time. A dozen or so demonic cultivators appeared behind him, all Golden Core cultivators. "Elder, why not go inside?" one of them asked in a sinister tone. Cai Wuhan shook his head, a sinister smile appearing on his lips. His eyes, filled with murderous aura, swept around, and he took a deep breath, speaking softly. "The stench of blood, though well concealed, cannot escape my senses. You have traveled from afar, some time has passed since the opportunity appeared here, yet the place is deserted. Don't you find this somewhat strange? The air here is thick with the stench of death and blood. If my guess is correct, someone has surely laid a killing array. This so-called opportunity is nothing but a trap. Luring us in to be killed, what a ruthless method. Come out, I have seen through your scheme." Upon hearing this, the demonic cultivators behind Cai Wuhan's expression changed slightly. They all became alert, their spiritual energy surging, ready for battle. Ming curled his lip, too lazy to respond. "Trying to trick me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? After a long while, seeing no movement, the demonic cultivators all looked at Cai Wuhan with strange expressions. Cai Wuhan snorted coldly, feeling humiliated. With a flick of his sleeves, countless black, malevolent swords materialized, undulating in the void and radiating terrifying killing intent. "Won't you come out? Then let me make you show yourself." With a cold snort, Cai Wuhan's demonic energy surged, his wide sleeves fluttering as if they contained a universe, stirring up flying sand and stones, and causing mountains and rivers to tremble. He leaned forward and brought his arms together, and the countless malevolent swords from the sky converged into a 100-meter-long demonic sword, accompanied by black lightning, tearing through the sea of clouds and descending directly at the formation. As it descended, Gu Ming coldly snorted, rose, and flicked his sleeves. The formation coalesced, and a dazzling pillar of light shot into the sky. Then I'll use the formation to fight you. The formation light and the demonic sword clashed in mid-air, the colliding spiritual energy transforming into shockwaves that swept in all directions, shaking mountains and rivers, and cracking the earth. The demonic cultivators paled and retreated hastily to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Cai Wuhan sneered, his sleeves trembling with a powerful aura. The demonic sword roared, piercing through the array's light as it descended. Seeing this, Gu Ming pointed to the sky, summoning countless explosive runes within the array, imbued with the power of heavenly thunder and earthly fire, drawing near to the demonic sword. Explode! Boom! The explosion's aura, like a mushroom cloud, stirred the air, sweeping in all directions. The illusion array shattered, revealing layers of killing formations shrouded in mist. Gu Ming stood at the center of the array, his gaze calmly fixed on Cai Wuhan. Cai Wuhan scoffed, "Array techniques? Mere trifles. Nothing more than this. Come again." Blood cloud demonic palm. With a cold shout, black, malevolent energy surged from Cai Wuhan's body, transforming into a gigantic palm covering 100 feet in radius, descending once more from the sky, striking the array. Gu Ming calmly looked up, offering a word of praise. As expected of a nascent soul cultivator, even at the early stage, his power is terrifying. As his words fell, Gu Ming's sleeves erupted with spiritual light, countless talismans emerging from the formation, directly drawing upon the various killing formation talismans and transforming into a talisman dragon. Go! Roar! The talisman dragon roared to the sky, baring its fangs and claws as it surged upwards against the heavens, clashing once more. Stop watching the show. This person's cultivation is not high. With the help of the formation, he can barely hold his own against me. You all attack, tear apart his formation. I want to see who exactly is plotting to kill my 3 great demonic sections. Upon hearing this, more than a dozen golden core demonic cultivators launched a joint attack, unleashing their strongest strike, blasting towards the formation. Boom! In that instant, the profound formation shattered inch by inch, leaving no time for defense, exploding directly. The demonic hand in the sky then tore through the talisman dragon and descended, smashing the entire canyon into ruins with a deafening roar. All eyes were fixed on the dust cloud. As the light dissipated, a figure in black appeared, wielding the demon-suppressing blade, calmly looking down at the crowd. The moment they sensed Gu Ming's cultivation level, the shock in their eyes turned to disdain. A mere foundation establishment perfected demon-suppressing guard dares to lay a trap and slaughter cultivators from 3 of our great demonic sects? He's courting death. Cai Wuhan sneered, his tone dismissive, showing no regard for Gu Ming. Gu Ming twirled the demon-suppressing blade in one hand, smiled faintly, and looked at the demonic cultivators. Slaughtering over 1,000 demonic cultivators, it was worth it. What, you want to fight? Then come on. Seeing Gu Ming's contemptuous attitude, the demonic cultivators were enraged, especially after hearing that he had slaughtered over 1,000 demonic cultivators. No wonder my brother suddenly disappeared, so that's how it is. Damn it, you tricked and killed my senior brother too. Unforgivable. My wife also died suddenly, it must be related to him. The crowd roared and condemned Gu Ming, wishing they could tear him to pieces. Cai Wuhan stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of strategic mastery, and spoke calmly. Boy, you have no right to set up so many formations, nor do you have the right to trick and kill so many experts of my demonic path. Tell me, who is behind you, sending you, an ant, to die in your place? How laughable. A strange glint flashed in Gu Ming's eyes, and he couldn't help but retort. So what if my cultivation is low? Does low cultivation mean I can't trick and kill you? What kind of logic is that? I said, they all died by my hand. Don't try to pin this credit on others, what do you say? Gu Ming slowly raised his sword, his spiritual energy flowing through his body, his aura dispersing the dust, and he spoke with a soft, defiant tone. Upon hearing this, everyone felt utterly humiliated by Gu Ming, their anger surging. They all glared at him with icy eyes. If looks could kill, Gu Ming would have died 1,000 times over. Gu Ming chuckled, clicking his tongue in a sigh. If you hadn't been lucky enough to arrive a little late, you would all be dead. In that sense, your loved ones didn't die unjustly, they shielded you from a calamity. And you, old man, you should also be thankful you arrived late. If my formation were complete, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Cai Wuhan laughed coldly, his right hand twitching slightly. A scarlet human bone whip appeared, imprisoning thousands of souls within it, emitting pitiful and chilling wails. Very well, so you seek death, I will naturally grant your wish. But you're all alone, you must have been sent out to your death by the demon suppression guard. It's pathetic and lamentable. Suddenly, dozens of auras rapidly approached from the distant horizon, startling everyone. Who says our demon suppression guard is without men? Trying to bully them? Did you even ask us? Our demon suppression guard never abandons anyone. To bully the few with the many, ask us first if we agree. Suppressing demons and eliminating evil, protecting peace, the demon suppression guard is here. As a series of voices filled with overwhelming killing intent swept in, dozens of demon suppression guard figures stood in all directions, surrounding Cai Wuhan and the others. Chapter 66 Demon Slaying Formation, Suppressing Demons. Gu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. These demon suppressing guards had arrived so promptly? Gu Ming's opinion of the demon suppressing guards had changed considerably due to their unwavering principle of never abandoning anyone. At least he felt a long-lost warmth. Just then, a resentful voice came from behind Gu Ming. Brother Gu, you lack martial ethics. I'll never trust you again. Lu Feng approached like a wronged woman, his face pale. Clearly, he had expended considerable energy to summon these men. Gu Ming smiled faintly and patted Lu Feng's shoulder. Not bad, you've been somewhat useful. I'm quite pleased. Lu Feng? Behind Lu Feng, a golden core cultivator at the peak of his cultivation walked over, looked at Gu Ming, nodded with satisfaction, and revealed a kind smile. Thank you, fellow deist, for saving my little brother's life. I am aware of what you have done. Leave the rest to us. You rest for a moment. Gu Ming nodded slightly and stepped back. This is troublesome. It's my duty. Yu Chunyang slowly stepped forward. Demon-suppressing guards from all directions drew their swords, their auras surging, forming a demon-slaying array that completely surrounded Cai Wuhan and the others. Cai Wuhan's face was grim, not only because he hadn't killed Gu Ming, but also because they now seemed to be in grave danger. No matter how many golden core cultivators you have, how can you kill me? If I want to leave, you can't stop me. The demonic cultivators behind Cai Wuhan hurriedly spoke anxiously upon hearing this. Elder, you can't leave. What will we do if you leave? Get lost. What do I care about your lives? The demonic cultivators were cold-blooded and didn't care about the lives of their companions. Hearing this, the other demonic cultivators all showed anger, but at this moment, they had no other choice but to pray for their own good fortune. Yu Chunyang sneered upon hearing this, his demon-suppressing blade flashing out, its blade roaring like a dragon's cry, causing a hurricane to surge and churn. In a one-on-one fight, I certainly can't defeat you, but all the members of my demon-suppressing guards are skilled fighters of the same level. Coupled with our demon-slaying array specifically designed for demonic cultivators, whether we can capture you or not, we'll find out soon enough. Attack! As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of demon-suppressing guards attacked simultaneously, forming a demon-slaying array that transformed the area into a barrier. Their powers merged together, complementing each other. No matter where Cai Wuhan tried to break through, the power of the demon-slaying array would converge there, transforming into powerful defense and attack. Even as a nascent soul stage expert, he couldn't withstand the coordinated efforts of so many demon-suppressing guards. Blade light condensed from the void, multiplying into hundreds and thousands, shattering the void as it arrived. The demonic cultivators were shocked. Fighting individually, they were utterly unable to withstand a single attack. Except for Cai Wuhan, the nascent soul cultivator, the other demonic cultivators quickly fell into pools of blood, their bodies extinguished. Use my power, slay the demons. Yu Chunyang roared, and the other demon-suppressing guards simultaneously channeled their power into his body, combining it with the power of the demon-suppressing array to unleash a ferocious slash. The golden blade light pierced the air, and Cai Wuhan was shocked. The power of this attack was almost at the mid-nascent soul stage, far beyond his ability to withstand. Ghost Bat Shield. Cai Wuhan roared, his demonic mist transforming into countless ghost bats, forming a pitch-black shield that blocked his path. Yu Chunyang's lips curled into a cold smile, and he suddenly sheathed his blade. You fell for my trap, you fool. Cai Wuhan stared at the dissipating golden light, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine, and turned around in horror. Behind him, another golden core perfection demon suppressing guard emerged, gathering golden blade light. Cai Wuhan, my demon suppression division already knows your true nature perfectly. The ghost bat shield has too many weaknesses, while my demon slaying formation is exactly what counters it. Puffed. A golden blade flashed past his waist, and his body instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist, without even a chance to leave a last word. Gu Ming looked at the demon-slaying formation with surprise, and had to admit, it was quite interesting. Yu Chunyang sheathed his sword and smiled at Gu Ming. You seem somewhat surprised? The most basic demon-slaying formation uses 5 people as a unified whole, capable of killing a higher-level expert. With the 38 of us working together to set up the formation, dealing with an early-stage nascent soul cultivator isn't difficult. Gu Ming remained silent. When he teamed up with Zhao Sandao and the other three, he hadn't learned the demon-slaying formation at all, because he always took the lead, easily defeating enemies with array talismans, so it was never necessary. Later, after Zhao Sandao and the others left, he was alone, making it even less likely that he would learn the demon-slaying formation. Seeing Gu Ming's silence, Yu Chunyang didn't press the matter, but instead asked curiously, "Fellow deist, where are your teammates? Could it be?" Yu Chunyang and the others fell silent, their faces showing sorrow. Gu Ming was fighting alone, clearly, his teammates were gone. Lu Feng couldn't help but explain, "Captain, he entered Diwen Heaven alone, and he's quite special, he has no teammates. One person is a team." The crowd was stunned, their sorrow fading as they looked at Gu Ming with curiosity. Gu Ming explained briefly, and everyone suddenly understood. Someone exclaimed, "Holy crap, you're the one who challenged the silver token demon suppressor 18 years ago, demanding justice. Gu Ming, so it's you." No wonder that name sounded so familiar. Lu Feng was shocked. At this moment, he finally realized. Yu Chunyang glared at him and kicked him away. Sui he looked at Gu Ming with a kind expression and sighed. "So it's Brother Gu. Your name is renowned far and wide, a master of both formations and alchemy. If it's you, it's understandable that you could have slaughtered so many demonic cultivators. But Wei City actually let your precious treasure enter Diwen Heaven alone. Could it be that Wei City is deliberately isolating you? If that's the case, I will definitely report it to the higher UPS. How about this, if Wei City doesn't welcome you, why not come to my Dian City?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's face lit up with joy, looking at Gu Ming with great anticipation. He truly considered Gu Ming a brother for life and hoped to join forces with him in the same city. The other team leaders, hearing this, all extended olive branches. "Brother Gu, how about you join my team? You'll definitely be given priority in terms of reward and compensation." "Nonsense, your team already has 5 members. My team recently lost 1 member. Join my team." Gu Ming smiled helplessly and shook his head. "Thank you all for your kindness. Wei City isn't targeting me, I'm just used to being alone. This trip to Diwen Heaven was my own initiative." Hearing this, the others felt both disappointed and relieved. If Wei City were truly so despicable, they would have reported it to their superiors. After a long conversation, as it was time to part, Yu Chunyang inquired with concern, "Brother Gu, it's not safe for you to be alone. Why don't you travel with us? The deadline for Diwen Heaven's closure is approaching, there's no need to continue risking your life. Besides, you've slaughtered so many demonic cultivators, they probably won't let you go. Before Cai Wuhan and the others died, they must have leaked your information. Those nascent soul demonic cultivators will likely seek revenge to provoke the Taegzu dynasty." Gu Ming shook his head upon hearing this, cupped his hands, and smiled. "Thank you all, but I still prefer to be alone. We demon suppression guards, having dared to step into Diwen Heaven, why would we fear death?" Hearing this, everyone was shaken, their respect for Gu Ming growing even stronger. They all cupped their hands in greeting before parting ways. Chapter 67 Conspiracy, Demon Suppressor in Danger. After parting ways with the others, Gu Ming calculated the time. There was still over a year left. Trapping demonic cultivators with a killing array probably won't work. It's more practical to find some materials to brew spirit kite wine, and while I'm at it, refine some ancient poison pills. These poisons are mostly found in Diwen Heaven. Gu Ming muttered to himself, randomly choosing a direction and quickly heading forward. 1 year later, Dongting Mountain. Gu Ming emerged from his makeshift secluded cave, sporting dark circles under his eyes. A year of tireless searching for materials, brewing wine, refining various poison pills, and setting up arrays had been incredibly arduous. Unbeknownst to him, with the help of Master Yunting's experience, Gu Ming's alchemy skills were about to reach the lower grade earth rank. Gu Ming was stretching, about to yawn, when 3 figures appeared before him. The 2 sides stared at each other, slightly embarrassed. Gu Ming quickly composed himself, coughed, and sized up the 3. The leader, dressed in fine robes and wearing a jade crown, appeared middle-aged with an extraordinary air, clearly not an ordinary person. The other 2, dressed in tight-fitting long robes, looked capable and were likely bodyguards or thugs. They exchanged a glance, and the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly flashed with delight. Gu Ming. Gu Ming was slightly taken aback. Was he that famous? Upon closer inspection, Gu Ming frowned slightly. The middle-aged man was overly excited, as if he had encountered prey. "And you are?" "Ahem, I am Zhang He, an elder of the Zhang family. Please rest assured." Gu Ming sized up Zhang He, inwardly suspicious. The Zhang family? What? How could I possibly know them? The man to Zhang He's left snorted coldly, his attitude arrogant. "What, a dignified demon-suppressing guard, with such shallow knowledge, not even knowing my Zhang family?" Gu Ming remained calm, looking at the speaker. "Now I know, you're just a bully relying on your master's power. You." The guard was furious, about to explode, when Zhang Erhe raised his hand to stop him. Don't be rude. This is a high-ranking member of the Demon Suppression Guard. In my Taegza dynasty, who dares to be disrespectful to the Demon Suppression Guard? Fellow deist Gu, please forgive us. These subordinates are ignorant of etiquette. Remember, keep them on the leash. Gu Ming spoke calmly, turning to leave. Zhang Erhe shook his head at his subordinate, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, well concealed. Fellow deist Gu, please wait. I already know your name. The entire Giwan Heavenly Demon Cultivator is searching for you. Be careful. Gu Ming stopped, a smile appearing on his face. Thank you for informing me. Do the three of you have something else to say? Zhang Erhe was taken aback, inwardly cursing the man before him for not playing by the rules. He had reminded him several times, shouldn't he have invited him inside for a chat? He muttered to himself. Fine, let's capture him and hand him over to the three great demonic sects. We can even exchange him for some good things. Just as he was about to make his move, Gu Ming suddenly spoke. It's fate that we've met. Why don't we come inside for a chat? I recently brewed some spirit wine and was just wondering who to share it with. Zhang Erhe calmed his spiritual energy and nodded. Since fellow deist Gu has been so kind in inviting me, I'll gladly accept. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Erhe was curious. How could Gu Ming, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, have managed to kill 1,000 demonic cultivators with a killing array? This man must possess many fortuitous treasures. Obtaining these treasures and eliminating him would be a breeze, done without anyone noticing. Handing him over to the three great demonic sects would mean losing those fortuitous treasures to himself. And so, the four entered Gu Ming's temporary cave. Stepping inside, they were surrounded by shimmering azure crystals, their light reflecting off the surroundings. Gu Ming invited the three to sit down, taking out freshly brewed spirit iris wine from his storage bag and pouring a cup for each of them. Zhang Erhe's pupils widened upon seeing this, and he exclaimed in surprise. Spirit iris wine? The aroma was intoxicating. Even Zhang Erhe, a powerful cultivator in the early nascent soul stage, was astonished. Spirit iris wine possessed the power to invigorate the mind, leaving one refreshed and able to comprehend the great Dao. Outside, a cup of spirit iris wine was worth a fortune, extremely rare and highly sought after. Gu Ming smiled faintly and poured himself a cup. That's right. Only in Giwan Heaven can one gather the ingredients to brew spirit iris wine. It's truly not easy. Please. The three remained motionless. They knew Gu Ming was skilled in alchemy and didn't trust him at all, fearing he might poison them. Gu Ming smiled, downed his drink in one gulp, then finished the spirit iris wine in front of the three men. He poured another cup for each of them. Knowing you three are righteous cultivators from prestigious families, I certainly wouldn't harbor any ill intentions towards you. Rest assured. Zhang Erhe raised his cup, downed it in one gulp, and explained with a smile. The other two, seeing this, were about to raise their cups when Zhang Erhe beat them to it. Facing their own elder, the two dared not speak their anger, only cursing inwardly. Fellow deist, please forgive me. It's always good to be cautious when traveling. May I ask how much spirit iris wine you brewed? Gu Ming sighed softly. Not much, a few thousand jugs. Unfortunately, I only found some brewing materials. The three fell silent. Zhang Erhe's eyes gleamed with wild joy. He had gambled correctly. Rather than handing Gu Ming over to the demonic sect, it was better to secretly kill him and seize his opportunity. The demonic sect's reward was insignificant compared to so much spirit iris wine. Ahem, I wonder what other opportunities fellow deist Gu has obtained. Gu Ming was taken aback, then recounted them one by one opportunities obtained by powerful cultivators undergoing tribulation, rare spiritual herbs, and strange flames. He told them everything he knew. As Gu Ming recounted, Zhang Erhe could no longer contain himself. His eyes turned red, filled with greed. He suddenly stood up, staring intently at the astonished Gu Ming. Good, excellent. Gu Ming rolled his eyes, offering a nonchalant remark. Excellent what? These are all mine. Zhang Erhe dropped the pretense, letting out a cold, cackling laugh. Two golden cloud cultivators behind him flanked Gu Ming, swords drawn. Heh, you truly are a person of great fortune. My praise is naturally because these opportunities belong to me. Gu Ming leisurely took a sip from his flask, slightly speechless. So hasty? I'm curious, as an elder of the Zhang family, a righteous figure of the Taegza dynasty, why would you collude with the demonic path? From the moment Zhang Erhe called out his name and revealed a predatory glint in his eyes, he knew this man was suspicious. Although Zhang Erhe was surprised by Gu Ming's composure, he, a nascent soul expert, couldn't possibly be defeated by a mere foundation establishment ant. With a cold laugh, Zhang Erhe revealed his hatred for the Demon Suppression Guard. The Demon Suppression Guard, under the guise of maintaining peace, relies on the Taegzu Emperor's backing, acting recklessly and arrogantly. My brother merely accidentally killed a few hundred mortal ants, yet he was suppressed by the demon suppression guard, his cultivation crippled, his life a living hell, haha. The various forces of the Taigzu dynasty have suffered under the demon suppression division for far too long. You don't actually believe the demon suppression guards are respected in the Taigzu dynasty, do you? Ridiculous. Gu Ming remained silent. This kind of question, he couldn't answer, and it wasn't important to him. Zhang Erhe continued to vent his dissatisfaction. We are high and mighty cultivation families, yet we are forced to pay with our lives to mortal ants. How laughable. What right do mortals have to compare their worthless lives to ours? The demon suppression guards protect the peace of mortals, these ants, but this touches upon the interests of our cultivation families and sects. Guess why the three major demonic sects were able to easily enter Gyuan heaven this time? And guess how many demon suppression guards are still alive in Gyuan heaven now? From beginning to end, this is a conspiracy against the demon suppression guards. None of you will leave Gyuan heaven alive. This is the revenge of various forces against the demon suppression guards. Chapter 68 Desperate Situation. Gu Ming's expression gradually turned cold. He didn't understand the grand principles of the world, but attacking something he respected was wrong. He didn't care about the rights and wrongs of the world, he only cared about his own. Angry? Furious? This is all the demon suppression guard's own doing. This plan against the demon suppression guard has only just begun. Various forces will join forces to force the Taigzu Emperor to abolish the Demon Suppression Bureau and restore true fairness to the Taigzu dynasty. Gu Ming shook his head, slowly rising, ignoring the two men's swords pressed against his neck. His gaze was terrifyingly calm as he looked at Zhang Erhe. I don't care about your reasons, I don't care about the fairness you demand, but attacking the Demon Suppression Guard at this time is wrong. Zhang Erhe was stunned, then burst into undisguised mockery. Ha 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 ha, a mere foundation establishment ant dares to discuss right and wrong with me? How laughable. Your life or death is now in my hands. What can you do? What can you possibly do to me? Gu Ming's gaze was deep and calm, as if he were looking at a fool, staring at Zhang Erhe. That gaze caused the smile on Zhang Erhe's face to gradually freeze, and he felt a growing unease. Ant, what kind of look is that? I don't like it at all. Don't you feel the obstruction of your spiritual energy circulation, the stinging pain in your dantian, and the weakness in your meridians? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zhang Erhe and the other two changed slightly. Upon careful sensing, they confirmed Gu Ming's words. Gu Ming's face showed contempt and disdain as he continued softly. Fools! Knowing I'm skilled in array formations and alchemy, you still act so recklessly. I don't know how you've survived this long. Cripple him! Zhang Erhe roared in panic. His two subordinates, hearing this, raised their hands, gathering killing moves, and immediately attacked Gu Ming. The next moment, Gu Ming's figure vanished like a bubble, reappearing at the entrance. No time to play with you anymore. Game over. Gu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He snapped his fingers, and the azure crystals used for illumination in the cave shattered, instantly filling the entire cave with green poisonous gas. The three men were about to make a move when, the moment they circulated their spiritual energy, their bodies instantly stiffened, and they collapsed straight down. How is this possible? You also drank the spirit iris wine, why are you unharmed? Zhang Erhe's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. He never imagined that he, a dignified nascent soul expert, would be poisoned. Gu Ming curled his lip, speaking calmly and unhurriedly. The spirit iris wine itself is fine, but combined with this poison, it becomes a conduit. The two working together are unstoppable, even for a nascent soul cultivator. Holding your breath won't help. As long as you circulate your spiritual energy, the poison will enter your body automatically, like a fly drawn to blood, complementing each other and becoming impossible to defend against. Of course, if you were stronger, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you, but unfortunately, you're just a mere early nascent soul cultivator. Zhang Erhe was furious. He had never seen such a treacherous and cunning demon suppression guard, more sinister than demonic cultivators, utterly devoid of martial ethics. So what? Once this poison dissipates, I can recover instantly and kill you like slaughtering a dog. You also drank the spirit iris wine. Do you dare step into the poisonous realm and attack me? Determined that Gu Ming wouldn't dare enter, Zhang Erhe's unease subsided considerably. Gu Ming looked at Zhang Erhe as if he were a fool. A mysterious bone fire appeared in his right hand, spreading from the ground and instantly engulfing the entire cave. Too stupid. A miserable wail instantly echoed through the cave. In no time, the three were reduced to charred remains, utterly dead. Gu Ming dispelled the poisonous mist, gathered his belongings, and left. This world is in chaos, I can't control it, nor can I manage it, but regarding the matter of Gyuan heaven, I, Gu Ming, will take care of it. Dead Ghost Forest. A deathly stillness, shrouded in mist, dark and sunless. Yu Chunyang held the demon-suppressing blade, his natal golden core appearing above his head, like a miniature crimson sun, dispelling the deathly aura and illuminating all directions. Drips of crimson blood fell from his black robes, landing in the emerald green pool of still water, creating ripples. The surrounding forest was snapped in half by death. Ahead stood a nascent soul demonic cultivator, wielding a blood-red crescent-shaped blade, his gaze mocking Yu Chunyang with a hint of disdain. Go! Yu Chunyang, disheveled and bearing a gruesome wound radiating murderous aura on his chest, spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Lu Feng, pale-faced, carrying his dying teammate on his back, his eyes bloodshot, stared at Yu Chunyang's retreating figure. No, Captain, even in death, we must die together. We made a pact, one for all for one. Yu Chunyang abruptly turned, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace, blood trickling from his lips, speaking each word with venom. Get out of here. Do you really want our brothers to die in vain? For my sacrifice to be in vain? Leave a legacy for our team. Go back and tell the higher UPS that all forces have betrayed the Taegza dynasty, colluding with the 3 major demonic sections. Lu Feng remained silent for a moment, then abruptly turned and fled, repeating the same words over and over as he ran. Lu Feng, 18th Squad Demon Suppression Guard, obeys. The demonic cultivator sneered, slowly raising his crescent-shaped blade, drawing upon the deathly aura within a 10-mile radius, transforming it into a 1,000-foot-long blade shadow. Yu Chunyang, do you really think this ant can escape Giwan Heaven? Giwan Heaven is the burial ground for your demon suppression guards. I will personally send you on your way. The deathly aura howled, like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts, echoing through heaven and earth. Facing the nascent soul cultivator's full-force attack, Yu Chunyang sighed softly, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, which quickly transformed into decisiveness and killing intent. Demon suppression guards, to suppress demons and slay monsters, to safeguard peace in this chaotic world, until death do us part. As his words fell, Yu Chunyang suddenly raised his hand, grasping the essence of his golden core. With a bang, the golden core transformed into a sky full of golden light, merging into his body. Sacrificing his golden core, fighting with his life. Yu Chunyang's figure burst forth from the golden light, wielding the demon-suppressing blade, unleashing a 1,000-foot-long golden blade of light as he charged towards the demonic cultivator. His mighty slash, defying the heavens, erupted from the void with earth-shattering power, sweeping in all directions. The remaining force, however, did not affect Lu Feng. Instead, it transformed into a wisp of wind, carrying him away from the scene. Lu Feng's body, meanwhile, vanished in the demonic cultivator's blade, his life extinguished. As the light dissipated, the demonic cultivator coldly stared in the direction Lu Feng had disappeared, then touched his severed sideburn, his face ashen. To protect a comrade to the death, what great courage! Too bad, he can't escape, he's doomed. With a cold snort, the demonic cultivator turned and continued his pursuit of the other demon-suppressing guards. The situation reversed, a large number of cultivators from the Taegza dynasty suddenly joined forces with the demonic cultivator to deal with the demon-suppressing guards. Caught off guard, the demon suppression guards suffered heavy losses, with several nascent soul leaders perishing in the chaos. Lu Feng escaped the deadly forest, his teammates on his back already lifeless. He refused to put them down, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, continuing on despite his exhaustion. I will definitely complete the captain's orders, I can. Suddenly, ice imbued with bloodthirsty energy spread from the ground, freezing his feet. Staggering, Lu Feng collapsed onto the icy ground. Black vines swiftly attacked, piercing through his limbs and suspending him high in the air. His teammates' corpses were instantly torn apart, reduced to blood and flesh. Another escaped prey. 2 early-stage golden core demonic cultivators emerged from behind the rocks, revealing arrogant and smug smiles as they surveyed their captured prey. Chapter 69 Green hills may bury bones everywhere, but I'll take you home. Lu Feng forced open his weary eyes, looking at the approaching demonic cultivator. He smiled bitterly and murmured softly, Captain, I failed. He sensed his golden core shattered, demonic energy entering his body, his life was nearing its end. He slowly raised his head, looking towards the distant horizon, towards the exit of Giwan Heaven, the direction of home. Home. His pupils dilated, and in the dim light, he seemed to see a familiar figure suddenly appear, just as before, flicking his finger to create a killing array. Brother Gu, it seems I still think of you. Even in my dying moments, the last person I think of is still you. Lu Feng slowly closed his eyes. He was too tired. He wanted to sleep, he wanted to catch up with Yu Chunyang and the other 3, he didn't want to be alone on the path of reincarnation. Gu Ming arrived, his hands forming a killing array, unleashing poison pills like madmen, instantly enveloping the 2. The 2 were shocked. Just as they were about to break the array, hundreds of lightning talismans appeared, with a deafening boom, swallowing them whole, leaving no trace of their bodies. Gu Ming slashed the demon-suppressing blade upwards, sending Lu Feng plummeting into his arms. He took out a large quantity of pills and poured them into Lu Feng's body. Sensing Lu Feng's life force dwindling, Gu Ming's face darkened horribly. Cough cough. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, grinning when he saw Gu Ming. Brother Gu, you saved me again. We really are destined to meet. Don't speak. I'll heal your injuries. Gu Ming flicked his right finger, and talismans appeared in his storage bag, transforming into a healing array that drew upon the power of heaven and earth to sustain Lu Feng's life force. Then, he took out a high-grade Xian-level rejuvenating pill from his storage bag, intending to refine it for Lu Feng to restore his meridians. Lu Feng struggled to raise his hand, stopping Gu Ming's actions, and spoke softly. Brother Gu, forget it. I know my condition, there's no way to save me. Even a low-level alchemist couldn't save me. Brother Gu froze. How could he not know? But, what could he do? If he were a high-level alchemist, perhaps he truly possessed the power to bring the dead back to life. Setting down the pill in his hand, Gu Ming sighed softly, a complex expression flashing across his face as he looked at Lu Feng. I'm sorry, I can't save you. He wouldn't interfere with the birth, aging, sickness, and death of mortals, but the demon suppression guards shouldn't die, Lu Feng shouldn't die. They had their own missions, at least they shouldn't die in Guan heaven. Lu Feng coughed, blood streaming from his mouth, and shook his head. Brother Gu, please don't say that. I owe you a debt I can never repay in this lifetime. If I make you feel guilty, how can I have peace of mind? Meeting you is my blessing. Though I have regrets in this life, the cycle of life and death is beyond human control, it's all predestined. This is the lesson you taught me. Gu Ming naturally understood. He had seen too many people around him die and was already used to it. But he was still human, possessing emotions and desires. He felt Lu Feng shouldn't have died in this conspiracy. Forcing a smile, Gu Ming took out the spirit iris wine. Brother Lu, this is a fine brew I've made this year. It would be a real regret if you didn't taste it. Lu Feng was startled, opened his mouth, drank it, smacked his lips, and chuckled. You rascal, you didn't know to brew it sooner. Well, at least I can taste this heavenly delicacy before I die, it's worth it. Lu Feng's pupils gradually dilated, his life force rapidly fading, and he murmured softly. The demon-suppressing guards, their duty is to suppress demons and slay monsters, safeguarding peace in this chaotic world. Brother Gu, do not despair of the demon-suppressing guards. They are excellent. If possible, continue their mission for me. Gu Ming took out a pre-prepared coffin from his storage bag and placed Lu Feng inside. He then collected the remains of another demon-suppressing guard and placed them in another coffin. After storing them in his storage bag, Gu Ming stood up, holding the demon-suppressing blade in one hand, and said softly, The green hills are everywhere to bury corpses, but I insist on bringing you home. Following this, Gu Ming walked through Guan heaven, collecting the bodies of the deceased demon-suppressing guards and placing them in coffins. When encountering invincible demonic cultivators, he chose to temporarily retreat. He could not die yet, he had his own mission. Soon, a strange thing spread throughout Guan heaven, someone was collecting the bodies of the demon-suppressing guards. Upon hearing this news, the fleeing demon guards halted their pursuit. Rather than be hunted to death, they decided to fight to the death, killing as many as possible. Brothers, someone's collecting our corpses. What's there to fear about dying far from home? Let's do it. I've had enough. The mighty demon guards, hunted and humiliated, how can we face our ancestors? Come on, let's fight these hypocritical families, sects, and the 3 great demonic sects. Let's fight to the death, let's turn the world upside down. Soon, many demon guards stopped hiding and revealed themselves, ready to fight to the death. The demonic cultivators and those who betrayed the Taigzi dynasty learned of Gu Ming's existence and began a full-scale hunt for him. Many Nasan-soul demonic cultivators even made solemn promises, offering earth-grade spiritual artifacts and millions of spirit stones in exchange for his life. Especially after learning that Gu Ming was the demon-suppressing guard who had massacred over 1,000 demonic cultivators, the demonic cultivators' hatred for him reached its peak. If Gu Ming hadn't been so cautious, setting up numerous small teleportation arrays, he would have been captured long ago. Having just escaped the demonic cultivators' pursuit, Gu Ming was somewhat speechless, muttering to himself. What the hell? Didn't my actions just cause even more casualties among these demon-suppressing guards? I'm a demon-suppressing guard, not a corpse collector. Several days later, Gu Ming arrived at another battlefield. 3 demon-suppressing guards were engaged in a fierce battle with 5 demonic cultivators. He quickly killed all 5 demonic cultivators, while the 3 of them sustained some injuries. Gu Ming appeared, and the 3 were like frightened birds. Seeing his face, they calmed down considerably. So it's Brother Gu. We all know what you did for the demon suppression guard. If it weren't for you, how could we be without worries? Ya Shuanghong's face was deathly pale. She forced a smile, her abdomen pierced and bleeding profusely. Gu Ming approached the 3, giving each of them a rejuvenation pill, instantly restoring them to most of their former health. The 3 were slightly surprised, then their faces lit up with joy. Ya Shuanghong sighed. It's rumored that fellow deist Gu is a master of alchemy. Indeed, his reputation is well deserved. We'll repay you for the pills after we leave Guan heaven. If we don't leave alive, ask our families for them. We'll give you a written agreement. Gu Ming stared at Ye Xuanhong and shook his head. If you continue to be so polite, you're treating me like an outsider. Ye Xuanhong was taken aback, then smiled faintly. Alright, we're good brothers, all the demon suppressors under heaven are one family. Ye Xuanhong remained silent for a moment, then took out 2 corpses from her storage ring, a trace of sorrow on her face. These 2. I trouble you to take them back to Wei City and bring them home. Gu Ming nodded, skillfully taking out a coffin, tidying the 2 men's appearance, and placing them in his storage bag. The 3 men recovered somewhat and gave Gu Ming a deep look. Ye Xuanhong, carrying the demon-suppressing blade, smiled faintly. Let's go, we must continue our mission. We can't leave Gu in heaven, it's been blocked by all the major families and sects. The news can't get out. By the time the demon-suppressing division reacts, we'll probably be dead. Gu Ming, thank you for your trouble. I believe that with your abilities, you can definitely bring us home. The 3 men bowed deeply and said, Chapter 70 Major Issues of Right and Wrong. Before Gu Ming could speak, a cold voice rang out. Leave? You can't escape. Ye Xuanhong's expression changed drastically. She looked up and saw demonic cultivators appearing from all directions, surrounding them completely. The 3 leaders were all early-stage nascent soul cultivators. At that moment, despair filled Ye Xuanhong and the others' eyes. However, their despair was short-lived. The 3 quickly regained their composure, reviving their spiritual power and facing the demonic cultivators' encirclement without fear. The 3 nascent soul elders of the 3 demonic sects arrived together, their aura overwhelming, leading nearly 100 golden core cultivators. It seemed like a certain death for them. The leading elder of the Desire Demon sect, Chen Kun, sneered, looking at Gu Ming with amusement. So you are Gu Ming? I've heard so much about you. It took considerable effort to capture you, and you escaped every time. This time, I want to see how you break free. Ye Xuanhong's expression changed slightly, her pupils dilated, and she looked at Chen Kun in disbelief. You used the 3 of us as bait to deal with Gu Ming? The other nascent soul demon cultivator was alluring and captivating. Apart from her high, firm breasts and private parts being covered by a piece of silk cloth, her other skin was fair and jade-like. Every movement she made was naturally alluring and captivating. She giggled, covering her face, teasingly mocking. Little girl, otherwise do you think you 5 could break through the encirclement time and time again, only to lose 2 lives? We've already investigated. You and Gu Ming come from the same city. Using you as bait, we'll catch this big fish sooner or later. Now that the fish has taken the bait, the other demon guards of Wei City have no reason to live anymore. Ye Xuanhong's pupils froze. She looked at the calm Gu Ming, a look of guilt on her face. Gu Ming, I'm sorry. We've harmed you. If we had died sooner, perhaps you would be all right. Gu Ming shook his head, his expression still calm. It has nothing to do with you. It was all their conspiracy. It's just a pity we can't continue collecting the corpses of the demon guards. Upon hearing this, not only were Ye Xuanhong and her 2 companions stunned, but the other demon cultivators also looked at Gu Ming in astonishment, finding him particularly amusing. Yao Yuener smiled charmingly, her eyes fixed on Gu Ming, licking her lips. At a time like this, you're still thinking about collecting someone else's corpse? What an interesting fellow. Perhaps I should refine him into a puppet and enjoy myself every night. Chen Kun snorted coldly, his gaze piercing as he looked at Gu Ming. You tricked and killed Elder Cai of my Desire Demon sect, you should be thinking about how to collect your own corpse. Delay will only cause trouble. Kill those 3. Yao Yuener, since you like him, you've taken away his opportunity. This man's body is yours to do as you please. Yao Yuener smiled faintly. Then thank you. Minions, kill them. As Yao Yuener's voice fell, hundreds of golden core cultivators, their murderous aura surging, descended from the sky, attacking the 4. Ye Xuanhong and the other 2 tacitly surrounded Gu Ming. Gu Ming, the 3 of us will self-destruct, burning our very essence into our golden cores. The power will be comparable to a nascent soul cultivator's attack. You can use this opportunity to escape, this is your only chance. No need to collect our corpses. Leave Gu in heaven and live. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3 of them unleashed their golden core essences, intending to pave the way for Gu Ming with their deaths. Gu Ming was deeply shaken. He had never imagined that there were truly such people in the world, willing to die without hesitation for others. Stop, I have a way to deal with them. Gu Ming coldly shouted, his heavenly nether power flowing within him, his body flashing with a blood-red, eerie light. Ye Xuanhong's expression changed slightly, and she coldly scoffed. Gu Ming, live on. Given Gu Ming no chance to react, the 3 of them soared into the sky, their golden radiance growing ever brighter, like a sun about to explode, startling the surrounding demonic cultivators who retreated in terror, fleeing for their lives. Not good, those 3 are going to self-destruct. Chen Kun and the other 2 avoided their attack, retreating hastily. Even they, at the early nascent soul stage, had to be cautious of a self-destruction by a golden core cultivator at the peak of perfection. Gu Ming suddenly looked up. He needed some time, but the three of them would rather die than have him use forbidden techniques. After all, they all knew the price Gu Ming would pay for using forbidden techniques was extremely high. In the current Giwan heaven, serious injury and death were no different. At the moment of life and death, a gentle aura suddenly appeared, enveloping the three of them and forcefully suppressing their violent aura. A deafening roar, carrying a chilling killing intent, echoed from the heavens, unleashing rolling thunder. Seeking death. The roar was followed by the appearance of a blade of light, slicing through the sky and carrying the power of lightning. A single strike cleaved the heavens and earth, instantly obliterating a nascent soul demonic cultivator. The crowd looked in the direction of the voice and saw Hu Yuan arriving on lightning, his figure as swift as lightning, appearing in an instant. His left hand pointed to the sky, unleashing a torrent of lightning that crashed down like divine punishment, devouring 100 golden core demonic cultivators. The terrifying killing intent emanating from him was no less than that of the demonic cultivators themselves. Chen Kun and Yao Yuaner's expressions changed drastically. How could they not recognize Hu Yuan? Without the slightest hesitation, they turned and tore through the void, attempting to flee. Hu Yuan looked at the two with icy eyes and coldly snorted. Trying to escape? Too late. Thundercloud break. A long blade pierced the air, unleashing a torrent of lightning like a net, raging and engulfing the void. A horizontal slash, lightning-infused blade light filling the void, enveloping the two men and frantically devouring their life force. His body moved again, appearing behind them, his hands like claws, gripping their heads. No! Puffed. Blood exploded as Hu Yuan crushed their heads, turning them into a bloody mist. Lightning surged in all directions, devouring their souls, reducing them to nothingness. His robes fluttered in the air as Hu Yuan waved his blood-red hand, the demon-suppressing blade appearing in his grasp. His figure instantly appeared before the three, suppressing the raging spiritual power within them. Gu Ming, help me. Gu Ming didn't hesitate, flicking his fingers to form an array, enveloping the three, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to repair their meridians damaged by the raging spiritual power. He took out 3 rejuvenation pills and soul-restoring pills and gave them to the 3 men, suppressing the pills' impending explosion. Having survived the ordeal, the 3 hurriedly bowed to the 2 men. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Brother Gu. Nonsense. Hu Yuan snorted coldly, looking at them with disappointment. Behind him, 5 golden core cultivators at the peak of their cultivation arrived late, keeping watch on the surroundings. Hu Yuan looked at Gu Ming, his gaze softening slightly. Are you all right? I'm fine. Gu Ming shook his head. In the face of matters of great importance, his personal grudge against Hu Yuan was nothing. Hu Yuan nodded, then looked at the 3 men who looked like children who had done something wrong. With a soft sigh, Hu Yuan said gently, "Don't worry, now that I've brought you out, I'll take you home. This is a one-time thing, don't do it again." The 3 hurriedly agreed. Hu Yuan glanced around and spoke again. After a short rest, we need to gather the remaining demon-suppressing guards in Giwan Heaven and break out. Once we're out of Giwan Heaven, we can send a message to the Lord. This is our only chance of survival. He looked at Gu Ming again. Gu Ming, I need your cooperation. I, Hu Yuan, will bear all your losses this time. Gu Ming shook his head, his expression calm and unreadable. Don't forget, I am also a demon-suppressing guard. With just this one sentence, Hu Yuan looked at Gu Ming with newfound respect and said no more. Chapter 71 Clearing the Way Before Death, Fighting for Life. In the following time, under Hu Yuan's leadership, a large number of demon suppression guards gathered, forming a powerful force capable of fighting even against the encirclement of nascent soul experts from the 3 major demon sects. However, not long after, the 3 major demon sects vanished without a trace, as if they had disappeared. The nascent soul silver token demon suppression guards of Diyan City showed joy. Brother Hu, have they become afraid and chosen to retreat? Hu Yuan's expression grew increasingly solemn, and he shook his head. No, they have laid a trap, waiting for us to walk right into it. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed, feeling terrified and uneasy. Li Yu spoke in a heavy tone. My lord, do you mean that they only need to block the exit, and we will be helpless, forced to force our way through? Hu Yuan nodded. That's probably it, but we have no other choice. We must break through the encirclement and send a message to the Demon Suppression Division. Hu Yuan seemed to have made a decision, looking at the people behind him. There are 5 months until the Giwan Heaven closes. You will disperse and gather all the demon-suppressing guards at the suspended Forbidden Peak outside Giwan Heaven. Remember, you must reach the suspended Forbidden Peak within 5 months. Upon hearing this, the demon-suppressing guards at the Golden Core Perfection stage and the early Nascent Soul stage, led by their respective leaders, obeyed and departed in all directions. 5 months later, at the suspended Forbidden Peak, all the surviving demon-suppressing guards gathered here, numbering less than 1,000. Among them were 28 early nascent soul stage cultivators, 11 mid nascent soul stage cultivators, and 1 late nascent soul stage cultivator. Hu Yuan looked at the heavily damaged demon suppressing guards, a pang of sorrow in his heart. Of the hundreds of cities in the entire Taeju dynasty, tens of thousands of demon suppressing guards had entered Giwan heaven. Now, less than 1,000 remained, less than 1/10. As the one with the highest cultivation, Hu Yuan naturally took the lead. He drew his demon-suppressing blade, pointed it to the sky, and the blade roared like a dragon's cry. His face was icy, and he spoke each word clearly. The demonic sect colluded with the major clans and sects to massacre our demon-suppressing guards. Their crimes are unforgivable. His gaze swept over the grief-stricken crowd. Among them were those who had lost their brothers and comrades, their hearts filled with murderous intent, none unafraid of death. Not even a demon-suppressing guard at the early Golden Core stage survived. This is outrageous. Suddenly, Gu Ming felt the surprised gazes of the others. He didn't want to speak and break the atmosphere of grief, but still explained softly, "I'm at the peak of Foundation establishment, not the early Golden Core stage." The crowd, Hu Yuan continued. "This time, we must leave alive, spread the news, and make them pay a bloody price. But we can't all leave alive. Some must sacrifice themselves to cover our comrades' escape." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Then, one by one, figures stepped forward. "I'm willing to pave the way for you. Count me in." "Me too. I'm already severely injured, I can't escape. Trading my crippled body for my teammates' lives is worthwhile. My team is down to just me. How can I face them alive? How can I face their families? I'll go." One after another, people stepped forward, each willing to be the one to die. Hu Yuan's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, drifted towards Gu Ming. He knew Gu Ming had no sense of belonging to the demon suppression guard, but today, withdrawing his gaze, Hu Yuan had already made his decision and slowly spoke. "Nascent soul cultivators, step forward." 39 nascent soul cultivators, the silver token demon suppressing guards, stepped forward without hesitation. They all smiled at the crowd. "Youngsters, you are still young. This kind of thing should naturally be done by us. It shouldn't be your turn. Yes, we've enjoyed all the blessings we should have. We've sat in the silver token demon suppressing guard positions, and we've seen the farthest peaks of the Great Dao. But you are different. You have many things you haven't done yet. Live well, walk the paths we've walked, and see the scenery we've seen. If you can, see the scenery we haven't seen for us, that would be good too." Hu Yuan took a deep breath, calming his turbulent emotions. "Don't be sad. Nascent soul cultivators will definitely be the focus of attention, we can't escape it. Your cultivation is weaker, which actually gives you more opportunities, understand?" After a pause, Hu Yuan continued. "Those whose foundations have been damaged, those whose cultivation has been reduced by more than 30%, step forward." Hundreds of golden core cultivators slowly stepped forward. "If only one person remains in the team, rejoin the ranks. Remember, you are the legacy, the hope, the mark. At least ensure that if one person remains, the same team can be rebuilt." The crowd hesitated for a moment before retreating, 100 or so people returning. Hu Yuan sighed softly, looking at the 39 nascent soul demon suppressing guards and 296 golden core demon suppressing guards before him, and smiled. "Gentlemen, are you willing to join me in fighting your way out for the rest of our brothers?" "Yes." The resounding voices echoed through the valley. Hu Yuan nodded, looking at the other demon suppressing guards who had their heads bowed. "Remember, your mission is to survive. Even if you see your comrades fall, do not stop. Send word as soon as you leave Giwan heaven, understand?" "Understood." Hu Yuan looked at Gu Ming, bowing respectfully. "Gu Ming, thank you for your trouble." Gu Ming was reluctant, but had no other choice. If this wasn't the method, none of them would leave alive. This was their fate, what could he do? He took out bottles of pills from his storage bag and distributed them to everyone. "These are high-grade Xian-level berserk blood pills. After taking them, your power will be greatly enhanced, unleashing power beyond your own limits. The extent to which you achieve this depends on your cultivation level, physique, and willpower. Remember, after taking the berserk blood pill, you will die from a violent surge of qi and blood within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Gu Ming didn't say anything more. He was reminding everyone to choose their own fate, death in battle, or mutual destruction. He then emptied his coffers, giving them all sorts of random talismans and poison pills containing deadly techniques. Besides those clearing the way, each of the remaining demon suppressing guards received a swift wind talisman to maximize their speed and increase their chances of survival. Gu Ming noted the names of each person who passed by. The crowd thanked him profusely, their repeated thanks sounding particularly grating to Gu Ming's ears. Afterwards, Hu Yuan looked at Gu Ming. "You go with them and blend in. With your abilities, I believe you can leave Giwan heaven." Gu Ming didn't respond. He didn't need anyone else to tell him what to do. Seeing this, Hu Yuan didn't say anything more. He knew Gu Ming was decisive and had his own ideas. If he died, that was his fate. Follow me, clear a path before you die, send them on their way. Clear a path before you die. The crowd murmured, their demon-suppressing blades unsheathed in unison, their spiritual power rapidly revived, and their eyes flashed with a blood-red light. Without turning back, the 336 demon-suppressing guards transformed into streaks of light, carrying with them a sky full of killing intent, and rushed towards the exit of Diwen Heaven. Chapter 72. What I owe you, I'll repay today. What I owe Shihu, I'll repay in the next life. Among the remaining people were Li Yu, Ye Xuanhong, and others. These captains, all at the peak of the Golden Core stage, exchanged glances, each seemingly harboring their own plans. Ye Xuanhong hesitated for a moment, then smiled gently at Gu Ming. Gu Ming, do you have any more bloodlust pills? Give them to me. Gu Ming looked at Ye Xuanhong silently, and she explained with a smile. We naturally wouldn't dare disobey Lord Hu's orders, but those guys are either old or crippled. What use are they? We young people at the peak of the Golden Core stage are best suited to lead the way. If they can't hold them off, a second group will have to willingly sacrifice themselves. It's better to make arrangements beforehand than to panic later. Good brother, please help your sister just this once, okay? Ye Xuanhong said, unusually coquettishly. Gu Ming shook his head, took out the remaining pills, and handed them all to Ye Xuanhong. Thank you. I'll repay this kindness in my next life. Ye Xuanhong turned and distributed the pills to the captains at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Remember, do not take the bloodlust pill until the very last moment. The primary objective is to survive. Understood. The group exchanged smiles, showing no fear of death. In the distance, at the exit plane, terrifying spiritual energy surged across 100 miles, shaking mountains and rivers, and whipping up fierce winds. The deafening sounds of battle echoed through the heavens and earth. The battle had begun. Ye Xuanhong drew her demon-suppressing blade, her face cold, and spoke softly. Kill! Kill! The remaining 500-plus demon-suppressing guards flew through the air, rapidly approaching the battlefield, and a fierce and brutal battle erupted. Gu Ming calmly watched the departing figures, slowly raised his head, looked at the sky, and murmured softly. This world is truly fascinating, a microcosm of human nature, revealing the full spectrum of human emotions. Talent, oh talent, this time, lend a hand. With that, he took out a recording stone and placed it at his waist. He wanted to preserve evidence of the collusion between the Taegzu clan and the three major demonic sections. Then, Gu Ming drew his demon-suppressing blade, leaped down, and charged towards the battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield was in chaos, mountains and rivers shattered, the earth stained with blood. Demonic cultivators and Taegzu dynasty cultivators joined forces to besiege the demon-suppressing guards. Figures in black, wielding demon-suppressing blades, fearlessly charged through the crowd. All the nascent soul cultivators of the demon-suppressing guards were being targeted by nascent soul demonic cultivators or other nascent soul cultivators from the Taegzu dynasty. Just as Hu Yuan had guessed, they were being given special attention. It was impossible to allow them to break through the encirclement. The sheer number of demonic cultivators and Taegzu dynasty cultivators far exceeded that of the demon suppression guards 10 times, or even more. Had the demon suppression guards not been fearless in the face of death, fighting a life-for-life battle, they would have long since collapsed. The battle had barely begun when some already wounded demon suppression guards, unable to wait for the final expiration of the bloodlust pill, chose to self-destruct, taking dozens of cultivators of the same level with them. The terrifying power of a golden core cultivator's self-destruction was like a small nuclear bomb, each explosion creating a mushroom cloud in the void, cracking the earth, and leaving deep ravines. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the demon suppression guards surged towards the exit of Diwen Heaven. Those responsible for the breakout understood that only by leaving Diwen Heaven and sending word would the remaining demon suppression guards have a chance of survival. Just as Gu Ming approached the battlefield, he instantly activated the first level of the Heavenly Nether Burial technique, reaching the Golden Core Perfection stage. A blood-red blade of light pierced the air, instantly killing 2 demonic cultivators. In an instant, many demonic cultivators were drawn to Gu Ming, recognizing him. Gu Ming is here. Surround and kill him. Dozens of demonic cultivators and cultivators from the Taegzu dynasty turned and attacked Gu Ming. Gu Ming coldly snorted, showing no fear against those below the nascent soul stage. His blade roared, and he crushed a poison pill in his right hand, imbuing the blade with his power. Faced with dozens of golden core cultivators surrounding him, Gu Ming traded blows for wounds, his blade poisoned for a single, fatal strike. However, he himself was also left with numerous wounds. Damn it, is he a demonic cultivator or are we demonic cultivators? A demonic cultivator who had just approached Gu Ming was instantly covered in soul-eating talismans, his soul torn apart in an instant. Various insidious and cunning methods were used by Gu Ming without end, making him impossible to defend against. Half an hour later, Gu Ming wiped the blood from his blade, his face icy as he stepped on the last man, blood flowing like a river beneath his feet, his body covered in streaks of blood. He swallowed a handful of elixirs, forcefully suppressing his injuries. Just then, a nascent soul cultivator from the Taigzu dynasty attacked, wielding a giant hammer. His chaotic wind hammer technique stirred the wind and clouds, a hurricane sweeping in from all directions, completely surrounding Gu Ming. Little thing, you're quite the killer. Dare to kill a cultivator from my Wiang family? You have no conscience. Gu Ming's calm gaze fell upon the nascent soul cultivator who had arrived with the hurricane, and he spoke softly. The Wiang family, I'll remember you. I'll annihilate your Wiang family afterward. Arrogant. You can talk after you've survived my attack. Gu Ming ignored him. The heavenly nether gate in his eyes trembled, opening a crack once more. Terrifying heavenly nether power, with its bone-crushing, heart-burning pain, swept over his body. His crimson golden core surged, evolving into a soul infant, transforming into a crimson nascent soul. His eyes opened and closed. Gu Ming activated the second level of the heavenly nether burial technique, stepping into the early nascent soul stage. The Wiang family nascent soul cultivator, standing close by, stared in astonishment at Gu Ming, who had suddenly entered the nascent soul realm. I'll send you on your way. Without any fancy moves, his longsword condensed crimson netherworld power, his eyes blazed with fury, and he roared like a beast. Wherever the blade passed, the void shattered, 1,000 feet of blood-red light erupting before it crashed down, shattering the earth and startling everyone. The battlefield paused, everyone turning to look. They saw the Wiang family nascent soul cultivator engulfed in blood-red light, while a figure, radiating blood, emerged step by step, walking on blood more like a demonic cultivator than any of the demonic cultivators among them. This is Gu Ming. He used forbidden techniques again. Damn, this guy's a demonic cultivator, isn't he? Your demon suppression guards have no martial ethics, letting a demonic cultivator become demon suppression guards. The thief cries, "Stop thief." The battlefield erupted into battle again. Many nascent soul cultivators noticed Gu Ming and rushed towards him. Li Yu and the others exchanged glances, then swallowed berserk blood pills and appeared beside Gu Ming. Go, we'll hold them off for you. Li Yu spoke slowly, his gaze fierce as he looked at the approaching nascent soul cultivators. With the power of the berserk blood pills, he too could fight against nascent soul cultivators. Gu Ming had no time to stop them, they had already consumed the berserk blood pills. The price to pay was only death. This after effect was irreversible, similar to the heavenly nether burial technique, except that it consumed life force and essence. One was the cycle of lifespan. Go, Gu Ming, let's break out. Ya Xuanhuang roared, leaping into the air with a heroic and spirited laugh. Today, this old lady will test the power of the nascent soul stage. Slay a nascent soul cultivator to pay for this. The other demon suppression guard captains glanced at Gu Ming, then turned to attack the approaching nascent soul cultivator. Li Yu paused, then spoke softly, tinged with remorse. Regarding Shi Hu, I apologize. I forgot my original intentions, forgot the ideals of my youth. I should thank you for making me realize my mistakes. Also, I, Li Yu, am never hypocritical. Making a mistake doesn't mean I, Li Yu, am afraid of death. What I owe you, I repay today. What I owe Shi Hu, I will repay in the next life. With these words, Li Yu unleashed the full power of his primordial golden core, drawing upon the power of the berserk blood pill. His aura rivaled that of a nascent soul cultivator, and he surged upwards against the heavens, attacking the demonic cultivator. Chapter 73. Today, everyone in Giwan heaven must die. Gu Ming withdrew his gaze. The heavenly nether burial technique was running out of time, he needed to carve a bloody path through as quickly as possible. Brother Li, see you in the next life. Gu Ming's figure transformed into a streak of blood, rushing towards the exit. He swiftly dispatched the golden core cultivators he encountered, one by one, their eyes stained crimson with blood, making them almost unrecognizable. Li Yu, hearing the words brotherly, smiled with relief. I have no regrets, kill. Li Yu roared, his killing intent soaring, clashing with the demonic cultivator in a battle that seemed to rage between heaven and earth. However, he was ultimately only relying on the power of the pills, able to barely fight against the early stage nascent soul cultivator, but unable to kill him. The distant mountains shattered with a deafening roar, terrifying spiritual energy intertwined with an aura of destruction, instantly sweeping in all directions. Demon suppressor guards, suppress demons and slay monsters, safeguard peace in this chaotic world. The roar echoed through heaven and earth. Li Yu and the nascent soul cultivator perished together, their bodies disappearing into the returning origin heaven, leaving no trace. The same tragic scene unfolded everywhere, they paid no heed to Li Yu's death. Even someone as powerful as Hu Yuan was now besieged by late-stage nascent soul demonic cultivators, unable to escape. He could only watch helplessly as his trusted confidants, the demon-suppressing guards who had followed him for years, died here. His eyes were bloodshot and ferocious, he roared and charged towards the late-stage nascent soul demonic cultivator like a madman, venting all his rage on him. Gu Ming sighed inwardly, but his steps did not falter. He continued fighting, signaling the demon-suppressing guards to follow. "Don't scatter. I'll clear a path for you." At the exit, a late-stage nascent soul demonic cultivator suddenly appeared, his palms thrusting out horizontally. The skeletal ghostly hull transformed into a giant python, emitting a chilling roar that directly repelled Gu Ming. Elder Yu Lian Gui of the Ghost Nether sect sneered. His body was covered in overlapping skeletal ghostly shadows, his aura overwhelming. With each step he took, the surrounding vegetation withered. Behind him, numerous golden core demonic cultivators from the Ghost Nether sect appeared, controlling various puppets and employing wicked methods to block the area. "Gu Ming, you killed 1,000 of my demonic cultivators. Do you really think you can leave alive? Practicing forbidden techniques. I wonder how long your forbidden techniques can last, and whether they can kill me." A playful voice rang out. In Yulian Gui's eyes, Gu Ming was merely a junior, not worth his attention. Gu Ming remained calm. The demon-suppressing guards behind him exchanged glances and whispered, "Gu Ming, we'll hold him off for a moment. You take this opportunity to leave Giyuan Heaven." Gu Ming shook his head, his aura still rising. He knew this ambush wasn't so simple. There was definitely an even more powerful being guarding this place. Suddenly, a figure radiating overwhelming killing intent descended from the sky. The demon-suppressing blade, crackling with lightning, crashed down with a deafening roar, instantly reducing Yu Lianhun and the others to dust, leaving them no chance to even scream. As the dust settled, Hu Yuan was enveloped in a torrent of murderous aura, blood streaming from his abdomen, leaving a gaping wound. To break free from his opponent and clear the way for Gu Ming and the others, he had chosen to sacrifice himself, trading his life for his adversaries. "Go! Don't linger! Don't grieve!" Hu Yuan's expression was terrifyingly calm, his aura unstoppable, a single man holding off 10,000, blocking their path. Gu Ming silently glanced at Hu Yuan, brushing past him, then stopped behind him, looking at the charging demonic cultivators and Taigzu dynasty cultivators. "Go!" The other demon-suppressing guards didn't hesitate, their faces etched into their memories, rushing towards the exit. "You're not leaving?" Hu Yuan wiped the blood from his blade with his sleeve, swallowing the bloodlust pill without hesitation. In that instant, his previously declining aura surged wildly, comparable to a nascent soul cultivator at their peak, a sublimation reaching its zenith. Gu Ming smiled faintly. "I'm not leaving. If you die, who will I fight to the death with?" Hu Yuan turned back in surprise, looking at Gu Ming. After a pause, a smile appeared on his face for the first time. "If it weren't for that grudge, we might have become close friends despite our age difference. What a pity. Since you want to die, I won't stop you. Come on, let's see who lives longer." Gu Ming's gaze was fixed ahead, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. All the demon-suppressing guards had perished, only a few remaining. Ye Xuanhuang is dead, Liu is dead, Shen Lang is dead, Lan Suanpo is dead. Of the 6 captains of Wia City, only Qin Bin, dragging his heavily wounded body, arrived behind the 2. The remaining demon suppression guards appeared on either side of Hu Yuan and Gu Ming, blocking their path. Behind them, only less than 100 golden core demon suppression guards remained. Tisk tisk tisk, what a moving scene. Even I was almost moved. Alas! In this game, your demon suppression guards are destined to lose. 3 late-stage nascent soul elders from the Desire Demon sect, the Joyous Union sect, and the Ghost Nether sect, leading the remaining thousands of demon cultivators, as well as cultivators from various forces of the Taigzu dynasty, stood before them. As soon as this person finished speaking, a mysterious figure in black robes suddenly appeared at the exit. With just one step, his aura surged like a torrent, causing celestial phenomena, and a resounding golden light reverberated, directly suppressing the fleeing demon suppression guards and cutting off their escape route. Hu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized the technique, the royal technique of the Taigzu dynasty, a low-grade earth-rank technique, the Hunyuan Golden Cloud technique. "I am here. None of you will leave." A cold voice rang out, and despair swept through everyone's hearts. This conspiracy was flawless, from the Taigzu dynasty itself to the 3 major demonic sects, and various forces within the Taigzu dynasty, all were working to destroy this demon suppression guard. Although they couldn't shake the demon suppression guard's top-tier fighting force, this loss had shaken its foundation. The demon suppression guards who went to Giyuan Heaven were the backbone of each city, the future foundation of the demon suppression guard. Why? Hu Yuan's deep voice came. He didn't understand why someone from the Taigzu dynasty's royal family would interfere. The man sneered and spoke softly. "The demon suppression division is a sharp blade of the Taigzu dynasty, but not everyone likes it. What do you think?" Hu Yuan suddenly understood, feeling a strange sense of desolation. Internal strife within the dynasty has made the demon suppression guard a casualty. He could easily guess who the mastermind behind it all was. What a third prince! So bold, so ruthless. With a soft sigh, Hu Yuan exhaled a breath of stale air and said in a low voice, Gentlemen, as long as even one person leaves Giwan Heaven alive, this conspiracy will not be considered a defeat for the Demon Suppression Guard. Whoever survives, upholding the will of the Demon Suppression Guard, will make those behind this pay the price they deserve. No one questioned why Hu Yuan suddenly mentioned the third prince's name. At this moment, with their fates unknown, none of that seemed to matter. Come on, kill, kill! Hu Yuan abruptly turned and charged at the mysterious cultivator. With the strength he gained from consuming the bloodlust pill, he could barely hold his own. But the others were almost completely wiped out in a single exchange. Gu Ming watched helplessly as familiar faces fell one by one, some even self-destructing to take others down with them, powerless to stop it. With a roar, Gu Ming hurled to the sky, activating the third level of the heavenly nether burial technique. A blood-red, ominous, murderous, and violent aura, emanating from him, transformed into a crimson light that instantly swept across the entire battlefield. As everyone looked, they saw Gu Ming arrive, stepping into the blood-red aura, his entire body shrouded in blood mist, his breath mingling with crimson fog. He set down the demon-suppressing blade, and with a slight movement of his right hand, a wooden sword appeared in his storage pouch, imbued with layers of celestial, blood-red light, resembling a demon god. Today in this Giwan Heaven, if even one of you manages to leave alive, it will be a testament to my incompetence in fulfilling my duty. Chapter 74. He returned from hell like an enraged demon. The moment Gu Ming's aura reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, his body abruptly reversed, appearing at the exit. Everyone was shocked, thinking he was about to flee. However, Gu Ming slowly raised his blood-red wooden sword. The blood-red sword energy multiplied into countless forms, wildly stirring the chaotic spatial rules and remnant power, completely sealing the passage. Gu Ming knew that none of the demon-suppressing guards would leave alive today. His heavenly nether burial technique was powerful, but there were too many enemies here, he simply didn't have enough time to kill everyone. Moreover, there were powerful figures secretly observing the battlefield. Gu Ming slowly raised his blood-red wooden sword, his expression calm and profound, looking at the astonished crowd. Come, this blood debt must be repaid in blood today. There's no need to wait. You're courting death. The nascent soul cultivators were enraged. Gu Ming had forcibly manipulated the spatial turbulence, closing the passage and cutting off their escape route, intending to trap them all here. A golden light from his palm repelled Hu Yuan, enraging him, and he charged towards Gu Ming. His body seemed to gleam with gold, his entire being radiating golden light that materialized into a 100-foot-tall giant shadow, clashing with Gu Ming. With a deafening roar, golden and blood-red light swept across 1,000 miles, flattening mountains. Terrifying auras, intertwined with gold and blood, surged forth wave after wave, forcing everyone back. The two, their killing intent soaring, clashed wildly in the void, their battle causing the heavens and earth to tremble and lose their color. Clouds, earth, mountains, their figures instantly spanned 100 miles, clashing again and again. The terrifying power of their attacks left massive cracks in the void with each strike. After a moment of stunned silence, Hu Yuan murmured to himself, "This guy is truly heaven-defying. So he possesses the confidence to deal with a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of their cultivation. No wonder he was so fierce back then." But the after-effects of this forbidden technique, Hu Yuan understood that Gu Ming wouldn't last long. Regardless of the outcome, he was doomed. So be it, I'm going to die anyway, might as well kill a few more. Hu Yuan coldly shouted, leading his remaining dozen or so demon-suppressing guards towards the thousands of cultivators. Relying on the boost from consuming the bloodlust pill, Hu Yuan completely ignored the 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators and slaughtered the other cultivators. The 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators were no match for him and could only vent their anger on the remaining demon-suppressing guards. Before long, all the demon-suppressing guards had perished, leaving only Hu Yuan still frantically slaughtering these demonic cultivators and cultivators of the Taexa dynasty. Just then, ripples appeared in the void, stirring up towering waves. A figure, each step a fiery lotus, instantly approached Gu Ming, his right hand condensing a fiery azure dragon, attacking from behind. With a nascent soul grand perfection expert in front, locked in a stalemate, and a half-step nascent soul cultivator launching a sneak attack from behind, this situation seemed certain death. However, Gu Ming remained unmoved. He was gambling that this time, the heavens would be on his side. Boom! Gu Ming felt a powerful force crashing towards him, but it was harmless, sending him flying thousands of meters. Looking up, he saw Hu Yuan sacrificing his nascent soul essence, merging with his nascent soul, and forcefully blocking the full-force attack of a half-step nascent soul cultivator. A fiery azure dragon roared, surging forth from all directions, multiplying into hundreds and thousands, engulfing his body. Overestimating yourself, courting death. The half-step nascent soul cultivator spoke indifferently, one hand behind his back, the other gathering in the air with his right. The fiery azure dragon transformed into flaming spikes, piercing through his body with a series of hissing sounds, leaving him suspended in midair. Hu Yuan coughed, gripping the flame thorn tightly with both hands, his face contorted with rage, letting out a final roar. Gu Ming, no matter what, you must live. The demon-suppressing guards are innocent, I have tarnished their name. The demon-suppressing guards, forged with the blood and souls of countless ancestors, will be eternally remembered. Through the cycles of birth and death, through the changing times, the will of the demon-suppressing guards will be eternally immortal. I am a demon-suppressing guard, I shall suppress demons and slay monsters, protecting peace in this chaotic world. Hu Yuan's roar subsided, and he decisively gathered his last strength to self-destruct. The terrifying power destroyed the flame thorn, even sending Li Qinmo, a half-step nascent soul cultivator, flying, blood trickling from his lips. Gu Ming stood in the void, staring at the spot where Hu Yuan had fallen, his eyes rippling with emotion. Even when Zhao Hong, a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of his cultivation, arrived, he paid him no heed. A hurricane swept in, whipping his long hair wildly, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Only then did he regain his senses, murmuring softly, "Is this the demon-suppressing guard? Suppressing demons, slaying monsters, protecting peace in this chaotic world, until death do us part. Hu Yuan, our grudges are settled, but I owe you a promise, and I owe Lu Feng, Ye Shuanghong, Qin Bin, Liu, a promise to all the fallen demon-suppressing guards. I will protect the demon-suppressing guard for you, until the end of the Taixu dynasty." Puffed. Zhao Hong sneered, his golden palm piercing through Gu Ming's body, the terrifying primordial golden light frantically devouring his life. Protect? You can't even protect yourself, how can you talk about protecting? You've actually survived to the end, you really have some skill, but do you think you can kill us just because you've trapped us here? Ridiculous. 100 years later, when the Giwan heaven reopens, we can leave safely just as well. Gu Ming coughed up blood, his gaze calmly fixed on the golden palm in his abdomen, his life force rapidly fading. Death is merely a new beginning, everyone. I will return from hell once more. How can they rest in peace if you do not die? Arrogant fool. Zhao Hong roared in fury, golden light raging, instantly tearing Gu Ming to shreds, turning him into a bloody mist, leaving no trace of his body. At the moment Gu Ming died, Zhao Hong suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if his own blood relative had perished. He and Li Qinmo exchanged a glance, both seeing a strange unease in each other's eyes, the intuition of cultivators. At the moment of Gu Ming's demise, his talent, borrowing life, was activated once more, sacrificing himself to Zhao Hong's mother, and he was resurrected. In the suspended forbidden peak, Gu Ming slowly awoke, his face calm, ignoring the panel notifications that appeared within his body. Feeling the passage of time, Gu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he looked up at the heavens. Thank you. This time, the resurrection location was not random, but Giwan heaven, suspended forbidden peak. The resurrection time was no longer a day, but an instant. Slowly rising, a wooden sword materialized in his hand. His entire aura was instantly absorbed, his eyes turning blood red. The heavenly nether burial technique activated its third level, allowing him to re-enter the nascent soul stage. The game has only just begun. With a whispered remark, Gu Ming's figure vanished in a cloud of blood. Confirming Gu Ming was completely dead, Li Qinmo turned his gaze to the remaining 1,000 or so cultivators below. Everyone, the returning origin heaven will reopen in 100 years. There's no need to rush. Hearing this, the unease in everyone's heart subsided, and they all bowed to Li Qinmo. Yes, sir. Puffed. Before the words were even finished, a beam of crimson light erupted from the distance, instantly killing dozens of cultivators. Following closely behind was a figure bathed in crimson light, radiating an awe-inspiring killing intent, like an enraged demon god, wielding a blood-red sword as it descended from the heavens. The sky instantly turned crimson, sword intent raining down like a storm of thousands. In a flash, only a few hundred of the 1,000 cultivators remained, mostly nascent soul cultivators and those at the peak of the golden core stage. Boom! The earth shattered, sand and stones flew, creating a colossal crater tens of thousands of feet deep. The crimson figure strode through the netherworld, its killing intent freezing the void, a crimson mist spreading like wind and fog from the heavens. At this moment, even those as powerful as a half-step nascent soul cultivator were horrified and incredulous, let alone the others. Li Qinmo murmured in disbelief, his face ashen. How is this possible? How could such a bizarre thing exist in this world? Chapter 75. You are my nightmare. Terrified by the massacre, the crowd leaped into the air, their eyes wide with horror as they stared at the monster emerging from the blood-red mist. Li Qinmo and Zhao Hong exchanged a glance, both sensing disbelief in each other's eyes. This aura. The blood mist dissipated, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes that pierced the void. Staring at the crowd, it was Gu Ming, resurrected. At that moment, an indescribable chill swept through everyone's hearts. How is this possible? He just died at my hands, his body vanished without a trace, how could he possibly be resurrected? Zhao Hong roared in a hoarse voice, unable to accept this fact, feeling a strange fear and unease. Li Qinmo felt the same way. Even after living for over 1,000 years, he had never witnessed such a bizarre event, one that shattered his understanding. Gu Ming stood with his sword at his side, one hand behind his back, a blood-red storm sweeping across the land, engulfing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was like a demon god emerging from the cycle of reincarnation, walking step by step through the air. With each footstep, crimson ripples bloomed like lotuses, and a blood-red aura swept across the distant mountain streams, where countless figures seemed to be watching Gu Ming. Faced with Gu Ming's approach, the surrounding demonic cultivators and void realm cultivators were already terrified, retreating in panic. Zhao Hong spoke uneasily, each word cold and detached. "What kind of monster are you? How can you be resurrected?" Gu Ming's face was cold and indifferent. The ancient said, "To stop war through killing is like falling into the deepest hell, where one cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation and attain enlightenment. But in this chaotic world, people's hearts have lost their purity. Those who uphold peace are considered outcasts, destined for a bad end. Only by stopping war through killing can we console the dead. Today, you will all die, regardless of good or evil, for justice. You owe the demon suppression guard justice." Li Chinmo roared in fury, his words shaking the heavens and earth. "Arrogant!" Behind him, blazing flames transformed into a fire phoenix, its wingspan reaching 10,000 feet, unleashing a deafening cry as it swooped down. Gu Ming glanced indifferently, his figure flashing as he swiftly dodged the fire phoenix's attack. However, under Li Chinmo's control, the fire phoenix seemed to possess a life of its own, locking onto Gu Ming's aura and relentlessly pursuing him, refusing to dissipate until he was destroyed. Gu Ming's figure shifted and moved, suddenly appearing before the others. The crowd's expressions changed drastically. They had expected Gu Ming to attack them. The next moment, the fire phoenix descended, unleashing destructive power that instantly engulfed them, reducing them to dust. "You deserve to die." Li Chinmo was consumed by rage, gradually becoming mad. He began frantically forming hand seals, transforming the sea of clouds in the sky into a sea of fire. This sea of fire, shrouded in dark mist, churned violently, countless heavenly flames raining down from the heavens, covering 100 miles with destructive force. In that instant, apart from Zhao Hong and Gu Ming, who could barely withstand it, the other cultivators perished in Li Chinmo's indiscriminate attacks, their cries of agony echoing. Gu Ming coldly snorted, transforming his sword intent into a dragon, relentlessly attacking the heavenly fire. His gaze locked onto Zhao Hong, and he suddenly appeared behind him. "You die!" Rumble. Gu Ming gathered all his power, unleashing a roaring blood dragon that slammed into Zhao Hong's primordial chaos golden body barrier. In an instant, the barrier shattered, and golden light, like broken swords, pierced through Zhao Hong's body, severely injuring him. "Got you!" Li Chinmo's triumphant voice rang out, his hands gathering 10,000 feet of blade flame light, directly tearing Gu Ming's body to shreds, turning it into blood mist and dust. "This time, I'll see how you rise from the dead." Li Chinmo roared, unleashing terrifying flames that cleared the void, cleansing the area within 100 miles and ensuring Gu Ming's soul and spirit were utterly destroyed. At this moment, Zhao Hong's face was deathly pale as he landed on the ground, quickly recovering. His eyes, fixed on Li Chinmo, were filled with deep apprehension. A dignified half-step nascent soul expert, showing signs of madness. The impact Gu Ming had on him was immense. But just then, a sharp pain shot through Li Chinmo's heart. In his mind's eye, he seemed to see his beloved father suffer a chi deviation, his body suddenly exploding into a bloody mist. "No, what happened? Why did I witness my father's demise? Gu Ming? Could it be related to him? Impossible. Even a tribulation-transcending expert couldn't have done something so terrifying. What kind of monster is he?" Li Chinmo's eyes were filled with madness. He looked around, a deep unease washing over him. His intuition told him his father's death was related to Gu Ming, and Gu Ming wasn't dead. Although it seemed absurd, but, poofed, the earth shattered, and countless pillars of blood-red light rose into the sky, tearing Zhao Hong's mangled body to shreds, turning it into a blood mist, without even a chance to scream or howl. Li Chinmo's pupils contracted infinitely, staring in disbelief at the distant mountains. A figure shrouded in black blood mist, wielding a blood-red wooden sword, stepped through the air. "Impossible! How can there be immortals in this world? Even immortals only have long lifespans, they can't be truly immortal. Who are you? Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that you must die today." Gu Ming unleashed his full power, transforming into a streak of blood as he charged straight at Li Chinmo. There were no fancy killing techniques, only a life-for-life approach. In less than 5 breaths, Li Chinmo, after paying a price, once again slew Gu Ming. But in his mind's eye, he saw his most beloved son suddenly explode and die. "No!" Li Chinmo roared to the sky, a madman with a half-smile. An unkillable enemy, a dead loved one. He couldn't understand why such bizarre things existed in this world. "Come on, Gu Ming, come out and fight. I fear you." "Fine." Li Chinmo fell silent, his crazed smile freezing, his neck stiff as he stared into the distance. The figure that terrified him reappeared, charging at him without hesitation. I refuse to believe I can't kill you." Li Chinmo roared to the sky, his hands conjuring crimson fire lotuses. Without any finesse, he fought like Gu Ming, risking his life for his opponent. In a single exchange, a bloody hole pierced through his abdomen, leaving behind a terrifying sword intent that gushed killing intent. Gu Ming was crushed by his 2 palm strikes, utterly dead. After a moment's pause, the terrifying feeling returned. He seemed to see his eldest daughter dead, that proud daughter of heaven. Why is this happening? Li Chinmo completely disregarded his severely injured body, his tone unusually calm as he murmured softly. He didn't understand, he couldn't comprehend why this was happening. This being, so utterly anachronistic, had been the one he encountered. If he didn't kill him, he would kill himself. Killing him would mean the deaths of his loved ones one by one, and still wouldn't truly kill him. Imprisoning him? Although Gu Ming was weaker than him, if he didn't go all out, he might be caught off guard and die. Continue. That familiar voice, like a demonic chant, echoed in Li Chinmo's mind. He glared fiercely at the reappearing Gu Ming, who hadn't used the heavenly nether burial technique. But he was still afraid. Gone was his initial arrogance and haughtiness, only fear remained, a fear that penetrated to the bone. You are my nightmare, you deserve to die. You tried to use me to kill my loved ones. I can't kill you, but can't I at least avoid your attacks? Li Chinmo turned and fled, dragging his heavily injured body away. Gu Ming didn't stop him. He had already left a trace of his aura on Li Chinmo, ensuring he could find him no matter where he fled. What he needs to do now is collect the bodies of the demon guards who died in this place and take them home. Chapter 76. One Man Returns. Gu Ming concealed his aura, gathering the corpses from the ground one by one and placing them in coffins. If there weren't enough coffins, he made them on the spot. Each demon-suppressing token represented a single person, the only evidence to identify them. The fallen demon-suppressing guards were alright, they had remains, but most, like Liu, Ye Shuanghong, Xin Bin, and Hu Yuan, had no bones left, only a blood-stained demon-suppressing token, proving they had been here, were once demon-suppressing guards, and had perished in Guan heaven. Having gathered everything, Gu Ming took a deep look at the blood-stained battlefield and murmured softly, "Kill him, and I'll take you home." With those words, Gu Ming activated the 3rd level of the heavenly nether burial technique, his entire body shrouded in blood-red murderous aura, and, following his senses, attacked Li Chinmo. Li Chinmo, concealing his aura and hiding in the mountains, suddenly changed his expression, looking up at the sky in disbelief. A crimson haze, like a rosy dawn, blanketed the sky and spread. He slowly rose, his gaze icy as he looked at Gu Ming, shrouded in the crimson light. "You left a tracking mark on me? Impressive. Gu Ming, what do you want? You can't kill me, why bother with mutual destruction? Follow me, and I can recommend you to the Taegzu dynasty. With your abilities, you could at least become a golden token demon suppressor, a promising future. What do you say?" Gu Ming pointed his longsword, speaking calmly and unhurriedly. "I only want you dead. Arrogant. Even severely injured, I am not someone a mere nascent soul cultivator can defeat." Li Chinmo broke through his defenses, roaring, flames erupting from his feet like a blue dragon, soaring towards the sky. Gu Ming swung his sword horizontally, his sword energy like a great wall, annihilating the fiery blue dragon. At this moment, Li Chinmo was no longer at his peak, his strength had declined, and he was now roughly equal to Gu Ming. Seeing this, Li Chinmo's eyes blazed with rage, flames swirling around him. A single kick unleashed terrifying power, shattering mountains and rivers, sending billowing magma erupting behind him, transforming into a 10,000-foot-tall fiery tiger that roared to the heavens. "Since that's how it is, then let's perish together." With a fierce shout, Li Chinmo rode the fiery tiger, charging through the void. His entire body was ablaze with primordial energy, like a world-destroying azure flame, scorching the clouds and sky, triggering a celestial phenomenon. He struck his chest again, his essence blood like magma merging with the heavens, giving birth to terrifying heavenly fire, crimson mixed with streaks of black light. "I don't believe you are truly immortal." Gu Ming sneered, his entire body enveloped in a bloody mist that spread across the sky, the blood fog behind him transforming into a mysterious, ancient, colossal gate. Within the gate, some terrifying creatures seemed to be knocking, unleashing a sound that shook the heavens and earth. Merging with the heavenly nether power behind the gate, Gu Ming became one with his sword, muttering to himself. "This sword strike is called justice." Layer upon layer of blood mist surged and intertwined, evolving into phantom images of gods and demons around him, staining the sky and transforming it into a blood-red realm of the 9 netherworlds. The two figures collided in the heavens, the immense power tearing apart the sky for hundreds of miles, the earth and rivers instantly collapsing, and the rolling thunder echoing endlessly. As a mournful cry reverberated through the heavens and earth, Li Chinmo's body was pierced through by Gu Ming, his own body also suffering a fatal wound. Looking back indifferently at the unwillingly fallen Li Chinmo, Gu Ming's lips curled up, and he murmured softly, "It's over." As his voice fell, his figure slowly disintegrated, disappearing into the wind. Boundless City. Bailey Kinghan grew increasingly uneasy. The appointed time had arrived, and as usual, the demon guards of Wei City would have already returned. And the moment they left Gyuan Heaven, they would surely have sent word to him, informing him of the situation. But this time, a deep unease overwhelmed him, making it impossible for him to remain calm. His deep, authoritative voice instantly echoed in the ears of all the demon guards of Wei City. All demon guards, heed my command. Immediately cease all your duties and follow me to Gyuan Heaven. The crowd was stunned and confused, sensing an impending storm. Everyone immediately dropped what they were doing and appeared outside the demon guard headquarters. Chu Zhiliu, along with 2 other rarely seen silver-ranked demon guards, appeared. What has happened? Su Zhoushan, dressed as a refined scholar and at the mid-nascent soul stage, looked at Chu Zhiliu and asked. Chu Zhiliu was responsible for almost all matters, large and small, within the demon guard headquarters of Wei City, so naturally, he was the one to ask. The other silver token demon suppressing guard was a woman in plain clothes, Yun Yujian. Chu Zhiliu shook her head, her expression grave. Something must have happened at Gyuan Heaven. Normally, the demon suppressing guard should be back by now. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was Bailey Kinghan. Without a word, he spoke softly. Destination, Gyuan Heaven. Yes, sir. Just as they were about to depart, Bailey Kinghan's expression changed slightly, his pupils dilated, and he looked towards the end of the street. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a figure in black walking towards them step by step. His face was calm, yet it exuded an inexplicable heaviness and sorrow. At this moment, everyone's faces became uneasy, as if they already knew something. Until Gu Ming stopped in front of them, no one dared to ask what had happened. Meeting Gu Ming's weary gaze, Bailey Kinghan's heart trembled. Suppressing his unease, he forced a stiff smile and slowly spoke. It's good you're back. Why were you still sulking with Hu Yuan and not coming with them? Where are Hu Yuan and the others? Li Yu, Ye Xuanhong, Qin Bin. As each name was read aloud, Gu Ming lowered his head, his lips moving slightly, but no sound came out. He slowly took out a coffin from his storage bag, on which was engraved a name, Lu Feng. The crowd stared at Gu Ming in confusion and astonishment. Then, under their trembling gazes, coffins piled up, filling the entire street. They saw some familiar names, until the coffins of Hu Yuan and the others appeared. Everyone turned pale, even Bailey Kinghan, a nascent soul expert, couldn't help but tremble and step back. There were far too many coffins, enough to hold all the demon-suppressing guards who had entered Gyuan Heaven. Chu Zhiliu's hands trembled as he stroked each coffin, his entire body radiating a murderous aura, speaking each word slowly and deliberately. Who did this? The 3 major demonic sects, in alliance with various families and sects of the Taegzu dynasty, massacred the demon suppression guards. Everyone who participated in the Gyuan Heaven demon suppression guards this time, except for me, died in battle. Upon hearing this, no one spoke, only the sound of the demon suppression blade being drawn echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Bailey Kinghan appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was bleeding and trembling, grief engulfing him. His gaze was fixed on Gu Ming, seeing a heavy weariness and an unspeakable sorrow in him. Why would you do this? To slaughter my demon-suppressing guards for your own selfish gain, huh? What audacity! For power, you truly don't treat my demon-suppressing guards like human beings. Bailey Kinghan sneered, his terrifying power surging forth, unleashing a torrent of thunder that raged relentlessly, its oppressive aura enveloping the entire boundless city. Where are they? I killed them. Upon hearing this, everyone stared in astonishment at Gu Ming. Gu Ming didn't explain much, only looking at Bailey Kinghan and saying softly, I promise to take them home. The most urgent matter is to notify all the cities to come to Boundless City to claim the demon-suppressing guards. I will explain to you what happened. This blood debt is not over. Those behind it will pay the price. Chapter 77 The demon-suppressing blade hangs high in the Taegzu dynasty. In the courtyard, Gu Ming recounted the entire incident from beginning to end, including how he annihilated the remaining demonic cultivators and Taegzu cultivators. He took out a recording stone from his storage bag, enough to prove his words were true. Watching the brutal battle depicted in the recording stone, seeing the Taegzu dynasty cultivators, and witnessing the dynasty's intervention, Bailey Kinghan sighed softly. How could he not know that the mastermind behind it all wasn't just the 3 major demonic sects, but also members of the dynasty? The existence of the Demon Suppression Division threatened their interests. They would rather see the world descend into chaos than let the Demon Suppression Division go unpunished. After a pause, Bailey Kinghan looked at Gu Ming. How did you manage to kill everyone? How did you leave Gyuan Heaven? And, without a scratch. I need a reason, even if it's just a cover for you, I need a reason. Gu Ming raised his eyes, calmly looking at Bailey Kinghan. I have my own methods. This is my secret. If you force me to reveal it, I will leave. If you wish to kill me to obtain the secret, then come. I have no fear. The 2 locked eyes. In Gu Ming's unfathomable, icy gaze, Bailey Kinghan felt a chill run down his spine for the first time. He felt fear and unease emanating from a Foundation establishment cultivator. He found it difficult to articulate this feeling, but his intuition told him that he couldn't kill Gu Ming. It seemed that no one in this world could truly kill him. After a long pause, Bailey Kinghan rose, facing a gentle breeze, gazing at the heavens, and softly said, "I only need a reason to appease the Taeju dynasty. Since you are unwilling to speak, I will find a reason to protect you. But I will only ask you one question. Answer truthfully." Gu Ming was somewhat exhausted. All he wanted now was a good night's sleep, a sleep that would last until the world turned dark. "Ask." Bailey Kinghan turned, staring into Gu Ming's unfathomable eyes. "Tell me, are the current demon suppression guards worthy of your attention? Are they someone you would willingly protect?" Gu Ming remained silent, not answering hastily. Figures flashed rapidly through his mind, from Zhao Sandao, Shihu, Song Qian, Ji Lenjiao, and Zhu Kui at the beginning, to Wu Yuan, Lu Feng, Li Yu, Yu Chunyang, Ye Shuanghong, and even those demon suppression guards he had only met once and whose names he did not know. They were willing to die for their beliefs, for the peace in their hearts. Closing his eyes, Gu Ming spoke softly. "I don't know, but I promised them that I would fulfill their unfinished wishes, to protect what they wanted to protect. Before I am completely disillusioned with the Taeju dynasty, I will keep my promise to the best of my ability." Hearing this, Bailey Kinghan's lips curled up, a look of relief and satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "All right, I promise you, I will keep this secret. As for seeking justice, as a demon suppression guard, it is my duty. You don't need to worry about it. Rest well, and I will do my best to make them pay the price." After a pause, Bailey Kinghan looked seriously at Gu Ming. "Gu Ming, to protect your secret, you'd better not show your true face or name to anyone in the future. I will order the demon suppression guards of Wuya Town to forget what they heard and saw today. Regarding the recording stone and the coffin, I will take credit for it under your new identity. No need to worry. I am not merely the head of the demon guard in Wuye City. My master is one of the 3 commanders of the Demon Suppression Division, a peerless expert stationed in the Demon Suppression Division of the Taeju dynasty. In the Taeju dynasty, everyone must show him respect. Your matter only requires a cover. How about this? You will temporarily replace Hu Yuan as a silver token demon guard, assisting me in managing Wuye City." Seeing Gu Ming about to speak, Bailey Kinghan interrupted again. "Do not refuse, this was his last wish." Gu Ming nodded slightly, rose, and walked out, his voice coming back unhurriedly. "Agreed." After Gu Ming left, a strong killing intent and cold light flashed in Bailey Kinghan's eyes. He ordered the demon guards to spread the news as quickly as possible throughout the cities of the Taeju dynasty. He ordered Chu Hilia to temporarily remain in Wuye City to appease the demon suppressing guards, while he himself went to the Taeju Imperial City. He wanted to personally meet with the 3 commanders of the demon suppressing division, tell them everything, and demand justice from the world. After that, Gu Ming neither paid attention to nor interfered in the matter. He had neither the right nor the desire to meddle in such matters of imperial power struggles. Since someone wanted justice, let them do it. He only wanted to sleep soundly and forget the troubles of the mortal world. This time, Gu Ming slept for a full month. When he awoke, Chu Hilia promptly reported to him, truthfully recounting the events of the past month. Upon receiving the news and seeing the horrific battle captured in the recording stone, the 3 commanders of the Demon Suppressing Division were enraged to learn that all the demon suppressing guards who had gone to Gyuan Heaven had perished. That day, the entire Taeju Imperial City was in turmoil. A terrifying killing intent swept through the entire Imperial City. One after another, the long-absent Golden Token Demon Suppressing Guards, leading their troops, entered the palace with swords drawn, demanding justice. The demon suppressing guards were willing to shed their blood for peace in a chaotic world because of the promise of the Taeju Emperor, and because of the special status of the demon suppressing division, free from outside interference. Now, because of power struggles and self-interest, the demon suppressing guards have suffered heavy losses. How could these veteran figures sit idly by? They had promised all the cultivators who joined the demon suppressing division that they would be given a world without worries, and a blade of justice to uphold their own principles. Now, they had broken their promise. They had failed the demon-suppressing guards who died in the netherworld. At that moment, the demon-suppressing blade hung high above the entire Taeju Imperial City. Everyone trembled with fear. Noble families and nobles were filled with unease. A suffocating atmosphere swept through the entire Imperial City, spreading to every corner of the Taeju dynasty. The 3 commanders uttered only one sentence: if justice wasn't served, the Demon Suppression Division would be disbanded, and the Demon Suppression Guards of the entire Taeju dynasty would have no further interference in their affairs. The Taeju Emperor personally intervened, appeasing the 3 commanders and promising to give them justice. Soon afterward, orders were relayed from the Demon Suppression Division headquarters to all cities of the Taeju dynasty. The Demon Suppression Guards across the land mobilized, abandoning their duties to attack the participating families and sections. Within a few days, the entire Taeju dynasty was awash in blood, countless families and sects paying a bloody price for their choices. The three major demonic sects suffered devastating blows, and the Golden Decree demon suppression guards personally led their strongest warriors to descend, with only one purpose: to slaughter the entire sect. Overnight, the three major demonic sects collapsed, with only a few demonic cultivators escaping, barely clinging to life, hiding in the world, afraid to show their faces. In the Imperial City, many officials were exterminated, their entire families wiped out. Over the past month, the world has come to understand the terrifying power and strength of the Demon Suppression Guard. Those sects and families who hadn't participated in the events felt a sense of relief, grateful they had the ambition but lacked the courage. They also truly witnessed the Demon Suppression Guard status within the Taizhou dynasty, directly under the Taizhou Emperor, obeying only the orders of the three commanders, and showing no respect to any other member of the dynasty. As for the mastermind behind it all, the third prince, he was imprisoned in the Imperial clan court by the Taizhou Emperor. It was less imprisonment and more protection, otherwise, the three commanders wouldn't care who the prince was if pushed too far, even a prince would be killed. Out of respect for the Emperor of Taizhou, the three commanders chose to appease him. After all, enough had already been sacrificed. Killing the third prince would create discord between the Emperor of Taizhou and the Demon Suppression Division, hindering the division's ability to maintain peace in the world. For the sake of the common people, they chose to endure for the time being. For a month, mourning banners fluttered in the wind throughout all the cities of the Taizhou dynasty, guiding the fallen Demon Suppression Guards home. Commoners and independent cultivators alike voluntarily went to the Demon Suppression Division to pay their respects to the fallen guards. Human nature may be ugly, but at least they knew that the Demon Suppression Guards were the only light in the darkness of this chaotic world. Chapter 78. Time flies, life is like a fleeting moment. My lord. Chu's Hylia spoke softly, startling Gu Ming. Gu Ming had now been appointed a level 1 silver rank Demon Suppression Guard by the Imperial City Commander of the Demon Suppression Division, on par with Bailey Kinghan. A level 1 silver rank guard at the Foundation establishment stage seemed absurd. However, considering his contributions, Chu's Hylia felt that the level 1 silver rank status was unworthy of him. If Gu Ming's cultivation weren't so low, it wouldn't be impossible for him to be directly promoted to gold rank. Gu Ming looked at Chu's Hylia. I understand. Let me know if anything comes up. Understood. Chu's Hylia quickly adapted to the change in their relationship. Whether it was Gu Ming's annihilation of all the cultivators in Gyuan Heaven to avenge the Demon Suppression Guards, or Gu Ming's collection of the Demon Suppression Guards' corpses and bringing them home as much as possible, both were worthy of his respect. Regardless of status or strength, in the eyes of the entire Demon Suppression Guards of the Taizhou dynasty, Gu Ming was like a god, a symbol of faith, a spiritual anchor. Under the manipulation of the three commanders, Gu Ming was portrayed as a mysterious, powerful, and omnipotent demon suppression guard, an image of someone who, for the sake of justice, wrathfully slaughtered 10,000 cultivators, paying for his crimes with blood. The demon suppression guards, whose faith had wavered because of this incident, heard the Demon Suppression Division's propaganda, the words spoken by Gu Ming: "No matter where you die, I will bring you home." Their hearts were once again filled with youthful fervor, taking him as their faith, firmly believing that within the Demon Suppression Division, there would always be someone protecting them, cleaning up their messes. No matter where they died, they could return home. His name, Master Tiangong. After Chu's Hylia left, Gu Ming finally checked his panel. He had died 5 times in total, borrowing lives 5 times, sacrificing Zhao Hong's mother, Li Qinmo's father, his own son, his eldest daughter, and his youngest son. Looking at the faint black cards appearing before him, Gu Ming adjusted his mindset and drew them one by one. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the profound rank high-grade cultivation technique, Mad Dragon Palm. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a low-grade storage ring. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the profound rank spiritual weapon, Mystic Wind Sword. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the earth rank spiritual weapon, Formless Mask. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a bag of spiritual herb seeds. View panel. Name, Gu Ming. Race, human. Cultivation level, foundation establishment perfection. Physique, mortal. Cultivation techniques, falling wind palm, heavenly nether burial technique, mad dragon palm. Supernatural abilities, none. Lifespan, infinity. Talent, life borrowing. Occupation, profound rank high-grade alchemist, profound rank mid-grade array master, profound rank low-grade weapon refiner, profound rank high-grade spiritual plant master, yellow rank high-grade beast tamer. Heaven and earth spiritual objects, bone nether profound fire, burning heaven purple spirit fire. Gu Ming looked at the formless mask in his hand, half crimson and half dark, giving it an air of mystery. This was a contraption he'd obtained from Li Qinmo's father, a low-grade earth rank mask, quite decent, perfectly concealing his true appearance and cultivation level. For him now, it was just right, preventing his cultivation from being constantly questioned. After all, his status was different now. He put on the formless mask, which automatically adhered to his face, fitting perfectly. His black hair naturally fell to his waist and shoulders. Gu Ming changed into his silver token demon suppression guard uniform, the silver token and demon suppression blade hanging at his waist, and left the courtyard. A month later, Gu Ming appeared wearing the mask. Everyone was initially stunned, then quickly realized what was happening and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Your Excellency. Greetings, Your Excellency. Greetings, Your Excellency." Upon seeing Gu Ming appear, Chu Hiliu and the other two exchanged glances and immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Your Excellency, you've arrived. No need for formalities." Following this was a polite speech, the main purpose of which was to announce to the world that this mysterious heavenly lord truly existed. Time flies, a century has passed in the blink of an eye. In this century, new faces have replaced the old. Few of the old faces of the demon-suppressing guards in Wuya City remain, some have been wounded and gone into seclusion, while others have died in battle to maintain peace. Even old Master Niu passed away not long ago. Gu Ming personally saw him off on his final journey, a peaceful departure indeed. For a century, Gu Ming, acting as the mascot of the Demon Suppression Division, didn't need to complete any missions. His occasional appearances were enough to stabilize morale, inspiring newly joined Demon Suppression Guards to fearlessly face any danger for the sake of peace. Over the course of a century, Gu Ming refined numerous pills, talismans, and array stones. Some were given to the Demon Suppression Division free of charge, while the rest were sold for spirit stones. With the spirit stones he had accumulated over the years, and with the help of Bailey Kinghan, he purchased a low-grade spirit vein, placed it in Kunling, and cultivated spirit fields to nurture spiritual herbs. His pill refining skills, unknowingly, reached the lower-grade earth rank, making him the first among all his skills to reach this level. His array formation skills reached the upper-grade profound rank, and he condensed his first 5-element golden core, barely qualifying him as a golden core cultivator. Just as Gu Ming had predicted, he needed to condense 360 golden cores to truly enter the golden core realm. Despite this, his strength was already comparable to a true early-stage golden core cultivator. If he could condense 360 golden cores and truly step into the early golden core realm, Gu Ming had a high probability of becoming invincible within the golden core realm. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Gu Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at the earth rank pill in his hand with a satisfied expression. "Not bad. This is my first earth rank pill. Keep up the good work, but don't be arrogant." A smile played on his lips as Gu Ming put the pill into his old storage bag. He still preferred this storage bag that had been with him for many years. As for the storage ring, of course, it was just nested inside the storage bag. The Kunling could also store things, essentially a spatial system, but currently it wasn't very useful, only for planting spiritual herbs. Just then, Gu Ming's eyes flickered slightly as he looked outside the room. The array was activated, someone had arrived. After tidying up his things, Gu Ming got up and went to the courtyard, where he saw Bailey Kinghan appear. Upon seeing Gu Ming, Bailey Kinghan smiled faintly, but a look of shock flashed in his eyes when he sensed the aura of a great earth pill. "Congratulations, fellow deist Gu, on successfully advancing to the great earth alchemist. Earth-rank alchemists are few and far between, even in a powerful dynasty like the Taizhou dynasty." Gu Ming returned the greeting with a cupped hand, offering a polite "you flatter me," and invited Bailey Kinghan to sit in the pavilion. Seeing Gu Ming take out the spirit iris wine, Bailey Kinghan dropped the pretense, snatched it, and gulped it down, his enjoyment surpassing even that of a celestial being. "Excellent wine. This celestial brew can only be tasted here, fellow deist Gu. It's a rare treat in ordinary times." Gu Ming shook his head helplessly, took out another flask, and joked. "Fellow deist Bailey, your visit this time isn't solely for my spirit iris wine?" Ever since learning that Gu Ming possessed a considerable amount of spirit iris wine, Bailey Kinghan had found an excuse to come here for a drink every few days. Over time, the two became close friends despite their age difference. Gu Ming wasn't young, but Bailey Kinghan was indeed much older than him. Bailey Kinghan coughed, his face remaining calm and composed, and said lightly, "Nonsense, am I such a shameless person? I have indeed come here on a very important matter." Gu Ming rolled his eyes. So all those excuses were just that. Chapter 79 Commander, Gai Juju. "Tell me." Gu Ming didn't seem too concerned. He stayed only to fulfill a promise, he wasn't particularly interested in anything else. Bailey Kinghan paused, tilted his head back to drink, and looked at Gu Ming. "The Imperial City Command has sent word that they wish to invite you to the command. The purpose is simple. You are the faith of the Demon Suppression Division, the revered Master Tiangong among countless young people. Give them some advice, have a chat, and inspire them. Secondly, your alchemy and array formation skills are among the best in the Taizhou dynasty. The command wants to establish an alchemy and array academy to teach alchemists and array masters for the Demon Suppression Division, and they want you to be its dean. Thirdly, and most importantly, the three commanders want to meet you, and the Taizhou Emperor also wants to meet you. I know you've always resisted such things, but some things must be faced, and this time it's difficult to refuse." Gu Ming nodded. As a member of the Demon Suppression Guard, repeatedly refusing would seem unreasonable, but he wasn't an unreasonable person. All right. Having received Gu Ming's permission, Bailey Kinghan inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. The current Gu Ming was not someone anyone could control, not even the three commanders. He was the faith of countless Demon Suppression Guards. If anything happened to him, the Demon Suppression Guards' morale would collapse. Although it sounded ridiculous that the prestige of the Demon Suppression Guards, established for 10,000 years, relied on a foundation establishment cultivator, that was the truth. Gu Ming's contributions to the Demon Suppression Division were unparalleled. That's good. Don't worry, although the three commanders have very different personalities, they are all righteous people with a heart for the common people and will never make things difficult for you. If you encounter trouble in the Imperial City, just seek out my master, Guide Juju. He is a great perfection void refinement expert, the strongest commander in the Demon Suppression Division. Gu Ming looked at Bailey Kinghan strangely. So you're a second-generation cultivator, someone with powerful backers. With your background, staying in the Imperial City Command wouldn't be difficult. Why come to this remote city? Bailey Kinghan paused slightly, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes, which he concealed well, and smiled faintly. That wretched place is chaotic, full of backstabbing and intrigue. I find it exhausting. Otherwise, with my qualifications, I could easily become a level 3 golden token demon suppression guard, but that's meaningless. Being a local tyrant in Wea City is quite nice. Gu Ming nodded, not asking any further questions. The imperial city of the Taigzu dynasty is filled with powerful families and deeply entrenched forces. It's indeed unsuitable for someone like Bailey Kinghan who prefers a free spirit. Suddenly, Gu Ming's gaze turned to Bailey Kinghan. You know my temperament. Are you planning to keep me in the imperial city? Bailey Kinghan coughed awkwardly and shook his head. This is that old man's order. I have no choice but to consult with you repeatedly. But don't worry, with your special status, even in the chaotic imperial city, you can do as you please. Who would dare disrespect the Demon Suppression Division? Of course, don't go too far. Bailey Kinghan earnestly explained the precautions, who to befriend, who to be wary of, and who to ignore. Gu Ming naturally let it go in one ear and out the other. Avoid their attacks? What a joke. Finally, Bailey Kinghan paused for a moment, then spoke cautiously. The third prince has been released. You, Sai, it's up to you. I know nothing, but if you run into trouble, remember, go to my old man. He will do everything in his power to protect you. Bailey Kinghan blinked, his meaning clear. Hearing the name Third Prince, a cold glint flashed in Gu Ming's eyes. He was one of the masterminds behind the events of Giwan Heaven 100 years ago. Even after only 100 years of imprisonment, the Taigzu Emperor ultimately chose personal gain over justice. This was much like Hu Yuan, an incorruptible demon suppression guard who ultimately betrayed his principles because of Hu Yan. Bailey Kinghan patted Gu Ming's shoulder, sighed, and said, "The third prince is no simple man. He's cunning, unpredictable, ruthless, and possesses exceptional talent, the evil moon spirit body, making him perfectly suited to become a powerful overlord in a chaotic world. The Taigzu Emperor placed too much hope in him. Even when faced with pressure from the three commanders, he never chose to back down. If you want to deal with him, it will be difficult." Gu Ming smiled, not continuing this profound topic. He had his own plans, and no one could change them. Instead, he teased Bailey Kinghan. "You tricked your old man, aren't you afraid he'll come after you?" Bailey Kinghan chuckled, speaking with a hint of arrogance. "Afraid of him? He wouldn't come all the way from the capital to settle scores with me, would he? With his old bones, he'd be out of breath after just a few steps. Is that so?" Suddenly, a slightly somber voice rang out. The void shattered, and a figure in gray robes appeared behind Bailey Kinghan, his gaze icy as he stared at him. Bailey Kinghan couldn't help but shiver, coughed, and spoke righteously. "Fellow deist Gu, in truth, my master's cultivation is unparalleled, a divine warrior of unparalleled talent, a rare powerhouse in this world. Whether in cultivation or character, he is the best in the entire Taigzu realm. How can the other two commanders compare to him even a fraction? I have taken him as my role model all my life, always striving to follow in his footsteps. Unfortunately, after many years of cultivation, I still only scratched the surface. I am ashamed before my master." Gu Ming watched Bailey Kinghan's performance with a half-smile, then stood up and bowed to the somber-faced man behind him. "Junior Gu Ming greets the commander-in-chief." When Guide Juju looked at Gu Ming, his expression softened considerably, revealing admiration. Not bad, a Earth-rank alchemist. With your abilities, becoming a golden token demon suppressing guard is a no-brainer. My personal trip was worthwhile. Commander, you flatter me." Gu Ming remained unfazed, his demeanor unchanged. Seeing this, Guide Juju's admiration deepened. Looking again at Bailey Kinghan, who was sneaking off, he revealed a look of utter disappointment. He slapped him into the ground, rendering him immobile. Bailey Kinghan, you've grown wings, haven't visited this old man in 100 years. What, are you planning to come for my funeral after I die? Bailey Kinghan crawled out of the ground, covered in dust, his gaze resentful as he looked at Guy Juju. Master, I am, after all, a nascent soul cultivator. Please give me some face in front of fellow deist Gu and don't embarrass me. Bailey Kinghan was shocked. This busy old man had actually made a personal trip to Wea City for Gu Ming's sake. Guy Juju snorted coldly, glaring at Bailey Kinghan. He both loved and hated his precious disciple, feeling utterly helpless. Get out of the way, I'll deal with you later. His attitude reversed as he looked at Gu Ming. Gu Ming, you should have guessed my purpose this time. Since you've agreed, I won't waste any more words. Tomorrow at this time, I will escort you to the capital, how about it? Gu Ming nodded, intending to use this time to pay respects to some old friends and bid farewell to others. He would most likely not return after this departure. Alright, thank you, sir. Chapter 80 Taegzu Imperial City. Then, under Gu Ming's watchful gaze, Bailey Kinghan was carried away by Guy Juju like a chick. Gu Ming surveyed the courtyard, lingered for a long time, and then left to pay respects to an old friend and bid farewell. In Bailey Kinghan's courtyard, Bailey Kinghan, bruised and battered, sat to one side, taking out Gu Ming's spirit kite wine to entertain Guy Juju. Hee, you rebellious master, although you beat me without cause, I, a magnanimous person, will forgive your petty transgressions and treat you to such fine wine. With a disciple like me, your ancestors' graves are emitting smoke. Guy Juju's lips twitched. He had to admit, if his disciple had stayed in the general headquarters, he would have lived several years less. Taking a deep breath, Guy Juju silently chanted in his heart, my disciple, my disciple, my disciple, don't be angry, don't be angry, don't be angry. Fine, it wasn't easy for me to see you this time, so I'll allow you to be disrespectful. Taking a sip, Guy Juju's eyes lit up. He snatched the wine pot and gulped it down. Bailey Kinghan, old man, leave some for me. Get out of the way. Such good stuff is naturally meant to be a tribute to this old man. Bailey Kinghan said through gritted teeth, his face full of resentment. Gu Ming has a lot of spirit iris wine in his stash. There will be plenty of opportunities to swindle some from him when he goes to the headquarters with you. I only have a little. Guy Juju paused, then chuckled, showing none of the composure expected of a commander of the Demon Suppression Division. I see. I'll have to talk to this little guy more. Coughing, Guy Juju finished the remaining spirit iris wine, looked at the resentful Bailey Kinghan, and said matter-of-factly, what, you're feeling wrong for being so filial to your master? You rebellious disciple. Heh, Bailey Kinghan ignored Guy Juju, sulking like a child. Of course, this was their unique way of interacting. Guy Juju pursed his lips, paused for a moment, his eyes darting around, and tentatively inquired, my good disciple, are you really not coming back to the Imperial City Command with me? My position as commander will be yours sooner or later, second only to the Emperor. Bailey Kinghan's expression gradually darkened. Seemingly remembering something, he shook his head and said softly with a complicated expression, I'm not going back. That place doesn't belong to me. I'm sorry, master. Guy Juju sighed deeply, patted Bailey Kinghan's shoulder, and said nothing more. He understood that Bailey Kinghan couldn't overcome that hurdle, he could never get past it. And this became Bailey Kinghan's inner demon, otherwise, with his talent, he would have already reached the mid-stage, or even late stage, of the nascent soul realm. Fine, do as you please. What makes you happy? However, if you want to come back, just tell me, and this old man will come to fetch you personally. Looking at Guy Juju, who was like a father and a teacher to him, Bailey Kinghan's eyes flashed with guilt. He knew Guy Juju had poured all his heart and soul into him, but he, truly couldn't do it. Overcoming that hurdle was his inner demon, his tribulation. Master, you've grown old, your hair is white. Bailey Kinghan spoke softly, looking at Guy Juju's white hair with heartache. With Guy Juju's cultivation level, he should be in the prime of his life, not have white hair. Clearly, it was from overwork. Guy Juju grinned, patted Bailey Kinghan's shoulder, and said nonchalantly, don't worry, I can live for several thousand more years, and I'll always be behind you. Thank you. Hey, you're being polite now. Come, let your master check your cultivation progress. Upon hearing this, Bailey Kinghan's expression changed drastically. He flashed away, his figure piercing through the void, letting out a miserable howl. Old man, don't hit my face. I'm the head of the demon division of Wei Town, give me some face. Ha, face? What do I care? Take this. That day, people looked up at the sky and saw a terrifying figure, being chased and beaten by an even more terrifying figure. One day later, Taegzu Imperial City. Gu Ming's face was slightly pale, speechless as he composed himself. This guy Juju completely disregarded his foundation establishment perfection cultivation, carrying him and leaping through the void at a speed that covered tens of thousands of miles in an instant, bringing back a long-lost feeling of motion sickness. My lord, we don't need to rush. Taking it slow is fine. Gu Ming sighed softly. He preferred to proceed step by step, even when traveling. Given his personality, if he were to travel to the Taizhou imperial city on his own, it would take him at least 100 or 200 years, no matter how fast he traveled. Gai Juju, on the other hand, covered countless miles in a single day, as if his life depended on it. Gai Juju coughed, speaking calmly and matter-of-factly. As the ancients said, time is money. How can we waste it? Little Gu Ming, there's something wrong with your way of doing things. No wonder your cultivation isn't improving. However, Gai Juju looked at Gu Ming suspiciously. Your cultivation aura is quite strange, like someone at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, yet also like someone at the golden core stage. Out of respect, Gai Juju naturally wouldn't recklessly sense Gu Ming's physical condition, only inferring from the aura naturally emanating from him. Gu Ming then said, "That's not important, is it?" Gai Juju paused, realizing there was some truth to it. With Gu Ming's status as a Earth-rank alchemist, comparable to a void refinement cultivator, it indeed wasn't important. Alright, you're right. With your youthful appearance and cultivation level, it's hard to convince everyone. Mystique is paramount, don't you agree, Mr. Tiangong? Gu Ming nodded, slowly taking out the formless mask and putting it on. His carefree demeanor gradually transformed. Chest out, head held high, one hand behind his back, he adopted an air of otherworldly detachment. If Gai Juju hadn't known Gu Ming's true nature, he almost would have believed him. He clicked his tongue in admiration around Gu Ming. I must say, you've cultivated a certain aura over the years. Very good. Just the image of Mr. Tiangong I've always imagined. Gu Ming pursed his lips, inwardly grumbling. Pretending was exhausting, he preferred a more carefree and relaxed attitude, but for the sake of his promise, he'd pretend. Suddenly, Gu Ming felt a blinding light beside him, almost blinding his titanium alloy eyes. He glanced at Gai Juju beside him. Gai Juju's robes billowed without wind, his black and white hair swirled and twisted, his expression indifferent, emanating a faint but palpable aura of authority. You can pretend, but I can't? I'm the commander-in-chief of the Demon Suppression Division, after all. Can I not pretend? Gai Juju's voice echoed in Gu Ming's mind. Good heavens, he didn't even need to say a word, his aura was even more imposing. Ignoring Gai Juju, Gu Ming looked up ahead. The Taizhou Imperial City stood before him. A colossal, imposing ancient city, like a giant dragon, coiled upon the earth. The mottled patterns on its walls were all marks of its past glory. Auspicious omens shrouded the imperial city, accompanied by a faint glowing barrier, the protective array of the Taizhou Imperial City. Soldiers clad in gleaming armor stood atop the city walls. At the city gates, hundreds of Taizhou soldiers stood in full armor, beginning to clear the area and prevent anyone from entering or leaving. Officials of the Taizhou dynasty appeared, standing respectfully on both sides, seemingly welcoming some important figure. Even the princes and princesses of the Taizhou dynasty were present, whispering and discussing amongst themselves, all watching with curiosity. Many independent cultivators, commoners, and members of aristocratic families stood at a distance, watching the spectacle. Such a grand display, with princes and princesses personally welcoming him. Could it be some great figure arriving? You don't know, do you? According to the son of the sworn brother of my cousin's uncle's nephew's father, who works in the Demon Suppression Division, the person here today is none other than the god of the Demon Suppression Guard, who shook the entire Taizhou dynasty 100 years ago. What? The legendary Master Tiangong, who single-handedly slew 100,000 cultivators in Giwan Heaven and brought home the corpses of all the Demon Suppression Guards. 100,000? You know nothing. In that battle, Master Tiangong single-handedly suppressed 1 million demon cultivators, killed hundreds of thousands of traitors, and saved the world from collapse. He brought back not only the corpses of the Demon Suppression Guards, but also justice, and a peaceful world for us powerless ordinary cultivators. Without him uniting the hearts of the Demon Suppression Guards, the Demon Suppression Division would cease to exist, and how could we have enjoyed this century of peace and prosperity? I see. Someone must be deliberately trying to erase Master Tiangong's achievements. Luckily, you told me, otherwise I would have been deceived. You're too kind. I only heard it from the storyteller in the tavern. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, a roar of a Kylan shook the heavens and earth, followed by the sound of perfectly synchronized footsteps. Looking in the direction of the sound, thousands of Demon Suppression Guards, dressed in uniform and with Demon Suppression swords at their waists, marched in unison, led by the Golden Ordered Demon Suppression Guards. The chilling aura emanating from them instantly silenced the clamorous crowd, who dared not utter a sound. Behind them, a colossal fire Kylan, several meters tall and possessing a trace of the divine beast Kylan's bloodline, pulled a magnificent carriage towards the city gate. Chapter 81. The Third Prince, Li Chenghuan. The demon-suppressing guards dispersed to both sides, replacing the Taizhou soldiers, leaving a passage in the middle. The fire Kylan stopped, its body wreathed in flames, its eyes filled with ferocity, emitting low growls. Only the 3 commanders of the demon-suppressing division were qualified to ride a nascent soul realm demon beast like the fire Kylan. A burly figure stepped out of the chariot, radiating a dense aura of killing intent. A single glance conveyed the feeling of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Especially his bare upper body, covered with gruesome scars, was even more chilling. This was Xia Wushang, one of the 3 commanders of the demon-suppressing division. True to his name, he was the most brutal and ruthless figure in the demon-suppressing division. A late-stage refinement void realm expert, he had once single-handedly fought 3 demon cultivators of the same level, sacrificing himself for a peaceful era. Of the 3 commanders, he was the most feared. After all, the other 2 would at least try to reason with you and require evidence. This man only needs to deem you wrong, and you are wrong, to be killed without mercy. 100 years ago, he personally led the Demon Suppression Guard to exterminate all the major families of the Imperial City and the officials of the Taegsu dynasty involved in this matter. His hands are stained with blood, no less than that of a great demon. Faced with this god of death, not only ordinary cultivators and civilians, but even high-ranking officials of the dynasty trembled and lowered their heads, fearing that Xia Wushang would suddenly lose his mind and indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Xia Wushang, of course, did not care about the fear and apprehension of the crowd. The dignified Demon Suppression Division, stationed in the Taegsu dynasty, was a sharp blade of the Taegsu dynasty, upholding justice and slaying demons. It needed people like him, decisive in killing, willing to bear the karmic burden and infamy. He didn't care about killing Wushang, it would only mean not entering reincarnation after death, his soul scattered. For the sake of justice in his heart, what did it matter? His eyes, flashing with a faint bloodthirsty aura, looked ahead and immediately saw Gai Juju and the masked man beside him. Xia Wushang, leading the Demon Suppression Division, welcomes Master Tiangong. Xia Wushang's calm voice rang out. Behind him, the Demon Suppression Guards drew their swords, held them at their sides, and bowed slightly, welcoming Gu Ming with the highest honors of the Demon Suppression Guards. Welcome Master Tiangong. The powerful, iron-blooded voice echoed through the city gate. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Gai Juju leading Gu Ming, their figures flashing as they arrived. All eyes fell on Gu Ming, filled with curiosity. Most of their gazes were filled with admiration, especially the Demon Suppression Guards, from those holding the gold token to those holding the bronze token. In their hearts, their admiration and respect for Gu Ming had nothing to do with strength, but rather with his actions and his words. Greetings, Commander-in-Chief, welcome Master Tiangong. Officials, soldiers, princes, and princesses all bowed. Whatever their true thoughts, at this moment, even if they had to pretend, they had to put on a show. Otherwise, the demon-suppressing blade hanging over the Taegsu dynasty wouldn't allow it. Gai Juju transmitted his voice to Gu Ming, introducing him. That guy with the overwhelming murderous aura is Xia Wushang, one of the deputy commanders of the demon-suppressing division. He's in charge of killing. Don't let his cold demeanor fool you, he speaks highly of you. He originally wanted to personally welcome you, but fearing he might cause trouble, I had to go myself. He then introduced several other important figures to Gu Ming, princes, princesses, and high-ranking officials. Gu Ming nodded slightly, his expression unsmiling, aloof, and indifferent. Gai Juju spoke first, breaking the silence. He gave a soft seemingly perfunctory, and no one dared to object. Gu Ming spoke softly, his voice low. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Wushang stepped forward, nodded to Gai Juju, and scrutinized Gu Ming with interest. The two locked eyes. Gu Ming remained fearless, his gaze calm as still water. Others feared Xia Wushang because they feared death. Gu Ming, unafraid of death, naturally had no fear. Suddenly, Xia Wushang revealed a smile, though it appeared ferocious and terrifying. As expected of Master Tiangong, such composure is admirable. Please. You flatter me, sir. Please. The 3 walked side by side towards the carriage. The demon-suppressing guards retreated in orderly fashion, their training disciplined and impeccable. Just as Gu Ming was about to step onto the carriage, a mocking and playful voice came from afar. Master Tiangong has traveled a long way. I have come to greet you on behalf of my father, the Emperor. Please forgive the delay. Gu Ming stopped what he was doing and looked up. 8 graceful palace maids carried a bridal sedan chair, arriving amidst a flurry of flower petals. On the sedan chair lay a figure, casually reclining, long hair flowing, revealing a pale chest, leaning against the chair. His appearance was devilishly alluring, his eyes sinister and unfathomable, a faint, playful smile playing on his lips. Upon seeing the third prince, Li Chenghuan, all the demon-suppressing guards revealed icy killing intent. Many officials, princes, and princesses paled slightly, inwardly fearing that today's events would not end well. Only Gai Juju, Xia Wushang, and Gu Ming remained calm, their expressions unchanged by Li Chenjuan's appearance. The palanquin landed, and 8 palace maids, each exuding nascent soul cultivation, stood guard, alert to their surroundings. Besides the 8 nascent soul palace maids, a woman disguised as a man stood ahead, her cultivation even more terrifying and unfathomable. Even the golden token demon-suppressing guards at the divine transformation realm were no match for her. Li Chenghuan sat up, his narrow, sinister eyes gleaming with a faint silver light, like the glow of the moon, as he scrutinized Gu Ming. Master Tiangong, you have come from afar, and your journey must be arduous. You must be tired. I have been imprisoned by my father for 100 years, and my legs are weak. Master Tiangong surely won't mind that I cannot rise to greet you, will he? Xiaoshang narrowed his cold eyes, about to make a move, when Gai Juju's voice entered his mind. Don't rush. Let's see how this little fellow reacts. Xiaoshang understood his meaning. He was also curious how Gu Ming would respond to this provocation. After all, everything about Gu Ming was legendary, they had never seen him with their own eyes. Gu Ming's gaze remained calm as he looked at Li Chenghuan, his voice as even as ever. Your Highness is the mastermind behind the events of Giwen Heaven 100 years ago? I've long admired your name. Seeing you today, I can confirm you are indeed as utterly wicked as the legends say. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjuan's playful smile froze, his pupils contracted, and a chilling killing intent flashed as he stared at Gu Ming. The crowd was stunned. Wait, why aren't you following the rules? In this situation, given Li Qingjuan's status, shouldn't you at least maintain a semblance of decorum? Directly naming names and tearing off the pretense of civility, how can this be played? Interesting. Li Qingjuan's sinister voice rang out, his eyes like those of someone eyeing intriguing prey. Gu Ming scoffed, utterly disdainful, and continued calmly. I don't like your attitude at all. What, are you showing off to me, that you've done wrong, causing the deaths of thousands of demon guards, yet you can't do anything to them? Or do you want to see my anger, my inability to do anything about it? Do you enjoy the feeling of being high above, controlling the lives of others, manipulating their fates? You're wrong. I thwarted your years-long plan, killed your people, and made you despised by the world, yet you can't do anything to me. You're the one who should be angry. In my eyes, you're nothing but a clown borrowing power. Chapter 82. Don't you dare show your face in front of me, or I'll really kill you. At this moment, the world was eerily silent. Even the breathing of officials and aristocratic families sounded jarring. They trembled, their scalps tingling. This was too thrilling. The demon-suppressing guards, on the other hand, beamed with joy. Their admiration for Gu Ming had reached a new level. It was incredibly satisfying. Gai Juju and Xiaoshang lowered their heads, afraid they would lose control, and burst out laughing. They didn't know whether to say Gu Ming was just a fearless youth or truly unafraid of death. Li Qingjuan's face was icy cold, his long, slender, pale hands bulging with veins as he stared intently at Gu Ming. Seeing is believing. Mr. Tiangong's words are far more powerful than his strength. Gu Ming stood with his hands behind his back, a faint disdain flashing in his eyes, the disdain of an ethereal being looking down upon mortal ants. Over the years, aside from his cultivation progress being a tiny fraction slower, everything else he did was at its peak, including his boasting. A misplaced compliment. Your Highness is just as rumored, trash. Daring to disrespect the royal family, you're courting death. A guard beside him coldly shouted, unleashing terrifying spiritual power, like the might of heaven, shocking the world. Xiaoshang took a step forward, his murderous aura surging, gathering a fierce beast, calmly looking at the woman. Move, and you're dead. Puffed. Merely a clash of auras, blood spilled from the woman's mouth. They were not even on the same level. Early-stage void refinement was strong, but compared to Xiaoshang, a late-stage void refinement forged through slaughter, she could be killed with a flick of her finger. Li Qingjuan's expression changed slightly as he looked at Xiaoshang. Xiaoshang, you dare try? If I can't kill you, can't I kill the ants beside you? Provoking my demon suppression division, I'll kill her, who dares to object. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The demon suppression division was showing absolutely no respect for the royal family. Li Chenghuan snorted coldly, his sinister gaze sweeping over the crowd before he spoke in a low voice. Step back. The woman stepped back, no longer daring to be arrogant. For a fleeting moment, she felt that Xiaoshang truly intended to kill her. Li Chenghuan calmed his anger and looked at Gu Ming. Is Mr. Tiangong only good at empty talk, hiding behind the demon suppression division? This seems inconsistent with your image. Gu Ming was silent for a moment, then suddenly drew his sword, pointing it at Li Chenghuan. The cold light flashed, startling everyone's expressions. Li Qingjuan's guards stepped forward warily. Even Li Chenghuan, Gai Juju, and Xiaoshang were shocked. Empty talk was one thing, but actual combat was another. Gu Ming ignored the crowd's shock, his eyes terrifyingly calm, and spoke softly. Li Chenghuan, your debt to the demon suppression guard is not over. Stay hidden in the palace and don't linger in front of me, or I really will kill you. If you don't believe me, try me. Killing you will appease the demon suppression guard beneath the 9 netherworlds. What does death matter? With these words, he sheathed his sword, boarded the carriage, and paid no heed to Li Qingjuan's ugly expression. Gai Juju and Xiaoshang exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and relief in each other's eyes. This was the kind of upright official the Demon Suppression Division needed, fearless of imperial power, fearless of death, daring to uphold justice and shout for the world to see. The two boarded the carriage, the Fire Kylan let out a low growl, and departed amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. Clang! 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 The sound of the Demon Suppression Guards sheathing their swords in unison rang out as they turned and left. At this moment, the eyes of the Demon Suppressing Guards gleamed with a light, their devotion to Gu Ming surpassing that of anyone else. In their hearts, Gu Ming was an unshakable god. After a long while, Li Chenghuan came to his senses, his deep, hoarse voice rang out. Return to the palace. Gu Ming's gaze was definitely not meant to intimidate him, he truly wanted to kill him. Although Li Chenghuan was arrogant and domineering, he was also afraid of death. He was genuinely afraid that Gu Ming would disregard everything and attack him at any cost. After Li Chenghuan left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances, wanting to gossip but not daring to. They didn't have the guts to gossip about the affairs of the royal family and the Demon Suppressing Bureau. But everyone knew that after today, the name of the Heavenly Duke would once again shake the entire Taexa dynasty, just as it had 100 years ago. Above the heavens, a pair of unfathomable eyes slowly withdrew their gaze. He had seen everything that happened at the city gate, yet he had not interfered. As the true master of the Taexa dynasty and its only nascent soul realm expert, the Taexa Emperor's mind was unfathomable. No one knew what he was thinking. Even the three commanders, Gai Juju and his two great generals, had to bow before him. Outside the Demon Suppression Guard headquarters, figures stood, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Soon, when the Fire Kylan appeared, everyone respectfully bowed, their eyes involuntarily drawn to the carriage. After the carriage entered the headquarters, the crowd hurriedly greeted the Demon Suppression Guards who had come to welcome them, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning of Gu Ming's actions, everyone gasped in astonishment and elation. Today, for them, it was a day of triumph, a true moment of shared understanding. Soon afterward, news of the events at the city gate spread like wildfire throughout the Taexa dynasty. Countless demon-suppressing guards reaffirmed their faith, reaffirming the naive ideals within them. With the wooden sword they wielded in their youth, they transformed it into the demon-suppressing blade, to protect their youthful dreams and to maintain peace in the world. A month later, the Pill and Array Academy was established, with Gu Ming as its dean. Dozens of Pill Masters and Array Masters were hired as instructors. Gu Ming personally served as the chief examiner, selecting 100 demon-suppressing guards to study the arts of Pill and Array. In addition to the 100 demon-suppressing guards, 1,000 new demon-suppressing guards were openly recruited from across the Taexa dynasty, specifically to be responsible for the path of Pill and Array. This news caused a stir among the major families and sects, all eager to place their family members and disciples into the Pill and Array Academy. Joining the Pill Array Academy means becoming a demon suppressor guard, which not only gives you the opportunity to meet Gu Ming and become his true disciple. Furthermore, becoming a Pill and Array Master within the Demon Suppression Guard grants a status directly superior to ordinary Demon Suppression Guards, making them invaluable assets to the Demon Suppression Division, eliminating the need for dangerous missions. From any perspective, the Pill and Array Academy is highly coveted. However, Gu Ming, as the chief examiner and primary person in charge of the Pill and Array Academy, acts impartially, rendering back channels useless. He personally announced to the world that everyone would be treated equally, recruiting disciples solely based on their aptitude in Pill and Array cultivation. 1,000 slots may seem like a lot, but with hundreds of millions of cultivators in the entire Taexa dynasty, it's a selection process 1 in a million, even harder than getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. The entire selection process took 2 months, until the 1,000 slots were filled, at which point recruitment ceased. On this day, Gai Juju personally arrived at Gu Ming's Pill and Array Academy, only to find Gu Ming compiling teaching materials. After a pause, Gai Juju looked around to make sure no one was there, then smiled and unceremoniously sat down at the low table. My goodness, I'm a commander, after all. I've come, shouldn't you treat me to some good food and wine? Gu Ming put down his pen, slightly speechless, and took out a flask of spirit iris wine, tossing it to the smiling Gai Juju. Commander, you've already come 18 times this month. That's enough. If Gu Ming hadn't planted many spirit iris flowers in his Kunling world, he couldn't possibly keep up with Gai Juju and his group constantly freeloading. That's right, Xia Wushang, another commander, and some overly familiar golden token demon guards, knowing he had spirit iris wine, started loitering around him all the time. Gai Juju coughed, speaking righteously. Don't worry, I'll give the order later, forbidding them from wandering around your Pill Array courtyard. They won't bother you. Gu Ming looked at Gai Juju with disdain. You've been loitering the most. Chapter 83. If it is a matter of the heart, even if one dies 9 times, one will not regret it. Gai Juju coughed, tilted his head back, and took a large gulp of wine, a look of pleasure on his face. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, remembering his business. My goodness, you've been in the capital for 3 months now. When will you visit His Majesty the Emperor? Although you and Li Chenghuan had a falling out, the Emperor, he's different. Although he has his own agenda, his merits outweigh his faults. You should at least go see him, I'm under immense pressure. Gu Ming paused, then continued writing his teaching materials, saying calmly, once the Pillaray Academy is initially stable, I will personally go to the palace to visit His Majesty. Seeing this, Guy Juju felt helpless and had a headache. He couldn't very well kidnap Gu Ming and take him to the palace, could he? If he did, he, as the commander, would be the subject of gossip from the demon suppression guards. Kidnap the emperor? That didn't make sense either. If he could defeat him, he could become the emperor himself. Why go through all this trouble? After a long conversation, Guy Juju left with a resentful expression. Gu Ming was stubborn, he'd tried his best. The sun set and the moon rose, a gentle breeze rustled the treetops. Suddenly, all was silent, the spring cicadas chirping ceased, and the atmosphere became tranquil. Footsteps approached slowly from outside the room. Gu Ming stopped what he was doing and looked up. A robust, muscular figure appeared in the doorway. In the moonlight, the figure stretched long, very long. The shadow, like a dragon, let out a silent roar, an invisible pressure sweeping over him, suffocating him. The deep gaze, radiant in the moonlight, stared directly at Gu Ming. Gu Ming stopped what he was doing, looked up to meet the figure's gaze, not flinching, showing no fear. After a long while, the figure slowly entered the room, flicked his robes, sat cross-legged to one side, and spoke softly. What, do you have a problem with me? I wouldn't dare. Greetings to your majesty. Gu Ming smiled faintly, neither servile nor arrogant, and rose to bow. The Emperor of Taixu's gaze was calm. He paused, then nodded slightly. Sit down. This is not the imperial palace, there's no need for the formalities between ruler and subject. Consider me merely an elder, someone you can speak with. Yes, your majesty. After sitting down, Gu Ming looked with slight curiosity at the founder of the Taixu dynasty, a powerful figure renowned throughout Blood Nether province. Single-handedly creating a relatively peaceful world amidst chaos, the Emperor of Taixu deserves respect in any era and world. The Emperor of Taixu, Li Yeming, looked at Gu Ming, a hint of gentleness appearing on his usually stern face, and spoke softly. Tell me, why are you unwilling to see me? Gu Ming remained nonchalant, unmoved even by the presence of this terrifyingly powerful figure who held the lives of countless beings in his hands and had lived for tens of thousands of years. He had long anticipated that the Emperor of Taixu would come to see him personally. After a pause, Gu Ming spoke slowly and deliberately. My purpose is to stabilize the hearts of the demon suppression guards for your majesty. Whether I see you or not is actually unimportant. Besides, I intend to kill your most beloved prince. Wouldn't it be awkward to meet him? These words caused a tremor in the heavens and earth. An invisible divine might swept across the entire Taixu imperial city. Countless cultivators were shaken, their expressions turning solemn as they looked towards the demon suppression division. Guy Juju and his two companions abruptly stood up, exchanging glances, ready to attack at any moment. Although even combined they were no match for Li Yeming, their inner beliefs wouldn't allow them to stand idly by. A moment later, as the immense celestial might receded like a tide, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Li Yeming suddenly sighed softly. You little brat, are you really not afraid of death? If I wanted to kill you, these three couldn't stop me, and no one in the entire Taixu dynasty could. In my eyes, even your status as a Earth-rank alchemist isn't worth my attention, let alone sacrificing my son. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Gu Ming thought to himself, how would I know? I'm not afraid of death anyway, Of course, he couldn't say this aloud, he couldn't lower his pride as the heavenly emperor. Perhaps it's because of the demon suppression division. Li Yeming's gaze fixed on Gu Ming, and he let out a soft laugh. That's partly true, but the real reason is that you and I were so alike in our youth. 10,000 years ago, I rose to power in this chaotic world. This turbid and evil era was rife with suffering, the people were destitute, and hope seemed non-existent. Initially, I only wished to protect this region and my family. But when I saw a mortal willing to die for a complete stranger, for so-called justice, I was deeply moved. After a century of seclusion, I finally decided to establish a new era, to change this blood netherworld. Only after 10,000 years has this peace and tranquility arrived, making me an anomaly in blood netherworld. Like you now, I too was once fearless of power, stubbornly pursuing my own path. But this world cannot tolerate the pure. If one cannot learn to compromise, trouble will inevitably ensue. Do you understand my meaning? Gu Ming nodded in response. Some things are beyond our control, I've seen far too many. You have your own choices, your own obsessions, your own principles, and so do I. Do my best, do my own thing, and have a clear conscience, that's enough. Li Yeming remained silent. Although Gu Ming didn't answer directly, the answer was clear: rejection. Aren't you afraid of death? If it's for what I believe in, even if I die 9 times, I will not regret it. Gu Ming smiled faintly. His life had been too long, endless, truly immortal in a sense. If he couldn't do something meaningful, if he couldn't follow his heart, if he couldn't achieve inner peace, what was the point of living? He might as well find a place to commit suicide. Hearing these words, a trace of sadness and guilt flashed in Li Yeming's eyes. Gu Ming couldn't understand the thoughts of this old monster, nor did he know the source of his complex emotions. After a long silence, Li Yeming stood up, turned his back to Gu Ming, and said softly, "Gu Ming, you have your principles, and I have my convictions. If you can kill Li Chenghuan, that's your skill. If you die in this chaotic struggle, I will erect a monument to your eternal merit." He shifted his feet slightly, walking out step by step, softly reciting, "I wanted to buy Osmanless blossoms and share wine, but it's not like the carefree days of youth. I still remember, I was once a champion of the world, willing to die 1,000 deaths without regret. You are too much like my younger self, you will suffer greatly. I have a premonition that a calamity is imminent, one I fear I will not survive. I wish to find a new master for the Taixu dynasty. Cheng Huan is unsuitable, but I have no other choice. Alas." He let out a long sigh, as if overwhelmed by 1,000 unspoken frustrations. Watching Li Yeming depart, Gu Ming remained silent for a long, long time, until the dawn broke through the mist and shone into the room through the window. The ways of the world are truly complex and bittersweet. A way to have it all is not impossible. Gu Ming murmured to himself. Li Yeming's achievements were enough to be remembered for eternity. As his own calamity approached, he sought only a successor. He was not wrong, the fault lay in human nature, in Li Chenghuan's wrong path, leading this emperor, burdened with the lives and deaths of countless beings, into a dilemma. Soon afterward, subordinates reported that several princes and princesses, acting on the emperor's orders, had arrived at the Pillar Academy. Gu Ming rose, stretched, put on his mask, and walked outside. Those worthy of praise and tears should have no regrets. The karma of the future will be repaid in advance. Chapter 84 Li Chengtian. Inside the main hall of the Pillar Academy, a dozen or so young princes and princesses whispered amongst themselves, curiously observing their surroundings. Though they were accustomed to the splendor of the world, this was their first time visiting the Pillar Academy. They couldn't help but feel a mix of unease and curiosity about the Academy's headmaster, the legendary Heavenly Lord. Do you think this Heavenly Lord will be particularly strict and terrifying? Of course. Didn't you see what happened at the city gate a few months ago? Even our third brother, such a formidable person, was overpowered by him, suffered a great loss, and was too scared to leave the palace. Oh dear, such a fierce and menacing figure. Won't he beat us up as soon as we meet? Maybe. Upon hearing this, many of the young princes and princesses were so frightened that tears welled up in their eyes, unwilling to stay. But they dared not disobey the orders of the Supreme Emperor. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the hall, and the noisy hall instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The princes and princesses turned to see a figure in black robes with black hair, wearing a mask shrouded in a blood-red and ghostly aura, approaching. They hurriedly bowed, not daring to be disrespectful. Gu Ming walked slowly through the crowd, taking his seat at the head of the table. His gaze calmly swept over the princes and princesses. The crowd trembled, and scattered voices rose. "Greetings, sir." Gu Ming gave a soft hum, his brows slightly furrowed. These princes and princesses were far too young. He couldn't help but admire Li Yeming's vigorous spirit despite his age. Most of the princes and princesses trembled with unease at Gu Ming's silence, except for a young boy at the back, whose eyes darted around, occasionally stealing glances at Gu Ming. Seeing Gu Ming's gaze fall upon him, the boy chuckled and raised an eyebrow at him. "Gu Ming, no need for formalities. You are all princes and princesses. According to etiquette, I should be the one bowing to you. However, since His Majesty has ordered you to join my Pillar Academy, you are my students. I will treat you all equally, following the rules without exception. If anyone has any objections, please leave." No one dared to be disrespectful. Li Yeming had given a strict order: anyone who dared disrespect Master Tiangong would be beaten to death. "We will obey Master's orders." Very good. Afterwards, Gu Ming had his teaching materials distributed to everyone, and it was agreed that there would be monthly assessments. Those who failed would return home. In the days that followed, Gu Ming seemed to have returned to the Qingcheng sect, returning to his old profession. He taught and instructed daily, and in his spare time, he studied the Dao of Pillars, cultivated spiritual plants, and refined spiritual weapons. Of course, the pills he refined most were those that helped him condense the 5-element golden pill. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The first batch of students from the Alchemy and Array Academy graduated and officially joined the Demon Suppression Division. Most of these princes and princesses followed the traditional curriculum, learning basic theories to become qualified alchemists or array masters before returning to the Taixu Imperial Palace. Only one young man remained, the boy who had raised an eyebrow at him 10 years ago. 20-year-old Li Chengtian was now a handsome young man, but his free-spirited and unconventional nature meant he never followed the rules, a morally ambiguous figure who often caused chaos within the Alchemy and Array Academy. Perhaps for this reason, after 10 years, he became the only student among the princes and princesses who had not graduated. Li Chengtian didn't care. Compared to the oppressive atmosphere of the palace, he preferred the Pil Array Academy. Aside from Gu Ming, he feared no one and was completely lawless. That day, the troublemaker Li Chengtian knelt in his room, head bowed, occasionally stealing glances at Gu Ming, who was writing something in front of him. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately dared not. He muttered under his breath, "It's just taking some food from old man Jing's house to feed my spirit pet. It was just playing around. I didn't do anything wrong. At worst, I'll compensate with some spirit stones." Gu Ming stopped what he was doing, slowly raised his head, and calmly looked at Li Chengtian. "Go kneel outside. Get up when you understand what you did wrong." Li Chengtian dared not disobey, feeling wronged. He rose, protesting indignantly. "Sir, you always target me. I'm not convinced. They've done far worse than me, why don't you ever punish them?" Gu Ming didn't answer, continuing to study his new array. For 3 whole days, Li Chengtian still refused to admit his mistake, stubbornly arguing with Gu Ming. Many instructors in the Pil Array Academy felt Gu Ming was going too far, but no one dared to plead for him. As dusk fell, Li Lianyu, Li Chengtian's aunt and an instructor in the Pil Array Academy, couldn't bear it any longer and came to his side, sighing softly. "Chengtian, don't be stubborn. Bow your head to the teacher and apologize properly, and this matter will be over." Li Chengtian's pale face showed stubbornness, his eyes glistening with tears of grievance, and he shook his head. "I did nothing wrong. I don't understand why the teacher always targets me. For the same mistake, I always receive more punishment than them. No matter how hard I try, the teacher never sees it and has never praised me. I'm going to make a scene. I refuse to accept this. I don't understand why the teacher dislikes me." Li Lianyu was slightly speechless. She initially felt the same way, but after careful observation, she realized that the matter was not so simple. Gu Ming's expectations of Li Chengtian seemed excessive, higher than those of an ordinary student. Furthermore, Li Yeming would subtly inquire about Li Chengtian's performance and Gu Ming's attitude towards him. Combined with these factors, Li Lianyu vaguely guessed the reason, but she couldn't speak of it was too complicated. After a moment of silence, Li Lianyu looked at Li Chengtian with gentle eyes, a barely perceptible pang of heartache flashing within them. "Chengtian, your aunt asks you, if you dislike someone, how would you treat them?" Li Chengtian was taken aback, then slowly replied after a moment's thought, "I would simply ignore them." Li Chengtian paused, his pupils widening as he looked at Li Lianyu. Li Lianyu gently patted his head, patiently explaining, "Do you understand? This is because the master places greater hopes on you. When the master teaches others, does he only teach them about alchemy and formations?" Li Chengtian recalled the past 10 years, it seemed that was indeed the case. His older brothers, older sisters, younger brothers, and younger sisters all only needed to complete their assignments according to the academy's rules. He was different, he needed to learn so much more, from astronomy and geography to the hardships of everyday life and profound truths. Gu Ming taught him not only alchemy and formations, but almost everything else. "Aunt, what do you mean?" "You will find the answer. Now, do you know what to do?" Li Chengtian wiped away his tears of grievance and grinned. "I understand." Besides Li Yeming, the person Li Chengtian respected and admired most was Gu Ming. However, Gu Ming was too strict with him, leading Li Chengtian to mistakenly believe that Gu Ming disliked him, so he often sulked and acted against Gu Ming. Now, Li Lianyu's words seemed to awaken him from his reverie, and Li Chengtian seemed to have suddenly understood. "Go. Okay." Upon entering the room, Gu Ming was still busy, not even looking up when he heard the sound. "Have you figured it out?" Li Chengtian scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. "Don't do evil even if it's small, I understand what you mean, sir. But I gave him spirit stones as compensation." Gu Ming looked up, his eyes calm as he looked at Li Chengtian. "Let me ask you, did you take it without asking, and then compensate him with spirit stones, out of pity, and in this way, without losing dignity, help him?" Li Chengtian was stunned, lowering his head in shame. His thought was naturally the former. Chapter 85 The Only Personal Disciple. Sir, I was wrong." Gu Ming sighed softly, offering earnest advice. "Chengtian, in a month you'll reach adulthood. You're grown up, you shouldn't be so unruly. Those who achieve great things do not commit small evils, nor do they find pleasure in the weak. They should consider the plight of all living beings and have lofty ambitions. As the saying goes, greatness lies in tolerance. Your heart and vision should not be so narrow, like your third brother, who disregards the truth and principles of the world for his own selfish gain. Such a person will never amount to anything." Li Chengtian's expression changed slightly. He already knew about the deep-seated feud between Gu Ming and Li Chenghuan, a feud that was practically irreconcilable. He certainly did not approve of Li Chenghuan's actions, they were too wicked, too selfish. "Sir, I was wrong. Li Chengtian knelt down with a thud, sincerely pleading. Gu Ming nodded in satisfaction, stood up, hands behind his back, and walked to the doorway, his gaze calmly fixed on the starry night sky. Chengtian, come with me. Although Li Chengtian was puzzled, he still rose and followed Gu Ming out of the Pillar Ray Academy. This time, Gu Ming took Li Chengtian to see the impoverished Jing family, their lives marked by mutual passing the buck over a single piece of meat. They saw the common people struggling to survive under the twilight. They wanted him to personally experience the countless beings in this world, striving with all their might simply to live. They wanted him to witness the extreme luxury and prosperity of the imperial city. Along the way, Gu Ming didn't lecture Li Chengtian on any grand principles, but simply let him see the true face of the world. Atop the mountain, a hurricane swept through, howling through the valleys. Gu Ming stood with his hands behind his back, facing the fierce wind, overlooking the myriad lights of the city, and spoke softly. Chengtian, tell me, what do you see? Li Chengtian's expression was complex. He remained silent for a long time before softly replying. I see human suffering, I see extravagance and debauchery, I see the myriad aspects of life, I see a world where the strong always prosper and the weak always decline. He looked up at Gu Ming. Sir, I was wrong. Gu Ming said softly again. The world you saw is 1,000 times better than the real world, and all of this stems from your father's lifelong efforts, from the protection of the demon-suppressing guards with their blood and souls. But some people, for profit, disregard justice for the common people, slaughtering thousands of demon-suppressing guards, slaughtering those who protect this peaceful world. Gu Ming turned, his gaze deep and unfathomable, his hand resting on Li Chengtian's shoulder, feeling Li Chengtian's trembling body. Li Chenghuan is unworthy to be the new master of the Taixu dynasty. He is unworthy for the Demon Suppression Division to continue protecting this world for him. Your father will eventually depart. This Taixu dynasty, this corner of the chaotic world seeking peace, needs a true righteous person to protect it. Tell me, are you willing to become the new master of this Taixu dynasty? Upon hearing this, Li Chengtian trembled, his pupils widening. This was too sudden. He had never imagined that Gu Ming would place such great hopes on him, never imagined that he would bear the fate of countless lives. There's no need to rush to tell me, but time is running out. Li Chenghuan deserves to die, and he will die. Your father, he cannot protect the Taixu dynasty forever. He senses his great calamity is approaching. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Ming's sleeves fluttered slightly, and with a flick of his fingers, he formed an array, directly teleporting the two back to the Pillar Ray Academy. Li Chengtian was shocked again, staring at Gu Ming's astonishing methods. Sir, how did you do that? Gu Ming smiled faintly. Just by reaching the Earth-rank Array Master level. Li Chengtian's eyes widened. Earth-rank Array Masters were few and far between even in the entire Taixu dynasty. But to simultaneously reach the Earth rank in both Array Master and Pill Mastery not only in the Taixu dynasty, but even in the entire Blood Nether continent, there was only one such person. Go back. This matter must not be told to outsiders. Think it through and tell me your answer. This is a karmic debt I owe your father. Li Chengtian left the room, seemingly understanding, and returned to his residence. He tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep, pondering his future path. After he left, Gai Juju appeared out of thin air behind Gu Ming. Gu Ming removed his mask, tossed out a pot of spirit iris wine, leaned back on the soft couch, and took out a pot of spirit iris wine for himself to drink. Gai Juju caught the spirit iris wine and looked at Gu Ming intently. Have you made up your mind? Gu Ming nodded, his voice calm and composed. Yes, you're right. The Grand Void Emperor's merits outweigh his faults. Some things, even for him, he had no other choice. Since I owe him a debt, I'll repay him with a consequence. Kill Li Chenghuan, and I'll give him a more suitable successor. I'll use the entire Demon Suppression Division to build momentum for him and support his ascension to the throne. Gai Juju's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Gu Ming's unbelievably youthful face, his eyes deep and weary, tinged with the twilight of time. You're leaving. Gu Ming smiled faintly, looking at Gai Juju. In this world, is anything eternal? There is life and death, and there is separation. After fulfilling my promise to them, perhaps I should begin a new journey. Gai Juju felt reluctant to part, unrelated to strength. He truly considered Gu Ming a close friend despite their age difference. With a soft sigh, he drank his wine, his face slightly melancholic, and murmured softly. You stay. The Demon Suppression Division will be yours sooner or later. Support Li Chengtian's ascension to the throne, and you'll become the imperial tutor, second only to the emperor, above millions. All the things under heaven will be within your grasp. Gu Ming glanced at Gai Juju, his tone feigning disdain. What, do you think I'm a power-hungry person? Gai Juju smiled and shook his head. He naturally knew Gu Ming disliked fame and fortune. He sighed inwardly. If Gu Ming truly craved fame and fortune, it would be a good thing. At least he could remain in the Taixu dynasty forever, as a retired emperor. Fine, you little rascal. From beginning to end, I've never truly seen through you. but if you ever decide to leave, let me know in advance, and I'll see you off. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, smiled playfully, and raised his cup to drink. Rest assured, that day will be magnificent, it will be remembered for eternity, and the world will forever remember my name. You're just bragging. Guy Juju rolled his eyes. After a long conversation, he shamelessly extorted 3 more jugs of spirit iris wine before leaving, satisfied. The next day, Li Chengtian gave his answer. He wanted to become like his father, Emperor Li Yeming, willing to wield the sword of peace of the Demon Suppression Division and bring peace to this chaotic world. From that day on, Li Chengtian seemed like a different person. He was no longer mischievous, but diligently cultivated and learned all sorts of things. Gu Ming humbly shared his knowledge with him, imparting all his wisdom. With the help of formations, elixirs, and the assistance of Guy Juju and the other 2, his cultivation and strength improved. Li Chengtian possessed the Azure Dragon Overlord physique, his talent already comparable to Li Qingjuan's. If not for his youth, Li Chenghuan wouldn't have stood a chance. 20 years later, Gu Ming formally accepted Li Chengtian as his disciple. Upon learning this, Li Chengtian was overjoyed. How could he not be happy to become Gu Ming's only personal disciple? Witnessed by Guy Juju and 2 others, Li Chengtian performed 3 kowtows and 9 prostrations, officially becoming Gu Ming's disciple. Gu Ming accepted him for 2 reasons. First, he acknowledged Li Chengtian's talent, and the little fellow's greatest desire was to become Gu Ming's disciple and gain a formal title. Second, he would teach him the Dragon Elephant Demon Suppression Technique, a forbidden technique of the Qingcheng sect, a low-grade heaven-rank skill. Gu Ming looked at Li Chengtian seriously. Remember, from now on you are a disciple of my lineage. You have a sect's legacy behind you, called the Qingcheng sect. Blood Nether Continent and Southern Yuan Continent are separated by countless billions of miles, with no possibility of interaction between them, let alone knowledge of the Qingcheng sect's existence. Gu Ming wasn't worried, the world was vast, and he feared nothing. Although Li Chengtian was puzzled about the Qingcheng sect's nature, he nodded in agreement. Then, Gu Ming raised a finger, its light shimmering, and a cultivation technique was absorbed into his mind. Consider it carefully. This technique must not be revealed unless absolutely necessary. Li Chengtian opened his eyes, his gaze filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at Gu Ming. At this moment, he was certain that his master's origins were extremely terrifying. A forbidden technique of the lower heaven rank, perfectly complementing his physique. Not a single one could be found in the entire Taizhou dynasty. Only Li Yeming possessed a lower heaven rank technique, and it was a closely guarded secret. Chapter 86. Who says having too many golden cores is useless? They're incredibly useful. Guy Juju and the other 2 were all curious about what kind of cultivation technique could have such a profound impact on Li Chengtian. Gu Ming met their curious gazes without hiding anything. Just a mere low-grade heaven-rank cultivation technique, nothing to mention. He told them for 3 reasons. Firstly, to show them how much he valued Li Chengtian and his future potential. Secondly, he trusted their character. Character is usually judged at first glance. The 3 were stunned and shocked, unable to help but gasp. Guy Juju complained resentfully. You bastard, what do you mean by a mere heaven-rank cultivation technique? We old folks have never seen one like it in our lives. Xia Wushang coughed and chuckled. Master Tiangong, how about giving each of us a heaven-rank cultivation technique? Gu Ming chuckled, teasingly joking. If the 3 of you join my Qingcheng sect and become my disciples, I might consider it. The 3 were speechless, pursed their lips, and chose to ignore it. Of course, they were just joking. A heavenly rank cultivation technique was essentially a natal technique. Their paths were already formed. Recultivating it would only backfire and hinder their progress. After formally accepting Li Chengtian as his sole true disciple, Gu Ming announced the matter to the world, with Guy Juju and the other 2 cooperating to create momentum for him. The name of the 66th prince, Li Chengtian, rose to prominence, resounding throughout the Taizhou dynasty. Throughout the Taizhou dynasty, hundreds of thousands of demon-suppressing guards knew his name and remembered it. This wasn't because of his princely status. Princes and princesses were unworthy of being remembered by the demon-suppressing guards. It was because he was Gu Ming's sole personal disciple, and the demon-suppressing guards naturally understood the implications. Their worship and respect for Gu Ming had reached a fanatical level. Naturally, they would respect Li Chengtian as well. The news shocked the high-ranking officials, nobles, aristocratic families, and princes and princesses of the Taizhou imperial city. It was said that on that day, an angry roar echoed from the palace of the 3rd prince, Li Chenghuan, as hundreds of bloodied corpses of eunuchs and palace maids were carried out. People were used to this and not surprised. After all, what was a few hundred eunuchs and palace maids to vent one's anger when a ruthless man who could slaughter thousands of demon-suppressing guards was capable of? What people were curious about was the attitude of the Taizhou emperor. However, in recent years, the Taizhou emperor seemed to have disappeared, remaining in seclusion. The affairs of the court were all handled by his own brother, the Prince of Zhenbei. Time, like a woman's stockings, cannot withstand the strain. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. During these 300 years, Gu Ming protected the demon-suppressing guards in his own way, supplying them with batches of elite alchemists and array masters, greatly reducing the casualties of the demon-suppressing guards. In his spare time, he would take Li Chengtian on a journey through the world, appearing in every city, meeting and exchanging ideas with the demon-suppressing guards, and embarking on missions with them to suppress evil spirits and safeguard peace. 300 years is enough time for a free-spirited, mischievous boy to grow into a mature and competent prince. Li Chengtian's path was personally paved by Gu Ming, earning him the recognition of all the demon-suppressing guards in the land. The most important factor in gaining the demon-suppressing guards' recognition, of course, is sincerity. On this day, Li Chengtian broke through his cultivation barrier, officially entering the early stage of the nascent soul realm. At over 300 years old, a nascent soul cultivator was considered a top-tier individual in this era. In the room, Gu Ming looked at Li Chengtian, who was beginning to display the aura of a dynasty's ruler, with satisfaction. Chengtian, the path has been paved for you. How you walk it from here on out is entirely up to you. Do not disappoint those who have placed their hopes in you. Li Chengtian nodded slightly, bowed respectfully, and spoke softly. Understood, thank you for your guidance, Master. I plan to establish a demon-suppressing squad, with myself as the leader, and my trusted younger siblings as members, to travel the world and fulfill the mission of demon-suppressing guardians. Gu Ming smiled faintly. Li Chengtian was naturally intelligent, understanding things instantly. This was why he had chosen him. Such exceptionally intelligent people could be both divine and demonic in an instant, so they needed guidance. Now that Li Chengtian's path has taken shape, Gu Ming no longer needs to worry that he will stray from the same path as Li Chenghuan. Very good. Do as you intend. The three commanders will fully cooperate with you. Remember, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Life is not distinguished by high or low status. The billions of living beings in this Taigzi dynasty are all your subjects. Perhaps one day you will find yourself in a dilemma, but never forget your true heart. Li Chengtian remained silent for a long time, then knelt down with a thud and respectfully kowtowed. Your disciple understands. I should not only have power in my heart, nor should I control the demon suppression guard for the sake of control, nor should I rule the Taigzi dynasty for the sake of rule. He slowly raised his head, his gaze firm as he looked at Gu Ming, and continued, word by word. As Master said, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to secure a destiny for the people, and to continue the lost learning of the sages, this is the principle a ruler should uphold. Gu Ming raised his hand, and Li Chengtian hesitated, then pouted, reluctantly squatting down to let him stroke him. Master, I'm over 300 years old, a nascent soul cultivator. You can't treat me like a child anymore. But inside, his inner self was overjoyed. Ah, after so many years, Master finally patted his head again. So embarrassing, but so lovable, so reassuring. A hint of tenderness flashed in Gu Ming's eyes as he gently stroked Li Chengtian's head. He knew the responsibility he would bear from the moment he chose Li Chengtian, a heavy burden that would subject him to countless hardships, helplessness, and even life and death. With a smile, Gu Ming said softly, "In my eyes, you'll always be a child who never grows up. But the Taigzi dynasty needs you, its adult. Remember, when you're tired, take a rest. The Taigzi dynasty isn't just about you, there's the Demon Suppression Division, your brothers and sisters, and many, many like-minded people." Li Chengtian stiffened, forcing a smile through the tears welling in his eyes. "No, I still have Master. Master will always be by my side, standing behind me, right? As long as Master is here, Chengtian has nothing to fear." Gu Ming's eyes flickered slightly, a sigh escaped his lips, but he still patted Chengtian's head and chuckled. "What, are you planning to work this old man to death? Hee, your disciple wouldn't bear to." Gu Ming feigned disgust and waved his sleeve. "Alright, let's go. These past years paving the way for you have been exhausting. Let me rest for a while." Li Chengtian reluctantly withdrew his head, rose, and respectfully bowed, his expression returning to seriousness. "Understood, Master, I'm leaving." Go." Watching Li Chengtian depart, Gu Ming suppressed the slight ripple in his heart and announced to the world that he would be going into seclusion for cultivation. For 300 years, in order to help Li Chengtian, he had not focused on cultivation, only managing to condense 8 golden cores within his body. After setting up 36 layers of defensive formations and 27 layers of spirit-gathering formations, Gu Ming finally began to ponder his next cultivation steps. "I have so many golden cores, and they contain immense power. When others explode their cores, they can unleash 10 times their own power. If I explode 100 or 80 golden cores," Gu Ming murmured, counting on his fingers. 1 times 1 equals 1, 2 times 2 equals 4, 3 times 3 equals 99. Hiss. Others die from exploding their golden cores, but I won't. At most, I'll recondense my golden core. It seems I need to research a cultivation technique, combining it with the heavenly nether burial technique. Wouldn't that greatly increase my strength? Since his cultivation progress is slow, Gu Ming plans to explore alternative paths: the Dao of Alchemy, the Dao of Arrays, and the Forbidden Technique, the Art of Exploding Golden Cores. Chapter 87. All causes and effects fall upon this emperor. Without hesitation, Gu Ming devoted himself entirely to the research on the techniques of core formation and core explosion. The current problem with the core explosion technique is how to ensure the core explodes without exploding the body, transforming the power of the golden core into a vast internal force. Furthermore, how to maximize the layering and utilization of the power from the golden core explosion. Of course, there's also the aftermath: how to treat the aftereffects, the necessary targeted healing pills, and the required formations. At this moment, in the Tingqian Hall of the Taizhou Imperial Palace, where the third prince Li Chenghuan resided, on a golden silk couch, Li Chenghuan, with disheveled hair and dressed in a dark red robe, lay with a sinister glint in his eyes. On the soft couch sat a naked, trembling young girl, her delicate face filled with fear and unease, allowing Li Chenghuan to caress and play with her. Are you afraid of me?" Li Chenghuan's chilling voice rang out, causing the young girl to tremble and a foul liquid to flow from her lower body. Li Chenghuan's expression turned slightly cold, his smile unchanged, as he leaned closer to her ear. "You've soiled my hands, you deserve to die." Thud! His hand, like a sharp blade, pierced through the girl's neck, leaving her tossed around the hall like trash. Several palace maids skillfully cleaned the room. A female cultivator at the void refinement stage stepped forward, wiping the blood-stained hand with an embroidered handkerchief, and spoke softly. "Your Highness, now the whole world knows that Li Chenghuan is the true future master of the Taizhou dynasty. You should make plans soon." Li Chenghuan's gloomy face grew even colder, more twisted, and more perverse. His voice was chilling. To gain father's approval, I cleared away my elder brothers, these stumbling blocks, even resorting to demonic arts. The Demon Suppression Bureau slandered me as tyrannical and cruel, so I slaughtered thousands of their demon suppression guards. But now, because of him, all my efforts have been in vain. How can I accept this? Father, you've become senile. You'd rather believe an outsider than me. It truly chills my heart. Li Chenghuan's voice grew increasingly cold, and the surrounding chill intensified. Strands of dark red blood moon power flowed from the main hall. His cultivation aura had already silently reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Terrifying indeed. Li Chenghuan's talent was heaven-defying, slightly stronger than Li Qingtian's. He could be considered the most talented among all the princes and princesses of the entire Taizhou dynasty. The maid, Jiao Nu Niang, gently sat down, cradling Li Chenghuan's head in her arms, letting him sob in her embrace, and spoke softly. "They all misunderstand your Highness's great talent and ambition, your ruthless and cunning nature. Even if millions of ants die, they are not worth a hair on your Highness's head. Even the Taizhou Emperor, whom your Highness most reveres, has been blinded by villains. Therefore, your Highness, you must prove to the world that you are second to none. Even without the assistance of the Demon Suppression Division, you can become the true master of the Taizhou dynasty." Li Chenghuan alternated between crying and maniacal laughter. He pulled Jiao Nu Niang close, pinning her beneath him, and extended his scarlet tongue to lick her cold, ruthless yet alluring face. A deep, hoarse voice emanated from his breath. "Nu Niang, tell me, what should I do?" Jiao Nu Niang endured Li Chenghuan's frenzied abuse, his perversion, and twisted venting his fury, her voice remaining calm, like a lifeless walking corpse. "Your Highness, you know my identity is special. I come from a special race. I can promise you, on behalf of my race, that I will become your Demon Suppression Division, suppressing the world for you, and helping you rule the Taizhou dynasty." Li Chenghuan stopped, his dark red, sinister eyes scrutinizing Jiao Nu Niang, a mocking smile suddenly appearing on his face. "I know your purpose, to support me as a puppet, to rule the Taizhou dynasty. You come from the infamous Blood Soul clan, don't you?" Li Chenghuan sat up, leaning lazily to one side, his gaze calmly fixed on Jiao Nu Niang. Jiao Nu Niang sat up, her expression still impassive, pulling her collar close to conceal her exposed skin. "Yes, but your Highness knows perfectly well whether my feelings for you are genuine. If it weren't for your Highness, my Blood Soul clan would have already launched a massive attack on the Taizhou dynasty, turning it into a true blood netherworld. Your Highness, don't you understand my good intentions? I want to build a dynasty of your own, so that you may be the true master of the Taizhou dynasty. My Blood Soul clan originally didn't want to interfere, but now, you have lost the right to compete for that position. Only my Blood Soul clan truly helps you, we are your only bargaining chip." Upon hearing this, Li Chenghuan slowly closed his eyes, propping his head up with his hand, revealing a ghastly pale face. After a moment, he opened his eyes again, a chilling smile playing on his lips. "Of course I believe you, but my goal isn't to overthrow the Taizhou dynasty. I only want the Demon Suppression Division destroyed, Li Chengtian dead, and that person torn to pieces." Jiao Nu Niang smiled faintly, nestled in his arms, gentle as water. "Understood. I will obey your orders. The Blood Soul clan is merely a tool in your hand, to be used as you see fit. Li Chenghuan revealed a wicked smile, pressing him down once more, his hands roaming over him. And you? Naturally, I will be at your highness's mercy. The soft couch was draped in dragon and phoenix music, the sounds of zither and lute harmonizing, the murmur of flowing water echoing in the air. The palace maids turned away in unison, sealing their senses, seemingly accustomed to such scenes. Deep within the Taizhou imperial palace, in a dark and gloomy chamber, Li Yeming lay disheveled, his face bearing a hint of madness, which ultimately dissolved into a trace of resentment and reluctance. With a flick of his golden dragon sleeve, the profound laws before him vanished, and the Xian turtle shell turned to dust, disappearing without a trace. With a soft sigh, Li Yeming, slightly weary, leaned back on the dragon throne, murmuring softly, I have divined countless times, yet every divination reveals no way out. Even the only chance I have left is death. Heaven is forsaking me. I, the emperor, established this dynasty for the sake of all living beings, to suppress evil spirits and slay demons. What wrong have I done? Li Yeming questioned the heavens, ultimately managing only a bitter smile. Having reached his level, he could already glimpse a sliver of heavenly secrets. With the power of the Taizhou dynasty's national fortune, he could sense his own impending calamity, and even that the Taizhou dynasty would be affected. The only glimmer of hope that could save the Taizhou dynasty came from the moment Gu Ming appeared more than 200 years ago. Therefore, Li Yeming believed in Gu Ming, believed he could change the fate of the Taizhou dynasty's destruction. This matter seems baseless, but the path of cultivation is inherently ethereal and elusive, everything is predetermined. Li Yeming knew of the Blood Soul clan's existence, and he also knew of Jiao Nu Niang's existence, but even if he killed Jiao Nu Niang, he couldn't change the fate of the Taizhou dynasty. This only chance of survival. Slowly closing his weary eyes, Li Yeming murmured to himself, It's fate, it's destiny, so be it. Perhaps establishing a dynasty in this chaotic world, protecting the people of this region, is inherently an act against the heavens. Ultimately, someone must bear the consequences. Since that's the case. Li Yeming rose, his aura flowing, his eyes becoming domineering, radiating the true will of a powerful being, the will of a cultivator who dares to fight against the heavens. All karma, let it all be borne by this emperor. Burn my body and soul, and with these embers, protect the Taizhou dynasty for 10,000 years of peace. What harm is there? Chapter 88 Rebellion. Li Yeming no longer persisted in his seclusion, searching for that glimmer of hope. Several days later, news of his breakthrough spread throughout the Taizhou imperial city, but he did not take charge of state affairs, leaving them to the Prince of Zhenbei. Prince Zhenbei, Li Haoang, silently looked at Li Yeming, hesitating for a long time before finally asking, Your Majesty, is there still no way? As Li Yeming's confidant and ally, Li Haoang naturally understood everything, but he was only at the late stage of the void refinement realm. What could he do? He couldn't change the overall situation of the world. Li Yeming smiled calmly, as if he had let go of everything, patted his shoulder, and did not answer the question. Haoang, as the Prince of Zhenbei, you will have to put in more effort from now on. Chengtian is still young and inexperienced, he will inevitably make mistakes. Please be understanding. Don't worry, the Taizhou dynasty will not perish. I have my own plans. Li Haoang remained silent, a complex look flashing in his eyes. 1,000 words were left unsaid, ultimately turning into a soft sigh. Is it worth it? You weren't without a choice. With your cultivation, leaving the Taizhou dynasty. Shut up. Li Yeming's cold shout silenced Li Haoang. He knew Li Yeming's temperament, his choice, and his obsession. His expression softened slightly. Li Yeming patted Li Haoang's shoulder and smiled. My time is running out. I'll trouble you to guard the Taizhou dynasty for me for a while longer. As he spoke, Li Yeming walked slowly to the entrance of the main hall, his hands behind his back. His eyes no longer held worry for the common people, no longer for the Taizhou dynasty, no longer for his busy life. But rather, they held green mountains and clear waters, a vast and beautiful land, a carefree world, and his youthful self, the one who, in fine clothes and on horseback, roamed the world with a sword. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, the setting sun casting a shadow that seemed somewhat blinding. Li Yeming chuckled softly. Haoang, do you still remember the dreams we had in our youth? Li Haoang remained silent, watching Li Yeming's figure, feeling an invisible sorrow and loneliness. Li Yeming answered his own question. It was a 3-foot sword amidst the dust and wind of heaven and earth, a poem of human years. It was a touch of righteous spirit, 1,000 miles of exhilarating wind. It was youth, traversing danger as if it were flat ground, alone leaning on a long sword, soaring through the clear autumn. As he spoke, Li Yeming's figure stepped through the air, gradually disappearing into the palace, leaving only his complex yet relieved voice echoing in the hall. Alas, the human world once drank from clear waves, the brush staining the autumn with frost. Haoang, grant me a dream of human life, to fulfill the ideals of my youth, to see if my younger self is still carefree and joyful, still full of heroic spirit. Ha 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 ha. The unrestrained and bold laughter faded, leaving only Li Haoang with a deep sigh, his expression full of complex emotions. Go, fulfill the promise I made in my youth. In return, I will protect the Taizhou dynasty for the rest of my life. Li Yeming visited old friends in the imperial city, raising a cup with Gai Juju and others, secretly watching his children return to their homeland to pay respects to their parents. Alone with his sword, like a wandering martial arts master, he appeared throughout the Blood Nether continent under a completely new identity. Gai Juju and the other two exchanged glances, bidding farewell to Li Yeming. As commanders of the Demon Suppression Division, they shared similar ideals with Li Yeming despite their disagreements. They naturally understood some of the reasons behind Li Yeming's actions and comprehended his choice. However, this calamity was beyond their comprehension, and they did not know how to resolve it. The three had intended to consult with Gu Ming, but seeing that he was in seclusion, they decided to leave temporarily. Spring turned to autumn. For the cultivation world, 800 years was but a fleeting moment. Over these 800 years, the atmosphere throughout the Taizhou dynasty grew increasingly oppressive, an invisible suffocation weighing on everyone's hearts. Not only did time change, but so did people's faces. Many unfamiliar faces appeared in the Taizhou imperial city, and the same was true in the imperial palace. In these 800 years, Li Chengtian truly matured, not only reaching the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. However, the great perfection of the nascent soul realm and the void refining realm, seemingly only a step apart, could trap even the most talented for millennia. His actions and deeds left a deep impression on the demon suppression guards and an indelible memory on the people of the Taizhou dynasty. Having weathered 800 years of trials, Li Chengtian returned to the Taizhou imperial city a true powerhouse, possessing the aura of a hegemon. On the day of his return, the Demon Suppression Guard, led by Gai Juju, personally welcomed him back from his training, just as they had done with previous missions. The personal presence of the three commanders, Gai Juju, represented the Demon Suppression Guard's attitude and their approval. Faced with this momentous attention and the highest honor of the Taizhou dynasty, Li Chengtian remained calm and composed. His only wish was to go to the Demon Suppression Guard to pay his respects to his master, Master Tiangong. However, just as he stepped into the imperial city, surrounded by the Demon Suppression Guard and preparing to head to the Demon Suppression Guard, news arrived from the palace. Report: Li Chenghuan has rebelled. The Prince of Zhenbei is seriously injured and imprisoned. The entire imperial guard has betrayed us. More than half of the ministers have been slaughtered. Princes and princesses are all imprisoned. Report: the 10 great families of the capital have rebelled. They have joined forces to attack the palace, forcing the emperor to appear and abdicate. Li Chenghuan. Report: the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division is under siege by mysterious powerful figures. Commander, please go and eliminate the enemy. Report: outside the capital, 100,000 demonic cultivators have appeared, along with numerous sects from outside the Taizhou dynasty. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the successive waves of news. She Wushang, enraged, was about to storm the Demon Suppression Division when Gai Juju stopped him. His gaze fell on the grim-faced Li Chengtian. Your Highness, the Emperor has traveled the world, and now the Taizhou dynasty is leaderless. The fate of the Taizhou dynasty rests on your shoulders. Hearing these words, even Li Chengtian, who had prepared himself for 1,000 years, still felt an inexplicable pressure and a trace of confusion. His ascension to the throne was too sudden, giving him no time to react. He raised his eyes, looked at Gai Juju, and after a moment of silence, spoke. May I see my master first? She Wushang, with his fiery temper, showed no mercy, coldly snorting. Li Chengtian, at this critical moment for the Taizhou dynasty, are you still thinking of relying on Master Tiangong? Remember, he cannot always stand behind you. You are the future ruler of the Taizhou dynasty. Whether it's Master Tiangong or the Demon Suppression Division, all the forces within the Taizhou dynasty are merely tools to assist you in ruling the world. Startled by She Wushang's rebuke, Li Chengtian's expression gradually calmed. He looked around at the crowd and slowly spoke. With Father Emperor absent, I am the temporary ruler of this Taizhou dynasty. By my decree, activate the ultimate teleportation array. All demon-suppressing guards in cities across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands immediately rush to the aid of the imperial city. Send orders to all forces within the Taizhou dynasty, telling them they are in the same boat as the Taizhou dynasty, sharing both glory and ruin. Anyone who dares to stand idly by will be expelled from the dynasty once I suppress the rebels. Kill the deputy commander. I trouble you to personally go to the general headquarters to execute the invaders and ensure the safety of the students of the Pillar Ray Academy and our masters. Commander-in-Chief Gai, Deputy Commander you two will lead the demon-suppressing guards of this area, gathering the forces of families in the Imperial City that have not yet rebelled, and proceed to the Imperial Palace. I want to see what my dear third brother is really up to. Gai Juju and the other two showed expressions of satisfaction and bowed to accept the orders. As for the teleportation array, it was naturally a contingency plan left behind by Gu Ming. It was a super teleportation array set up during their travels through various cities with Li Chengtian, precisely to guard against such a situation. Chapter 89. The world is in turmoil, chaos reigns, and calamity strikes. The teleportation array allowed not only the demon-suppressing guards of various cities to rush to the rescue, but also various other forces. Although many forces harbored strong opinions against the demon-suppressing guards, most were reasonable and understood the origins of the current peaceful and prosperous era. As orders were issued, the entire realm was in motion. The demon-suppressing divisions of various cities received the news and immediately relayed the orders to their respective forces, activating the super teleportation arrays to support the imperial city. Li Chengtian, leading Gai Juju and others, gathered forces along the way and marched towards the imperial palace. At this moment, Gu Ming was unaware of what was happening outside, still diligently condensing his golden core. Slowly exhaling a breath of stale air, Gu Ming slowly opened his slightly weary eyes. Though tired, his eyes shone with a sharp light, carrying a hint of excitement. At this moment, his five-element spiritual light shone brilliantly, flowing and dazzling. 121 five-elements golden cores, like a colorful sun, radiated light. After 800 years of arduous cultivation, I have finally condensed 121 five-elements golden cores. With my current strength, without resorting to special methods, I can most likely fight against a late-stage golden core cultivator, or even a peak golden core cultivator. I have a fighting chance. Gu Ming's estimate was naturally conservative. He never overestimated himself, he always acted with absolute certainty. Overestimating oneself is underestimating the enemy unwise. Underestimating oneself is overestimating the enemy prudent. The technique of exploding the golden core was also successfully deduced. Based on the structure of the human body's meridians, he set up an array within his body to fuse the power of the exploding golden core into one place, minimizing damage to his Dao foundation. To address the aftereffects of exploding the golden core, Gu Ming developed his own healing pills. The biggest aftereffect of the technique, combined with all these factors, is the need to recondense the five elements golden cores. However, with experience and practice, Gu Ming's golden core condensation speed was much faster than before. Combining the power of the heavenly nether burial technique, Gu Ming grinned and muttered to himself. Refined void realm? Nothing special. With our full strength, it's not insurmountable. Concealing his aura, Gu Ming looked at the communication talisman. It contained many messages, mostly from that little fellow Li Chengtian sharing his daily activities. Reading further, Gu Ming's expression changed slightly. It has begun after all, the Great Void Tribulation. Although he had anticipated it, Gu Ming still felt a pang of reluctance as the day finally arrived. He had spent the longest time in the Great Void Dynasty, over 1,000 years. Humans aren't plants or trees, how could they be without feelings? He packed his belongings and placed them in his storage bag. Gu Ming removed his Demon Suppression Guard uniform, neatly folding it on the soft couch, along with the special Demon Suppression token and the Demon Suppression blade. After a pause, Gu Ming left a storage bag containing his final gifts for the Demon Suppression Division and Li Chengtian and the others. He changed into his own black robe, slung the wooden sword over his shoulder, and put on the formless mask. Gu Ming rose, flicked his sleeve, and activated the array. Stepping out of the room, he was met by two figures in blood-red robes, chasing after students of the Pill Array Academy. Ha ha ha, so-called Demon Suppression Guards, nothing more than this. Kill them. Today, we'll massacre the Demon Suppression Division. This Taigzi dynasty will surely become a puppet of my Blood Soul clan. The two were arrogant and their murderous aura was overwhelming. Just as they were about to continue their pursuit, the door opened, and a figure in black robes appeared before them. They exchanged a glance, their expressions turning icy with killing intent. This person is unusual, seemingly different from ordinary Demon Suppression Guards. Who cares who he is? It's the Master's order. Kill them all. The two voices startled the fleeing students of the Pill Array Academy. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Gu Ming surrounded by two Blood Soul clan members and stopped in their tracks. Damn it, Master is in danger. They dared to disrespect Master. Kill them. Stop running. Master is in danger. Follow me and kill our way back to protect him. These aspiring Demon Suppression Guards, 17 or 18-year-old students, didn't have time to think. They even forgot Gu Ming's once illustrious reputation. They only wanted to protect their most revered master and wouldn't allow anyone to desecrate the Demon Suppression Guard's faith. In just a moment, a dozen students with low cultivation levels stood in front of Gu Ming. Although trembling, they didn't retreat an inch. The Blood Soul clan members were stunned. They hadn't expected that these ants, whom they considered mere ants, who had been terrified just moments before, would dare to disregard their own lives and stand before them. The two men's faces lit up with joy, certain that the masked man was a big fish. Excellent! If we capture this man, it could be a great achievement. Ha 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 ha, wealth and glory are just around the corner. Tisk tisk tisk, some chi refining and foundation establishment ants dare to block our way? They overestimate themselves. As they spoke, their bodies flashed with blood-red light, their blood energy surging, creating a hurricane that sent sand and stones flying. Just as they were about to attack, a sword aura pierced through their brows with a soft sound. In their dying moments, their pupils widened, staring in disbelief at the masked man before them. How is this possible? Gu Ming's swordsmanship had already reached its pinnacle, his will had become sword energy. To him, a mere early-stage golden core cultivator was nothing more than an ant, easily killed with a flick of the finger. Seeing this, the crowd cheered, their admiration for Gu Ming growing even stronger. Though they had never heard of Gu Ming's name, his image, his deeds, and his legends were deeply ingrained in their hearts, echoing in their ears since birth. Gu Ming looked at these young students, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. With such a future, what worries did the Taeju dynasty have about its prosperity? You are all the future of our demon suppression division, all good children. Leave the rest to us old folks. The crowd shook their heads, firmly refusing. No, sir, we want to fight alongside you, to slay the traitors. Sir, though we are weak, we are not afraid to die. Sir, take us with you, even if we have to give our lives to hold you off for a moment, we will die without regret. Looking at their expressions, Gu Ming, in a daze, seemed to see the demon suppression guards who fought to the death in Giyuan heaven. In this era, there are always those who, with all their might, burn themselves out to dispel the darkness for the common people. Do you dare disobey my words? Hear my command. All students of the Pill Array Academy, enter the array. No one may disobey. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the academy. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then stepped into the array established by Gu Ming. No one in the entire demon suppression division dared disobey Gu Ming's orders, whether it meant death or survival. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Gu Ming used his spiritual power to echo his voice throughout the entire Pill Array Academy. I am Master Tiangong. All students of the Pill Array Academy, immediately proceed to my secluded cultivation location and enter the array for refuge. No one may disobey. Commander of the Demon Suppression Guards, escort the students into the array and gather here. The voice rang out, and all the students of the Pill Array Academy trembled. Without the slightest hesitation, they rushed towards Gu Ming's secluded cultivation location. The Demon Suppression Guards, who were fighting fiercely in the command center, looked up at Gu Ming's direction. The last trace of unease and panic on their faces vanished, replaced by boundless fighting spirit. Their shouts echoed in all directions. Master's order. Everyone, gather at Master's secluded cultivation location. Kill. Escort the students to Master's secluded cultivation location. No lingering. Protect our Master. Move. With Gu Ming's orders, the Demon Suppression Guards and escorting students rapidly approached from all directions. The Blood Soul Clan cultivators were also alarmed and gathered towards Gu Ming's location. The leading Blood Soul Clan protector, a late-stage void refinement expert, sneered. Pass down the order, do not stop them. They want to walk into our trap, so let them be. We'll wipe them all out. The legendary Heavenly Lord, I'll personally meet him and see what abilities he possesses that make him the faith of the Demon Suppression Guards. Chapter 90 I am the one destined by heaven. Soon, from all directions, the remaining 1,000 or so students of the Pill Array Academy, escorted by hundreds of Demon Suppression Guards, arrived at this place. Most of the Demon Suppression Guards had already gone to the Imperial Palace to deal with the Blood Soul Clan and Li Cheng Huan, who had occupied the palace. The man remaining here was a Golden Token Demon Suppression Guard, with a late-stage nascent soul cultivation. Yu Rang, seeing Gu Ming, seemed to find his anchor. Holding his blood-stained demon suppression blade, he walked through the crowd to the front and bowed respectfully. Sir, this is Mao Rang, a Golden Token Demon Suppression Guard, leading the Demon Suppression Guards to escort the students back. Gu Ming's gaze swept over the crowd, he nodded slightly, and spoke softly. All students, enter the formation. No delay. I know you have a heart to protect your country, a heart unafraid of death, and a desire to fight to the death. But remember, when you are weak, obeying orders is the greatest help, understand? The students exchanged glances, then knelt and kowtowed to Gu Ming. We will obey your orders, Master. Then, everyone rose and entered the formation in an orderly fashion. From all directions, above and below, thousands of Blood Soul Clan cultivators appeared, their terrifying blood energy emitting a nauseating stench, turning the sky blood-red and enveloping everyone. Gu Ming's expression remained calm, his gaze serene as he memorized every face of the Demon Suppressing Guards present. The Demon Suppressing Guards, our duty is to suppress demons, slay monsters, and safeguard peace. This is the mission and duty of the Demon Suppressing Guards. Today, are you all willing to follow me? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Ming raised his wooden sword high, his aura soaring, his voice piercing the heavens. Exterminate the traitors and restore the peace of the Taeju dynasty for 10,000 years. Upon hearing this, the crowd knelt on one knee, their right hands gripping the demon-suppressing blade, plunging it into the ground with a deafening roar. We are willing to follow Master Tiangong and restore the peace of the Taeju dynasty for 10,000 years. Clang! 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 Hundreds of demon-suppressing guards stood behind Gu Ming, swords at their sides, their fighting spirit boiling, facing the Blood Soul Clan cultivators from all directions without fear. The Blood Soul Clan protector, Hun Po, sneered. In his eyes, this scene of weaklings' fervor was a joke. He slowly raised his hand, speaking with a playful tone. Mere ants, how could they know the true strength of my Blood Soul Clan? Nonsense! Kill them all, leave no one alive. Yes, sir. Kill! A great battle was about to erupt. Blood Soul Clan cultivators charged in from all directions, clashing with the demon suppression guards. The Blood Soul Clan was numerous and powerful, and their power carried an inexplicable ominous and evil aura, making them truly terrifying. However, these demon suppression guards had all learned the formations taught by their master, were equipped with various killing talismans, carried healing pills, and, that final resort, the blood frenzy pill. Under their fearless slaughter, the demon suppression guards managed to tear a gap in the enemy lines, causing these Blood Soul Clan cultivators, baptized in slaughter and claiming to be fearless of death, to feel a sense of unease and fear. In the sky, Soul Breaker's expression gradually darkened. He hadn't expected that 10 times his strength wouldn't be enough to defeat a mere few hundred demon suppression guards. His blood-red eyes fixed on Gu Ming, and he slowly raised his hand, summoning the blood-revolving weapon. He strode through the air, each step shattering the void and leaving indelible bloodstains. His power was terrifying. Gu Ming, naturally fearless, channeled his spiritual energy, activating the first level of the heavenly nether burial technique. His strength surged wildly, propelling him into the early nascent soul stage. Just as he was about to test his explosive core technique, a roar like a lion's roar echoed through the heavens and earth. You Blood Soul Clan scum, how dare you touch my demon suppression guard? You're courting death. Shawashang's murderous aura stained the sky crimson, his killing intent no less than that of the Blood Soul Clan. Wielding the blood-drinking mad blade, he cleaved through the void in an instant, aiming directly at Hunpo. Hunpo's expression changed slightly. He turned and swung his blood moonwheel, tearing through the void, clashing with the blood-drinking mad blade. A crimson light shot across 100 miles, piercing the sky and clouds. Buildings in all directions were instantly reduced to dust by the shockwave. A fierce wind arose, causing Hunpo's long hair to dance wildly, his face contorted in a ferocious rage as he glared at Shawashang. Heh, Shawashang, Deputy Commander of the Demon Suppression Guard, I've long admired your name. Shawashang coldly snorted, unleashing his power once more, sending Hunpo flying with a single strike, and spoke disdainfully. You little bastard, I've heard of your grandfather's name, so you do have some knowledge. The insulting words rang out, and Hunpo's face turned ugly, wishing he could tear Shawashang to pieces. Speechless. I'll see how you manage to stop me. The two exchanged no more words, clashing and fighting repeatedly in the void, leaving hundreds upon hundreds of shattered fragments, terrifying power surging through the heavens and earth. Master Tiangong, the palace needs you. Leave this place to me. Gu Ming nodded, his figure flashing as he quickly headed towards the palace. He didn't need to waste his trump card on this man. Seeing Gu Ming leave, Shawashang, without restraint, repelled Hunpo with a single strike and roared. Demon suppression guards, heed my command. Leave no Blood Soul Clan member alive here. Slaughter them all, regardless of the cost. Don't let them become a hindrance to the Imperial Palace. As the words fell, Shawashang's eyes flashed, unleashing his full power. He charged towards Hunpo with a reckless, death-defying style. Also a late-stage void refinement cultivator, Shawashang's strength was far superior, far beyond Hunpo's capabilities. His previous arrogance was shattered by Shawashang. The numerous demon suppression guards below exchanged glances upon hearing this, then quickly consumed bloodlust pills, their eyes filled with resolute determination and a willingness to fight to the death. Kill! A deafening battle cry echoed. The entire Pill Array Academy, the Demon Suppression Division headquarters, and the surrounding buildings were reduced to ruins, rivers of blood flowing. Meanwhile, in the Taizhou Imperial Palace, Li Chenghuan sat on the imperial throne, now clad in a dragon robe and wearing an imperial crown, a sickly smile on his face. I am the true emperor of Taizhou. Beside him, Zhao Niano slowly bowed, playing along with Li Qingjuan's performance. Greetings, Your Majesty. On both sides, and indeed throughout the entire hall, were powerful members of the Blood Soul Clan. Even the mighty prince of Zhenbei, Li Haoang, was now suspended in midair, blood flowing profusely, his limbs pierced by the spirit-suppressing nails. Numerous princes and princesses were all imprisoned in iron cages, their cultivation sealed, unable to move. In the magnificent hall, numerous ministers of the Taizhou dynasty bowed, trembling. Blood flowed like a river at their feet, and corpses lay scattered. All civil and military officials who had resisted Li Chenghuan. Li Qingjuan's sinister gaze swept over these sycophantic ministers, and he slowly spoke. Gentlemen, why do you not pay your respects to me? Upon hearing this, everyone knelt, their voices trembling. Greetings, Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha, Father, do you see? I am the true chosen one, the new master of the Taizhou dynasty, and that is me alone. Before Li Qingjuan's maniacal laughter had even subsided, voices of protest rose from outside the palace. "My dear third brother, have you had enough? If so, then come out and face your death." Li Qingjuan's eyes narrowed, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "My good brother has finally arrived. Everyone, follow me to welcome my 66th brother." Li Chenghuan rose, his figure flashing as he appeared atop the high steps of the palace. Behind him, Blood Soul Clan cultivators were everywhere, densely packed, countless in number. From all directions, betraying noble families, cultivators from outside the Taixu dynasty, demonic cultivators, 1,000,000 strong. Chapter 91: The Battle of Cause and Effect. Li Chengtian led tens of thousands of figures, appearing in the palace square. The contrast between the two sides was tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. Behind Li Chenghuan stood the 9 guardians of the Blood Soul Clan, 6 late-stage void refinement experts, and 3 peak void refinement experts. Over 100 void refinement experts. Li Chengtian's side was no match for them. Li Chenghuan looked down, palace maids carrying a dragon throne behind him. He slowly sat down, his expression playful as he looked at Li Chengtian. "My dear brother, have you come to congratulate me on my ascension to the throne?" Li Chengtian's face was icy. He drew his demon-suppressing blade, pointing it at Li Chenghuan. Every word was filled with killing intent. "Congratulations? No, I've come only to take your life. Usurping the throne, plotting rebellion, colluding with the evil race, these are heinous crimes, brutal slaughters. You deserve to die." His voice echoed in the vast square. All was silent except for Li Qingjuan's disdainful laughter, which reverberated throughout the palace. "Ha ha ha ha, this is the best joke I've ever heard." He leaned forward slightly, mocking. "What makes you think you are? The demon-suppressing guards behind you? Or the good-for-nothing from the imperial family beside you? Or your father? Or perhaps your heavenly lord? Ha 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 ha, a piece of trash who barely defeated a half-step nascent soul cultivator with the help of a secret technique, dares to call himself heavenly lord? He's overestimating himself." As soon as these words were spoken, the sound of a single, synchronized drawing of longswords echoed through the heavens and earth, their cold light radiating, their killing intent as deep as an abyss. The demon-suppressing guards would absolutely not allow anyone to humiliate the name of Heavenly Lord. Li Qingtian's expression darkened slightly. He knew he had no chance of winning this battle. That was the Blood Soul Clan, a mysterious and powerful evil clan. Rumor had it that the current state of Blood Nether Continent was caused by them. An ancient clan with an unknown history of countless years, a mysterious and unknown behemoth. The Blood Soul Clan dared to invade the Taixu dynasty. They must possess a method to deal with Emperor Li Yeming of the Taixu dynasty. Guy Juju and his deputy commander exchanged a glance. They weren't surprised, but they hadn't expected Li Chenghuan to be so mad, blinded by power, willing to turn against his own family and turn them into puppets of the Blood Soul Clan. Just as Li Chenghuan was gloating, a calm yet deep voice came from outside the palace. "Li Chenghuan, it's time to pay the blood debt you owe the demon suppression guards. The karma of the past is settled today. If you don't die, how can the demon suppression guards rest in peace?" Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to the distance. A figure in black robes, carrying a wooden sword and wearing a maskless mask, walked through the air against the gentle breeze. With Gu Ming's appearance, the demon suppression guards seemed to have found their leader, their faces lighting up with joy as they stood at attention and bowed. "Welcome, Lord Tiangong." The resounding voice echoed throughout the entire imperial city, reverberating across the heavens and earth. Countless terrified cultivators and commoners in the imperial city looked up at the figure in the sky. Li Chengtian smiled, his eyes flashing with a brilliant light. Seeing Gu Ming appear, his previously uneasy heart instantly calmed. Li Chenghuan, however, was different. His heart was filled with murderous intent, wishing he could tear Gu Ming to pieces. His resentment was almost solidified into frost. "Heh, you finally dare to show yourself. I thought you had already run away with your tail between your legs." Li Chenghuan rose, enveloped in a blood-red moonlight. The phantom of a malevolent moon appeared in his eyes. Above him, the azure sky transformed into a vast fog, with a blood-red malevolent moon hanging high above, reflecting the strange phenomenon. Gu Ming stopped, his gaze calmly fixed on Li Chenghuan, then sweeping over the figures behind him, especially the Blood Soul Clan cultivators. Their malevolent and unsettling aura caused him to frown slightly, clearly displeased. Withdrawing his gaze, Gu Ming's unhurried voice rang out. "Li Chenghuan, I've arrived. What do you intend to do?" Li Chenghuan chuckled, his figure flashing as he appeared high in the sky, facing Gu Ming across the void. His sleeves billowed like a hurricane, and a demonic halberd appeared, emanating a destructive aura that distorted the void, creating ripples. The halberd pointed at Gu Ming, and Li Qingjuan's sinister and icy voice echoed through the heavens and earth. "It's simple, I'll kill you. I will stand before the people, before the demon suppression guards, and crush their omnipotent faith. I will tell all living beings that the so-called Heavenly Lord is nothing but a defeated opponent of mine." Upon hearing this, Gai Juju's expression changed slightly. Gu Ming's strength wasn't great. If he truly fought Li Chenghuan to the death, he would undoubtedly die. If Gu Ming were killed by Li Chenghuan, then the spirit of the demon suppression guards would be completely shattered. Even if Li Yeming returned, even if Li Chenghuan died, even if the Blood Soul clan retreated, it would be to no avail. Gu Ming, you mustn't agree. Gai Juju hurriedly transmitted his voice, fearing Gu Ming would act impulsively. But the next moment, a series of voices filled with fighting spirit rang out. Sir, kill him. Avenge the fallen demon suppressing guards. Sir, we beg you, execute this traitor. Avenge the fallen demon suppressing guards. As the voices of all the demon suppressing guards echoed through the heavens and earth, Gai Juju's heart sank to the bottom. He knew. Gu Ming had no choice. Li Chengtian stared at Gu Ming's figure, remaining silent. He understood Gu Ming better than Gai Juju understood his master better. In his eyes, Gu Ming was omnipotent. Gu Ming's right hand moved slightly, the wooden sword appearing in his grasp, layers of blood-red light covering it. He spoke softly. Since that's the case, then I will kill you in front of the whole world. Ha 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 ha, courting death. Li Chenghuan couldn't wait a moment longer, eager to avenge his humiliation. The demonic halberd appeared, surging blood-red light erupting forth, resonating with the strange phenomenon of a malevolent moon in the sky, intertwining with strands of moonlight, condensing into a 10,000-foot-long azure dragon, roaring to the heavens, charging towards Gu Ming. A great battle was imminent. Gu Ming took a deep breath, not daring to be careless. He advanced to the third level of the heavenly nether burial technique, his cultivation surpassing the nascent soul stage and entering the early stage of the divine transformation realm. As the crimson azure dragon descended, Gu Ming held his sword high in the air, unleashing a rain of swords that transformed into a celestial light, blocking the crimson azure dragon. Even with secret techniques, you're nothing more than a divine transformation ant, utterly vulnerable. Break! The crimson azure dragon roared, spewing dragon breath as if from an ancient icy abyss, instantly freezing the heavens and earth, shattering the rain of swords in an instant. Gu Ming remained unusually calm. His right hand slashed out with his wooden sword again, the wind transforming into swords, the clouds transforming into swords, sweeping away like a tornado, consuming the crimson azure dragon's power. His left hand formed a sword finger, and he murmured, thousands of talismans emerging from his storage bag, accompanied by golden light, instantly transforming into a level 1 defensive array. Rumble! The crimson dragon broke through the sword intent and collided with the earth-rank defensive array. The terrifying residual power spread, the void shattered inch by inch, and the spiritual wind stirred up the clouds. Li Qingjuan's face was disdainful. His left hand shot into the air, summoning the 9 heavens evil moon phenomenon. Thousands of moonbeams condensed, transforming into a 100-foot-long blood-red palm, gathering the power of a crimson azure dragon, instantly shattering the earth-rank defensive array. The terrifying power surged towards the sky, the air thick with mist, obscuring everything. All eyes converged, fixed intently on the sky. As the mist dissipated, and Gu Ming's figure was nowhere to be seen, Li Qingjuan's expression turned grim. He looked around, then suddenly fixed his gaze on the distance. The void shattered, and Gu Ming, his face deathly pale, emerged from the teleportation array. Chapter 92 The Technique of Exploding Cores, Shocking and Unconventional. Gu Ming, utilizing the teleportation array, could perform a void leap similar to that of a void refinement expert, and at a speed no slower. Seeing this, Li Qingjuan's face grew increasingly gloomy, and he chuckled coldly. Master Tiangong only knows such unorthodox methods, and dares not face you head-on? What, do you need me to suppress my cultivation and fight you at the same level? Gu Ming remained calm. At the early nascent soul stage, coupled with the power of his talisman array, he was no match for Li Chenghuan. If he hadn't teleported in time, he would have been slapped to death by Li Chenghuan. Li Qingjuan's lips curled into a smug smile. He felt immense satisfaction, as if he had released most of the pent-up resentment and anger he had harbored for so many years, and continued his mockery. Master Heaven, I have only used less than half my strength, yet you are already in such a sorry state. How can you, in such a wretched state, kill me? How can you avenge your demon-suppressing guards? As he spoke, his figure flickered, his demonic power soaring to the heavens, shattering the sky and stirring up the laws of heaven and earth, forcing Gu Ming to flee in disarray time and time again. Throughout, Gu Ming remained silent, stalling for time, buying time for the Taigzi dynasty. Whether it was the teleportation of demons from various cities or Li Yeming's return, both required time. He, Gu Ming, had never cared about such contempt and humiliation. Since his transmigration, his heart had long since become as calm as still water, seeing through the gaze of the world. However, in the eyes of the many demon-suppressing guards, it was a scene they could not accept. Each of them gripped their demon-suppressing blades tightly, wishing they could storm the palace and fight to the death. Li Qingjuan's mocking voice rang out again. How do you feel watching your god flee in utter disarray, like stray dogs? Ha 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 ha, this is the so-called Heavenly Lord, the omnipotent being in your eyes? Nothing more than this. The world is foolish, unknowingly manipulated by the commander and my father. The so-called Heavenly Lord is nothing but a scheme to control you, to make you suffer the calamities of death for the Taegzu Emperor. Upon hearing this, the demon-suppressing guards exchanged bewildered glances. Especially those who joined the demon-suppressing division in the last 1,000 years, their knowledge of the Heavenly Lord's legends was all hearsay. They had never experienced that era, never witnessed the events of Diwan Heaven. Guy Juju took a deep breath, turned to the crowd, and slowly spoke. We have never claimed that Master Tiangong is invincible. If he were invincible, where would demons and evil spirits come from? The Taegzu dynasty would already be a peaceful and prosperous era. Why would it need the demon suppression guards? Remember this, Master Tiangong is a will, a principle upheld by us demon suppression guards, the will of countless demon suppression guards, and the will of anyone willing to burn themselves out for the sake of light. He is faith, hope, and light. He is any companion or teammate beside you, the one who would sacrifice himself for his faith, the one who, after our deaths, will lead us home through the 9 netherworlds and reincarnations. His gaze was firm, his voice resounding, echoing in everyone's ears. Now, even if Master Tiangong is defeated, he fears neither death nor dishonor, solely to fulfill his promise to the fallen demon suppression guards. If your hearts are so wavering, if you are easily swayed by a few words from others, what right do you have to worship him? Now, tell me, what should you do? These words jolted them awake. Their expressions hardened, and they answered in unison. We are willing to sacrifice our lives to bring peace to this chaotic world. In the sky, Gu Ming smiled slightly. Although he didn't care about others' opinions, watching this scene unfold, a sense of relief flashed through his heart. Looking up into the distance, he seemed to sense something and murmured softly, "The time is almost up." Stopping, Gu Ming ceased his escape and looked calmly at the seemingly crazed Li Chenghuan. Li Chenghuan, it's time to pay the blood debt you owe. If you don't die today, how can I face the thousands of demon-suppressing guards under heaven? How can I face those cultivators who died for their faith? As he spoke, Gu Ming took a step forward, his terrifying crimson spiritual power transforming into a hurricane, shaking his robes and creating a deafening roar that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Li Chenghuan frowned slightly, feeling a vague unease, and coldly snorted. Besides empty talk, what else can you do? Kill me, your majesty? You can't even protect yourself, how laughable. Gu Ming didn't answer, taking another step forward. A 5 elements golden core within his body flickered, its dazzling light spinning wildly, increasing in speed until finally the 5 colors merged into one. Explode! Boom! To the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Gu Ming detonated his golden core, the surging spiritual power merging into his body, increasing his strength. The Blood Soul Clan cultivators were first stunned, followed by undisguised sarcasm. Is he joking? A mere golden core ant, using a forbidden secret technique to briefly possess the strength of the early nascent soul stage, actually thinks he can defeat a void refinement expert by self-destructing his golden core? Ha 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 ha. This so-called Heavenly Lord is nothing special. I'm curious how many golden cores he can detonate. If he had 100 or 200, maybe he really would have a chance, ha ha ha. Li Qingtian's pupils were bloodshot as he looked at Guy Juju, speaking each word carefully. Commander Guy, our master has done enough. Why don't we intervene? Guy Juju shook his head, his expression complex. He sensed the overwhelming killing intent of the people behind him, but, to start a decisive battle now would be tantamount to suicide. The Blood Soul Clan's protectors were all watching intently, they couldn't possibly intervene in this battle. Your Highness, believe in your master. Everyone, believe in the Heavenly Lord. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, choosing to believe again. After all, the position of the Heavenly Lord in their hearts was no longer a simple matter of faith. Guy Juju sighed inwardly, he himself wasn't sure if Gu Ming still had any tricks up his sleeve. At this moment, Li Chenghuan was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Today, he had avenged his humiliation. It was so exhilarating. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Heavenly Lord, 1 golden core isn't enough. Come, I'll give you time to explode a few more. I'm curious if you have a second one. Before he finished speaking, his pupils froze, staring in disbelief at Gu Ming, who was shrouded in the blood-red aura of the heavenly netherworld. Gu Ming's lips curled slightly, and he spoke softly. In that case, I'll grant your wish. Continue. Within his body, golden cores, resembling miniature crimson suns, erupted with dazzling light, shimmering and rapidly circulating. Their spiritual energy intertwined, becoming a unified whole with the aid of the internal formation. His hands rested on the blood-red wooden sword, and the blood-red aura of the heavenly netherworld clung to his long hair like starlight, radiating light. Beneath the mask of invisibility, his face remained impassive, devoid of joy or sorrow, eerily calm. Facing death once more, Gu Ming's heart was utterly undisturbed. Bang! 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 As one 5 elements golden core after another exploded, these cores, like wellsprings storing spiritual energy, surged into Gu Ming's body as if energy were stored on his back. His power surged wildly, visibly soaring, a terrifying aura transforming into rolling waves of blood, one after another, sweeping across all directions. Above his head, thunder rumbled, as if even the heavenly Dao itself had been alarmed by Gu Ming's heaven-defying power, roaring like thunder dragons and generating terrifying divine might. At this moment, apart from the rumbling thunder, the sweeping hurricanes, and the muffled sounds of the golden cores exploding, all was utterly silent, eerily quiet. Even those as powerful as the great perfection of the void refinement stage, and even the Blood Soul clan elders hidden in the shadows, were stunned, watching this scene in disbelief. It was an astonishing scene. Within one person's body, hundreds of multicolored golden cores coalesced, using the technique of exploding cores to defy fate and enhance strength. Of the 121 golden cores, Gu Ming kept only one as a reserve, the rest exploded, erupting like 120 spiritual energy volcanoes. Guided by the internal array, the vast spiritual energy transformed into immense power, further boosting Gu Ming's strength. Under the terrifying impact of the spiritual energy, Gu Ming's body was covered in dense bloodstains, but he paid no heed. With each breath, a blazing spiritual mist surged forth. Gu Ming's eyes were bloodshot, radiating an evil light more terrifying than that of the Blood Soul clan or the Blood Moon's bloodlight, flickering and intertwining wildly. His aura had already broken through the great perfection of the nascent soul stage and entered the early stage of the void refinement stage, far more profound, vast, terrifying, and powerful than Li Qingjuan's early void refinement stage. From the early golden core stage, he had traversed the nascent soul, and reached the peak of the void refinement stage, a breakthrough that overturned the understanding of the cultivation world. Li Chenghuan, has it been done as you wished? Are you satisfied? The icy voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Even a powerful cultivator hidden in the shadows felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp tingling. Chapter 93. Farewell, fellow deists. Li Qingjuan's hair stood on end. This time, his gaze towards Gu Ming returned to the suppressed fear and unease of their first meeting. That endless humiliation seemed to return to him, driving him to a frenzy, twisting rage. No, it's fake, it must be fake. How could you possess 120 golden cores? How could you do that? After the cores exploded, how could you survive? It's all an illusion. You're deceiving me. I will not fear. Die. With a roar, Li Chenghuan unleashed his most powerful, heaven-shattering force. His demonic halberd cleaved through the rolling thunder and clouds, illuminating the crimson moon. A divine phenomenon descended, transforming the sky into a dark, lifeless, crimson sea, save for a single crimson moon reflecting on its surface, radiating countless rays of light. His body soared into the air, stepping onto the dark sea, enveloped by the evil moon, absorbing the power of the celestial phenomena to coalesce into a demonic halberd. Clang! The heavens trembled, as if all things had fallen silent. Thousands of rays of evil moonlight transformed into a terrifying strike, weaving down like the collapse of the sky, aimed directly at Gu Ming. Evil moon calamity, die for this emperor. Gu Ming slowly raised his head, his gaze surging with celestial power. He slowly raised the blood-red wooden sword in his hand, wisps of pale, eerie flames swirling around it, instantly transforming the area within 100 miles into a world of bone evil, profound fire. The sword moved with his body, the vast, strange fire trembling accordingly, as if possessing a life of its own, gathering behind him. There were no fancy techniques or moves, only the simplicity of the great Dao. Only when the sword path in his heart merged with his own ideals did he achieve true unity of man and sword. The sword stood erect, unleashing a vast, raging inferno that transformed into mountains and rivers, the moon and the heavens, all living things, the stars and the universe, and countless figures, named and nameless, all bearing witness to the truth of this sword. In my name, I name this sword, Heavenly Lord. The sword was drawn, and billowing flames soared into the sky, countless wondrous phenomena intertwining within, reflecting the light of Heavenly Lord, dispelling the power of the evil moon and the dark sea, and illuminating mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. People looked up, speechless with awe, only silence could express their profound shock. The two forces collided, the sky seemed to explode like billions of suns, the blinding light blinding all. Terrifying spiritual energy transformed into billowing mist, intertwining and clashing, layers of destructive power stacking upon each other, shattering the void and unleashing a myriad of thunderous phenomena. As a mournful cry echoed through the heavens and earth, people seemed to already know the outcome, all utterly awestruck. Rumble. Long, long. When the dazzling fog dissipated, only a figure in black robes and dark attire remained, sword in hand, blood dripping from his body, staining the void. Even severely wounded, Gu Ming's body remained upright, standing tall in the sky. Ahead, Li Qingjuan's body was tattered and mangled, his eyes contorted in a ferocious rage, already incapable of fighting. Yet, before him stood a powerful figure at the mid-stage of the integration realm, who had blocked the final, fatal blow, indifferent and aloof, looking down at Gu Ming from his superior position. Ha! An ant, yet possessing such heaven-defying abilities. Given enough time, you would surely have a place in Blood Nether Continent. Unfortunately, I will not give you time, nor will I give you the opportunity to grow. Gu Ming was not surprised. He knew this hidden powerhouse would inevitably intervene, preventing him from killing Li Chenghuan. Li Chenghuan let out a wild, maniacal laugh, glaring fiercely at Gu Ming. You can't kill me, but unfortunately, you will die, Li Chengtian will die, and all the demon-suppressing guards will die. Gu Ming sighed softly, glancing at his tattered body, knowing time was running out. Looking up at the distant horizon, Gu Ming suddenly spoke softly. Help me, slay the demon. I will. The void shattered, and Li Yeming suddenly appeared, sword in hand, charging towards the Soul Clan elder. Some things don't need to be said aloud, everyone understands. Although Li Yeming didn't understand why Gu Ming could survive but chose death. But considering his own situation, he and Gu Ming seemed to be kindred spirits, knowing death was inevitable yet never retreating an inch. The sudden attack briefly repelled the Soul Clan elder. Gu Ming flicked his sleeve, a ray formation swirled, and his mangled body appeared behind Li Chenghuan. At this moment, Li Chenghuan's smile froze. For the first time, he felt death so close, so imminent. No, if you kill me, you will die too. When have I ever feared death? With Li Yeming's appearance, a great battle was about to erupt. Gai Juju roared in charge towards the great perfection protector of the Soul Clan. Kill! The battle between the two sides, a meat grinder, broke out. In an instant, the entire palace was razed to the ground, and even the entire imperial city was transformed into a battlefield intertwined with blood and souls. The Blood Soul Clan protector, a great perfection protector of the Void Refinement Realm, was unstoppable. He charged towards Gu Ming, attempting to save Li Chenghuan. Li Chenghuan could not die. The Blood Soul Clan had gone to such great lengths for a complete Taixu dynasty. They coveted the millennia-long fortune of the Taixu dynasty, not a dilapidated dynasty, a dynasty without a master. If the destiny of the Taixu dynasty is shattered, the Blood Soul Clan's years of scheming will be in vain. You brat, how dare you? Stop! Gu Ming remained calm, slowly raising the blood sword in his hand, murmuring softly, I have fulfilled my promise. This cause and effect is finally settled. I owe you nothing. My karmic ties with the Demon Suppression Guard and the Taixu dynasty end here. Puffed! The blood sword pierced through Li Chenghuan's body, and Xianyu bone fire erupted, devouring every inch of his body and soul. Even a god couldn't save him. Having ended it all, Gu Ming finally revealed a relaxed smile. Bearing the identity of the Heavenly Duke, guarding the Demon Suppression Division for 1,000 years, he was exhausted. Next time, I want to be a chivalrous knight-errant, carefree and unrestrained. Faced with the terrifying killing move behind him, Gu Ming was powerless to resist, nor did he want to. He had willingly entered into the karmic entanglement with the Demon Suppressing Guards, intending only to pass the time, but this cause and effect pushed him forward until, in the end, he was powerless to resist. Bearing too much responsibility, too tired, too exhausted, as before, all he wanted was a good night's sleep and to start a new life. His gaze fell upon the battlefield, where Li Chengtian, his face panicked, unleashed his full power, charging towards the scene. His eyes held pleading, fear, reluctance, anger, a myriad of emotions were on display. At this moment, he was no longer the future master of the Taixu dynasty, the one burdened with the fate of countless lives. He was Gu Ming's only disciple, the child in Gu Ming's eyes. No, master! Even with the dragon elephant demon suppressing technique, he couldn't break through the encirclement. Powerlessness and despair overwhelmed him. Gu Ming moved his lips and chuckled softly. Live well, child. Gai Juju and the thousands of demon suppressing guards charged towards Gu Ming's location like madmen, each with bloodshot eyes and earth-shattering roars. Gu Ming smiled faintly, his blood-stained hair fluttering in the wind. His calm voice echoed through the heavens and earth, reaching everyone's ears. Don't grieve for my departure. I am not the only heavenly lord in this world. All the demon-suppressing guards are heavenly lords, and all the righteous people in this world are also heavenly lords. As long as the demon-suppressing guards exist, I will live on forever. Fellow deists, farewell. Puffed. The killing move landed, and Gu Ming's figure, swept away by the destructive force, turned into dust and vanished into the world. At that moment, the heavens trembled, thunder roared, and a gentle rain fell, cleansing this blood-stained, shattered world. People looked up, as if they saw a figure wearing a mask of invisibility, carried away by a wisp of wind, departing from the world. Chapter 94 Gathering the power of the entire Taixu dynasty, in battle. Having paid a price to kill Hun Po, Xia Wusheng bathed in blood, touching the long-awaited sweet rain. His lips parted slightly, murmuring, respectfully bidding farewell, to Master Tiangong. Immediately afterwards, voices resounded from all directions, converging into a resounding echo that shook the ages and trembled the heavens. Respectfully bidding farewell to Master Tiangong. Eternal life, Master Tiangong. Eternal life, Master Tiangong. Eternal life, Master Tiangong. For faith, for the common people, for peace, for the Taixu dynasty, kill. To the death. To the death. The deaths of those who risked their lives did not extinguish the fighting spirit of the crowd. On the contrary, each one faced death without fear, disregarding the cost, fighting with their lives on the line. Elder Hunwujin of the Blood Soul clan frowned slightly, then relaxed, coldly looking at Li Yeming opposite him, and sneered disdainfully. "Heh, what a clever tactic. Destroying my puppet, using its death to ignite the fighting spirit of the demon suppression guard. What a pity, Li Yeming, the disparity in power is too great. Your Taixu dynasty will ultimately face annihilation. Li Yeming, you're merely at the early stage of the integration realm. How can you possibly fight me? Even if you're powerful, you can barely hold me off. Can your demon suppression guard, your Taixu dynasty, withstand the million-strong warriors under my command? Ha 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 ha." The Blood Soul clan elder, Hun Wujin, laughed wildly, his arrogance boundless. In his heart, the Taixu dynasty was surely his for the taking. Although Li Chenghuan was dead, there was still Li Chengtian. At worst, he could expend some more effort to control him. Li Yeming remained calm and composed. Though he grieved for Gu Ming's death, he understood that no one could live forever. Death was inevitable. It was either as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. Just then, the void trembled, and beams of array light shot into the sky from the imperial city. Within the void, the array light shone brilliantly, laws danced, tearing through space and emanating powerful fluctuations. The battlefield froze, everyone turning to look at the array light in the sky. The next moment, a soaring battle intent, like a vast tidal wave, surged forth, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Voices carrying chilling killing intent echoed across the battlefield. Bai Li Qinghan of Weia City leads the demon suppressing guards to aid us. Wiang Yuan of Dian City leads the demon suppressing guards to aid us. Mao Chong of Lai Yufeng City leads the demon suppressing guards to aid us. Wan Jingxiu of Dia City leads the demon suppressing guards to aid us. Xianxiao sect leads all its cultivators to aid the imperial city. Fangbo's sect is here. Who says the Taixu dynasty is without men? The Tai family of the ancient clan has arrived. Don't panic, everyone. Slaughter them until the heavens and earth are turned upside down. Hee, sects and aristocratic families have all come. How can we, the rogue cultivators, be left out? The Taixu dynasty has protected us for 10,000 years. This time, it's our turn to protect the Taixu dynasty's prosperity for 10,000 years. Brothers, kill! The continuous roars of slaughter echoed through the heavens and earth, shattering the sky, which was filled with countless figures. The demon-suppressing guards, sects, aristocratic families, and rogue cultivators of the entire Taixu dynasty, millions of cultivators descended fearlessly. Without the slightest hesitation, these millions of cultivators descended like meteors, swooping down upon the Blood Soul clan and the demonic cultivators. In an instant, blood mist exploded repeatedly in the sky and on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, countless cultivators were reduced to dust. Bai Li Qinghan's gaze swept around, searching for the figure he sought. For some reason, a deep unease washed over him. Gai Juja saw his figure and, though reluctant, still transmitted his voice to Bai Li Qinghan. He died in battle to kill Li Chenghuan. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Qinghan froze on the spot. He had never imagined that despite his relentless rush, he would still be unable to see Gu Ming one last time. Scenes of Gu Ming flashed through his mind. Bai Li Qinghan's killing intent surged, breaking through his inner demons, and his cultivation, honed over many years, soared, reaching the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. His voice, like thunder, resounded through the heavens and earth, filled with profound sorrow. Master Tiangong died for the sake of all living beings. Everyone, avenge Master Tiangong. Kill! Upon hearing this, all the cultivators who had rushed to his aid were stunned, their pupils widening in disbelief. Especially for the demon suppression guards, the Heavenly Lord was their faith, their deity. One of their purposes in rushing to the aid of the imperial city was to witness the Heavenly Lord's glory. But now, Gai Juju's voice echoed throughout heaven and earth as he repelled the Soul Clan protector with a single strike. To avenge the demon suppression guard's blood feud, the Heavenly Lord fought to the last drop of his strength, slaying Li Chenghuan, and dying at the hands of the Blood Soul Clan protector. Everyone, the Heavenly Lords will live on for eternity, eternally undying with the demon suppression guards. Today's battle has no winner or loser, only life and death. At this moment, without Gai Juju's encouragement, the demon suppression guards were like madmen, ready to die for their cause. Even the rogue cultivators, sects, and ancient clans were infected by this atmosphere. At this moment, facing this atmosphere, even the weakest and most timid would possess the courage to fight to the death. The entire battlefield had become a meat grinder. Every second, thousands of cultivators perished. The stench of blood was as thick as the deepest hell, rivers of blood flowing across the ground, staining the earth crimson. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, devoid of any other color. Only one thought occupied their minds: kill. Kill to the death. The Blood Soul clan, demonic cultivators, and traitorous sects were all slaughtered with dread. They had never witnessed such a scene before. Everyone, strong or weak, fought with unwavering ferocity. Li Yeming's lips curled into a smile of satisfaction. Heh, your blood soul clan will never be able to control such a Taegsu dynasty. Han Wujin's face grew increasingly grim, his voice dripping with icy killing intent. If you can't control it, then destroy it. This blood nether continent is the future of your Taegsu dynasty. Come out, kill him, and end this game. As his words fell, the sky trembled again, and an even more terrifying figure appeared silently. Simply hovering in the sky, the terrifying pressure made millions of cultivators feel suffocated and terrified. It was Han Wufa, a late-stage fusion realm expert of the Blood Soul clan, a terrifyingly powerful figure renowned throughout Blood Nether continent. He slowly raised his hand, condensing dark red bloodlight, transforming it into a sky full of blood-red petals, shattering the void, and severely injuring Li Yiming with a single blow. Li Yiming steadied himself, looked at the despairing crowd, and coldly sneered. Continue the fight, don't worry about me. I am the Emperor of Taegsu. You are fearless of death, willing to fight for your country. How can I admit defeat? Blood Soul Clan, heh. I don't care how powerful your Blood Soul Clan is, or how terrifying your foundation is, but to think you can destroy my Taegsu dynasty and ruin this peaceful land of Blood Nether continent is wishful thinking. Soul Unbound's face was icy as he walked on the blood-red petals, speaking disdainfully. A mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator dares to spout such nonsense, overestimating himself. Since I can't have the Taegsu dynasty, then I'll destroy it. Chapter 95, May our land be safe and sound, and may I and the great void endure forever. Li Yiming's expression gradually returned to calm. His spiritual powers surged forth like a volcanic eruption, vast and terrifying, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. His eyes held calm and indifference, even disdainful of glancing at the two elders of the Blood Soul clan. With a single step forward, golden ripples beneath Li Yiming's feet transformed into towering waves, overlapping and surging in all directions. An inexplicable pressure, like the heavens descending, like a tsunami, like thunder, and even like a dragon's roar, echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The two elders of the Blood Soul clan's expressions changed drastically. They exchanged a glance, unleashing their full power to try and stop Li Yiming. However, a layer of golden light enveloped him, and no matter how powerful and terrifying their strength, they could not break through it even slightly. That is, the battlefield froze. Everyone was startled and looked up at Li Yiming's figure. His white robes transformed into a dragon-shaped imperial robe, and he wore an imperial crown. His entire body was imbued with intertwined auras, transforming into a golden dragon form, swirling in the sky, emitting bursts of dragon roars. Reaching the center of the palace, Li Yiming abruptly turned. Behind him, the power of the Taegsu dynasty's destiny intertwined, transforming into a majestic imperial throne, suspended high in the sky. Behind him, scrolls of paintings, like flowing water, slowly unfurled and flashed by. At this moment, Li Yiming, imbued with boundless loneliness and tragic grandeur, sat alone on the imperial throne. His gaze was like a torch, seemingly piercing through the fleeting clouds of the world. He drew upon the dynasty's accumulated destiny over millennia, countless brilliant golden streams of light surging from the mountains and rivers, like 9 dragons returning to their nest, accompanied by roars and cries, pouring into his imposing body. In an instant, the light around Li Yiming exploded, like the setting sun rising again in the heavens. At this moment, he was the embodiment of destiny, and destiny was his indomitable spirit. Han Wujin and Han Wufa were greatly alarmed, as if they had guessed something, and roared angrily to the sky. Everyone, join forces and stop him. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of Blood Soul clan cultivators, Li Yiming remained calm and indifferent, showing no emotion whatsoever. He wielded the imperial sword, its surface etched with dragon patterns, bearing the weight of the nation's destiny. Where the sword's edge pointed, mountains and rivers trembled, the wind and clouds froze, and a magnificent pillar of light, condensing the will of heaven and earth and the essence of the land, pierced straight through the powerful enemy with earth-shattering might. The cultivators, as if struck by divine punishment, crumbled and vanished under the overwhelming power of the nation. Even those at the integration realm coughed up blood, their expressions filled with horror. Below, Li Chengtian, Gai Juju, and the others wore expressions of sorrow, their hearts empty, suffocating, trembling with grief and indignation. His imperial robes were torn, his golden crown shattered, yet the light in his eyes remained clear and bright. Li Yiming surveyed the vast land below, a smile of utter contentment playing on his lips. He resolutely detonated the last vestige of his primordial essence, merging it completely into the surging river of the dynasty's destiny. His flesh and blood became stars, his bones dragon veins, and his soul scattered into indestructible dust. This final burning was the most magnificent fusion of flesh and blood, will and the very essence of the nation. From that moment on, he became the towering mountain range protecting the city, the mighty river nourishing the people, the star hanging high above the throne, illuminating the eternal night. Sacrificing himself, he condensed the eternal destiny of the Taegsu dynasty. The faith of the people in the Taegsu dynasty transformed into an undying swordlight, into endless divine punishment, raging through the void, devouring all invaders. Even the mighty soul limitless and soul without limitless were reduced to annihilation within this. This is why the Blood Soul clan sought to usurp the throne of the Taizhou dynasty. The conditions for a nation's destiny to be forged are far too demanding. It cannot be achieved by mere years. It requires the sincere faith of all people, the unity of the masses, countless earth-shattering tragedies, and countless moving legends. In this era, those who can achieve this are extremely rare. In the entire Kangling continent, perhaps only the Taizhou dynasty possesses such power. Li Yiming's eyes held a final trace of reluctance and regret as his body completely dissipated, transforming into the destiny of the Taizhou dynasty, merging into one. He understood that even if he slew Hun Wujin and Hun Wufa today, the Blood Soul clan would still covet the destiny of the Taizhou dynasty. What he could do was to become the destiny itself, imbuing the dynasty with the power of its will, protecting the Taizhou land for 10,000 years. Even the mighty Blood Soul clan could not shake this destiny of humanity, this faith of the people. Between heaven and earth, Li Yiming's figure was nowhere to be seen, only his magnificent echoes reverberating through the heavens and earth, like the eternal sun, never setting. Children's smiles reflect the morning glow. Fields of rice ripple with waves, forever ensuring a bountiful year. This wish remains unfulfilled, my soul will not extinguish. My spine is the dragon vein of mountains and rivers, my eyes are the stars of eternal night, my soul burns as the torch of eternity, my remains suppress evil spirits in all directions, my remaining soul guards the smoke from the chimneys of the common people, the dynasty will never perish, I am eternal. This body is offered, the dynasty is forever secure. The 9 tripods resound forever, as before. The great void prospers, the world is at peace, do not grieve, may future generations, like the heavenly emperor, like me, protect peace for 10,000 years to come. Throughout the Great Void dynasty, countless people felt this profound sorrow. They saw the starlight fall from the sky to the earth, merging into all living beings. The crowd knelt, tears welling in their eyes, bowing respectfully. Farewell, Your Majesty. Farewell, Your Majesty. Eternal life, Your Majesty. All the survivors knelt, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The blood and corpses at their feet were those of their former comrades, their brothers and sisters. The clear blue sky above them belonged to the Taizhou emperor, who had sacrificed himself for the Taizhou dynasty, becoming a part of its destiny. In a single day, the Taizhou dynasty had lost its revered heavenly lord and its emperor. How could it not grieve? Billions of auspicious omens covered the Taizhou dynasty, the gentle rain fell silently, like a tender hand caressing the mountains and rivers, the lives of its people, every blade of grass and tree of the Taizhou dynasty. This battle, fought with the combined strength of the entire Taizhou dynasty, at a heavy price, sacrificing countless valiant cultivators, ended in the fall of its ruler, a victory won. There was no joy, only heaviness and sorrow, enveloping the Taizhou dynasty. Soon after, every household in the Taizhou dynasty erected mourning banners, which fluttered in the wind. At the center of the dynasty, a 100-foot-tall stone stele was erected, recording the names of the victims. 2 colossal statues stood there, one clad in imperial robes, wielding an imperial sword, exuding power and majesty. The other wore a mask of incorruptibility, his posture upright, his demeanor gentle and refined. This day became a day of grand national mourning for the entire Taizhou dynasty. On this day, the new emperor ascended the throne. The prosperous era of the Taizhou dynasty officially began. Upholding the will of their predecessors, the Taizhou dynasty united as one, creating a golden age of 10,000 years, an unprecedented era of peace. Countless cultivators and forces from other parts of Blood Nether continent joined the Taizhou dynasty, seeking peace in this chaotic world. The story of Li Yiming and the Heavenly Emperor has been passed down through the ages, remaining a legendary tale told by generations. Blood Nether continent, City of the Dead, a city located some distance from the Taizhou dynasty. Blood Nether continent is vast, many times larger than southern Yuan continent. What happened in the Taizhou dynasty was a major event for Blood Nether continent, but not enough to alarm the entire continent. However, to the vast cultivation world, it was insignificant. City of the Dead, however, was a renowned ancient city in Blood Nether continent, a place teeming with all sorts of beings. The evil path, the demonic path, the monster path, virtually every kind of being existed there. Violence, chaos, death, slaughter, annihilation, these were constant occurrences. This was the true Blood Nether continent, the true cultivation world, a place of deceit, chaos, and disaster, where the strong prey on the weak and natural selection played out in its entirety. The Blood Soul clan is a terrifying force feared throughout Blood Nether continent. Legend has it that long ago, while Blood Nether continent was chaotic, it wasn't like it is now, where massacres and annihilation were commonplace, permeated with blood and death. The Blood Soul clan suddenly appeared, stirring up the world and bringing death and misfortune, creating the most chaotic place on the entire Kangling continent. In a corner where a slaughter had just ended, piles of mangled corpses lay, filled with a nauseating stench of blood. A scarlet hand burst from the pile of corpses. Ming crawled out, his face grim, muttering a complaint. "Dare you make the place where I was resurrected any more outrageous?